Chapter 1 Senior, I'll take responsibility. In June, the summer heat was just beginning to set in Wuhan, and the cicadas were chirping incessantly. In the Shangdao Cafe next to Jiangcheng University, Lin Fan sat awkwardly in a booth by the window, his fingertips turning slightly white from gripping the cool coffee cup tightly. Sitting opposite him was Su Wanqing, the undisputed beauty of the School of Economics and Management at Jiangcheng University, someone he had once looked up to but could never reach. At this moment, Su Wanqing was wearing a simple white cotton dress, without any makeup. Her face was a little pale, but she was still breathtakingly beautiful. However, in her usually cool and confident almond-shaped eyes, there were complex emotions that Lin Fan could not understand: struggle, unease, and even a trace of determination. Lin Fan's heart pounded like a rabbit's. A month ago, on the night of his senior year graduation party, he drank too much while shielding his roommate from drinks, and in his hazy state, he seemed to have crossed some lines. His memory was hazy, only some burning fragments remaining, along with the faint scent of gardenias on Su Wanqing's body. When he woke up the next day, he dismissed it as a bizarre dream. Several cautious attempts to greet her afterward only earned him polite but distant replies from Su Wanqing, making him even more convinced that it was just an accident fueled by alcohol, and that everything was already over. Senior. Lin Fan licked his dry lips, trying to break the suffocating silence. You called me, is there something you need? Su Wanqing took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, raised her eyes, looked directly at him, and said in a voice that was so calm it was almost eerie, Lin Fan. I am pregnant. Thump. Lin Fan dropped the small silver spoon into his coffee cup, splashing a few drops of brown liquid that left an unsightly stain on his light-colored t-shirt. He was completely oblivious, frozen in his seat as if under a spell. His ears were ringing the soft music from the surrounding cafe, and the whispers of the couple next to him instantly became indistinct background noise. Pregnant? Those two words struck him like two heavy hammers, making his vision blur. A tidal wave of chaotic thoughts washed over him. He was still a student, his tuition and living expenses depended on his parents and their frugal living. How could he raise a child? What about his future? What would his parents think? What would everyone around them think of Su Wanqing? What would they think of them? A tremendous sense of panic and helplessness washed over him like an icy tide, instantly engulfing his entire being. He saw Su Wanqing's hand on the table, her slender fingers tightly intertwined, her knuckles turning bluish-white from the force. She paused for a moment, as if gathering her strength, before adding in a clearer, heavier tone, the checkup confirmed it, 4.5 weeks. It's yours. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Fan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He looked at Su Wanqing, who stubbornly straightened her back, trying to maintain her composure, but her slightly trembling eyelashes and the fleeting vulnerability deep in her eyes did not escape Lin Fan's eyes. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly realized that the pressure and fear this girl was enduring were 1,000 times greater than his own. She had just graduated with excellent grades and received an internship offer from a top company. A bright and promising future was slowly unfolding before her, but due to an accident, it might all collapse. A strange thrill, a mixture of responsibility, protectiveness, and the excitement of becoming a father for the first time, suddenly burst forth from the deepest part of his heart, overwhelming all his panic and helplessness with incredible speed. Almost instinctively, without even careful thought, the words slipped out clearly and firmly. Senior, don't be afraid. His voice still had a hint of the hoarseness typical of young people, but his eyes were exceptionally bright and focused as he looked intently at her. I will take responsibility. This sentence is like a magical spell. The instant the word responsible was uttered, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice exploded unexpectedly deep within his mind. The system has detected that the host is about to become a father and possesses a strong sense of responsibility and commitment, meeting the system's binding requirements. The godly rich dad system is activating. 1%. 50%. 100%. System activation successful. Host bound, Lin Fan. Lin Fan jolted awake, almost jumping out of his seat. A hallucination? Was he hallucinating due to excessive pressure? Main quest released: provide a safe, comfortable, and stable home for pregnant couples and their unborn baby. Task reward: 5 million renminbi starting capital, skill home comfort perception beginner. The new player gift pack has been sent to your system space. Please check it. Immediately afterwards, a semi-transparent virtual interface, shimmering with a pale blue light, appeared abruptly and clearly in front of his field of vision, like a holographic projection from a science fiction movie. The interface displayed concise text clearly showing the mission information and rewards. Lin Fan blinked hard and even secretly pinched his thigh. Pain. The interface remains unchanged. After the initial shock came a surge of elation and confidence, like a volcanic eruption. Although this extraordinary scene almost caused his brain to shut down, the words 5 million and skills were like a ray of light tearing through the dark clouds, instantly illuminating the gloomy future before him, which had been filled with confusion and pressure. He looked at Su Wanqing again, his gaze now completely transformed. The previous panic, helplessness, and fear had been replaced by a calm, powerful determination. He even managed a slightly awkward, reassuring smile. "It's too noisy here, not suitable for discussing business." Lin Fan's voice regained its composure, even carrying a hint of undeniable authority. He beckoned to the waiter, promptly paid the bill, and then looked earnestly at Su Wanqing, who was still somewhat dazed. "Senior, let's find a new place first." Su Wanqing was completely stunned. On the way here, she had already mentally rehearsed all the possible reactions Lin Fan might have: panic, denial, shirking responsibility, fearful retreat, or even anger and embarrassment. She was prepared to face any storm alone. The only thing I didn't expect was his reaction. Without questioning, without hesitation, without the slightest doubt, he skipped all the complicated steps and went straight to finding a new home. The unwavering certainty and sudden burst of composure in his eyes, like a solid rock that suddenly appeared, inexplicably soothed away some of the anxiety, grievances, and unease she had endured alone these past few days. "Looking for home," she repeated softly, as if to confirm whether she had misheard. "Yes, let us find a home." Lin Fan stood up, the afternoon sun shining through the glass window and illuminating his tall yet slightly thin figure. He extended his hand to her, his palm broad and his eyes clear and sincere. "A home that suits you and the baby." Su Wanqing stared blankly at the hand reaching out to her. After a moment's hesitation, something frozen deep within her seemed to crack open. Finally, she slowly and gently placed her hand in that warm palm. The gears of fate, with the arrival of the mysterious system, slowly began to turn anew. An ordinary college student and his sudden responsibility are about to embark on a path of becoming an unimaginable, wealthy, and devoted father. And it all began in this noisy coffee shop, with a promise that carried immense weight and a system that changed everything. Chapter 2 isn't about finding a house, it's about finding our home. Stepping out of the coffee shop, the afternoon sun was a bit too bright. Su Wanqing subconsciously squinted, her hand unconsciously resting lightly on her lower abdomen. This subtle movement happened to catch Lin Fan's eye. It was as if a string in his heart had been gently plucked, and a feeling mixed with a sense of responsibility and a strange thrill quietly spread through him. "Senior, wait for me here for a moment, don't stand in the sun." Lin Fan's voice softened unconsciously. Before Su Wanqing could respond, she saw Lin Fan walk quickly to a taxi parked by the roadside. He opened the car door, said a few words to the driver, and then turned around and waved to her. She walked over, and Lin Fan had already opened the back door for her, carefully placing his hand on the top of the door. "Driver, go to Anjuk Real Estate Agency, University Town Branch," Lin Fan said to the driver, then naturally sat down next to Su Wanqing. The car was cramped, and their arms occasionally brushed against each other unintentionally. Su Wanqing turned her head slightly to look out the window, her ears burning. She noticed that the junior next to her seemed different from the boy in the coffee shop who had been so nervous he dropped his spoon. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it was a feeling that he had become very composed and decisive. Lin Fan's mind was entirely focused on the blue glowing system interface in his mind. Mission in progress, finding a safe, comfortable, and stable place to live. The skill Home Comfort Perception Beginner is now available. He focused his attention, his gaze sweeping across the rapidly passing streetscapes and buildings outside the car window. A strange thing happened. As he looked at the residential buildings, certain vague feelings would naturally emerge. That buildings seemed too noisy, that neighborhood had nice landscaping, but the buildings were too close together, so the lighting might be poor. That new development in the distance was in a somewhat remote location, but the surrounding environment seemed very quiet. The feeling was mysterious yet incredibly clear. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of the Anjuk store. The store's glass door was covered with various housing information. A real estate agent in a suit greeted us warmly. "Are you two looking to view an apartment? What kind are you looking for?" Lin Fan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he helped Su Wanqing sit down in the store's rest area and said to the agent, "Could you please pour my senior a glass of warm water?" "Thank you." The real estate agent hesitated for a moment, then quickly did as instructed. Su Wanqing held the glass of warm water, watching Lin Fan stand in front of the densely packed housing information, his back straight and focused. "We need a 2-bedroom apartment," Lin Fan began, his tone clear and organized. It should be quiet, well ventilated, have good natural light, be environmentally friendly in its renovation, preferably in a high-end residential area, and be ready to move in. It shouldn't be too far from Jiangcheng University and the city's people's hospital. Budget is not a concern for now. The words "no budget limit" caught the real estate agent's eye, and he became even more enthusiastic, immediately starting to filter through the listings on his computer. Handsome, your requirements are very clear. Perfect timing. There's a newly released premium apartment in the waterfront garden complex that meets all your requirements. The landlord is in a hurry to rent it out, and the price is right. Waterfront garden? Lin Fan searched his memory. It was a well-known upscale apartment complex near the university town, with top-notch environment and management. He focused his mind, silently activating home comfort perception on the apartment layout and floor plan displayed on the real estate agent's computer. A gentle, reassuring feeling crept over him. His intuition told him that this place was perfect. This is the one. Can we see it now? Lin Fan made a decisive decision. The real estate agent was overjoyed. Yes. Of course. The landlord left the key with us. 10 minutes later, the three of them stood at the door of apartment 1801, building 12 of Waterfront Garden. As the door opened, a fresh, airy scent wafted out. The living room was spacious and bright, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering excellent views of the central green garden of the complex. The decor was modern and minimalist, with high-quality materials and a spotless, clean appearance, clearly reflecting the landlord's owner-occupied standards and impeccable maintenance. As soon as Su Wanqing stepped inside, she felt inexplicably relaxed. The environment here was so much better than the old, dilapidated place she used to rent. The real estate agent was still enthusiastically introducing the property. Look at the lighting, the view. All the furniture and appliances are brand names. Lin Fan ignored the real estate agent's boasting. As if sensing something, he slowly walked through the living room, touching the walls. Then he went into the master bedroom, looking at the large, comfortable-looking bed. Finally, he stopped at the door of the second bedroom. It was a little smaller, but the natural light was just as good, and the city skyline could be seen in the distance. A thought struck him: this could be turned into a nursery someday. A strong sense of this as it filled his heart. This house brought him peace and allowed him to imagine the warm and cozy scene of his family of three living here in the future. This is it. Lin Fan turned around, his tone leaving no room for argument. Oh? Handsome, aren't you going to look at anything else? The real estate agent was both surprised and delighted. No need, it's fine here. Lin Fan looked at Su Wanqing with gentle eyes. Senior, what do you think? Su Wanqing nodded and said softly, it's very nice. The environment here is indeed impeccable. Let's sign the contract then. Rent for a year, Lin Fan said to the agent, his tone as casual as if he were buying a bottle of water. The real estate agent was so excited he almost jumped up and quickly pulled out the contract. When Su Wanqing saw the rent figure, 12,000 yuan per month, 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent in advance, her heart clenched. That was too expensive. She was about to speak when she saw Lin Fan take out his phone. Card payment or bank transfer? Lin Fan asked. Anything is fine. We support mobile payment. The agent quickly pulled out a QR code. Lin Fan skillfully operated the phone and entered the password. Ding! 48,000 yuan has been deposited into your Alipay account. A clear electronic notification tone rang out in the quiet room. The real estate agent's smile grew even brighter. Su Wanqing stared blankly at Lin Fan's calm profile and the seemingly magical phone in his hand. 48,000. How could a student have so much money? And how could he spend it so decisively? After signing the contract and receiving the keys, the real estate agent left, expressing his sincere gratitude. In the empty, clean, and bright new house, only the two of them remained. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting large patches of golden light on the floor. Tiny dust particles floated in the air, and the silence was so profound that one could hear each other's soft breathing. Lin Fan walked up to Su Wanqing and gently placed one of the keys in her palm. The cool metallic touch brought her back to her senses. Senior, Lin Fan looked at her, his eyes clear and firm, his voice carrying a reassuring strength. From today onwards, this is our home. Su Wanqing gripped the key, still warm from Lin Fan's touch, tightly in her palm. Looking at the boy before her, who seemed to have grown up overnight, a sudden lump formed in her throat. She quickly lowered her head, concealing the turmoil in her eyes, and let out a very soft sound. Chapter 3, Godlike Culinary Skills and a Call from My Mother-in-Law. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows on the oak floor. The entire apartment was immersed in a reassuring tranquility, with only the barely audible hum of the central air conditioning. Su Wanqing woke up with an unprecedented sense of comfort. Beneath her was a supportive mattress and a fluffy down comforter that felt weightless. She opened her eyes, stared at the unfamiliar ceiling light, and remained dazed for several seconds before fully waking from the lingering effects of her deep sleep. This was not her noisy, stuffy old rented room on the street. This is Waterfront Forest Whispers, her and Lin Fan's home. She rose gently, her bare feet stepping onto the soft carpet, and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. An indescribably enticing aroma immediately wafted towards her, precisely awakening her appetite, which had been dormant for many days. Since confirming her pregnancy, morning sickness and anxiety had almost numbed her taste buds, but this aroma made her unconsciously swallow. The kitchen was open plan. As she walked into the living room, she saw the figure wearing a dark blue apron, busy with something behind her. Lin Fan stood tall and straight in front of the gleaming stove. To his left, porridge simmered in an enamel pot, its rich aroma mingling with the sweet scent of pumpkin. To his right, in a frying pan, several fresh shrimp curled slightly in olive oil, turning a beautiful pink. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent a fried egg arcing perfectly through the air, its golden brown, crisp edges contrasting beautifully with the perfectly tender, orange-red yolk trembling in its center. The movements were fluid and graceful, with a strange sense of rhythm, almost like an art performance. Su Wanqing was somewhat stunned. This was completely different from the junior she knew who ate in the cafeteria and occasionally clumsily made instant noodles during club activities. Just then, a clear notification sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Daily task: prepare a nutritious breakfast to whet your pregnant partner's appetite has been completed. Task evaluation, perfect. The food was delicious and visually appealing, greatly alleviating my partner's morning sickness and successfully stimulating their appetite. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the core skill, God-level culinary skills permanent passive. Your understanding of heat control, seasoning, and nutritional balance has reached a state of perfection. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100% equity in Yushan Private Kitchen Restaurant. Relevant property documents, chef's contract, and operating funds have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved and viewed at any time. A vast and profound torrent of culinary knowledge instantly and perfectly merged with his current cooking practice. Countless esoteric pieces of information about the molecular structure of ingredients, the interaction of flavor compounds, the minute differences in heat were imprinted in his muscle memory. He felt as if the spatula in his hand had become an extension of his arm. A barely perceptible smile curved his lips. This system is truly thoughtful and powerful. Senior, you're awake? Lin Fan seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. She turned off the stove, turned around gracefully, and had a refreshing and gentle smile on her face. Perfect timing. Breakfast is just ready. Go wash up and eat while it's hot. Su Wanqing nodded somewhat shyly. Okay, thank you for your hard work. When she finished washing up and sat down at the dining table covered with a linen tablecloth, she was once again deeply moved by the breakfast laid out before her. In a delicate white porcelain bowl, there is a golden pumpkin and chicken congee. The congee is thick, smooth, and creamy, with no visible chicken fibers, only pure umami flavor. On the side dish was a perfectly sunny side-up egg and a few glistening shrimp, accompanied by 2 stalks of blanched, bright green broccoli. There was also a small cup of perfectly warm lemon honey water, with 2 thin slices of lemon floating in it, clear and tempting. There was even a small dish of pickled green papaya shreds with plum powder on the side to whet the appetite. Each dish is as exquisite as a Michelin-starred restaurant, yet it has no trace of artifice, only a warm and homely feeling. I don't know if it will suit your taste, but you can try it first. If you don't like it, I'll make it again right away. Lin Fan took off his apron, sat down opposite her, and looked at her with sincere expectation. Su Wanqing picked up a spoon and scooped a small spoonful of porridge into her mouth. The warm porridge required almost no chewing, smoothly enveloping her taste buds. The sweetness of the pumpkin and the savory flavor of the chicken were distinct yet perfectly blended, warmly and comforting her long-neglected and sensitive stomach. The nausea that had lingered for days was quietly suppressed by this gentle warmth. She took another sip of lemon honey water. The sweet and sour balance was just right, refreshing and invigorating her dormant taste buds. An indescribable warmth and sense of security slowly spread from her stomach throughout her body, even warming her fingertips. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes slightly reddening. It's delicious, really, thank you, Lin Fan. This was the first time in this chaotic period of her life that she had experienced such concrete and small happiness. Seeing the genuine gratitude in her eyes and the obvious relaxation on her face, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction far stronger than receiving a system reward. This sense of accomplishment making someone happy through his own efforts was irreplaceable. I'm glad you like it. I'll take care of all your meals from now on. Lin Fan smiled and used serving chopsticks to put some refreshing papaya shreds on her plate. The cozy breakfast time was only halfway through when a sharp, urgent cell phone ringtone broke the calm surface of the water like a stone. It was Su Wanqing's cell phone that she had left on the table. She glanced at the caller ID on the screen, her face turning deathly pale. Her fingers instinctively clenched her chopsticks, her knuckles turning bluish-white from the force. On the screen, 2 words flashed, Mom. Lin Fan's heart sank. What was destined to happen could not be avoided. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, as if she were heading to the execution ground, and with a look of resignation, she swiped her trembling fingers to answer the call. Mom! On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged woman's shrill voice, filled with disbelief and overwhelming anger, immediately came through. The volume was so loud that it could be clearly heard in the quiet restaurant even without speakerphone. Su Wanqing. Tell me. Is what's going on your school forum true? Are you living with a sophomore named Lin Fan? You're pregnant with his child? Have you no shame? How am I supposed to face anyone after this? The barrage of questions pierced her like ice picks. Su Wanqing's lips lost their color, her body trembled slightly, and tears quickly welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not hesitate at all. He decisively and calmly reached out his hand, silently conveying his strength with his eyes, signaling her to hand over the phone to him. Looking into his deep and resolute gaze, Su Wanqing saw not a trace of panic, but only a reassuring composure. Like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, she almost instinctively handed him the hot potato that was on her hands. Lin Fan took the phone, calmly placed it to his ear, and spoke in as respectful and clear a tone as possible. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Fan. Chapter 4: The Confidence to Face the Storm. The voice on the other end of the phone abruptly stopped, as if someone had grabbed it by the throat. Then came a higher pitch and a deeper anger, almost bursting through the receiver. Lin Fan? You're that Lin Fan? How dare you? You stole my daughter. Auntie. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but unusually calm, like a block of ice thrown into boiling water, instantly suppressing the arrogance of the other party. Please don't get agitated. Things are not as the rumors on the forum say. Wanqing and I are together, and we are fine. Great? Getting pregnant before marriage is great? Living together is great? Lin Fan, let me tell you, don't try to fool me with sweet talk. Auntie, Lin Fan interrupted again calmly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. I understand your anger and worry. Any mother would feel the same way upon hearing such news. But I beg you, give me a few minutes to hear me out. He paused, feeling the mixture of fear and dependence in Su Wanqing's gaze beside him, and his voice became more sincere. First of all, I must apologize to you. Whatever the reason, it was my fault for putting Wanqing under such pressure and distress. I didn't do a good enough job. This proactive admission of wrongdoing left Wang Yalan speechless on the other end of the phone, as if her anger had been blocked from finding an outlet. Lin Fan continued, speaking calmly and clearly. Secondly, I want to tell you my attitude. I am serious about Wanqing, and I have high expectations and a strong sense of responsibility for this unexpected child. I am not playing around, nor am I running away. I assure you that I will use everything I have to take care of her, protect her, and give her and the child a stable and happy future. Su Wanqing stared blankly at Lin Fan's profile. His eyes were firm and unwavering as he spoke. The grievances and fears she had kept hidden in her heart, unable to be spoken to her mother, seemed to be gently supported by his calm yet powerful words. The future? What guarantees do you have? You're just a student. What do you know about responsibility? Can you support a family? Wang Yalan's tone was still sharp, but the aggression was noticeably weaker, and it was more of a question. Lin Fan knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Empty words would not gain people's trust. Auntie, I know that words are not enough, Lin Fan said, his gaze sweeping over the spacious and bright living room. Wanqing and I are currently living in the waterfront garden community, Building 12, Apartment 1801. It's a quiet environment here, suitable for her to recuperate. If you're worried, you can come and see for yourself anytime to see if Wanqing is doing well here. Waterfront garden? Wang Yalan clearly knew this upscale residential area, renowned for its environment and prices, and her tone revealed obvious surprise and doubt. How could a student afford to rent a place there? Yes, Lin Fan readily admitted. As for financial matters, please don't worry too much. Besides being a student, I also have some of my own investments and sources of income. Although I'm not extremely wealthy, I'm definitely capable of providing a comfortable life for Wanqing and the children, and I won't let them suffer any hardship. He didn't specify the system, nor did he flaunt his newly acquired private restaurant. Instead, he conveyed a clear message in a confident, factual tone: I can afford it. A long silence followed on the other end of the phone. Only slightly heavy breathing could be heard, revealing the intense internal struggle within Wang Yalan. Lin Fan waited patiently, his hand quietly taking Su Wanqing's cold fingers under the table, gently squeezing them, conveying silent comfort. Su Wanqing returned the gesture and gripped his hand tightly, as if he were her only support at that moment. After a long silence, Wang Yalan's voice rang out again, carrying a forced sense of weariness and compromise, but still sharp. All right, Lin Fan, I'll trust you a little for now. I've noted down the address. She abruptly changed the subject, her tone now carrying an undeniable command: I'll come over this weekend. To see my daughter in person, and also, to see you. With a click, the phone was hung up. The busy signal came through, and the restaurant fell silent again, with only the slightly rapid breathing of the two people remaining. Su Wanqing seemed to lose all her strength, leaning limply against the back of the chair. Tears finally streamed down her face silently, but they were no longer the fear and despair of before. Instead, they were a complex emotion of relief after the pressure had been released. Lin Fan put down his phone, took out a tissue, and gently wiped away her tears. Don't be afraid, senior. He looked at her, his eyes gentle yet firm. I'm here for you. Just then, the system notification sounded in my mind again. Ding. Successfully handled the initial stage of the family crisis, stabilized your partner's emotions, and demonstrated responsibility and commitment. Reward: skilled, the art of language beginner. You will become better at communication, enhancing your persuasiveness and affability. Special scenario mission triggered: welcoming the mother-in-law's inspection. Task requirement: within the next 72 hours, successfully gain the initial approval of Su Wanqing's mother, Wang Yalan. Task rewards: based on the approval rating, rewards will include, but are not limited to, a high-end residential property ownership in the core area of Jiangcheng, a luxury family car, and a substantial cash prize. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the mission prompt. The weekend inspection will be a real tough battle. But as he touched the key to waterfront garden in his pocket and felt the girl beside him gradually calming her breathing, he felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. A storm is brewing, and he is no longer the same naive man he once was. Chapter 5: Supermarket Purchasing and Rock-Solid Security. After the phone call ended, the air in the restaurant seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Su Wanqing was still reeling from the shock of her mother's impending inspection, her face still somewhat pale. Lin Fan stuffed a tissue into her hand, stood up, and broke the silence with a light tone. Don't think about it, senior. Things will work themselves out. Let's go to the supermarket first. Supermarket? Su Wanqing looked up, her eyes still red. Yes, Lin Fan smiled and began clearing the dishes, his movements natural and smooth. The refrigerator is empty, so we need to stock up on some food. Besides, Auntie is coming over this weekend, so we need to prepare some things. His calm demeanor was almost infectious, and Su Wanqing's panicked heart calmed down a little. She watched him deftly put the dishes into the dishwasher and wipe the stove. His apron-clad figure gave her a strange sense of solidity that she could rely on. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a large imported supermarket nearby. Pushing a large shopping cart, Lin Fan naturally took the lead among the bright and spacious shelves. He didn't wander around aimlessly like a headless fly, but rather had a clear goal. This brand of pure milk has a very good reputation and is high in calcium. Nuts are a good source of micronutrients, but you can't eat too many. We buy them in small packages. The fruit section is over there, let's go see what fresh fruit they have. As he spoke, he placed the selected items into the car, occasionally picking up products to check the ingredient lists, his professionalism leaving Su Wanqing secretly astonished. He even took a few packets of nutritional supplements specifically for pregnant women, clearly having done his research. Su Wanqing followed beside him, watching his focused profile, and that feeling of unreality resurfaced in her heart. This junior, 2 years younger than her, displayed a maturity and thoughtfulness in handling such mundane matters that far exceeded her expectations. Just then, a slightly surprised and flippant voice rang out from the side. Hey, isn't this the campus bell of Suzhou University? The two turned around and saw a young man in a flashy shirt with slicked back hair walking towards them, accompanied by a heavily made up female companion. It was Chen Hao, the rich second-generation heir who had ambushed Lin Fan at school a few days ago. Chen Hao's gaze swept over Su Wancheng and Lin Fan, finally settling on their shopping cart piled high with groceries. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. So you're really living together? TSK, Su Wanqing, when did your taste become so bad? Shopping at the supermarket with such a poor guy, buying all this discounted stuff? His female companion also let out a snicker in agreement. Su Wanqing's face instantly darkened, and she subconsciously moved closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan gently placed a carton of organic eggs into the cart before slowly turning around to face Chen Hao. His expression was calm, his eyes showing little emotion. He simply looked at the other man with a detached gaze. This disregard infuriated Chen Hao even more than an angry retaliation. What are you looking at? Lin Fan, did I say something wrong? Chen Hao stepped forward, trying to intimidate him with his imposing manner. You spent several months' worth of living expenses renting that shabby place? And you're trying to support a girlfriend? Raise a child? Can you even afford it? Lin Fan wasn't angry. Instead, he took a small half-step forward, perfectly shielding Su Wanqing behind him. He was slightly taller than Chen Hao, and although he stood calmly, he exuded an invisible sense of pressure. Whether I can afford to support her or not is none of your concern. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the other party's ears. Chen Hao, I remember I warned you not to harass Wanqing anymore. Chen Hao felt a sudden pang of unease under his gaze, but with everyone watching, especially his female companion beside him, he couldn't back down. Warning? Who do you think you are? What if I want to harass you? What can you do to me? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan suddenly grabbed his wrist. The movement was so fast that he didn't even see it clearly. Lin Fan's hand was like an iron clamp, with astonishing strength. Chen Hao felt a sharp pain coming from his wrist, and he couldn't use any strength in his entire arm. He grimaced in pain, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. You let go. Chen Hao was both shocked and furious, trying to break free, but he couldn't budge him an inch. Lin Fan leaned closer and whispered in his ear in a voice only the two of them could hear, I'm nobody. But I guarantee that if you dare to come within 3 steps of Wanqing again, or if I hear any rumors about her from you, your father's Hao Yuan building materials might encounter some unexpected problems with its main orders next quarter. Chen Hao's eyes widened suddenly, as if he were seeing Lin Fan for the first time. How did he know his family's company name? And why was he speaking to him in that tone? Lin Fan released his hand, as if he had only brushed away a bit of dust. Chen Hao clutched his reddened wrist, looking at Lin Fan with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. His eyes no longer held simple contempt, but rather shock and an indescribable fear. He dared not utter any more threats, and, pulling his equally frightened female companion, slunk away quickly. The customers who had occasionally stopped to watch the commotion dispersed. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Fan's back. Just now, the cold and powerful aura he exuded made her feel unfamiliar, yet, incredibly at ease. Ding! Successfully deterred the provocateur and protected your partner's dignity. Reward, skill, Grandmaster of Chinese Martial Arts Beginner, proficiency increased. Reward, 30% equity in rock-solid security company. Relevant information has been distributed. This company possesses a top-tier security team and equipment, providing comprehensive protection for the host and their family. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. A security company? This reward is quite fitting and practical. He turned around, his face now gentle as before, and smiled at Su Wanqing. It's nothing, just a fly. Shall we continue shopping? Su Wanqing nodded, her unease dissipating considerably. She looked at Lin Fan and asked softly, What did you say to him just now? It's nothing, Lin Fan said, pushing the cart forward with a relaxed tone. I just reasoned with him and told him that it's impolite to disturb other people's shopping. Su Wanqing knew he wasn't telling the truth, but she didn't press him further. She simply followed silently beside him, watching him fill the stroller with all sorts of things she loved to eat and that were good for her pregnancy. When it came time to pay, the amount was considerable, but Lin Fan completed the payment without even blinking. Stepping out of the supermarket, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Fan carried 2 huge shopping bags in one hand, and with the other hand, he naturally placed his hand behind Su Wanqing, protecting her as they navigated through the crowd. Back downstairs at Waterfront Garden, Lin Fan put the shopping bags on the ground and said to Su Wanqing, "Senior, you go up first, I'll make a call and come back." Su Wanqing took the access card and nodded. Watching her enter the elevator, Lin Fan moved to a quiet spot to the side. With a thought, he retrieved information about Rockstone security from his system space. After a quick scan, he dialed the number provided in the information for the person in charge. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhao Qiming? This is Lin Fan." His tone was calm, carrying the composure unique to those in positions of authority. A respectful middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Lin." "Hello. I have received the information. From this moment on, Rock will do its utmost to serve you." "Okay." Lin Fan responded, "There are two things. First, I need you to conduct a comprehensive security assessment of the Waterfront Garden community, especially Building 12, and develop a non-intrusive basic security plan." "Understood, Mr. Lin. We will provide you with a solution by tonight at the latest." Second, Lin Fan paused, his gaze sweeping across the entrance to the residential compound. "Starting tomorrow, send a reliable team to provide necessary, discreet protection for me and my family when we go out. I don't want what happened at the supermarket today to happen again." "Yes, sir." Mission accomplished. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan picked up his shopping bag and headed for the elevator. He knew that money and system skills alone were not enough. In this world, to truly protect those you want to protect, you also need corresponding power and means. Rock-solid security is the first shield provided by the system. As the elevator slowly ascended, Lin Fan watched the numbers flashing, feeling even more confident about the tough battle that was scheduled for the weekend. Chapter 6: Delightful Meals and Silent Protection. Back in room 1801, Su Wanqing stood in front of the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing blankly at the children playing in the garden below. Hearing the door open, she turned around, a lingering worry on her face. Lin Fan carried 2 large bags of items into the kitchen and began to sort them into different categories and put them into the refrigerator, his movements as practiced and efficient as ever. "Don't worry, Senior," he said without turning his head as he put the milk into the refrigerator. His voice came through the kitchen, carrying a reassuring calmness. "Auntie is here, so we'll treat her well. Letting her see that you're doing well here is more important than anything else." Su Wanqing walked to the kitchen doorway, leaned against the doorframe, and watched him carefully arrange the expensive imported ingredients one by one. A mix of emotions welled up inside her. "I just don't know how to face her. She must be very angry and disappointed." Lin Fan closed the refrigerator door, turned around, wiped his hands, walked up to her, and looked at her sincerely. "It wasn't our fault, it was an accident. But we are dealing with this accident with the utmost responsibility. Auntie is a reasonable person, she will see it eventually. Leave the weekend to me, okay?" His gaze was so resolute, carrying a strength that seemed capable of bearing anything. Looking at him, Su Wanqing's last trace of panic strangely subsided. She nodded gently. Just then, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. He took it out and glanced at it. It was an encrypted email from Zhao Qiming, the head of Rockstone Security, with a preliminary security assessment report and a concise escort protection plan attached. The report indicated that the community's basic security was good, but also offered some suggestions for improvement. The escort protection team would be in place by 8 a.m. the following morning. Lin Fan quickly replied approved, then put his phone away. "Senior, what do you want to eat tonight?" He changed the subject, his tone relaxed. "We have enough ingredients at home, or shall we eat out? I know a nice private restaurant nearby." His suggestion seemed casual, but he already had a plan in mind. It was time to inspect the joyful meals reward from the system. Understanding one's own industry and making it serve one's life, that's one of the purposes of the system's existence. Su Wanqing didn't have much of an appetite, but not wanting to disappoint him, she said, "Whatever you decide." "All right, let's go out to eat and change things up," Lin Fan decided. At 6:30 in the evening, Lin Fan, following the navigation, led Su Wanqing to a quiet sycamore tree-lined street amidst the hustle and bustle. The signboard of Yushan was not conspicuous, just a small black plaque with gold lettering. The facade was a simple wooden design, exuding understated luxury. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the interior is elegantly Chinese in style, with soft lighting and a spacious feel. There are only 7 or 8 tables, offering excellent privacy. The air is filled with the subtle aroma of natural food, rather than the strong smell of seasonings. A manager dressed in an elegant cheongsam immediately came forward with a polite smile. "Good evening, do you two have a reservation?" Lin Fan calmly stated his name, Lin Fan. The moment the manager heard the name, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his attitude visibly became more respectful, even showing a hint of nervousness. Mr. Lin. Hello? Your seat has been reserved for you. Please follow me. She personally led them to the best and quietest window booth in the entire restaurant. Outside the window was a meticulously maintained courtyard with swaying bamboo shadows. After we were seated, the manager personally handed us the menu and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, the head chef would like to personally introduce today's featured ingredients to you. Would that be convenient for you? Lin Fan nodded. Soon, a slightly overweight middle-aged man wearing a tall chef's hat strode over, his face showing excitement and a hint of trepidation. He was Lu Ming, the head chef and former manager of Yushan. Hello, boss. Lu Ming's voice was a little tense. He had only received the notification of the equity change and the arrival of the mysterious new boss a few hours ago, and he didn't expect to meet him so soon, and so young. Chef Lu, you're too kind. Lin Fan waved his hand, his tone calm. This is Miss Su. She hasn't had much of an appetite lately and needs some light, appetizing, but nutritionally balanced dishes. Do you have any recommendations? Lu Ming immediately perked up and gave a detailed introduction to several of his signature dishes, including a braised lion's head meatball made with top-quality pork, hand-chopped for an extremely tender texture, a wild mushroom and pomegranate bun exquisitely shaped and delicious, and a steamed wild yellow croaker. He also assured that all seasonings would be kept as mild as possible to highlight the original flavor of the ingredients. Lin Fan looked at Su Wanqing questioningly, and when she nodded, he said to Lu Ming, "Let's do it the way you said, and add a vegetable dish and a soup." Okay, boss, Miss Su, please wait a moment, I will personally handle it. Lu Ming respectfully withdrew. Throughout the entire process, Su Wanqing watched quietly. She wasn't stupid from the manager's unusually respectful manner to the head chef personally addressing Lin Fan as boss. She understood that this seemingly expensive private restaurant was probably also Lin Fan's property. A storm raged within her. Renting an apartment, spending money at the supermarket without batting an eye, the skill with which she subdued Chen Hao in an instant, and this elegant restaurant. Just how many secrets did this junior of hers still hold that she didn't know about? The dishes arrived quickly. Each one was like a work of art, and the taste was beyond imagination. The braised lion's head meatballs melted in her mouth, fresh but not greasy. The wild mushroom and pomegranate buns had a skin as thin as a cicada's wing, and a filling with a rich mushroom aroma. Su Wanqing had unknowingly eaten much more than usual. Lin Fan watched her eat slowly and deliberately, a satisfied expression on her face, and he breathed a sigh of relief. With his god-level culinary skills, he could see through the cooking time and seasoning of these dishes perfectly, knowing that Chef Lu had indeed put her heart into it. When it came time to pay, the manager respectfully handed over the bill, but Lin Fan simply waved his hand and said, "Internal signing is fine." The manager immediately bowed and said, "Understood, Mr. Lin." Stepping out of Yushan, a cool evening breeze brushed their faces, carrying the chill of early summer. Lin Fan naturally took off his light jacket and draped it over Su Wanqing's shoulders. "Is it to your liking?" It's delicious." Su Wanqing responded softly, pulling her coat, still warm from his body heat, closer. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Lin Fan, that restaurant?" "Yes, it's one of my businesses." Lin Fan didn't hide anything and readily admitted it, but he didn't go into details. "You can come anytime you want to eat here." Su Wanqing fell silent. She realized that her previous understanding of Lin Fan's ability to support his family might have been too superficial. The two walked side by side along the tree-lined path back to their neighborhood, the streetlights casting long shadows. Neither of them noticed that in the shadows of an inconspicuous black sedan at the street corner, two men in plain clothes with sharp eyes were whispering through earpieces. "Target safe, returning to residence. Received. Keep your distance and ensure the safety of the building entrance." The protection of rock has already begun silently. After escorting Su Wanqing back to her apartment and settling her in to rest, Lin Fan went to his study and turned on his computer. He pulled up the detailed financial statements and operational data of Yushan and quickly browsed through them. Since it was his business, he needed to have a thorough understanding of it. Meanwhile, he was also planning the weekend menu. His mother-in-law, Wang Yalan, is a middle school teacher, so her tastes might lean more towards traditional homestyle cooking, but he also wanted the menu to show enough care and attention. He thought for a moment, then tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "For Saturday lunch, I'll order clear broth with matsutake mushrooms to showcase the quality of the ingredients, braised sea cucumber with scallions, a traditional main dish, crab roe tofu delicious and tender, suitable for pregnant women, blanched bok choy refreshing, and a slow-cooked soup. As for the staple food, Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Perhaps I can personally make a bowl of the most ordinary, yet most skillful, plain noodles. Using top-notch culinary skills to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary is often what touches people's hearts the most. Outside the window, the city lights flickered. Lin Fan knew that the peace was only temporary. The weekend would be the first time he truly fought for this home. Chapter 7: The ingenuity behind a bowl of plain noodles. Saturday morning, before dawn. Lin Fan got up silently, glanced at the closed door of the master bedroom next door, and saw that Su Wanqing seemed to still be fast asleep. He didn't turn on the light, and using the faint morning light coming in from the window, he walked straight into the kitchen like the most agile cheetah. Today is the day his mother-in-law, Wang Yalan, is arriving. Last night, Su Wanqing tossed and turned all night. He could feel her tension even through the wall. And his preparations began with the first meal of the morning. Instead of choosing expensive and rare ingredients, he took out the most ordinary flour, eggs, a small jar of lard, and a few scallions from his system space which he had disguised as a locked kitchen cabinet. Today, he was going to make plain noodles. It sounds incredibly simple, but in his god-level culinary understanding, the simpler the food, the more true skill can be revealed. What he wants to make is a bowl of plain noodles that will leave a lasting impression on the taste buds and allow his demanding mother-in-law to appreciate the heartfelt care put into it. The first step is to knead the dough. Flour, water, a pinch of salt, and egg whites, the proportions precise to the gram. Lin Fan's hands seem to move with a certain rhythm, kneading, pounding, slapping. The dough gradually becomes smooth as silk in his hands, full of elasticity. This requires wrist strength and patience. The second step is rolling out the dough. The enormous rolling pin seemed weightless in his hands as the dough was repeatedly pushed, rolled, twisted, and pushed out again. The force was even, the dough consistently thin, until it was as thin as rice paper, allowing the outline of objects behind it to be faintly seen. Finally, it was folded up, and with a swift, rhythmic thump-thump sound, the noodles were as thin as silver threads, each strand distinct. This requires precision and control. The third step is simmering the broth. This isn't the traditional method for making Yangchun noodles, but Lin Fan has modified it. He uses top-quality Genoa ham, local free-range hens, and dried scallops, adding water and simmering it slowly over a low flame. No seasonings are added. The broth relies entirely on the natural flavors of the ingredients blending together to create a clear yet rich and flavorful soup. This requires time and precise control of the heat. The fourth step is lard. Ordinary pork fat is rendered using his unique method, removing all the fishy smell and leaving only a clear, pure-smelling fat. This is the soul of Yangchun noodles. The fifth step is scallion oil. Only the bright green leaves of the scallions are used, and they are slowly fried over low heat until golden brown and crispy, bringing out their complex and captivating aroma. When the clock struck 7:30, Su Wanqing rubbed her eyes and walked out of the bedroom. The alluring fragrance that filled the room instantly woke her up. She walked to the kitchen doorway and saw Lin Fan placing drained noodles into a warm blue and white porcelain bowl. His movements were gentle. With a flick of his wrist, the noodles formed a neat little nest in the bowl. Then, he added a small spoonful of rich lard, drizzled on just the right amount of special brewed soy sauce, and poured over a large spoonful of piping hot, golden chicken broth. With a soft sizzle, the aroma of lard and soy sauce was instantly released by the hot soup. Finally, sprinkle a small amount of crispy fried chopped scallions on top, and garnish with a few strands of tender green scallion flowers. A bowl of noodles, the broth clear and slightly yellow, speckled with lard like scattered gold, the noodles distinct like silver threads, garnished with vibrant green scallions. Simple, yet beautiful like an impressionistic painting. You're awake? Perfect timing, the noodles are ready. Lin Fan turned around, smiled at her, a few beads of sweat on his forehead, but his eyes were bright. Su Wanqing looked at the bowl of noodles, then at Lin Fan, speechless for a moment. Even though she didn't know anything about cooking, she could feel the exquisite care put into that bowl of noodles. What time will Auntie arrive? Lin Fan asked as he brought the noodles to the dining room. She said, the high-speed train around 9 o'clock. Su Wanqing's voice was still a little dry. There's still time. Lin Fan checked the time. You eat first, the noodles won't taste good if they get soggy. I'll go prepare something else. Su Wanqing sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and carefully picked up a few noodles. The moment she put them in her mouth, she froze. The noodles are chewy and smooth, with a rich aroma of wheat and egg, almost dancing in your mouth. The soup, seemingly light, is surprisingly layered in flavor, with the salty ham, the rich chicken broth, and the umami of dried scallops blending perfectly without any impurities. The richness of lard, the bean aroma of soy sauce, and the smoky fragrance of scallion oil, all these flavors are harmoniously unified in that piping hot broth, warming you comfortably all the way to your stomach. A simple bowl of plain noodles brought her a sense of emotion and satisfaction that almost brought her to tears. She looked up at Lin Fan's back as he busied himself preparing other ingredients in the kitchen, and a hardened corner of her heart softened completely. This man, in his clumsy yet meticulous way, carefully built a solid barrier for her and for their soon-to-be home. At 8:50, the doorbell rang. Su Wanqing suddenly stood up and looked nervously at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took off his apron, straightened his casual shirt, took a deep breath, gave Su Wanqing a reassuring look, and walked steadily toward the door. Through the peephole, he saw a middle-aged woman standing outside the door, dressed formally, with her hair in a bun and a serious expression. She bore a resemblance to Su Wanqing in her features, but her eyes were sharper, revealing the fatigue of a long journey and suppressed dissatisfaction. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Lin Fan adjusted his breathing, put on a perfectly respectful smile, and reached out to turn the doorknob. Chapter 8: The Mother-in-Law's Examination. The door opened. Wang Yalan's sharp gaze, like a searchlight, immediately fell on Lin Fan, who had opened the door. The young man before her was more tall and handsome than she had imagined. He was dressed in a simple shirt and trousers, clean and refreshing, with clear and calm eyes, unlike the panic or ostentation she had expected. This first impression was barely passable. But the frost on Wang Yalan's face didn't melt away in the slightest. "Auntie, hello, you must be tired from your journey. Please come in." Lin Fan stepped aside to make way, his tone respectful yet generous. Wang Yalan didn't respond. Her gaze passed over Lin Fan and landed directly on her daughter, who was standing awkwardly in the living room. Seeing that Su Wanqing seemed to be in better spirits than expected and was wearing comfortable home clothes, her tense nerves relaxed slightly, but only slightly. She changed into slippers and walked into the living room, her gaze subtly sweeping over the entire space. It was spacious, bright, and clean, with tasteful decor, and a pleasant, faint aroma of food lingered in the air. The environment was indeed much better than she had expected, even several levels above her own house back home. This made her even more suspicious of Lin Fan's claim that he could afford such an expensive apartment. "Mom!" Su Wanqing called out timidly. Wang Yalan sat down on the sofa, her back ramrod straight, her hands folded on her knees, adopting the posture of a homeroom teacher scrutinizing a student who had made a mistake, completely ignoring her daughter and fixing her gaze on Lin Fan again. "Lin Fan, there's no need for formalities." She got straight to the point, her voice carrying an undeniable seriousness. "I have a few questions for you, and I hope you will answer them truthfully." "Auntie, may I ask you something?" Lin Fan sat down on the single sofa next to her, his posture neither humble nor arrogant. "First, is this house really rented by you?" "Yes, Auntie. The lease is for 1 year, and the contract is in the study." "You can check it any time," Lin Fan replied frankly. "The rent isn't cheap, is it? You're just a student, where would you get the money?" Wang Yalan's question was sharp and direct, like a knife stabbing at her. Su Wanqing stood to the side, her palms sweating with nervousness. Lin Fan had anticipated this question and answered calmly, "Besides the living expenses my parents give me, I use my professional skills to participate in some off-campus projects and investments, which provides me with some additional income. It's enough to support my current living expenses." He didn't mention the system or boast about any specific businesses. His answer was vague but confident. "Investment?" Wang Yalan frowned even more, clearly disapproving of young people engaging in such risky activities as investment. "What kind of investment can bring you so much income as a student?" "Lin Fan, you need to be down to earth and not go astray." "Mom!" Su Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Fan, he's not." "Wanqing, let Auntie speak." Lin Fan gently interrupted her, still looking calmly at Wang Yalan. "Auntie, I understand your concerns. My investments are mainly concentrated in some technology fields and real industries that I am optimistic about, not for speculation. If you are interested in specific projects, I can find some non-confidential information for you to review later. But I can assure you that every penny is earned honestly and cleanly." His gaze was too open, his tone too calm, leaving Wang Yalan momentarily unable to find a flaw. She snorted and changed the subject. "Okay, even if you can manage the financial problems for now, what about the future? What are your plans for the child in Wanqing's belly? What about their studies? Who will take care of the child after it's born? Formula, diapers, education, these are bottomless pits. You have 2 children, how can you afford to support another childless life? Her voice rose slightly with emotion as a barrage of incredibly real questions came crashing down on her, each one heavy with burdens. This is the most crucial problem. Su Wanqing lowered her head, her fingers tightly clenched together. These were the very issues that terrified her most deep down. Lin Fan took a deep breath, leaned forward slightly, and looked more focused and sincere. Auntie, Wanqing and I have had a preliminary discussion about the future. I will not give up my studies, and I will coordinate my time. As for Wanqing's work, we will respect her wishes. If she wants to continue, we can hire a nanny to share the housework and take care of the child. If she wants to take a break temporarily, I will fully support her. As for all the expenses for the child, please rest assured, I have a detailed plan and sufficient savings. He paused, then continued, perhaps in your eyes we are young, impulsive, and don't understand the weight of life. But I can swear to you that from the moment I learned of this childless existence, Wanqing and the child have been placed at the very center of my life plan. I may not be able to give them the most luxurious things in the world, but I will give you all the respect, love, and stability that I can give your daughter, and give this child a loving and responsible environment to grow up in. He didn't use flowery language, only simple promises and clear plans. Wan Yalan stared into his eyes, trying to find a trace of hypocrisy or wavering, but all she saw was sincerity and unwavering determination. A brief silence fell over the living room. Only the ticking of the wall clock could be clearly heard. Wan Yalan's tense expression seemed to ease slightly. She had to admit that this young man was much more mature and responsible than she had imagined. Every answer he gave seemed to be well thought out, silencing all her doubts. Just then, Lin Fan stood up and said, Auntie, you've been on the bus all morning, you must be hungry. I've prepared some simple food, why don't we have lunch first? You can try it and see if it suits your taste. The aroma of food wafted over at just the right moment. Wan Yalan was indeed a little hungry, and the conversation had temporarily stalled. She also needed time to process and observe. She nodded, tacitly agreeing. Lin Fan immediately went to the kitchen to prepare. Taking the opportunity, Su Wanqing sat down next to her mother and whispered, Mom, Lin Fan is really dedicated. He found this house, he bought everything for the house, and he even makes breakfast. Wan Yalan glanced at her daughter, said nothing, but her eyes held a complex expression. She stood up and walked casually toward the dining room, her gaze sweeping over the dishes already laid out on the table. Clear broth matsutake mushrooms, braised sea cucumber with scallions, crab roe tofu, blanched bok choy, a pot of steaming soup, and a bowl of seemingly simple, yet incredibly fragrant plain noodles in front of each person. The presentation of the dishes was in no way inferior to what she had seen in high-end restaurants. And that bowl of noodles. Wan Yalan's gaze lingered on the bowl of plain noodles. As a native of Jiangnan, she was intimately familiar with this dish, and it was precisely because of this familiarity that she could better appreciate the near-perfect skill contained within it. The noodles' fine yet chewy texture, the clear broth, the layers of aroma from the lard and scallion oil, this was something no ordinary young person could achieve. She suddenly looked up at Lin Fan, who was carrying the last dish out of the kitchen, her eyes filled with unprecedented surprise and scrutiny. Who exactly is this Lin Fan? Chapter 9: A bowl of noodles and a sense of responsibility. The atmosphere at the dinner table was subtle. Several dishes were so exquisite that they secretly impressed Wan Yalan, but all her attention was ultimately drawn to the seemingly simple bowl of plain noodles in front of her. As a native of Jiangnan, this bowl of noodles carried too many of her childhood memories and taste standards. She picked up her chopsticks, said nothing, and first tasted a mouthful of soup. The moment the soup touched her tongue, her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The broth was crystal clear, yet its flavor was astonishingly rich and complex. Layers of sophisticated umami unfolded on her tongue, the salty aroma of the ham, the warmth of the chicken broth, the savory touch of the dried scallops. There wasn't a trace of artificial MSG, it was all the perfect fusion of the ingredients' natural flavors. This skill in simmering the broth could only be achieved with over a decade of experience. Without making a sound, she picked up a few more noodles. The noodles were as thin as hair, yet incredibly chewy and smooth, with a rich aroma of wheat and egg, bouncing between her teeth. Her skill in rolling and cutting the noodles was truly exceptional. Finally, the finishing touches: the lard and scallion oil, whose pure yet powerful aroma harmonizes all the flavors. This is no ordinary bowl of plain noodles, it's a bowl made with the heart of a craftsman. Wan Yalan ate in silence, one bite after another, unable to stop. The fatigue and anger she felt from a busy morning seemed to be soothed by this bowl of warm, fragrant noodles. She had to admit that this was the best bowl of plain noodles she had ever eaten in her life. Su Wanqing carefully observed her mother's expression. Seeing her mother focused on eating noodles, her tense nerves relaxed slightly, and she also picked up her chopsticks and began to eat in small bites. She knew Lin Fan was a good cook, but every time she tasted his food, she was still amazed. Lin Fan didn't say much, just ate quietly, occasionally using serving chopsticks to serve food to Su Wanqing and Wang Yalan, his actions natural and considerate. The meal drew to a close in an almost eerie silence. Wang Yalan put down her chopsticks, picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, and her gaze fell on Lin Fan again. The sharp scrutiny she had shown earlier had faded considerably, but the probing intent was stronger. "Did you make this noodle dish?" she finally asked, her voice devoid of emotion. "Yes, Auntie. My cooking skills are basic, but I hope it suits your taste," Lin Fan replied modestly. Wang Yalan gave him a deep look, not dwelling on the topic of noodles. This young man was shrouded in mystery, but she could sense that he truly cared for her daughter. The thought and effort put into this meal alone was undeniable. However, just as the atmosphere eased slightly, Su Wanqing suddenly turned pale, covered her mouth, and gagged. Fine beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on her forehead, and the morning sickness struck without warning. "Wanqing!" Wang Yalan immediately stood up nervously. "Senior!" Lin Fan moved even faster, arriving at Su Wanqing's side almost instantly. He gently patted her back with one hand, while handing her a glass of warm water and a small dish of plums that had been prepared beforehand. His movements were so practiced that it seemed as if he had rehearsed them countless times. "Drink some warm water and try sucking on a plum." His voice was deep and gentle, carrying a calming power. Su Wanqing did as instructed, and the nausea subsided slightly, but her face remained pale, and she leaned weakly against the back of the chair. Wang Yalan watched Lin Fan's series of smooth and considerate actions with a complex expression. This was definitely not just a feigned show of attentiveness. Lin Fan frowned slightly and said to Wang Yalan, "Auntie, don't worry, this is a normal morning sickness reaction." However, Wanqing's reaction has been quite frequent and severe lately. "I know a little about pregnancy care." As he spoke, he naturally reached out and gently placed his fingers on the inside of Su Wanqing's other wrist, as if feeling her pulse, his gaze focused. This was a simple method of assessment he had developed after acquiring divine-level pregnancy and childbirth care knowledge, combined with traditional Chinese medicine theory. After a moment, he released her hand and said to Wang Yalan, "Auntie, Wanqing's main problem is that her spleen and stomach are a bit weak. In addition, she has been under a lot of stress lately, which has caused some liver qi stagnation and aggravated her pregnancy symptoms. I consulted a doctor before and also learned some dietary therapy and massage methods that can help relieve her symptoms." He turned to Su Wanqing and said softly, "Senior, let me help you lie down on the sofa first. I'll massage a few acupoints for you, that will make you feel better." Su Wanqing nodded trustingly. Wang Yalan watched as Lin Fan carefully helped his daughter onto the sofa, allowing her to lie down comfortably. Then, he knelt beside the sofa, his fingers precisely locating the Neiguan acupoint on her wrist, and began to press it with moderate pressure. His movements were professional and steady, without a trace of frivolity, only utter concern. As he pressed, he explained in a low voice, "Pressing this acupoint, Neiguan, can calm the mind and soothe the nerves, relieve chest tightness and regulate qi, and is very helpful in stopping nausea." Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling on Lin Fan's focused profile and Su Wanqing's gradually relaxing sleeping face, creating an incredibly harmonious scene. Wang Yalan stood there, watching this scene. The high wall in her heart, built up by anger, worry, and doubt, finally began to truly loosen and collapse. This young man is not only capable, but also dedicated. He doesn't just make empty promises, he puts his sense of responsibility into practice through every meticulous action. She may still not be completely at ease, and may still be filled with worries about the future, but at least at this moment, she is willing to believe that the man her daughter has chosen may truly be worthy of her trust. Lin Fan focused on massaging her, feeling Su Wanqing's breathing gradually become steady and long, knowing she was more comfortable and might even have fallen asleep. He looked up and met Wang Yalan's complicated gaze. He smiled slightly and said softly, "Auntie, you should rest too. I'll take care of things here with Wanqing." Wang Yalan remained silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded almost imperceptibly. Chapter 10: The Guardian of the Rock and a New Beginning. Under Lin Fan's gentle acupressure massage, Su Wanqing fell into a deep sleep, and the furrowed brows between her brows finally relaxed. Lin Fan carefully covered her with a thin blanket, his movements so gentle as if afraid of disturbing a fragile dream. Wang Yalan sat on the single sofa beside her, silently watching everything. The only sounds in the living room were the regular ticking of the wall clock and the faint background noise of the city outside the window. The turmoil within her was far greater than what she showed on her face. This young man named Lin Fan has demonstrated abilities and a sense of responsibility that far exceed those of an ordinary sophomore. That bowl of exquisitely prepared noodles, his skillful and professional prenatal care, and this elegant and obviously expensive residence, all of this points to one fact: he is no ordinary person. However, what ultimately swayed her was not these external things, but the undeniable focus and tenderness in his eyes when he looked at his daughter, and the genuine care he showed in every detail of their daily life. This kind of care cannot be faked. "Auntie," Lin Fan said after settling Su Wanqing in, then sat down opposite Wang Yalan. He kept his voice low so as not to wake the sleeping woman. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Wanqing. The doctor also said that it's normal for the first 3 months to have stronger reactions. Just pay attention to conditioning and keeping your emotions stable." Wang Yalan nodded, this time without immediately questioning. She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the house again, her tone softening considerably, tinged with inquiry. "This neighborhood, the environment and management are indeed quite good. How about the security?" She is, after all, a mother, and she is more considerate. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He knew this was an opportunity to showcase another side of his strength, but he also needed to be careful. He couldn't directly say that a security company was secretly protecting him, that would be too alarming. "Safety was one of the main reasons I chose this place," Lin Fan explained frankly. Waterfront Garden is a project developed by a reputable developer, with very strict property management. All visitors need to register. Furthermore, the community has comprehensive surveillance cameras and security guards patrol 24 hours a day. As for the outer areas, he paused slightly, as if choosing his words carefully. "I also have some friends and partners who can provide information and security when necessary to ensure that no one disturbs Wanqing's life." The words were spoken subtly, but the phrases "friends and partners" and "security guarantees" carried a different weight in Wang Yalan's ears. She gave Lin Fan a deep look but didn't press him. This young man was more insightful than she had imagined. You're so thoughtful." That was all Wang Yalan said in the end. This was the first clear, non-questioning acknowledgement she had given since her arrival. Lin Fan bowed slightly. "This is what I should do." Just then, Lin Fan's phone screen lit up with an encrypted message from Zhao Qiming Panshur Security. "Mr. Lin, the security patrol around the community has been completed, and no abnormalities were found. The accompanying team is in place and can provide support for your travel at any time." Lin Fan glanced at it calmly and replied, "Received. Prepare a car, we may need it this afternoon. It needs to be comfortable, safe, and spacious." Almost the instant he sent the message, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Successfully gained initial approval from mother-in-law Wang Yalan, significantly improving family harmony. Assessment of the completion rate of the welcoming the mother-in-law's inspection task, excellent. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received a luxury family car, a Maybach GLS 600. All relevant documents are complete and it is already parked in the host's designated parking space, and a dedicated driver service provided by Panshur Security, absolutely reliable. Congratulations, host, on receiving a cash reward of 10 million renminbi already deposited into your anonymous account. New mission triggered, lay the foundation for your career. Task requirements: within 3 months, establish the first commercial project or company led by the host with good development potential. Task rewards: based on the project's scale and potential, rewards will include cutting-edge technical materials, a basic-level super AI management assistant, or equivalent resources. A Maybach GLS? Lin Fan's heart stirred slightly. This system was truly thoughtful and timely. This car, in terms of brand, comfort, and safety, was more than capable of handling any situation, and would also put his mother-in-law at ease. The new task, however, directly pointed to his future business empire. It was no longer simply a reward-based industry, but required him to personally build it. At this moment, Su Wanqing slowly woke up, her complexion much better. She saw her mother and Lin Fan sitting there, and the atmosphere seemed less tense, which relieved her. "Mom, Lin Fan, she sat up. Are you feeling better?" Lin Fan asked immediately with concern. "Yes, much better, thank you." A blush appeared on Su Wanqing's face. Seeing her daughter's improved complexion, Wang Yalan's last remaining doubts dissipated. She stood up. "All right, seeing that you are doing well, I'm a little relieved. My train ticket is for this afternoon, I'll head back now." "Mom, why don't you stay a couple more days?" Su Wanqing hurriedly tried to persuade her to stay. No, I have things to do at school. Wang Yalan waved her hand, then looked at Lin Fan, Wanqing. I'm entrusting her to you. I hope you remember what you said today. Don't worry, Auntie, Lin Fan solemnly promised, standing up as well. I'll take you to the station. The train is ready. He didn't say it was a new car, he just said it was ready. When the three of them took the elevator directly to the underground parking garage and walked up to the brand new, imposing dark blue Maybach GLS, Wang Yalan stopped in her tracks. Although she didn't know much about cars, the three-pointed star emblem and the car's massive and elegant size silently spoke of its considerable value. A well-dressed, capable-looking middle-aged driver, a member of Panchur security, was already standing respectfully beside the car, opening the door for them. Wang Yalan took a deep breath, glanced at Lin Fan again with a complex and unreadable expression, but ultimately asked nothing, bending down to sit in the incredibly comfortable back seat. Sometimes, understanding everything makes things less pleasant. Su Wanqing also covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled at her, helped her into the car, and then got into the passenger seat himself. The car smoothly drove out of the garage and merged into the traffic. The interior was extremely quiet, the seats were comfortable, and the space was spacious. Wang Yalan leaned back in her seat, gazing at the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, her heart filled with mixed emotions. After seeing Wang Yalan off, only Lin Fan and Su Wanqing remained on the return trip. Su Wanqing finally couldn't hold back any longer and asked in a low voice, Lin Fan, that car. I just prepared this so it would be easier to take care of you in the future, especially for prenatal checkups and such, Lin Fan explained casually. It will also be safer when we go out this way. Looking at his calm profile, Su Wanqing felt a surge of immense security and an indescribable flutter in her heart. He was like a silent mountain, shielding her from all the storms of life. Returning to waterfront Forest Whisper, and entering the home where only the two of them remained, a subtle atmosphere permeated the air. Lin Fan, Su Wanqing stood in the center of the living room, head bowed, her voice barely audible, thank you for everything you've done for me. Lin Fan walked up to her, looking at her slightly reddened earlobes, his heart softening, I told you, I would take responsibility. And it's not just responsibility. He reached out and gently took her hand. Su Wanqing's body trembled slightly, but she did not break free. Instead, she slowly raised her head to meet his deep and gentle gaze. Outside the window, the setting sun gilded the city with a golden hue. The feeling of home became incredibly real and clear at that moment. And Lin Fan knew that his journey had only just begun. The system's next task awaited his challenge. Chapter 11: The weight of a new mission and the warmth of home. The Maybach GLS smoothly drove back to Waterfront Garden, its interior filled with a tranquil and warm atmosphere. Su Wanqing leaned back in the comfortable leather seat, gazing at the city lights coming on outside the window, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of peace. Her mother's arrival was like an unexpected storm, but Lin Fan was a mountain that steadily shielded her from all the trials. The car came to a stop in its designated parking space in the underground garage. The driver respectfully opened the car door for Su Wanqing. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Lin Fan nodded to the driver. This driver, Zhang Chang, assigned by Rock, had sharp and steady eyes, clearly not an ordinary driver. Of course, Mr. Lin. Zhang Chang bowed slightly, his movements efficient. Lin Fan naturally took Su Wanqing's hand and led her towards the elevator. Su Wanqing's fingers curled slightly, but she didn't pull away, letting his warm palm envelop her coolness, a strange warmth spreading from her fingertips to her heart. Back in room 1801, the warm light instantly dispelled the chill outside. The faint aroma of lunch still lingered in the room, along with a sense of comfort and security that felt like home. Are you tired? Go take a hot shower and relax. Lin Fan let go of her hand, speaking gently, and took her coat to hang it up. Watching his natural and considerate actions, Su Wanqing felt a gentle touch on the softest part of her heart. She nodded and whispered, okay. While Su Wanqing was taking a shower, Lin Fan went to the study and closed the door. He needed to properly digest the system's new task, laying the foundation for a career. Within 3 months, establish your first self-led business project or company with good development potential. This task is completely different from the previous direct industry rewards. It requires establishment, leadership, and tests his true planning and execution capabilities. The rewards offered by the system are also extremely tempting: cutting-edge technical information, or a super AI management assistant. Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling a heavy weight on his shoulders, but even more so, an excitement stirred by the challenge. He could no longer passively accept the system's gifts. He needed to actively create and build his own business empire. This wasn't just about completing the mission, but also about giving Su Wanqing and their child a truly stable and promising future. He turned on his computer, pulled up the operational data of the Yushan private restaurant that he had browsed before, and then pulled up the business trend report of Jiangcheng in recent years. His brain was working at high speed. Which direction should we choose? Technology? He has a computer science background, and the system may be able to provide technical support, but the research and development cycle and uncertainty are significant. Consumption? A synergy with Yushan? Or, starting from Su Wanqing's own needs? He recalled Su Wanqing's morning sickness, her vague anxieties about raising children, and the uneven quality of maternal and infant products and services on the market. A thought flashed through my mind like lightning: maternal and infant health and high-end services. This market is enormous and aligns perfectly with his current life priorities. If he could leverage the technology or resources the system might offer to create a one-stop service platform or brand focused on prenatal care, postpartum recovery, scientific parenting guidance, and safe, high-quality maternal and infant products, wouldn't that both meet market demand and directly benefit Su Wanqing? His strategy gradually became clearer. He could start with a high-end, online-offline integrated pregnancy health management club or a premium maternal and infant product subscription box, leveraging Yushan's existing high-end customer resources for initial lead generation, and then gradually expand using system rewards. Just as he was engrossed in brainstorming business plans, there was a gentle knock on the study door. Lin Fan? It was Su Wanqing's voice. Lin Fan immediately composed himself, turned off the computer screen, and got up to open the door. Su Wanqing wore a soft, light pink coral fleece pajama set, her hair still damp and draped over her shoulders, exuding a fresh, post-shower fragrance. After washing away her fatigue, her complexion was much rosier, and her eyes regained their usual sparkle. However, when she looked at Lin Fan, there was a hint of barely perceptible dependence and tenderness in them. "I'm done washing, you can go wash now," she said. "Okay." Lin Fan looked at her gently. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat tonight? I'll make it." Su Wanqing shook her head. "I ate a lot at noon, I'm not hungry now." "You, don't overwork yourself." She noticed a thoughtful look in his eyes. "I'm not tired." Lin Fan smiled. "I was just thinking about something. Come on, let's go sit in the living room. I'll dry your hair for you. It's easy to catch a cold if your hair is wet." Without saying a word, he took her hand and led her to the living room, where he made her sit on the sofa. He then went to the bathroom to get a hairdryer. He plugged in the power, and a warm breeze and Lin Fan's gentle fingers caressed her hair. Su Wanqing closed her eyes comfortably, basking in this meticulous care. From childhood to adulthood, no one except her mother had ever done anything like this for her. "Lin Fan," she said softly, her voice muffled by the hum of the hairdryer, "thank you so much for today. My mom, she might be a bit blunt, please don't take it to heart." Lin Fan turned off the hairdryer, and the living room instantly fell silent. He walked around to her, squatted down, looked her in the eye, and said earnestly, "Senior, Auntie is just concerned about you. How could I take it to heart? On the contrary, I'm very grateful to her because she made me understand more clearly what I should do and to what extent I must do it." His gaze was honest and passionate, and Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Moreover, Lin Fan's voice deepened, carrying a promise-like intensity, "My kindness and care for you are not just out of responsibility, nor just because of the child." He paused, as if gathering his courage, and finally spoke the words in his heart, "It's because of you, Su Wanqing." These words, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, rippled outwards. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly. She hurriedly lowered her eyelashes, unable to meet his gaze, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Looking at her shy yet captivating appearance, Lin Fan's heart was filled with tenderness. He stood up and gently pulled her into his arms. Su Wanqing's body stiffened at first, then slowly relaxed, pressing her cheek against his warm chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, and felt a sense of peace she had never felt before. Outside the window, the city lights twinkle inside, two people embrace, the air thick with silent warmth and promise. Ding! Detected. A deepening emotional bond between the host and their partner. Intimacy level has significantly increased. Reward, special skill, soothing the soul. Passive. Your very presence brings peace and comfort to your partner. System notification. A stable emotional foundation is the solid cornerstone of career success. Feeling the gentleness of the person in his arms, and seeing the system notification, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. He felt the warmth of home. And now, it was time for him to create a brand new future for this family. Chapter 12, The Blueprint for the Maternal and Infant Industry, and a Thrilling Night. As night deepened, the city's neon lights cast dappled shadows on the living room floor through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Under the influence of Lin Fan's passive skill of soothing the soul, which was like a human-shaped sleeping pill, Su Wanqing fell into a deep sleep in his arms, her breathing even and long, with a faint, reassuring smile on her lips. Lin Fan carefully picked her up, his movements as gentle as if she were a rare treasure, and steadily carried her back to the master bedroom, settling her in the soft blankets. He leaned down and placed a light, feather-like kiss on her smooth forehead before quietly leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Back in his study, Lin Fan was wide awake, his mind ignited by the new task and his newly formed business idea. He reopened his computer, pulled up a document, and began to concretize the thoughts in his mind. The project is tentatively named Dawn Life High-End Maternal and Infant Health Management Club. Core concept: we are dedicated to providing expectant mothers and families with infants aged 0-3 years with one-stop, personalized, and scientifically evidence-based health management and quality of life services. Initial entry point. 1. Online knowledge community and personalized consultants. Invite genuine obstetrics, nutrition, and parenting experts, not online celebrities, to join and provide paid consultations in customized courses such as prenatal nutrition, childbirth preparation, and newborn care. Utilize Yueshan's existing high-end customer base, which includes many women of childbearing age, for targeted lead generation. 2. Offline experience center flagship store. Location should be near high-end communities or business districts. Interior features include comfortable and private consultation rooms, a small lecture area, a professional prenatal and postpartum rehabilitation therapy room incorporating advanced non-invasive equipment that the system may offer in the future, a safe and environmentally friendly children's play area, and a space for showcasing and experiencing selected mother and baby products such as organic cotton products, safe toys, and premium formula and complementary foods. 3. Dawn Treasure Box subscription service, issued monthly or quarterly. This service delivers carefully selected, high-quality maternity and baby products, sometimes including exclusively distributed or customized items, based on the member's gestational week or baby's age. It also includes a parenting guide written by experts. This serves as both product sales and brand penetration, fostering customer loyalty. Core competencies: ultimate professionalism and credibility, a genuine team of experts, rejecting the anxiety-mongering tactics of marketing accounts. Top-notch service experience: from the environment to the staff, it provides a level of comfort and prestige far exceeding that of ordinary maternity and baby stores or postpartum care centers. Rigorous product selection and exclusive resources, leverage potential system rewards such as technology and resources to introduce or develop truly safe and effective products, thereby establishing a competitive advantage. Emotional connection and sense of community, create a communication circle for high-net-worth expectant parents and new parents. Lin Fan's fingers flew across the keyboard, refining his ideas. He knew that launching this project required funding, a venue, professional talent, and supply chain resources. The system had just rewarded him with 10 million, and combined with the profits from Yueshan, the initial investment was sufficient. He needed to start looking for a venue and professional talent. The supply chain was the challenge, but also a potential breakthrough. Perhaps the cutting-edge technical data rewarded by the system could play a role in this area. He was so engrossed in his work that he lost track of time until he felt a slight thirst. He got up to go to the living room to get some water, and as he passed the master bedroom, he subconsciously shuffled his feet. No light shone through the crack in the door, and it was completely silent inside. Just as he was about to leave, he faintly heard a very soft, suppressed sob coming from inside. Lin Fan's heart tightened suddenly. He gently pushed open the door. By the dim light streaming in from the window, he saw Su Wanqing curl up on the bed, her shoulders trembling slightly. Although she tried her best to suppress it, her low sobs were particularly clear in the quiet night. "Senior?" Lin Fan immediately walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently patted her shoulder, his voice filled with obvious anxiety. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Did you have a nightmare?" Su Wanqing turned around, her face indeed streaked with tears, glistening in the dim light. Seeing Lin Fan, she felt as if she had found solace, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. She shook her head, choking back sobs, and said, "No. I'm not feeling unwell, it's just, I'm suddenly a little scared." Lin Fan understood instantly. The emotional fluctuations during pregnancy, coupled with the release of pressure from her mother's visit today, brought forth a surge of deep-seated unease and fear of the unknown future in the quiet of the night. He didn't say anything empty like, "Don't be afraid," but simply opened his arms and pulled her, blanket and all, into a tight embrace. His chest was broad and warm, and his heartbeat was steady and strong. The passive skill of emotional comfort worked silently, and with this real and reassuring hug, Su Wanqing's tense body gradually relaxed, and her crying slowly stopped, leaving only occasional sobs. "I'm sorry." She buried her face in his chest and said in a muffled voice, "Am I really useless?" "Nonsense." Lin Fan gently rested his chin on the top of her head, his voice low and gentle. "You are the bravest girl I have ever met. It's normal to be afraid, but please remember, you are never alone." He paused, then said in an extremely serious tone, "I will always be here. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up." Su Wanqing didn't look up, but instead reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him even tighter. At this moment, words were inadequate, only their body heat and heartbeats were the most real comfort. Lin Fan held her like that, gently patting her back like he was soothing a child, until her breathing became steady and long again, and she fell into a deep sleep. He didn't leave immediately, but remained in that position, leaning against the headboard, quietly watching over her. Moonlight streamed in through the window, draping the two embracing figures in a soft, silvery veil. He gazed at the peaceful sleeping face of the person in his arms, long eyelashes like two small fans casting soft shadows beneath their eyelids. A mixture of boundless affection, responsibility, and a certain unwavering resolve surged within him. He needs to become stronger quickly, not only to shelter her from the wind and rain, but also to build an impregnable fortress of happiness for her and their child, a fortress full of endless possibilities. "Dawn of life," he murmured the name in his heart, his eyes shining brightly in the darkness. This is not only the starting point of his career, but also his promise to her and their child for the future. The night is deep, but the protection has only just begun. Chapter 13: The Warning and Undercurrents of the Rock. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight had completely dispelled the chill of the night, Lin Fan was already sitting in front of his computer in his study. The screen displayed the framework of the Dawn Life business plan, refined overnight and now taking shape, clearly structured and highlighting key points. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, but his eyes remained sharp. Ding! The host has worked tirelessly through the night to build the foundation of their career, honing their focus and logical thinking skills. Hidden reward: slight increase in brain development, permanent 1% enhancement in thinking speed and information processing ability. A cool sensation swept through his mind, seemingly dispelling much of the night's fatigue, and making his thoughts clearer and sharper. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. The system's hidden rewards were always so timely. He saved the document and shut down his computer. Now was not the time to dwell on the blueprint. He needed to put the plan into action, and the first step was to ensure that everything was in order. Stepping into the kitchen, he once again tied on his dark blue apron. Under his godlike culinary skills, the ingredients in the refrigerator seemed to possess their own labels and optimal cooking solutions. He decided to make a mild and stomach-soothing yam and millet porridge, paired with handmade shrimp dumplings and a refreshing cold black fungus salad. Just as he was about to start kneading the dough, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Qiming on an encrypted line. "Mr. Lin, good morning." Zhao Qiming's voice was as steady as ever, but with a touch of the conciseness characteristic of reporting work. "I have two things to report to you." "Speak," Lin Fan replied while skillfully rinsing the millet. "First, regarding Chen Hao. We have detected that he recently hired Sharp Eye Investigation Company in this city through his father's connections at Hao Yuan Building Materials, and it seems that he is conducting a background check on you. Our preliminary assessment is that his motive may be resentment and revenge after the last conflict, and he intends to find your weaknesses or leverage." Lin Fan's hands didn't pause kneading the dough, but his eyes turned cold. Sure enough, a spoiled brat like Chen Hao wouldn't easily let things go after being wronged. "Understood. Do you know Sharp Eye's background?" "Understood. A second-rate investigation company. Their methods are somewhat shady, but not top-notch. We've already made countermeasures. All they can find is the surface information we want them to know." Zhao Qiming's tone was full of absolute confidence. "Very good." Lin Fan covered the kneaded dough with a damp cloth to let it rest. "Keep monitoring on. If there are any unusual developments, especially those that may involve Wanqing's safety, notify me immediately." "Understood." The second thing is that, as you previously instructed, we have conducted a preliminary screening of local high-end commercial real estate and potential properties that fit the positioning of the Dawn Life project, and have compiled a brief report, which has been sent to your encrypted email address. Among them, there are 3 properties with quite good locations and conditions, which are worth your personal inspection later. Very efficient. Lin Fan thought to himself with approval. Rock was indeed a professional. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Zhao. I will review the briefing. Also, we need to begin the search for a highly capable CEO with a background in healthcare or high-end service industries to oversee the specific establishment and operation of the Dawn Life project. Yes, Mr. Lin. We will activate our headhunting channels. The call ended. Lin Fan put down his phone and began processing the yams. Chen Hao's little tricks were within his expectations and were not a concern for the time being. With Pan Sure a powerful figure in place, the other party couldn't cause any major trouble. His current focus had to be on Dawn Life. He cut the peeled yam into even pieces, his mind simultaneously considering the 3 properties Zhao Qiming had mentioned. One was located on the edge of an emerging financial district, highly modernized, but the surrounding community was somewhat underdeveloped. Another was near an established embassy district, quiet and catering to a high-end clientele, but the rent might be expensive. And the third was in the heart of several upscale residential communities, with precise foot traffic and a targeted customer base, but the size might be relatively small. An on-site inspection is needed to make a decision. A soft groan came from the direction of the master bedroom. Lin Fan immediately put down what he was doing, wiped his hands clean, and walked over quickly. Su Wanqing was just rubbing her eyes when she walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing a cute cartoon pajama set, her hair was a little messy, and her sleepy look carried an unconscious charm. When she saw Lin Fan standing in the living room wearing an apron, she was stunned for a moment, and then a blush appeared on her face. Awake? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Lin Fan's voice softened naturally. I'm awake, Su Wanqing said softly, sniffing the faint aroma of food in the air. Are you making breakfast? Yes, yam and millet porridge, it's good for your stomach. It'll be ready soon, go wash up. Lin Fan looked at her with gentle eyes, as if the undercurrents in their conversation on the phone had never happened. Okay. Su Wanqing nodded and obediently walked towards the bathroom. Watching her disappearing figure, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Hao's investigation reminded him that as his business expanded and his reputation grew, he would inevitably encounter more similar situations, or even more severe challenges, in the future. He must grow stronger quickly and build sufficiently robust business barriers and security networks to ensure the absolute safety of those around him. Back in the kitchen, he rolled out the risen dough and began making shrimp dumpling wrappers with fluid movements, each pleat perfectly even. His movements were steady, but his mind was already on the 3 properties to be considered and how to quickly establish the framework for Dawn of Life. The sunlight fully illuminated the kitchen, and the porridge in the pot began to simmer and bubble, making a reassuring sound. It was an ordinary morning, with a warm breakfast and his beloved. But Lin Fan knew that beneath the calm surface, undercurrents were beginning to surge. And he had to be the anchor that held the seas steady, and the sword about to be drawn. Chapter 14 Field Investigation and Unexpected Resonance. After breakfast, Su Wanqing's complexion was noticeably better. Her morning sickness was effectively controlled thanks to Lin Fan's meticulous dietary adjustments and emotional reassurance. She sat on the sofa, watching Lin Fan tidy up the kitchen, then pick up her car keys and a printed document. Are you going out? She asked softly. Okay, let's go check out a few places. Lin Fan walked to her side and handed her the documents. Take a look and give me some feedback? Su Wanqing took the document, titled Preliminary Analysis of Site Selection for the Dawn Life High-End Maternal and Infant Health Management Club project, with some surprise. She opened it and found detailed information on 3 candidate properties, including location maps, surrounding environment analysis, real-life photos, rental estimates, and even preliminary customer flow analysis and target customer group matching assessment. It was astonishingly professional. She flipped through the pages, growing increasingly alarmed. The report was of a far higher standard than any business analysis she had encountered during her internship. You made this? She looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Fan smiled but didn't answer directly. He simply said, it relies on the professional abilities of some friends. Which position do you think has the most potential? Suppressing her shock, Su Wanqing refocused her attention on the document and began to carefully consider it. After all, she was a top student who had interned at a leading company, and her business acumen was not bad. This area on the edge of the financial district has great potential for future appreciation, but as the report says, the surrounding communities are not mature enough. Our target customers are expectant mothers and new parents, who value convenience and readily available community support and may not be willing to travel too far for a service, she said, pointing to the first location with a serious tone. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, signaling her to continue. The embassy district has an absolutely top-notch environment and clientele, with excellent privacy. But the rental costs would be very high, and it feels a bit too aloof, which might not be easy to create the warm, supportive community atmosphere we're looking for. She flipped to the second entry. That makes sense. Appreciation flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Su Wanqing's analysis hit the nail on the head. Personally, I think the third one might be the best. Su Wanqing turned to the last page of the document, which showed a property located in the center of several high-end large communities. The location is prime, and the target customers are right at their doorstep. The surrounding facilities are complete, with hospitals, shopping malls, and parks all within walking distance. Although the size might be a bit tight, it should be enough if designed properly. The key is that it has a more livable atmosphere, making it easier for mothers to feel a sense of belonging. Her analysis was clear and thorough, based entirely on user experience and business logic, which coincided with Lin Fan's inner inclinations. Lin Fan looked at her focused and confident profile, and his heart stirred slightly. He realized that he had seemingly overlooked the fact that the girl beside him not only needed protection, but she herself was also a rough gem, possessing outstanding potential and talent. Great minds think alike. Lin Fan smiled and affirmed her judgment. I also tend to favor the third one. I'm planning to go and check it out in person now. Want to come along? It'll be a good way to relax. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up for a moment, but then she hesitated. Would it interfere with your business if I went? Your opinion is one of the most important things to do, Lin Fan said sincerely. Moreover, you are our most important client representative in the future, and your intuitive feelings are invaluable. These words dispelled Su Wanqing's concerns and even made her feel a sweet sense of being valued. She nodded. Okay, then I'll change my clothes. Half an hour later, the Maybach GLS smoothly came to a stop near the entrance of a commercial pedestrian street on the outskirts of a large, upscale community called Oak Bay. The target property was located in the middle of the pedestrian street. It was a detached two-story building that appeared to have previously housed an upscale art gallery, with a simple yet stylish exterior design. Driver Zhang Chang stayed in the car to wait, while Lin Fan and Su Wanqing got out and walked over. As the information shows, the location is excellent. It is surrounded by high-quality residential buildings, and the pedestrian street is lined with various boutiques, cafes, and flower shops. Parents with children, parents pushing strollers, and elderly people taking leisurely walks can be seen everywhere. The area has a strong sense of community and a high level of consumption. The two walked to the front of the small building and looked inside through the clean floor-to-ceiling windows. The space was indeed not particularly spacious, but the ceiling was high enough, the structure was square, and the lighting was excellent. Lin Fan focused his mind and activated his skill, home comfort perception. Although its effectiveness is reduced in commercial spaces, it is still effective in judging basic environmental comfort. A gentle, bright, and relaxing feeling came over him. The basic aura here is very good. It feels very comfortable here, Su Wanqing said softly, her intuition coinciding with Lin Fan's perception skill. I just don't know what the specific layout is like inside. We've made an appointment with the agent, we'll be there soon. Lin Fan checked the time. Just then, a well-dressed young mother carrying a baby of about 1 year old walked out of an imported baby products store next door. The baby seemed a little impatient, squirming and whimpering in her arms. The mother looked exhausted, frantically patting her child while trying to take things out of her bag, appearing somewhat disheveled. Su Wanqing subconsciously glanced at it a few more times, her eyes revealing understanding as a fellow woman and a hint of worry about possibly facing the same situation in the future. Lin Fan saw her expression and his understanding of dawn life became clearer. It not only had to be professional and high-end, but also had to be able to effectively solve the difficulties and anxieties that these new parents encountered in raising their children. Just then, the real estate agent rushed over, apologizing profusely. He unlocked the door, and the three of them went inside. The interior was in a bare-bones state, which made it easier to plan. As Lin Fan listened to the agent's introduction, he quickly sketched out a renovation blueprint in his mind. The first floor could be a product display area, an open-plan coffee and lounge area, a children's play area, and a small lecture area. The second floor would house private consultation rooms, therapy rooms, a VIP lounge. Su Wanqing also carefully examined the area, occasionally asking some very detailed questions, such as, will the location of this socket be convenient for charging a stroller in the future? This corner has good lighting. Can we put a nursing sofa here? Should the stairs be fitted with anti-slip materials and a baby playpen? Her questions all hit the nail on the head in terms of practical application, and even the agent couldn't help but take a second look at her, praising her for her thoughtfulness. As Lin Fan looked at her focused profile, the thought in his mind resurfaced. The site visit was nearing its end, and the real estate agent was outside taking a phone call. Only the two of them remained in the empty, unfinished apartment. Sunlight streamed down from the high window, forming a beam of light on the dusty floor. Lin Fan looked at Su Wanqing and suddenly spoke, his tone solemn. "Senior, there's something I'd like to formally invite you to do." Su Wanqing turned her head in confusion. After dawn life is established, Lin Fan looked at her intently. "I hope you can come and help me, and serve as Chief Experience Officer." Su Wanqing was stunned. "Me? Chief Experience Officer?" "Yes." Lin Fan nodded. "No one understands a pregnant woman and a new mother better than you, what they truly need, what they fear, and what they expect. Your feelings and opinions are crucial to this project. This is not just a job, but a cause where we work together to create a safe haven for more families like ours." He looked into her eyes, his voice low and seductive. "Would you like to be with me?" Su Wanqing's heart suddenly fluttered. Not as someone to be protected, but as a partner standing shoulder to shoulder? To build a business together? In the sunlight, Lin Fan's eyes were sincere and expectant, filled with trust in her abilities. A surge of warmth welled up inside her, dispelling the confusion and despair she had felt about her future career due to her pregnancy. She looked at him, took a deep breath, and found a definite answer in his deep eyes. Chapter 15: Chief Experience Officer and the Prelude to Cohabitation. "Would you like to be with me?" Lin Fan's voice echoed in the empty, unfinished room, striking a chord in Su Wanqing's heart. Sunlight outlined his earnest features, and his usually calm eyes now clearly reflected her image, filled with trust and expectation. It was not out of pity, nor was it an arrangement bound by responsibility. Rather, it was a genuine recognition of her abilities and value, an invitation to start a business together. Su Wanqing felt as if her heart was filled with something warm and swollen. Since becoming pregnant, the vague fear of her own value being obliterated and the confusion about the interruption of her future career were gently lifted up by this invitation and placed on a solid and hopeful platform. She looked at Lin Fan, not answering immediately, but the glint in her eyes and the slight blush on her cheeks betrayed her answer. She took a deep breath, as if to inhale this heavy trust into her very being, and then nodded solemnly. "Okay." The voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear and firm. Lin Fan smiled, a genuine smile of relief and joy. He reached out his hand, not to shake hers, but to gently grasp her slightly cool fingers. "Welcome to Ms. Su Wanqing, Chief Experience Officer of Dawn of Life. Sunlight streamed through the high window, illuminating their clasped hands with exceptional clarity, as if a silent covenant had been made at that moment. On the way back, the atmosphere was noticeably different. The previous warmth was now tempered with a shared sense of anticipation and a closer connection. Su Wanqing was no longer just passively sitting in the car. She actively discussed the property details she had just seen with Lin Fan, offering more ideas about functional zoning and service processes. Her eyes were bright and full of energy. Lin Fan listened patiently, occasionally adding a few words, feeling both gratified and proud. He knew he had made the right decision. Involving Su Wanqing in the project would not only allow her to utilize her talents but also help her find value during her pregnancy and maintain a positive mental state. "So, should we start looking for a designer next?" Su Wanqing asked with great interest. "Yes, Mr. Zhao is already looking for someone. Once it's finalized, you'll need to review the design proposal as well." Lin Fan nodded. "But before that, we need to solve another problem." "What's the problem?" "We need to move now." Lin Fan looked at her. "After all, Waterfront Garden is a rental, and for your and the baby's long-term sake, we need a more stable, more private, and more suitable home." Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment before remembering the high-end residential property in the core area of Jiangcheng that the system had previously rewarded her with. She had been so immersed in the various shocks that she had almost forgotten about it. "Is it the house you mentioned before?" "Yes." Lin Fan smiled. "The formalities have all been completed, and we can move in any time. The space there is larger, with a dedicated nursery, and the community environment and security level are also higher. We'll take some time to go and check it out in the next couple of days, and move there as soon as possible so we can start decorating according to our ideas." A sense of grounded security enveloped Su Wanqing. He had even planned so meticulously for her and their child's future, so far in the future. "Okay, I'll listen to you," she replied softly, the last trace of unease caused by the change in circumstances dissipating from her heart. For the next few days, life seemed to be on fast forward. Lin Fan took Su Wanqing to see the large penthouse in the Cloud Top Garden, a top-tier luxury residential complex in the city center. Nearly 400 square meters, it boasted unbeatable views, a modern and elegant style, and extremely high quality. Most importantly, it included a perfectly designed nursery and play area. Su Wanqing fell in love with it almost at first sight. With the professional assistance of Rock Security, the move was completed efficiently and discreetly. They didn't alert any unrelated people, making it seem like a routine housewarming. On her first night at Cloud Top Garden, standing in the spacious living room on the 28th floor, overlooking the dazzling city skyline below, Su Wanqing felt as if she had stepped into another world. From that cramped rented room to waterfront garden, and now to this place, every step she took was transformed by the man beside her. Lin Fan gently embraced her from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head. "Do you like it?" he asked softly. "Mum." Su Wanqing leaned against him, feeling the comforting warmth and the tranquility against the backdrop of the vast city. "This place feels like a real home now. This is our home." Lin Fan tightened his arms around Lin Fan, his tone resolute. As night deepened, the new environment did not cause any discomfort. The master bedroom was spacious and comfortable, and on the custom-made oversized bed, Su Wanqing quickly fell into a deep sleep thanks to her pregnancy and Lin Fan's passive emotional comfort skill. Lin Fan, however, was not sleepy for the time being. He went to the study, which was more than twice the size of the study in Waterfront Garden, and had a better view. He turned on his computer, and Rock had already sent him the information of several top interior designers and architectural design firms that he had selected. He needed to finalize the design and construction teams as soon as possible to bring Dawn Life from blueprint to reality. At the same time, he also began reviewing the resumes of the CEO candidates initially selected by Zhao Qiming. The pressure of juggling career and family is considerable, but looking at the prototype of the Dawn Life logo on the screen, a simple design he made himself, a warm hand holding up a tender bud, and thinking of his wife and children sleeping peacefully in the next bedroom, Lin Fan felt an endless source of motivation. He rubbed his temples, preparing to continue working, when his phone screen lit up with another encrypted message from Rock. "Mr. Lin, the activities of Sharp Eye Investigation Company hired by Chen Hao have intensified. They seem to be trying to access your recent bank statements and records of large asset changes through irregular channels. Our countermeasures have been initiated to ensure that they cannot obtain accurate information. However, we must be wary that they may resort to more extreme measures if they fail to obtain anything." Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. "The ghost lingers," he replied. "Continue monitoring and raise the alert level. If necessary, give Sharp Eye and their backers a little reminder so they know that there are some lines they can't cross." Putting down his phone, Lin Fan looked out the window at the boundless night. The city's neon lights couldn't illuminate every corner, just as the shadows beneath the light never truly disappeared. But he was fearless. To protect this newly begun, hopeful happiness, he will not hesitate to sever any sinister hand that dares to reach out. Chapter 16: Design Blueprint and Spying from the Shadows. The study on the 28th floor of Cloud Top Garden has become the temporary command center for the Dawn Life project. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the city skyline just beginning to emerge at dawn, while inside, the lights are bright, and the air is filled with the rich aroma of coffee and a focused atmosphere ready to go. Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, and two middle-aged men sitting opposite them. One was Zhou Muyuan, a 45-year-old CEO candidate found by Pancher through headhunting, who had successfully operated a chain of high-end health management centers and had a calm and capable demeanor. The other was Liang Jing, the founder and chief designer of the well-known domestic interior design studio Saran Design, who was in her early 40s, had sharp eyes, and had an almost obsessive pursuit of space and aesthetics. On the huge electronic screen, the preliminary design renderings of the Dawn Life flagship store, which Liang Jing's team had rushed to complete over several days based on Lin Fan's core concepts and Su Wanqing's feedback, were being displayed. The overall color scheme features warm natural wood tones, soft off-white, and vibrant light green. The lines are smooth and rounded, eliminating any sharp edges and corners, with full consideration given to the safety of pregnant women and infants. The entrance area is a welcoming reception area that also functions as a coffee bar, where the aroma of freshly ground coffee and baked goods seems to already fill the air. Further inside, the product display area resembles a meticulously furnished home, where a wide selection of carefully chosen mother and baby products are seamlessly integrated into everyday life, rather than presented as cold, impersonal shelves. The most eye-catching feature is the central children's play corner, designed as a safe tree-hole castle, complete with soft mats, low climbing structures, and details brimming with childlike fun and ingenuity. The second floor features several private spaces with clearly defined functions, a quiet room for one-on-one consultations, a rehabilitation room equipped with advanced physiotherapy equipment with reserved interfaces, and a small salon area that can accommodate a dozen people for parenting lectures, mother classes, or community activities. We're here, and here. Liang Jing pointed to several key locations on the rendering with a laser pointer. Emergency call buttons and comprehensive monitoring are installed in all of them to ensure absolute safety. All materials, from wall paint to floor adhesive, will be imported brands with the highest environmental standards to ensure zero formaldehyde and no toxicity. Su Wanqing stared intently, especially at the display areas simulating a home environment in the reassuring Treehole Castle, which perfectly matched her imagination of an ideal mother in baby space. She couldn't help but ask, "Designer Liang, could you add some different textures to the upholstery in this children's area? For example, some parts rough, some smooth, to help stimulate the baby's tactile development." A hint of surprise and approval flashed in Liang Jing's eyes, and she immediately nodded. Miss Su's consideration is very professional. This suggestion is excellent, and we will adjust the plan immediately. Zhou Muyuan nodded slightly, his gaze toward Su Wanqing now showing genuine respect. This young chief experience officer was not a figurehead, her opinions were indeed accurate and constructive. Lin Fan observed all of this with satisfaction. He looked at Zhou Muyuan. "President Zhou, what are your initial thoughts on the operational aspects?" Zhou Muyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone calm and methodical. "Mr. Lin, Miss Su, based on the design blueprint and project positioning, I suggest adopting a membership service model. We can set up different membership levels with corresponding service packages, such as basic product discounts, priority appointments with specialists, free participation in salons, and personalized health record management." He paused, then continued, "Initially, we can leverage Yushana's existing high-end customer resources for targeted marketing, while also establishing partnerships with several top private maternity hospitals to drive traffic to our channels. The key is that we must create an irreplaceable service experience and professional reputation, making Chenxi Life a standard feature in this circle, rather than just another place to sell goods." His thinking was clear, his strategy was well defined, and it aligned perfectly with Lin Fan's vision. "Very good." Lin Fan nodded. "We need to come up with a detailed plan as soon as possible regarding the specific personnel structure, compensation system, and supply chain setup." "Understood," Zhou Muyuan replied. The meeting lasted nearly 3 hours, finalizing many details. After seeing Zhou Muyuan and Liang Jing off, only Lin Fan and Su Wanqing remained in the study. Su Wanqing was still immersed in the excitement of the project's imminent launch, her cheeks flushed. "Lin Fan, President Zhou is very experienced, and designer Liang's plan has exceeded expectations. I feel that Dawn of Life can really be a success." Seeing her radiant appearance, Lin Fan's heart softened. Just as he was about to speak, his phone vibrated. It was an encrypted message from Zhao Qiming. He walked quietly to the window to take a look. "Mr. Lin, the situation has changed." Chen Hao's side seems to have lost patience. After Sharp Eye's investigation was blocked, he contacted a local underground information trafficker called Black Snake through his father's company. Black Snake is even more despicable, specializing in cyber intrusion, stalking and filming, and manipulating public opinion. They may be trying to find a breakthrough through Ms. Su or her family, or create negative news to smear you and force you to comply. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp, like a ferocious beast lurking in the steel jungle outside the window. Black Snake. It seems Chen Hao intends to bring his dirty deeds into the open. He replied, "Closely monitor the movements of Black Snake and its associates. Strengthen the protection level for Wanqing and her mother to ensure absolute safety. Collect all evidence that Black Snake and Chen Hao and his son may be involved in illegal activities." Understood. An additional team has been dispatched to provide 24-hour covert protection for Ms. Su and her mother. Evidence collection is also underway. Lin Fan put down his phone, turned around, and his face had returned to its previous gentle expression. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Su Wanqing keenly sensed the change in his aura in an instant. "It's nothing, just a small work-related problem. Mr. Zhao will handle it." Lin Fan walked to her side, put his arm around her shoulder, and said in a relaxed tone, "Come on, Chief Experience Officer. To celebrate the smooth progress of the project, I'll show you a new dish I've learned today." He concealed the coldness in his eyes, leaving her only with warmth and reassurance. Sunlight streamed through the glass, elongating their shadows. The design blueprints on the study screen were as beautiful as a pristine utopia. However, Lin Fan knew that in the shadows where the sunlight couldn't reach, the venomous snake had already unfurled its tongue. He had to be faster and more ruthless, uprooting it before its fangs could touch his vulnerable spot. The battlefield of commerce is about to begin, and the competition behind the scenes has already escalated. Chapter 17: Thunderous Counterattack and Tender Support. The study in Cloud Top Garden resembled a precisely operating command center. Lin Fan stood in front of a huge electronic screen, which no longer displayed a warm design blueprint, but instead a complex network diagram of relationships and data flow. At the center were Chen Hao and Black Snake, with lines extending out to connect bank accounts, communication records, frequently visited locations, and even several accounts marked in red that were suspected of having engaged in illegal transactions with Black Snake. Zhao Qiming's calm voice came through the encrypted communication. "Mr. Lin, preliminary evidence has been collected. Black Snake is actually named Lu Mang, and has a history of multiple violations of privacy and extortion. He has 3 core members who are skilled in stalking, taking secret photos, and launching online attacks. Chen Hao paid Lu Mang a deposit of 500,000 yuan through an anonymous account of his father's company, demanding that he obtain dirt on you or Ms. Su. If not, he would create accidents or negative public opinion." Lin Fan's eyes were as cold as iron, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic tapping sound. He showed no anger, only absolute calmness and a sense of control. "Create an accident?" His voice was calm, yet chilling. "It seems they've forgotten the rules of the game. Mr. Lin, what are your instructions?" 3 things. Lin Fan spoke slowly, but each word carried immense weight. First, anonymously submit evidence of Lu Mang and his core members' suspected illegal transactions and cybercrimes to the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Economic Investigation and Cybersecurity branches to ensure that the chain of evidence is complete and undeniable. Second, freeze the anonymous account used by Chen Hao to pay the deposit, and cleverly leak the connection between this account and Hao Yuan building materials to the tax and business administration departments. I remember that Hao Yuan building materials tax records in the past 2 years did not seem to be very clean. Third, Lin Fan paused, a sharp glint in his eyes, an eye for an eye. "Doesn't Lu Mang like to stalk and secretly film people? Pack up the highlights of his and his men's recent work, especially those involving sensitive locations and people, and send them to his biggest competitor, and his wife. Remember, keep it anonymous." Zhao Qiming on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, clearly shocked by his boss's precise and ruthless counterattack, and then immediately replied, "Understood. I guarantee that within 24 hours, Black Snake will be overwhelmed and Chen Hao will be in a real bind. Go do it." Lin Fan hung up the phone. Silence returned to the study. He walked to the French windows, looking down at the still bustling city below. Sunlight shone brightly, yet it couldn't illuminate all the dark corners. But he didn't need light to illuminate them, he only needed enough power to utterly crush those shadows that dared to emerge. This time, he wanted to make Chen Hao and the scoundrels he'd recruited understand that some bottom lines, once crossed, mean certain death. This wasn't just revenge, it was also about establishing his authority. He wanted all potential adversaries to know the terrible price they would pay for messing with Lin Fan. After a moment, he suppressed all his coldness, put on a gentle expression again, and walked out of the study. Su Wanqing was nestled in the soft, large sofa in the living room, with detailed drawings sent by designer Liang Jing spread out on her lap. She held colored pens in her hand, making marks and notes on various details. Sunlight shone on her focused profile, soft and serene. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Lin Fan. A sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. "You're done? Come and see. I think the lighting design in this nursing room could be improved. The warm yellow light is cozy, but the brightness might not be enough for mothers to see the subtle details of their baby's skin. I would like to suggest that designer Liang add adjustable reading lights that simulate natural light." She shared her discovery with great enthusiasm, her eyes clear, completely unaware that just moments before, a sinister plot against them had been swiftly thwarted by the man beside her. Lin Fan walked over, sat down next to her, took the blueprints, listened attentively, and nodded from time to time. "Yes, you're right. This detail is very important and you've thought it through very well." He looked at her, his eyes filled with undisguised appreciation and tenderness. "Just communicate with designer Liang according to your idea." Feeling his focused gaze and affirmation, Su Wanqing lowered her head shyly, her ears turning slightly red, but her heart felt as sweet as if it were soaked in honey. "Oh, right," she suddenly remembered something. "My mom just texted me saying that an old classmate of hers is a retired head nurse from the Municipal Women and Children's Hospital, with a lot of experience, and asked if I needed her to give me some guidance. I was thinking, maybe we could invite her to be a special consultant for Dawn of Life? That's a fantastic idea." Lin Fan's eyes lit up. "The practical experience of seasoned medical professionals is one of our most valuable resources. Would you like to take the lead in making the arrangements?" "Okay." Su Wanqing nodded vigorously, feeling that she was truly involved in this common cause and full of enthusiasm. Seeing her focused and earnest way back to work, Lin Fan felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. Wasn't everything he did simply to protect that pure and untainted smile and that unwavering dedication? In the evening, Lin Fan personally cooked a table of light dishes that Su Wanqing had been particularly fond of lately. At the dinner table, the two chatted about the details of Dawn of Life and the fun things about the baby's future, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Ding! Successfully averted a potential crisis, safeguarding family peace and security, increased deterrence and control. Reward: Super AI Management Assistant Basic activated. This assistant can help handle daily tasks such as information filtering, email classification, basic data analysis, and schedule reminders, greatly improving the host's efficiency. Note: advanced business decisions and core secrets still require the host's control. Almost the instant the notification tone ended, Lin Fan felt as if his phone and computer had established a connection with some invisible intelligent core, and a sense of greater efficiency and clarity arose in his mind. This reward is a godsend. With the proliferation of industries and the increasing complexity of affairs in the future, having an AI assistant to handle trivial matters will allow him to focus more on strategic decision-making and spending time with his family. After dinner, Lin Fan accompanied Su Wanqing on a leisurely walk in the living room to aid digestion. Night fell, and countless lights shone outside the window. Lin Fan, Su Wanqing suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced him. Her eyes sparkled in the lamplight. Although I know you must be hiding a lot from me and don't want me to worry, thank you. Thank you for doing so much for me and for us. She reached out and gently hugged him, pressing her face against his chest. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, then a huge warm feeling welled up in his heart. He hugged her back, his chin stroking the top of her head. Fool, he said in a low, gentle voice, protecting you is the most important task of my life, and also my most willing and sweet burden. The gentle night enveloped the two people in their embrace. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a storm ignited by Lin Fan himself is quietly sweeping towards the demons and monsters hiding in the shadows. Chapter 18: The dust settles and a new beginning. The next few days were calm and peaceful, as if the undercurrents had never existed. Lin Fan officially handled emails, initial contract reviews, and scheduling related to the establishment of Dawn Life through the Super AI Assistant Stareye, the name he gave it, saving a lot of energy. He spent most of his time with Su Wanqing, supervising the final arrangements of their new home in Cloud Top Garden, especially the sun-drenched nursery. Su Wanqing fully embraced the role of Chief Experience Officer, communicating with designer Liang Jing about design details, contacting a retired head nurse recommended by her mother, and even compiling a detailed list of core needs and pain points of expectant mothers based on her own feelings. Her professionalism and meticulousness impressed Zhou Muyuan. That afternoon, Lin Fan was assembling an imported eco-friendly wooden crib in the nursery, while Su Wanqing was sorting through the soft and adorable little clothes and toys that had been delivered one after another. The air was filled with the sweet atmosphere of anticipation for the new life. Lin Fan's phone screen lit up silently. Stareye had sent a briefing via Zhao Qiming's encrypted channel. He calmly picked up his phone and glanced at it. The briefing content was concise and to the point. 1. Lumang Black Snake and 3 of his core henchmen were taken away by police from their hideout late last night on suspicion of illegally obtaining citizens' personal information and extortion. A large amount of illegal equipment was found at the scene. His gang has been largely dismantled. 2. Chen Hao's father, Chen Jianye, is facing a formal investigation by relevant departments due to tax issues. Part of the company's accounts have been frozen, and business has come to a standstill. Chen Jianye is frantically trying to resolve the situation. 3. Due to his father's company's problems and potential involvement in instigating others' illegal activities, the police have already obtained some clues. Chen Hao has been temporarily sent abroad by his family to lay low and is unlikely to pose a threat in the short term. Lin Fan calmly deleted the briefing. The dust had settled. This counterattack was swift, accurate, and ruthless, completely silencing the outstretched claws and enough to deter other potential threats. He didn't go all out, but the lesson would be enough to make them remember the pain. What's wrong? Is something wrong at the company? Su Wanqing asked with concern when she saw him looking at his phone. Lin Fan put down his phone, picked up a cute little rattle, and gently shook it, making a crisp sound. He smiled and said to Su Wanqing, "It's nothing, just a spam text." See, will the baby like this sound? He completely shut out her world from all the darkness and strife. Su Wanqing's attention was immediately drawn to it. She took the rattle, her face radiating maternal warmth. The sound is very gentle, it won't frighten the baby. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Fan went to open the door, where Zhou Muyuan and Liang Jing stood, both with a look of relief and anticipation on their faces after completing a major mission. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, I apologize for bothering you," Zhou Muyuan said. "The final design and budget for the Dawn Life flagship store have been finalized, and the construction team has been selected through bidding and can start work at any time. Here are all the documents." He handed over a thick file bag. Liang Jing added, "The VR virtual tour of the renderings is also ready, so Ms. Su can experience the space more intuitively." Extremely efficient. Lin Fan took the file bag and stepped aside to invite them in. "Thank you for your hard work, please come in and have a seat." After taking their seats in the living room, Lin Fan did not immediately look through the documents, but instead handed them directly to Su Wanqing beside him. "You are the chief experience officer, so the final decision-making power is with you." Su Wanqing was a little nervous, but more so, she felt a sense of responsibility and excitement at being trusted. She took a deep breath and began to carefully flip through the documents, occasionally confirming details with Liang Jing and Zhou Muyuan. Lin Fan listened quietly to her, occasionally giving her an encouraging look when she looked at him. Finally, Su Wanqing closed the file, looked at Lin Fan, and said with a firm gaze, "I think there's no problem. All the details have been considered thoroughly, and the budget is within a reasonable range. We can begin." Lin Fan nodded and said to Zhou Muyuan, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, notify the construction team to start work as planned. Designer Liang, I'll leave the quality control during construction to your team. We will definitely live up to your expectations," the two said in unison, full of confidence. After seeing the two off, Su Wanqing was still excited. She held Lin Fan's hand and said, "Lin Fan, we're really going to start." "Yes, it has begun." Lin Fan held her hand tightly, looking out the window as if he could already see the dawn life that carries hope and warmth rising from the ground. "This is not only a business, but also a gift we give to the baby and to countless families like ours." He put his arm around Su Wanqing's shoulder, his voice steady and powerful. "Let's walk together." Su Wanqing nestled in his arms and nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, at Jiangcheng International Airport, a flight bound for the other side of the ocean took off. Inside first class, Zhenhao stared blankly at the shrinking city skyline outside the window, his eyes filled with resentment, bitterness, and a hint of fear he himself didn't want to admit. He still couldn't understand how things had come to this. Just who was this Lin Fan? He knew he wouldn't be back anytime soon. He had lost this contest utterly. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, in a private room of an elegant tea house, an elderly man, dressed in a traditional Chinese long gown and exuding an air of refinement, was leisurely brewing tea. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man with a respectful expression. "Sir, we've found it." The mysterious acquisition that's been circulating in small circles in the financial and real estate sectors recently, and the sudden collapse of Haoyuan building materials, both seem to vaguely point to a young man named Lin Fan. This is his preliminary information, very clean, unusually clean. The middle-aged man handed over a thin file. The old man took it, but did not look at it immediately. He simply used the lid to gently stir the tea foam, his eyes deep and thoughtful. "Lin Fan," he murmured to himself, a faint, interested smile playing on his lips. "It seems that the waters of Jiangcheng are about to be stirred up by a new catfish. Keep an eye on him perhaps, he'll be an interesting variable." A new chapter has been quietly unfolding, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 19: Groundbreaking and a new prologue. In the middle section of the Oak Bay Commercial Pedestrian Street, a construction hoarding bearing the Su Ran design logo has quietly been erected around a previously vacant two-story building. The hoarding is painted with the elegant words "Dawn of Life," "Warm Beginning," and a brief introduction to the project concept, blending seamlessly with the surrounding refined commercial atmosphere. It hasn't caused much of a stir, but it has already attracted the curious glances of many nearby residents, especially women pushing strollers or who are clearly expectant mothers. Inside, a different scene unfolded, bustling with activity. Under the supervision of Liang Jing's team, workers were efficiently and methodically removing old partitions, finishing walls and floors, and laying wiring and conduits. The roar of machinery and the sounds of materials being moved blended into a hopeful symphony of construction. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing, wearing safety helmets, stood in the central area, which was not yet fully cleared. Su Wanqing looked at the partition wall that had been knocked down according to the design drawings, imagining that this place would become a sun-drenched coffee lounge in the future, her eyes filled with anticipation. Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, the construction manager approached with the blueprints. "According to the schedule, the basic renovation and concealed works will take about 3 weeks. After that, it will be the fine finishing and equipment installation." Lin Fan nodded. Safety first, quality control will be strictly in accordance with designer Liang's standards. Don't worry. Leaving the construction site and getting into her car, Su Wanqing was still excited. She looked at the photos of the ruins she had just taken on her phone, comparing them to the renderings, and murmured, "It's hard to imagine that this place will become so beautiful." Lin Fan smiled and started the car. "I trust Liang Jing's team's professionalism, and I trust our choice." He paused, then asked casually, "By the way, how's the coordination with President Zhou going?" "Yes." Su Wanqing nodded vigorously and began to speak at length. "President Zhou is very efficient and has already started building the initial team framework. We have initially screened several customer service personnel and health consultant candidates with medical backgrounds. Also, the head nurse Zhang that my mother introduced, I spoke with her once on the phone. She is very kind and experienced, and she agreed to serve as our special consultant first, providing online consultation and support." She spoke of her work progress, her eyes sparkling, radiating confidence. The physical discomforts of pregnancy seemed to be largely mitigated by her passion for her work. Lin Fan listened quietly, his heart filled with satisfaction. Involving her was definitely the right decision. Ding! A significant increase in your partner's self-esteem and mental state has been detected, leading to an increase in family happiness. Reward: host's stamina recovery speed is slightly and permanently increased. Laying the foundation for your career task progress update. The project has officially launched and entered the construction and team building phase. Please proceed steadily. The system's prompts were always so timely. Lin Fan felt the slight fatigue from coordinating various parties over the past few days vanish, and he felt much more energetic. He drove to the Yushan private restaurant. Now it had almost become their private canteen and backyard. Chef Lu Ming had already been instructed, and upon their arrival, he immediately led them to the reserved quiet private room and served them a menu that had been adjusted according to Su Wanqing's current tastes. Once Dawn Life is on the right track, we can consider cooperating with Yushan for our own nutritional meals and member meals, or build a more professional central kitchen ourselves, Lin Fan said while serving soup to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Food safety and nutritional balance are so important. The two chatted over their meal, discussing all aspects of Dawn Life, from details of membership benefits to potential future service expansions, their conversation brimming with anticipation and plans for the future. They were no longer just junior and senior students, but more like comrades in arms and partners moving forward hand in hand. After dinner, Lin Fan didn't go straight home, but drove to the riverside. The evening breeze, carrying moisture, was refreshing. He held Su Wanqing's hand and they walked slowly along the riverside promenade. "If you're tired, just say so, and we'll head back right away," Lin Fan said to her carefully. "I'm not tired. Walking around is quite nice." The doctor also said that moderate exercise is beneficial for a natural birth. Su Wanqing shook her head and squeezed his hand. Across the river was a dazzling city night view, reflected in the shimmering river water, like a dream. She stopped and leaned against the railing by the river, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, she whispered, "Lin Fan, sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming. A few months ago, I thought my life plan would proceed step by step: graduation, work, dating, marriage, having children. I never imagined that everything would come in this way, so quickly, and that I would meet you." Lin Fan stood beside her, gazing at the night view together, his voice low and gentle. "Fate sometimes doesn't play by the rules. But I think this is the best arrangement for us." Su Wanqing turned her head and, in the hazy night and the distant neon lights, looked at Lin Fan's sharply defined profile. Her heart was filled with a great sense of security and peace. She responded softly, resting her head on his shoulder. The river flows silently, carrying away time and witnessing new life. A few days later, Lin Fan listened to Zhou Muyuan's preliminary plan for the pre-launch and marketing of the Dawn of Life brand in the Cloud Top Garden study. Zhou Muyuan planned to first distribute exquisite invitations to a small-scale, high-end internal tasting and project briefing meeting through Yushan's customer base and several partner private hospitals. "We need to first build a reputation and generate anticipation within a small circle," Zhou Muyuan analyzed. Lin Fan agreed. "You can handle the specifics of the plan. If I need to be involved, we should communicate in advance." After seeing Zhou Muyuan off, Lin Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Downstairs, the rock vehicles stood quietly in their designated spots like loyal guards. The Super AI assistant Star I was in the background, helping him filter through several new investment reports and industry news. The Dawn Life project has broken ground, the team is taking shape, potential threats have been temporarily eliminated, and families are living in harmony and peace. Everything seems to be on the right track. But Lin Fan knew this was just the beginning. The task of laying the foundation for his career was not yet complete. The real challenges lay ahead. Competition in the business world was far more complex than dealing with Chen Hao. Moreover, the system would never allow him to remain so comfortable. He felt an unprecedented surge of energy within him, a reward from the system for his family's happiness, and also an expectation that he would shoulder more responsibility. He turned around and glanced at Su Wanqing, who was wearing anti-radiation glasses and diligently researching pregnancy information on a tablet in the living room. His gaze softened. Then, he turned his gaze back to the vast city outside the window. A new chapter has begun, and he is ready to write an even more magnificent one. Chapter 20: Tea Party and a Broader Chessboard. Construction of Dawn of Life is progressing steadily under the control of a professional team, and the framework is gradually becoming clear. In addition to regularly communicating with Liang Jing about design details, Su Wanqing devotes more time to building the service team and developing standardized processes with Zhou Muyuan. Her pregnancy is becoming more and more obvious, but her spirit is becoming more and more vibrant because of her dedication to her career, and her face often carries a soft and confident glow. Lin Fan then focused more on broader strategic planning. His super AI assistant, Xing Tong, acted like an invisible super secretary, efficiently processing massive amounts of information for him, filtering out valuable investment opportunities, industry reports, and potential partners, allowing him to concentrate on thinking and decision-making. That afternoon, Lin Fan was reviewing several cutting-edge reports on the application of artificial intelligence in the medical and health field compiled by Star Eye in his study when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar local number, but the last few digits of the number were quite unusual. He answered the phone, and the other party was a middle-aged man with a gentle voice but an undeniable aura. "Is this Lin Fan, Mr. Lin?" "Yes, this is me. May I ask who you are?" "Excuse me for disturbing you. My surname is Shin Bojun. I was asked by an old friend to invite Mr. Lin to a chat at the King Sinzai Tea House tomorrow afternoon. I wonder if Mr. Lin would do me the honor." The other party's tone was polite, but it carried a kind of composure that came from being in a superior position for a long time. "Shan Bojun?" Lin Fan's star eye immediately retrieved relevant information. The head of the Shan family in Jiangcheng, with businesses spanning finance and real estate, a truly top-tier wealthy family that had been rooted in Jiangcheng for decades, completely on a different level from the nouveau riche like Chen Hao. The old friend he mentioned must be the old man who had shown interest in him at the tea house earlier. Lin Fan's mind raced. The other party had taken the initiative to contact him, their purpose unclear, but it was a signal that he had caught the attention of the city's truly elite circles. Avoiding them was not a good strategy. "It is my honor to be invited by Mr. Shin. I will definitely be there on time tomorrow," Lin Fan replied calmly. "Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Lin tomorrow." After saying that, Shin Bojun hung up the phone conveniently. Lin Fan put down his phone, his eyes deep and thoughtful. He knew King Sinzai. It was Jiangcheng's most famous and exclusive private tea house, never open to the public, only receiving members and referred guests. This meeting was definitely not simple. He walked into the living room, where Su Wanqing was nestled on the sofa, intently editing the Dawn Life membership service manual on her laptop. "Senior, I have a business meeting tomorrow afternoon, and I might be out for 2 or 3 hours." Lin Fan walked over, sat down next to her, and naturally began to massage her slightly sore calves. Su Wanqing looked up from the screen, her face showing no displeasure. Instead, she nodded understandingly. "Go ahead and do your work, important matters come first. I've arranged to meet with designer Liang tomorrow to look at a batch of custom-made furniture fabrics, so the times don't clash." Her maturity and independence warmed Lin Fan's heart. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. "Good girl. I'll be back as soon as possible." The following afternoon, Lin Fan drove alone to King Sinzai in the old city. The tea house was hidden at the end of a quiet sycamore-lined path, with white walls and black tiles, simple and serene. A waitress dressed in an elegant cheongsam seemed to have been waiting for him. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she bowed slightly and silently led him inside. Passing through several courtyards, we arrived at the deepest part, a tea house built by the water. Inside, an elderly man dressed in a dark blue Chinese-style long gown, with his hair neatly combed and a lean face, knelt before a tea tray, skillfully brewing gongfu tea with fluid movements. This was Shin Bojun. Beside him sat a middle-aged man with a capable air, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Mr. Lin, please have a seat." Shin Bojun did not look up, his voice was calm. Lin Fan sat down on the futon opposite him, his posture composed. "Mr. Shin." Shin Bojun then raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over Lin Fan with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. The young man before him, despite the deliberately cultivated aura he created, showed no sign of unease. His eyes were clear and composed. "This is Mr. Li Mingyuan, a partner at Tianjin Capital," Shen Bojun briefly introduced the middle-aged man next to him. Tianjin Capital? A top-tier venture capital firm in China. Lin Fan understood immediately and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Shen Bojun pushed a cup of clear, golden Dansong tea in front of Lin Fan. "Try it. It's a Phoenix Dansong tea that a friend just gave me. The mountain aroma is quite good." Lin Fan picked up the teacup, first observing its color, then smelling its aroma, and finally taking a small sip, letting the tea swirl in his mouth to savor it before slowly swallowing. His movements were precise and his expression natural. "A delicate aroma, a smooth and mellow taste, and a lingering sweetness of fine tea," Lin Fan commented, setting down his teacup. Shen Bojun's eyes showed even greater approval. He put down the teapot and stopped beating around the bush. "Mr. Lin is young and promising. In a short period of time, he has not only demonstrated remarkable skills in Yuashan and Panshur, but also the Chenxi Life Project has a far-reaching vision that is truly impressive." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Shen, you flatter me. It's just a small business, enough to make a living." "Small-scale scramble?" Li Mingyuan, standing beside him, pushed up his glasses and spoke, his voice sharp with professionalism. "To plunge the Chen family's Hao Yuan building materials into a quagmire overnight, this is no small-scale scramble. Mr. Lin's methods are impressive." Lin Fan remained calm. "President Li, you're exaggerating. It was just self-defense. I was merely getting rid of a few annoying flies. Operating within the law is a fundamental principle." Li Mingyuan and Shen Bojun exchanged a glance, both seeing the same message in each other's eyes. This young man was meticulous and ingenious. "Let us not beat around the bush." Shen Bojun leaned forward slightly, his aura growing even stronger. "Mr. Lin, we admire your abilities and vision. Tianjin Capital is interested in participating in the Dawn Life Project and can provide you with all the funding and resources you need. In fact, my Shen family's connections in certain fields can be readily available to you." He paused, then threw out the real bait. "More importantly, we can help you integrate into this circle more quickly and see a higher view. Going it alone is ultimately slower." The tea room fell silent, save for the bubbling of boiling water. It was an incredibly tempting offer, meaning a comprehensive boost in capital, connections, and resources, which could save his career from countless detours. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment, his fingers gently caressing the warm teacup. He raised his head and looked at Shen Bojun and Li Mingyuan, his eyes calm and firm. "Thank you for your high regard, Mr. Shen and Mr. Li. However, Dawn Life is the result of my and my partner's hard work, and I hope to build it step by step according to our own pace and philosophy. At least at this stage, we do not need the intervention of external capital." He refused decisively and without the slightest hesitation. Shen Bojun and Li Mingyuan were both stunned. They had expected Lin Fan to bargain, but they didn't expect him to refuse outright. Lin Fan stood up and bowed slightly. "Thank you for the tea, Mr. Shen. If there are suitable opportunities for cooperation in the future, I would be happy to have in-depth discussions with you both. Farewell." After saying that, he turned around and left the tea room with steady steps. Watching his departing figure, Li Mingyuan frowned. "That kid is too arrogant, isn't he?" Shen Bojun slowly poured himself a cup of tea, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "It's not arrogance, it's confidence, it's having your own convictions and bottom line. Rejecting us requires not only courage, but also absolute confidence in one's own abilities. It seems this catfish is more interesting than we imagined." He took a sip of tea, his gaze distant. "Pass the word down that from now on, the Shen family's businesses should make things convenient for this Mr. Lin. I'm very curious to see just how far he can go." Leaving King Sinzhai and getting into his car, Lin Fan took a deep breath. Rejecting Shen Bojun meant he had chosen a more difficult, but also more autonomous, path. But he didn't regret it. Firmly grasping control of his destiny and career, that was the true meaning of the abilities the system had given him, and the strongest guarantee he could provide for Su Wanqing and their child. He started the car and drove towards Yundinjuan. The lights in his home and the person waiting for him are the meaning of his struggle and the chessboard he ultimately wants to protect. Chapter 21: The Summit Invitation and the Lin Group. It was already evening when they returned to Cloud Top Garden. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the huge French windows in a warm golden light. Su Wanqing was not in the living room, but in the cozy and lovely nursery. She sat with her back to the door on a soft carpet, several plush toys piled in front of her. She held a brightly colored cloth book and was softly telling a story, her fingers gently pointing at the little animals on the pages. Sunlight outlined the curve of her slightly protruding belly and her focused profile, creating a serene and beautiful scene. Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, not disturbing the conversation, simply watching quietly. The tension from his meeting with Shin Bojun at King Sinshai and the contemplation of the future were gently soothed by the warm scene before him. Wasn't everything he had done precisely to protect moments like this? Perhaps hearing the slight noise, Su Wanqing turned around, saw Lin Fan, and immediately smiled. "You're back? Did the talks go well?" It's all right." Lin Fan walked over and sat down beside her, naturally placing his hand on her lower abdomen, feeling the pulse of life. "Was the baby good today? You were quite well behaved, but you seemed to be moving around a lot just now, probably protesting that mommy had been sitting for too long." Su Wanqing smiled and placed her hand on the back of his hand. "How about you? Are you tired?" "I'm not tired." Lin Fan shook his head, pulled her into his arms, gently rested his chin on the top of her head, and smelled the fresh fragrance in her hair. "Seeing you and the baby, all my fatigue has disappeared." He didn't mention Shin Bojun and Li Mingyuan in detail, only saying it was a casual conversation between two local business veterans. Su Wanqing considerately didn't ask any further questions, simply nestling in his arms and enjoying this moment of tenderness. Ding! Strong sense of family belonging and protective instincts detected in the host, with abundant emotional energy. The passive skill, soothing emotions, has been slightly improved. Partner Su Wanqing's pregnancy anxiety level has been further reduced. The system notification warmed Lin Fan's heart. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on Su Wanqing's smooth forehead. Just then, the screen of his phone, which he had placed in the living room, lit up. Stareye automatically filtered and pushed a high-priority message. The source of the message was the Jiangcheng Entrepreneurs Association, and the content was an electronic invitation to an annual business summit with the theme of industrial transformation and investment opportunities under the new economic wave. This in itself was not unusual, but Stareye specifically highlighted one part: Lin's Group Strategic Restructuring and Emerging Business Segment Investment Briefing. The Lin Group? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a behemoth, with businesses spanning multiple traditional sectors such as real estate, finance, and energy. Its foundation was deep, and its strength far surpassed that of the Shin family. Its founder, Lin Guodong, was a legendary figure in the business world. For a group of this size to undergo strategic restructuring and publicly seek investment in emerging businesses would undoubtedly create a huge stir in Jiangcheng's business community. Stareye attached its preliminary analysis. The Lin Group's restructuring aims to divest some non-core heavy assets and redirect funds and energy to high-tech, healthcare, and new energy sectors to address the challenges of industrial upgrading. This presents an excellent opportunity for many emerging companies and entrepreneurs with technological expertise. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. This might be a stage broader and more in line with his development path than Shin Bojun's offer. Cooperating with the Lin Group would not only provide him with strong capital support, but also allow him to leverage its vast industrial resources and channels to achieve leapfrog development for Dawnlife and even his other future ventures. Of course, opportunities come with risks. Dancing with giants requires greater strength and a more cautious approach. What's wrong? Su Wanqing noticed his momentary lapse in concentration. Lin Fan handed her his phone and pointed to the message. Lin Group is going to hold an investment briefing. This is a very important opportunity. Su Wanqing took the phone and glanced at it. She had heard of the Lin Group's reputation and immediately understood its significance. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes clear and firm. "Then go ahead. I'll take care of things at home, and President Zhou and I can handle the project matters." Her unwavering support reassured Lin Fan. "Yes, I'll be attending this summit." Lin Fan nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes. "However, not to seek investment." Su Wanqing was a little puzzled. The Lin Group is seeking emerging businesses and partners. What they need are catfish that can bring new blood and new momentum, Lin Fan explained, his tone filled with strong confidence. "I want them to see that Dawnlife is not just a maternal and infant project, but a precise entry point and traffic portal into the big health field. The real value lies in the health management philosophy it represents and the future potential for technological expansion. He wants to appear on that stage as a collaborator with unlimited potential, a future giant, not as an entrepreneur begging for funding." "I understand." Su Wanqing looked at his confident and composed demeanor, her heart filled with pride. "You can definitely do it." Over the next few days, Lin Fan became even busier. He instructed Star to conduct in-depth research and analysis of the Lin Group's financial reports, business structure, core management background, and all publicly and semi-public information regarding this strategic restructuring over the past 5 years. He himself meticulously refined the business plan for Dawn Life, elevating it to a more strategic and investment-attractive version, emphasizing its data value, community value, and enormous potential for future development as a family health management platform. At the same time, through the Rock channel, he learned about the possible list of summit attendees and the key figures in the Lin Group responsible for this investment. Good news also came from Jomo Yuan's side. The core service team of Dawn of Life has been initially established, and the response to the first batch of seed members' invitations has been unexpectedly positive, with more than 30 expectant mothers and new mothers expressing strong interest. This undoubtedly adds a solid foundation to Lin Fan's upcoming trip to the summit. Su Wanqing focused her energy on streamlining internal processes and optimizing the details of member services, and her collaboration with the special consultant, head nurse Zhang, became increasingly smooth. With her meticulousness and empathy, she continuously improved this soon-to-be-born warm harbor. The night before the summit, Lin Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in his study, where the night view was a tapestry of twinkling stars and the city's dazzling lights. Tomorrow, he would step onto a larger stage, facing even stronger opponents and potential allies. Su Wanqing walked in carrying a glass of warm milk and gently placed it on the table. "Don't stay up too late, you have to get up early tomorrow," she said softly. Lin Fan turned around, took the milk, and embraced her. "Don't worry, I'm all ready," he said in a low voice, his tone steady and strong. He drank the milk in one gulp, then took her hand and walked out of the study. The warmth of home is his strongest support, while the vast world outside the window is the battlefield he is about to conquer. Lin Group, here I come. Chapter 22. The first sound at the summit. Jiangcheng International Conference Center, the main venue for the annual business summit. The crystal chandelier illuminated the hall as if it were daytime, filled with the elegant attire and the clinking of glasses. An air of elite sophistication and an invisible pressure of capital permeated the atmosphere. The attendees were mostly leading figures in the business world of Jiangcheng and even the entire country, or rising stars in their respective industries. Lin Fan, dressed in a well-tailored dark gray custom-made suit, stood tall and straight, sitting alone at the back, calmly observing the room. His youth and unfamiliar face attracted some inquisitive glances, but they quickly looked away. Here, no one underestimates anyone, but true respect requires proof of ability. The first half of the summit consisted of macroeconomic trend speeches by several economists and industry leaders, offering many insightful observations. However, for Lin Fan, who possessed Star real-time analysis capabilities and advanced information, the information gain was limited. He listened patiently, more as if observing the mindset and focus of this top-tier circle. During the tea break, people gathered in small groups to chat. Lin Fan didn't actively join any of them. He simply stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of water, overlooking the city's central landscape. He was waiting for that crucial moment to arrive. "Mr. Lin?" A slightly hesitant voice sounded from behind. Lin Fan turned around and saw a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, with a slightly scholarly air. He was holding a tablet computer and his eyes were filled with confirmation. "I am Lin Fan." "Hello, Mr. Lin." The man immediately smiled warmly and handed over his business card. "I am Zhao Zhe, an analyst from the Strategic Investment Department of Lin's Group. Our general manager Han noticed that you are here as well. He would like to ask if you would be interested in taking a seat in the front row during the investment briefing later." General Manager Han hopes to have the opportunity to communicate with you. Han Jing, Vice President of Strategic Investment at Lin's Group, is one of the key figures in this investment. According to information provided by Rock, he is a shrewd and pragmatic individual, and a highly trusted young talent of Lin Guodong. Lin Fan accepted the business card, his expression unchanged, but he understood. It seemed that his identity as the founder of Dawn Life when he entered, as well as the slight attention that Shin Bojan's side had shown, had already attracted the attention of the Lin family. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Han, but there's no need for the front row. The view from here is excellent." Lin Fan said calmly, "I will listen attentively to the briefing later." Zhao Zhe was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting Lin Fan to reject such an obvious gesture of goodwill, but he quickly recovered and maintained his professional smile. "Okay, Mr. Lin. Then I won't bother you any longer." Watching Zhao Zhe's departing figure, Lin Fan's eyes were deep. Maintaining a respectful distance, without being arrogant or servile, can sometimes earn one more respect. The investment briefing finally began. After a brief opening by the host, Han Jing stepped onto the main stage. He was about 40 years old, in excellent shape, wearing a well-fitting dark blue suit, with sharp eyes and a powerful aura. His speech was concise and to the point, explaining the necessity and direction of the Lin Group's strategic restructuring and clearly outlining its investment plans and cooperation expectations in the three major sectors of big health, artificial intelligence plus, and green technology. He showcased the Lin Group's strong financial strength and industrial resources, and also frankly expressed the company's thirst for new technologies, new models, and new teams during the transformation process. We are not looking for simple financial investment targets, but strategic partners who can define and create the future with us. Han Jing's voice resounded throughout the venue through the microphone, carrying an undeniable determination. Many entrepreneurs in the audience had a burning desire in their eyes, as if they had seen a shortcut to success. Lin Fan listened quietly, his brain working at high speed with the help of star eyes, analyzing the subtext of Han Jing's words, his investment preferences, and the potential risks. After the speech, a Q&A session began. Many people eagerly raised their hands, hoping for a chance to speak directly with Han Jing and showcase their projects. Lin Fan still did not make a move. When a question about selection criteria for investment targets in the big health sector was raised, and Han Jing mentioned data-driven, user stickiness, and scalable business models in his answer, Lin Fan knew that the time had come. He didn't raise his hand, but instead stood up during the brief pause after Han Jing finished answering the previous question and glanced around the room. His composed movement instantly attracted a lot of attention. "Mr. Han, hello. I am Lin Fan, the founder of the Dawn of Life project." His voice was clear and resonant, carrying a composure beyond his years through the excellent sound system of the venue. Han Jing's gaze immediately locked onto him, scrutinizing him with a hint of interest. He remembered this young man who had refused a seat in the front row. "Mr. Lin Fan, please speak." Mr. Han just mentioned that the core of big health investment lies in data, user stickiness, and business model. I would like to ask, for a project that is positioned as high-end, focuses on in-depth services and community operation, and aims to create a family health management portal, does Lin's Group value its short-term financial returns more, or its long-term user data barriers, brand trust, and future ecological potential for extension into preventive medicine and precision health management? The room fell silent for a moment after the question was posed. This question went straight to the heart of the matter, transcending the simple question of whether a business model was good or bad, and rising to the level of strategic value. A glint of light flashed in Han Jing's eyes. He didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, "Mr. Lin Fan believes that Dawn Life possesses such ecological potential?" Lin Fan smiled slightly, responding with a question instead of an answer, his tone calm. "We believe that true health management begins in the first 1,000 days of life. Grasping this starting point means grasping the core of a family's health consumption and data generation for at least the next 20 years. This is not just about the maternal and infant sector, it's the upstream throat of the entire health industry. If the Lin Group aspires to define the future, shouldn't it value this throat?" Instead of directly promoting his own project, he redefined the value of Dawn Life at a higher level and tied it to the Lin Group's grand strategy. The confidence and vision in his words drew attention from many seasoned businessmen present. Han Jing looked at the young, bright-eyed figure below the stage, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly revealed a genuine smile of appreciation on his face. "Excellent perspective, Mr. Lin Fan. I hope we can have a more in-depth one-on-one exchange after the summit." He didn't answer the question directly, but the invitation itself was the best answer. "It's an honor." Lin Fan nodded slightly and sat down calmly. Whispers grew louder around them, and countless eyes focused on Lin Fan, some curious, some inquisitive, and some wary. Everyone understood that this unknown young man had successfully thrown a stone into this elite summit, creating ripples in its wake. Lin Fan calmly accepted these gazes, his heart remaining completely unmoved. "The first cry has sounded, now it's time to truly demonstrate our strength." He picked up his phone and sent Su Wanqing a short message. "Everything is going well, don't worry." Then, he raised his head and met Han Jing's gaze again, his eyes calm and firm. Chapter 23, A Deep Dive into the Harbor of Home. After the summit, Lin Fan, guided by Zhaozhe, arrived at a highly private meeting room on the top floor of the conference center. Outside the huge circular floor-to-ceiling windows was the most bustling night view of Jiangcheng, with its bustling traffic and flashing neon lights, as if the ambition and vitality of the entire city were condensed in this one place. Han Jing had already taken off his suit jacket, wearing only a shirt with the cuffs casually rolled up. He looked less sharp on stage and more relaxed, like a pragmatist. He was standing by the window when he heard the door open. He turned around and gestured for Lin Fan to sit down. "Mr. Lin, What would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? Han Jing's attitude was more casual than when he was on stage, but also more attentive. Just water is fine, thank you. Lin Fan sat down on the sofa opposite him, his posture relaxed yet measured. Zhao Zhe quickly brought over 2 glasses of water, then quietly slipped out and closed the door behind him. Only the 2 of them remained in the meeting room. Han Jing didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Mr. Lin, the point you raised at the meeting, about the upstream bottleneck in the big health industry, was very interesting. Could you elaborate on how Dawn Life plans to control this bottleneck? Lin Fan was prepared. Instead of answering directly, he asked, President Han, in the Lin Group's view, what is the most important quality that an ideal strategic partner in the big health field needs, besides capital and resources? Han Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly not offended by Lin Fan's taking the initiative, but rather finding it amusing. He pondered for a moment, then said, foresight, execution, and a deep understanding of the industry's essence. Of course, there's also the indispensable, integrity. Then, please allow me to present Dawn Life's initial results in these areas to President Han. Lin Fan said calmly. Instead of taking out a thick plan, he pulled up the core information compiled by Star Pupil on his phone and wirelessly projected it onto the large screen in the meeting room. The screen didn't first display financial forecasts or market analysis, but rather a set of anonymized, in-depth interview summaries and needs analysis maps from Dawn of Life seed members. These clearly marked the core anxieties, unmet needs, and expectations of ideal services held by expectant mothers and new parents. We believe that the real barrier to entry begins with a precise understanding and ultimate satisfaction of users' deepest needs. Lin Fan's voice was steady and powerful. What Dawn Life wants to do is not simply sell products or provide standardized services, but to become their most trusted partner during this special period, and to build a deep emotional connection and brand loyalty. Next, he presented the service process and community operation model designed based on these insights, as well as a clear roadmap for future expansion into areas such as family health management, early developmental intervention, and even genetic health counseling, based on data accumulation. While short-term financial returns are important, we value even more the user data assets and brand reputation that we accumulate through high-quality services, which have long-term value. This will be the core barrier to cope with any competition and expand our ecosystem in the future. Lin Fan's gaze was open and confident. If the Lin Group invests in us, it will not only gain a maternal and infant project, but also a core family traffic portal that can connect multiple scenarios such as medical care, insurance, education, and consumption in the future. Han Jing listened intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his knees. Lin Fan's explanation contained no boastful promises, only clear logic and a deep understanding of the industry's pain points, especially his insistence on long-term value, which coincided with his own definition of truly valuable projects. A very insightful explanation. Han Jing finally spoke, his eyes filled with even greater admiration. However, while the blueprint is excellent, execution is key. As far as I know, Dawn Life is still under construction, and the team is in its early stages of development. How can you guarantee that these concepts can be perfectly implemented? After all, there are many failed cases in this field where people were all talk and no action. This is a very pointed question, directly addressing the core risks. Lin Fan smiled slightly and pulled up another document, which included Zhou Muyuan's resume, Liang Jing's design team's past cases, and a partial monitoring report provided by Rock on the orderly construction site of Dawn Life. We have a top-notch operations, design, and engineering execution team in the industry. More importantly, Lin Fan paused, looking directly at Han Jing, I have reasons why I must succeed. This is not only a career, but also a promise I made to my family. I will not allow it to fail. His words carried an undeniable certainty and sense of responsibility, a driving force stemming from personal emotion that was sometimes more persuasive than any business plan. Han Jing looked at him and remained silent for a moment. The city lights outside the window reflected in his deep eyes. I rarely develop such a strong interest in a project and its founder at such an early stage, Han Jing said slowly. Mr. Lin, your vision, thinking, and sense of responsibility have impressed me deeply. The Lin Group's Strategic Investment Department has officially extended a due diligence invitation to Dawn Life. If everything is as you say, we will seriously consider leading a strategic investment round. This is no longer just polite formalities at the meeting, but a substantial step forward. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Han. Dawn Life welcomes any in-depth cooperation based on shared values, Lin Fan replied humbly. The meeting concluded after the two briefly discussed details such as the scope and timing of the due diligence. Leaving the conference center and getting into the car, Lin Fan finally let out a soft sigh of relief. His conversation with Han Jing, seemingly calm, actually required careful consideration of every word. It was a successful debut, opening a door for Dawn Life to a higher stage. Instead of going home immediately, he had his driver take him to Oak Bay. The pedestrian street was quiet and deserted late at night, with only the construction fence of Dawn Life standing silently under the streetlights. He could faintly hear the subtle sounds of nighttime construction coming from inside, the sounds of dreams sprouting. He stood there for a while before turning and leaving. It was late at night when I returned to Cloudtop Garden. A warm yellow light was left on in the entryway. The door to the master bedroom was ajar, letting in a faint light. Lin Fan gently pushed open the door and saw Su Wanqing leaning against the headboard, holding a tablet computer in her hand. Her head was nodding off, clearly waiting for him but having accidentally fallen asleep. The tablet displayed a mind map of the Dawn Life membership service process. A warm feeling mixed with heartache welled up in Lin Fan's heart. He carefully walked over, intending to take the tablet away and cover her with the blanket. Though the movement was gentle, Su Wanqing still woke up. She groggily opened her eyes, saw Lin Fan, and instinctively gave him a reassuring smile. "You're back. How did the talk go?" "It went smoothly." Lin Fan leaned down, kissed her forehead, and said softly, "Go to sleep, it's late." Su Wanqing shrank deeper into the blankets and mumbled, "I knew you could do it." Watching her quickly drift off to sleep again, her breathing even, Lin Fan's heart was filled with contentment. The outside world, though vast and full of opportunities and challenges, only by returning here, seeing this light burning for him, and this person waiting for him, did he feel true peace and fulfillment. He gently got into bed and pulled her into his arms. No matter how he strategizes and plans in the outside world, home will always be his softest armor and his warmest harbor. Chapter 24: Due Diligence and Silent Support. 3 days later, the due diligence team from the Lin Group's Strategic Investment Department officially moved into the Dawn Life project office, temporarily located in a secure office suite temporarily leased by Rock in the same building below Cloudtop Garden. The team was led by Han Jing's capable deputy, a female director named Sun Wei, known for her rigorous work style and stern demeanor. The investigation proceeded methodically. Sun Wei's team meticulously reviewed all of Dawn Life's legal documents, equity structure, business plan, financial model, and even background information on Lin Fan and core team members Zhou Muyuan and Liang Jing. They visited the Oak Bay construction site and engaged in in-depth discussions with the construction and supervision teams. Lin Fan cooperated fully, remaining open and composed. With the assistance of Star Eye, all the materials were prepared flawlessly. Zhou Muyuan handled most of the operational and marketing issues. His professionalism and experience left a deep impression on Sun Wei's team. As the chief experience officer, Su Wanqing also participated in some interviews about service philosophy and user insights. Although she was a little nervous, when she talked about the needs of pregnant women and the pain points of mothers that she had personally experienced, the sincerity in her eyes and her meticulous observations moved even Sun Wei, a veteran who was used to commercial packaging. "Mrs. Lin," Sun Wei said with a rare gentleness after ending her private conversation with Su Wanqing, "many of your ideas are very close to real users, which is a valuable asset for a startup project." Su Wanqing was a little embarrassed, but more than that, she was overjoyed to be recognized. "I just hope that I can truly help families like ours." The due diligence lasted a full week. During this week, Lin Fan appeared calm on the surface, but he was under considerable pressure inside. This was not only about whether Dawn Life could obtain investment from the Lin family, but also about whether he could truly open the door to the top-tier capital circle and validate his business model and team's capabilities. Su Wanqing noticed his pressure. She didn't ask any questions, but simply offered her support in her own way. She instructed Chef Lu Ming to prepare a variety of nutritionally balanced meals every day to ensure that Lin Fan's body wouldn't break down under the intense workload. She would quietly bring him a bowl of warm, calming soup while he was still working in his study late at night, and then leave quietly without disturbing him. She even tried to massage his temples. Although her technique was clumsy, her sincerity allowed Lin Fan's tense nerves to relax for a moment. Ding! Your partner's meticulous care and support have been detected, further strengthening your emotional bond. The passive skill increased stamina recovery speed has been slightly enhanced. That evening, the last day of due diligence, Lin Fan saw Sun Wei's team off and returned to his rooftop home, his face showing an undeniable weariness. Su Wanqing was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a parenting book in her hand, but not reading it. Hearing the door open, she immediately stood up and went to greet her. "Is it over?" she asked softly, taking the coat he had taken off. "Yes, the first phase is over." Lin Fan rubbed his temples and sat down on the sofa. Next, we just have to wait for their internal review results. Su Wanqing walked behind him, gently placed her hands on his temples, and pressed them lightly with her fingertips. Don't overthink it, her voice was as gentle as a feather. You've done the best you could. The rest is up to time and professional judgment. She paused, then her tone became lighter. The baby was moving around a lot today, as if he knew that his dad was busy with something important and was cheering you on in his own way. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart softened. He reached out and pulled her close, bending down to press his ear against her swollen belly. Sure enough, he could feel the baby's strong movements inside, one after another, as if it were truly interacting with him. A wonderful sense of connection and a tremendous sense of responsibility welled up inside me, dispelling the fatigue and uncertainty of the past few days. He looked up into Su Wanqing's gentle eyes and said earnestly, "Thank you, Senior. Thank you for waiting, thank you for your support, thank you, and baby." Su Wanqing understood his unspoken words, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shook her head. "We are family." "Yes, we're family." Lin Fan embraced her. No matter how fierce the storms outside, as long as this family was there, he had endless courage and strength to face them. A few days later, Lin Fan received a call from Han Jing himself. "Mr. Lin, the preliminary due diligence report is ready." Han Jing's voice was devoid of much emotion. The report affirms the positioning, team execution, and market potential of the Dawnlife project. In particular, your deep understanding of user needs and long-term value orientation are highly aligned with the Lin Group's investment philosophy. Lin Fan held his phone and listened quietly. After internal discussions, Han Jing paused, then gave the final answer. The Lin Group's strategic investment department has decided to lead this series of funding round for the Dawnlife project, with an initial intended investment of 50 million renminbi, representing a 15% stake. Our legal team will contact you as soon as possible to discuss the specific terms. It's done. Even with Lin Fan's composure, a surge of excitement welled up within him. This was not only a huge sum of money, but also an endorsement of the prestigious Lin Group brand, meaning that Dawnlife had started from an extremely high level from its inception. Thank you for the trust of the Lin Group and President Han. Lin Fan's voice remained steady. We will not let them down. I have faith in your capabilities, Han Jing said, his tone carrying a genuine sense of anticipation. I look forward to Dawnlife becoming an important piece in our strategic layout in the big health industry. It would be a pleasure to cooperate with you, Mr. Lin. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Han. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his study, gazing at the vast city outside, and took a deep breath. The first phase goal has been successfully achieved. But this is just the beginning. The injection of funds and the endorsement of industry giants mean greater responsibility and a faster pace of development. He turned and walked out of the study, eager to share the good news with the person who had always been behind him, silently giving him strength. A new journey is about to begin. Chapter 25: Accelerated Start and New Challenges. The news that Lin's Group led a 50 million renminbi series of funding round was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up considerable ripples within a specific business circle in Jiangcheng. Dawnlife, a project that hadn't even officially opened yet, went from being unknown to becoming the focus of attention overnight. Countless curious, inquisitive, and even scrutinizing eyes were cast upon Lin Fan and his team. Lin Fan had no time to bask in the joy of success. The arrival of funds meant the project had to be accelerated, and it also meant his responsibilities were heavier. He immediately convened an emergency meeting with Zhou Muyuan and Su Wanqing. As per your request, ROC has already strengthened the security level at the project site and construction site to ensure that there will be no external interference before the opening, Zhou Muyuan reported first. In addition, the first installment of Lin's funds is expected to arrive within 3 days. We need to immediately launch large-scale procurement, recruitment, and market warm-up. Lin Fan nodded and looked at Su Wanqing. Senior, we must speed up the feedback from seed members and the testing of the initial service process. We need to start a small-scale trial operation immediately after the Lin family's funds are officially injected, to refine our model with the most realistic service experience, and ensure that everything goes smoothly when we officially open. I understand. Su Wanqing's eyes were firm, with a thick notebook of member needs analysis spread out in front of her. Nurse Zhang and I have already sorted out the core service package and emergency plan for the first 3 months, and the team training can start next week. Lin Fan was relieved by her condition. Pregnancy had not weakened her abilities, on the contrary, it had allowed her to invest a deeper emotion and understanding into her work. After the meeting, Lin Fan stayed alone in the temporary office and brought up the Star-Eye interface. Xing Tong reassessed the project timeline and optimized the execution path after integrating Lin's resources. Instructions received. Integrating supply chain resources, media channels, and information on potential partner medical institutions provided by the Lin Group. A new timeline is being generated. Trial operation is expected to be completed 2 weeks earlier, and the official opening date 1.5 months from now. Risk assessment, acceleration may introduce risks related to detail control. Quality monitoring points need to be strengthened. The efficiency improvement is significant, but risks do exist. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and issued the instruction: mark all key quality nodes and set up automatic reminders via Star-Eye. At the same time, screen the list of cooperative medical institutions provided by Lin's group and prioritize access to top resources related to pregnancy, pediatrics, and postpartum rehabilitation. The instruction has been confirmed. The notification system has been deployed. Medical institution screening is complete, and a preliminary contact template has been generated. With Star-Eye as his super assistant, Lin Fan felt as if he had gained several brains, greatly improving his efficiency and accuracy in handling complex matters. In the days that followed, Dawn Life sprang into action like a tightly wound precision instrument. Construction progressed at breakneck speed, and the interior decoration began to take shape. Zhou Muyuan led his team in a tireless campaign of large-scale recruitment and training. Su Wanqing, meanwhile, led the nascent service team to engage in in-depth communication with selected seed members, rehearsing service processes, collecting feedback, and continuously optimizing the service. Lin Fan, on the other hand, plays more of a strategic decision-making and resource coordinator role. He needs to maintain close communication with the project liaisons sent by the Lin Group, review important contracts, make key personnel appointments, and utilize the Lin Group's resources to pave a higher starting point for Dawn Life. That night, Lin Fan returned home late at night. Only a floor lamp was left on in the living room. Su Wanqing was curled up on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket, obviously having fallen asleep while waiting for him. On the coffee table next to her was a service manual that she had marked extensively. Lin Fan's heart softened, a pang of tenderness washing over him. He gently walked over, intending to carry her back to the bedroom. Just as she bent down, Su Wanqing woke up. She rubbed her eyes, saw that it was Lin Fan, and gave him a tired but gentle smile. "You're back. Have you eaten? There's some soup keeping warm in the kitchen." "I've already eaten." Lin Fan sat down next to her and took her hand. "Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? You need to rest more now." "I'm fine, I took a nap this afternoon." Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder and said softly, "It's just that, the pace suddenly seems a lot faster, and I'm a little worried that I won't be able to keep up." Lin Fan put his arm around her shoulder and said softly, "You've done a great job, even better than I expected. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We have the best team, and everything will go smoothly." "Mum." Su Wanqing nodded in his arms, feeling the reassuring aura emanating from him, and the slight anxiety that had accumulated during the day gradually dissipated. She suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, Mom called today and said that our relatives back home have heard about Lin's investment from somewhere and are asking about you." Lin Fan smiled slightly. It's inevitable that a tall tree catches the wind. But he didn't care about such empty fame. Let them be. What we need to do now is to focus on doing a good job with Dawn Life. He paused, his tone becoming serious. "Once things settle down here, I'll go with you back to our hometown to properly visit Mom and Dad." Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart and nodded vigorously. Just then, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. It was an encrypted notification from Star-Eye. He glanced at it without making a sound, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Information indicates that ROC has detected several unfamiliar IP addresses attempting to gain low-level access to the internal network of Dawn Life. Although these attempts have been blocked by the firewall, the behavior pattern suggests that they are not ordinary network attacks, but rather some kind of purposeful probing. Meanwhile, unidentified individuals have been observed loitering and observing near the Oak Bay project. Lin Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. It seemed that Lin's endorsement and the project's acceleration had not only attracted attention but also the attention of some ill-intentioned eyes. Perhaps it was a business competitor, or perhaps other forces lurking in the shadows. He put his phone away, not revealing his worries to Su Wanqing. "It's getting late, let's go rest." He picked up Su Wanqing and carried her towards the bedroom. Su Wanqing gasped softly, wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushed slightly, and buried her face in his neck. After settling her in, Lin Fan went to the study, closed the door, and immediately contacted Zhao Qiming. I understand the situation. Zhao Qiming's voice was cold and stern. We have increased our cybersecurity forces and deployed more undercover agents. The other party is being cautious and has not taken any further action for the time being. We will continue to monitor the situation and trace the IP address. Find out who's behind this. Lin Fan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. I don't want any surprises before dawn life opens. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan walked to the window. The night was deep, and the city lights were still dazzling, yet they seemed to conceal invisible undercurrents. Securing Lin's investment was an opportunity and a boost, but it also propelled him and everything he cherished onto a broader and more complex stage. The road ahead is destined to be anything but smooth. But he was fearless. He glanced back at the master bedroom, his gaze becoming firm yet gentle. To protect this peace and happiness, he must grow stronger quickly, strong enough to clear away all obstacles in his path. The fleet, accelerating its voyage, could already see the distant waves and storms. Chapter 26: Sugar and Salt in the Morning Light. With the Lin family investment finalized, the tension brought on by the accelerated project was intentionally eased into a more relaxed daily rhythm by Lin Fan over the next few days. He understood the importance of balance, especially for Su Wanqing during her pregnancy, for whom a stable and peaceful state of mind was more important than any business success. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the soft curtains of the master bedroom and cloud-top garden, waking the two who were sleeping in each other's arms. Su Wanqing slept soundly in Lin Fan's human-shaped sleeping pill-like embrace, and only opened her eyes groggily when Lin Fan quietly got up to prepare breakfast. What time is it? Her voice was still hoarse and soft from just waking up. She instinctively snuggled closer to him, craving his warmth. It's still early, you can sleep a little longer. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed the strands of hair that fell across her forehead, his voice deep and gentle, a sound unique to early morning. I'm not going to sleep anymore. Su Wanqing shook her head, propped herself up to sit up, and rubbed her eyes. We agreed to go to the supermarket together today. Seeing her adorable attempt to stay awake, Lin Fan's heart softened. He didn't insist any further and simply helped her slowly get up. Okay, let's do it together. After washing up, Lin Fan walked into the dining room and magically brought out breakfast from the kitchen, not the usual dishes that required complex skills, but the simplest yet most challenging dish, a soft boiled fried egg, perfectly toasted whole wheat bread, a small bowl of Greek yogurt garnished with nuts and berries, and a glass of fresh milk at just the right temperature. Let's keep it simple today, Lin Fan said, pulling out a chair for her. Su Wanqing looked at the perfectly runny fried egg and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She remembered that she had casually mentioned a few days ago that she missed the simple and pure taste of breakfast. After dinner, the two tidied up a bit and prepared to leave. Lin Fan picked up his car keys, but Su Wanqing tugged at his sleeve. Shall we take a walk? It's that imported goods supermarket nearby, not far. Her eyes held a hint of anticipation, like a little animal longing to go out for some fresh air. Having spent most of her pregnancy sheltered at home or in the car, she missed the feeling of strolling leisurely through a supermarket. Lin Fan looked at her slightly protruding belly and hesitated. I asked head nurse Shang, and she said my condition is stable now, and taking a walk is beneficial for a smooth delivery, Su Wanqing quickly added, her eyes earnest. Lin Fan finally gave in to her gaze and compromised, saying, okay, let's go for a walk then. Tell me immediately if you feel unwell. Su Wanqing immediately smiled broadly. It was a mild early summer morning, the sun not yet too strong, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of grass and flowers. Lin Fan carefully took Su Wanqing's hand, and the two walked slowly along the tree-lined sidewalk towards the supermarket not far away. He didn't have the rock people follow him closely, but only had them keep watch at a distance to ensure their safety. This stroll, just like that of an ordinary couple, filled Su Wanqing with joy. She pointed to the newly blooming flowers in the roadside flower beds and shared with Lin Fan some knowledge about the sensory development of babies that she had learned from a parenting app. Lin Fan listened patiently, occasionally responding with a few words, his gaze always fixed on her, filled with indulgence and doting. In the supermarket, Lin Fan pushed the cart, Su Wanqing linked arms with him, and they strolled leisurely between the shelves. She picked up a bag of snacks for pregnant women, looked at the ingredient list, and then put it back in the fruit section. She carefully selected the freshest-looking blueberries and kiwis. When she reached the maternity and baby products section, she slowed down, looking at the small and cute baby bottles and soft baby onesies, her eyes filled with maternal tenderness. Is this color pretty? She picked up a light yellow dress, held it up against herself, and asked Lin Fan. It looks good. Lin Fan looked at the genuine joy on her face, his eyes gentle. Baby looks good in anything. In the end, in addition to the planned ingredients, the shopping cart also contained a pale yellow dress, a packet of safe probiotics for pregnant women, and a small box of liqueur-filled chocolates that Su Wanqing suddenly wanted to eat after consulting Lin Fan and receiving the reply that a small amount is okay. On the way home, Lin Fan carried shopping bags in one hand and held Su Wanqing's hand tightly with the other. The sunlight stretched their shadows long, intertwining them. It seems, we're out of salt. Su Wanqing suddenly remembered as they approached home. I'll go buy it, you go home and rest first, Lin Fan said immediately. No, together. Su Wanqing gripped his hand tightly, her voice tinged with dependence. Lin Fan smiled helplessly yet indulgently, and led her into the small convenience store next door. After buying the salt, Su Wanqing looked at the ordinary plastic bag with the convenience store logo in Lin Fan's hand, and then at the large bag from a high-end imported supermarket in his other hand, and suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Lin Fan turned his head to look at her. It's nothing, Su Wanqing said with a smile. It's just that the way you are carrying groceries from an imported supermarket in one hand and a few dollars worth of salt from a convenience store in the other is a bit cute in a contrast. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then laughed. Yes, he could be a strategist, conversing fluently with business tycoons, or he could accompany his beloved to the most ordinary convenience store for a bag of salt. Perhaps the essence of life is made up of these seemingly insignificant, yet heartwarming moments. At this moment, all thoughts of the Lin family investment, business plans, and lurking shadows seemed to fade away. In his world, only the smiling girl beside him and the little life growing strong in her womb remained. Back home, Lin Fan put the ingredients away, tied on an apron, and began preparing lunch. Su Wanqing wasn't idle either. She sat on a high stool next to the kitchen island, eating the blueberries she had just bought while watching his busy figure, occasionally handing him a plate or exchanging a few words. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food and a warm, everyday atmosphere. Ding! Detected that the host is immersed in a warm family life, sharing ordinary moments with their partner, resulting in a significant increase in their sense of happiness. Reward: the skill God-level culinary skill derivative branch emotional resonance seasoning is slightly unlocked. The dishes prepared by the host will be able to more subtly match the eater's current emotions and physical condition, bringing a deeper level of comfort and satisfaction. Lin Fan paused slightly as he stir-fried the vegetables, feeling a strange sense of control welling up in his fingertips. He glanced at Su Wanqing, who was resting her chin on her hand and smiling at him, and understood. Lunch was a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup, but Su Wanqing ate with exceptional relish, repeatedly praising how the food seemed particularly to her liking. Lin Fan, watching her contented expression, felt a simple joy welling up inside him. In the afternoon, Lin Fan didn't go to his study to handle official business. Instead, he sat with Su Wanqing on the sofa in the living room. One of them used the computer to process some less urgent emails, while the other continued to improve her service manual. Sunlight filled the living room, and a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere permeated the air. Occasionally, when we look up, our eyes meet, and we exchange a smile. It speaks volumes more than 1,000 words. In the evening, Lin Fan received a work report call from Zhou Muyuan. After handling it concisely, he no longer allowed official business to disturb the peace. As they slept in each other's arms at night, Su Wanqing whispered in his ear, "Lin Fan, I like days like this." Lin Fan tightened his arms around her and placed a kiss on the top of her head. "Yes, it will always be like this from now on." He knew that life's grand and dramatic moments were the scenery, but the mundane routines of daily life, the companionship through dawn and dusk, were the ultimate destination of his struggles. Chapter 27: Prenatal Checkup Day and an Afternoon at the Gallery. The calendar turned a new page, and before she knew it, it was time for Su Wanqing's regular prenatal checkup. Compared to the chaos and anxiety of her first checkup, this time, everything was calm and peaceful thanks to Lin Fan's meticulous arrangements. In the early morning, Lin Fan prepared a nutritious breakfast himself as usual. While eating, he casually mentioned, "If we finish the checkup and it's still early, and the weather is nice, there's a newly opened private gallery nearby. I heard it exhibits some modern art paintings about life and growth. Would you like to go and take a look? Just to relax." He didn't mention that it was a rock-solid selected venue with an absolutely quiet and private environment, nor did he say that he had booked the entire morning session. He simply offered an easy alternative. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up slightly. Although she was being taken care of meticulously during her pregnancy, her range of activities was ultimately limited. The opportunity to be exposed to some artistic atmosphere was very appealing to her. "Sure, if it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all." Lin Fan smiled and put the peeled hard-boiled egg into her bowl. The journey to the hospital was smoothly made in Zhang Chang's Maybach GLS, with almost no bumps. Soft classical music played inside, and Su Wanqing leaned back comfortably on the headrest, watching the street scenes pass by outside the window, feeling relaxed. Upon arriving at the private maternity hospital in which Lin Fan held a controlling stake, the hospital director and head of obstetrics were already waiting in a private entrance. There were no queues, no noise, all examinations were conducted in an absolutely private and prestigious environment. Lin Fan accompanied him throughout, no longer the expectant father who needed special skills to understand the medical terminology, but a family member who could professionally discuss several subtle indicators with the doctors. His composed demeanor and understanding of medical knowledge even earned him a silent nod of approval from the experienced chief physician. The test results were all normal, the baby was developing well, and Su Wanqing's vital signs were stable. Hearing the doctor's affirmative answer, a barely perceptible smile of genuine relaxation finally appeared on Lin Fan's usually composed face. He squeezed Su Wanqing's hand tightly, and Su Wanqing returned the squeeze. They smiled at each other, their mutual relief and joy unspoken. Ding! Accompanying your partner through a key prenatal checkup yielded positive results, enhancing the family's sense of security and happiness. Reward, skill, environmental comfort control beginner. Allows for minor adjustments to light, temperature, and airflow within a small area around the user to create the most suitable microenvironment for their partner. Note, this is not a physical change, but merely a sensory guidance. A strange sense of perception surged into Lin Fan's consciousness, and he felt as if he could more keenly perceive Su Wanqing's subtle feelings about the surrounding environment. Leaving the hospital, it was still early, and the sun was shining brightly. Lin Fan, as agreed, had Zhang Cheng drive the car to the gallery located on the corner of a quiet street. The gallery, named Prologue, has a minimalist, pure white exterior. As Lin Fan had mentioned, it's not open to the public in the mornings, only a well-dressed, composed female manager waits quietly at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she bows slightly and silently leads them inside. The interior space is spacious and well lit, with paintings of varying sizes hanging on the pure white walls. The paintings are not obscure or difficult to understand, they mainly feature soft colors, flowing lines, and vibrant imagery, depicting themes such as budding, blossoming, embracing, and protecting, perfectly matching the exhibition theme of life growth, creating a warm and healing atmosphere. There were no other spectators, only soft background music flowing through the space. Lin Fan held Su Wanqing's hand as they walked slowly, enjoying the view. Su Wanqing stopped in front of a painting titled Building a Nest. The painting depicted a huge bird's nest woven from various soft materials in warm colors, with faint light shining through it, symbolizing gestation and protection. I like this one, Su Wanqing said softly, her eyes gentle. Lin Fan noticed that she had lingered for a while and seemed a little tired. With a slight thought, his newly acquired environmental comfort control skill quietly activated. Su Wanqing immediately felt a very gentle, perfectly timed breeze beside her, carrying the warmth of the sunshine and dispelling the faint chill in the exhibition hall. This made her legs, which had been a little sore from standing for so long, feel much better. She simply assumed it was because the gallery's air conditioning system was comfortable and didn't think much of it. Then let's look at it a little longer, Lin Fan said gently, helping her to sit down on the bench set up in front of the painting. The female manager brought them 2 glasses of warm water and a delicate dessert platter, then stepped back to give them absolute privacy. The two sat there, gazing at the painting, occasionally exchanging a few words in hushed tones. Sunlight streamed through the enormous glass skylight, casting dappled shadows on the polished floor and enveloping them. Time seemed to slow down. Su Wanqing leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, looking at the vibrant paintings and feeling the baby's movements in her womb. She felt a great sense of peace and happiness filling her heart. Lin Fan, she suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, after the baby is born, let's hang a few paintings like these in the house, okay? Okay. Lin Fan agreed without hesitation, looking down at her profile, which was bathed in the soft glow of the sunlight. Wherever you like, we'll hang it there. It was noon when they left the gallery. Instead of choosing a fancy restaurant, Lin Fan took Su Wanqing to a well-regarded private vegetarian restaurant, based on her recent tastes. The dishes were light and elegant, just what she wanted. On the way home, Su Wanqing seemed excited, discussing the painting she had just seen with Lin Fan and planning the decoration of their future baby's room. Her eyes were bright and she showed no signs of pregnancy fatigue. Looking at her radiant face, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. He knew that this kind of spiritual resonance and companionship brought her more joy and peace of mind than material gifts. Back at Cloud Top Garden, Su Wanqing quickly took a nap in the afternoon sun because of the morning's activities. Lin Fan covered her with a light blanket, dimmed the indoor lights, and then tiptoed towards the study. He turned on his computer. I had already prepared the final documents that needed his confirmation before the trial operation of Dawn Life. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Inside, it was quiet and peaceful. In between work, he would look up and see his wife and child sleeping peacefully in the living room. He already considered his baby a member of the family. At that moment, a perfect balance was achieved between his strategic business acumen and the tender warmth of family life. He knew that such peace required immense strength to protect it. And he would surely possess even greater strength to ensure the continuation of these tranquil days. Chapter 28, Wanqing's Handmade Crafts and Mr. Lin's Video Conference. The afternoon sun slanted into the living room of Cloudtop Garden, casting long, warm patches of light on the floor. Su Wanqing woke up from her nap feeling refreshed. She went into the living room and saw Lin Fan sitting on the sofa with a laptop on his lap, his fingers flying across the keyboard, focused intently on his work. He didn't go to the study, but chose to stay with her in the living room. Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. Without disturbing him, she tiptoed to the relaxation area in another corner of the living room. There was a soft, comfortable single sofa there, next to which was a small wicker basket containing some yarn and knitting tools she had recently purchased. After her pregnancy entered a stable period, in addition to handling matters related to Dawn of Life, she inexplicably developed an interest in some handicrafts, especially the idea of knitting small items for the baby, which she found particularly meaningful and anticipated. She picked up the soft, light blue cashmere yarn and small knitting needles, and, following the tutorial saved on her tablet, awkwardly began to cast on her stitches. Her movements were slow, and she would occasionally stop to re-watch the video, her brow furrowing slightly, giving her an endearingly focused expression. After Lin Fan finished dealing with an urgent email, he looked up and stretched his neck, and this was the scene he saw. Su Wanqing was curled up on the sofa, the sunlight outlining her soft facial features and slightly protruding belly. She was looking down, her slender fingers tangling with light blue yarn, her expression as focused as a student completing an important assignment. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, and his gaze softened. He remained silent, simply watching as if admiring a beautiful still life painting. The fatigue from work seemed to vanish in that moment. Ding! Your partner is detected engrossed in a loving and creative activity, creating a warm and loving family atmosphere. Hidden reward, the host's focus and patience receive a slight boost. After several attempts, Su Wanqing finally succeeded in starting and began knitting the first row. She knitted very slowly, each stitch meticulously executed. Occasionally, she would make a mistake, let out a soft oops, and patiently unravel it to start over. Her earnest demeanor was more serious than when handling any business documents. Time slipped away quietly amidst the shifting sunlight and the gentle clinking of knitting needles. The living room was quiet, save for the occasional tapping of Lin Fan's keyboard and Su Wanqing's soft sighs as she untied stitches. After an unknown amount of time, Su Wanqing finally finished knitting a small piece. Although the edges were still a bit uneven, it had already taken shape. She held up the light blue, soft little piece of fabric to the light and looked at it, a satisfied smile of accomplishment on her face. She looked up and met Lin Fan's smiling eyes. Are you done? She hid the knitting behind her back a little embarrassedly. It's not very pretty. It's very beautiful. Lin Fan closed his laptop, walked over and sat down next to her, naturally taking the small piece of fabric and feeling the softness of the wool with his fingertips. Is it for the baby? I'd like to try knitting a little sock or a little hat. Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder, her tone filled with longing. I don't know if I'll have enough time, I'm too clumsy with my hands. There's still time, take your time knitting. Lin Fan put his arm around her and said gently, baby will definitely like it, because it's love that mommy knitted into every stitch. His words made Su Wanqing feel sweet inside, and the frustration caused by her lack of skill instantly disappeared. Just then, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. It was a reminder from Star-Eye that there would be a video conference with the Lin Group project team in 10 minutes. I have a video conference, it'll last about half an hour, Lin Fan said to Su Wanqing. Go ahead and do your work, I'll continue my battle with my yarn. Su Wanqing pushed him understandingly. Lin Fan did not get up and go to the study. Instead, he turned on his computer again, adjusted the camera angle to ensure that the background was the clean bookshelf wall of the living room, and then put on his wireless headphones. Let us open it here, he said. Su Wanqing was a little surprised, but then she understood his intention, he didn't want her to be alone in the living room. A warm feeling welled up inside her. She shrank back into the sofa, trying to minimize her presence, and continued fiddling with her knitting, her movements becoming even gentler. As the video conference began, Lin Fan switched back to his composed and wise CEO mode, discussing the final details of Dawn Life's trial operation, marketing strategies, and plans for connecting with several high-end medical resources with the Lin family team members on the other side of the screen. His speech was clear and logical, and his decisions were decisive, a stark contrast to the man who had just been tenderly watching his wife knit. As Su Wanqing listened to his deep, magnetic voice, though she couldn't make out the exact words, she continued knitting, occasionally glancing up at him. Looking at his focused profile and sensing his willingness to stay by her side even amidst his busy schedule, a complex mix of admiration, love, and reassurance filled her heart. She suddenly felt that Lin Fan, who was in the living room having a meeting and keeping her company at this moment, was more real and charming than any young talent described in a business magazine. The meeting went smoothly and ended in less than half an hour. Lin Fan took off his headphones, rubbed his temples, and turned his head to see Su Wanqing looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes. "Is it finished?" she asked. "Mum." Lin Fan got up, poured a glass of water, and also brought her a warm one. "Did I disturb you?" "No." Su Wanqing shook her head, handing him the piece of fabric that was slightly larger than before, her tone tinged with pride. "Look, I've knitted several more rows." Lin Fan took the small piece of fabric that carried his mother's love. The soft touch from his fingertips made him feel more at ease and satisfied than any business contract. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, bathing the entire living room in a warm golden light. He pulled Su Wanqing, along with the yarn in her hands, into his arms. The blueprint for his business empire is important, but the warmth of his embrace is the ultimate meaning of his struggle. And the most romantic thing he can imagine is being able to turn around and embrace his whole world in every gap as he builds his empire. Chapter 29: The warm light of the trial operation and the soup for returning home. Inside the Dawn Life flagship store, the lights are bright, and the soft, warm light dispels the chill of an autumn evening. A subtle, comforting aroma of plant essential oils mingles with the sweet scent of freshly ground coffee and freshly baked pastries. After months of intensive preparation, the store has finally shed the dust of construction, revealing the warm, elegant, and professional aesthetics depicted on the design drawings. Today is the first day of the internal trial operation, and the guests invited are 50 carefully selected seed members and their families. There is no media, no noise, only soothing light music and the friendly whispers of the staff. Wearing a loose and comfortable maternity dress with a beige knitted cardigan custom made by Dawn of Life over it, Su Wanqing, as the chief experience officer, was smiling and whispering with an expectant mother, sharing some tips for relieving stress during pregnancy. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes bright, and although her baby bump was already quite noticeable, she didn't appear clumsy at all. Instead, she exuded a maternal gentleness and radiance. Several staff members subtly monitored her condition to ensure she didn't overexert herself. Lin Fan stood with Zhou Yuan, seemingly casually surveying the various functional areas, but his keen eyes were actually capturing every detail. He saw several babies crawling and playing on soft mats in the children's play area, while their parents sat comfortably chatting in the nearby rest area. He saw a health consultant patiently answering a new father's questions in a private consultation room, and in the product display area, several mothers showed interest in a newly arrived organic cotton baby outfit. Everything was as expected, orderly, warm, and professional. President Lin, President Zhou, Sunwei approached unnoticed. As the liaison for the Lin Group, she was also present at today's trial opening. The initial feedback has been excellent. Members' evaluations of the environment and services far exceeded expectations, especially the Pregnancy and Childbirth Safety Guide booklet, which was customized according to individual circumstances and received extremely high praise. Zhou Yuan looked at Lin Fan with barely suppressed joy. Lin Fan simply nodded slightly, his eyes calm, but the faint curve of his lips revealed that he was not entirely unmoved. Ding! The Dawn of Life project has successfully taken its first crucial step, gaining high recognition from initial users and strengthening its business foundation. The laying the foundation for the future task is progressing significantly. Reward, industry linkage insight passive. The host will find it easier to discover synergies and resource integration opportunities among their industries. A clearer flow of information entered Lin Fan's consciousness. He seemed to be able to see more intuitively the potential for collaboration between Dawn Life and Yuashan in sharing high-end customer resources and customized catering services, and the potential of ROC in extending its family safety services to its members. He wasn't lost in this feeling. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Su Wanqing not far away. She was leaning slightly forward, listening to a 3 or 4-year-old girl speaking in a childish voice, a gentle smile on her face. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a soft halo around her. At that moment, the sense of accomplishment that welled up in Lin Fan's heart was far stronger than any system notification. The trial operation was drawing to a close in a warm atmosphere. Members left one after another, filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Lin Fan did not participate in the follow-up work, leaving it entirely to Zhou Muyuan and the team. He walked to Su Wanqing's side, naturally put his arm around her waist, and asked in a low voice, "Are you tired?" Su Wanqing shook her head, her eyes still sparkling with excitement. "I'm not tired. Seeing that everyone likes it here makes all the hard work worthwhile. You did a great job." Lin Fan looked at her, his eyes focused and gentle. "Shall we go home?" "Mum." Su Wanqing nestled against him and nodded. Once inside the car, away from the hustle and bustle of Oak Bay, the city lights began to twinkle, and the car fell silent. The excitement gradually subsided, and a hint of weariness appeared on Su Wanqing's face. She leaned back in her seat and gently closed her eyes. Lin Fan gestured to Zhang Cheng to turn up the air conditioner temperature a bit, and then took out a thin blanket from the side and gently covered Su Wanqing with it. Back home, the cloud-top garden was quiet. The lights in the entryway were warmly lit. Lin Fan helped Su Wanqing sit down on the sofa. "You rest for a bit, I'll go get something to eat." He went into the kitchen and tied on an apron. Instead of choosing a complicated dish, he took out a broth he had prepared beforehand from the refrigerator, carefully simmered with old hen and pork bones, skimmed clean of any excess oil, clear and rich. He cooked 2 handfuls of thin noodles, blanched some bright green vegetables, and poached 2 plump eggs. When Lin Fan carried 2 steaming bowls of noodle soup out of the kitchen, he saw that Su Wanqing was already asleep on the sofa, clutching the invitation with the Dawn Life logo in her hand. He put down the bowl, walked over, squatted down, and quietly looked at her sleeping face. Long eyelashes cast soft shadows under her eyelids, her breathing was even, and there was a faint, satisfied smile on her lips. He didn't wake her, but gently took the invitation from her hand, placed it on the coffee table, and then carefully picked her up horizontally. Su Wanqing woke up groggily and mumbled, "Noodles. We'll eat later, go to sleep first." Lin Fan's voice was deep and gentle as he carried her steadily toward the bedroom. After settling her into the soft bedding, Lin Fan sat on the edge of the bed, not leaving immediately. Outside the window were the city lights of countless homes, and inside, the sound of even breathing filled the air. Today, Dawn of Life lit its first warm lamp. And this lamp not only illuminates the new beginning of their careers, but also the future they are building together. He knew this was just the beginning, and there might be more challenges ahead, but as long as he had this person by his side in this family, he would have endless courage and strength. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Su Wanqing's forehead, like a silent vow. Then, he gently closed the bedroom door and walked back to the living room. The 2 bowls of noodles were a little soggy, but he didn't mind. He sat down at the dining table alone and slowly began to eat. "The soup is warm, and my heart is at peace. Perhaps this is the best refuge after a hard-fought journey." Chapter 30: An ordinary afternoon and an extraordinary prelude. The successful trial operation of Dawn Life was like a warm breeze, dispelling the tension and fatigue of the past few days and bringing an exceptionally peaceful and pleasant time to Cloudtop Garden. With the project officially on track and managed by Zhou Muyuan and his experienced team, Lin Fan could finally slow down a bit and spend more time with Su Wanqing and their soon-to-be-born baby. The afternoon sun was shining brightly. Lin Fan didn't go to the study, but stayed in the nursery with Su Wanqing. The room was almost fully furnished, with soft, light-colored walls, a cloud-shaped chandelier, a floor covered with a soft, long-haired carpet, and a crib that Lin Fan had assembled himself, exuding a faint scent of wood. Su Wanqing sat in a rocking chair by the window, holding the nearly finished light blue sweater in her hands. Her knitting skills had improved considerably, and her nimble fingers radiated a serene maternal glow. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, dancing on her body, warm and peaceful. Lin Fan sat on the carpet, leaning back in his rocking chair, with a thick, brick-like encyclopedia of neonatal care open in front of him. Instead of skimming through the information provided by the system, he chose to read it page by page like any other expectant father, marking key points with a pen, his expression focused as if he were studying an important business document. Ding! The host has proactively embraced their family role, immersing themselves in learning parenting knowledge, resulting in increased sense of responsibility and family involvement. Hidden reward: the host's perception of the infant's physiological state and emotional signals is slightly enhanced. A more subtle intuition entered Lin Fan's perception, and he seemed to be able to perceive more keenly the subtle changes in Su Wanqing's center of gravity, or the emotions conveyed when she unconsciously touched her abdomen. The room was quiet, save for the soft creaking of the rocking chair, the turning of pages, and the occasional clinking of knitting needles. Neither spoke, yet a silent understanding and warmth flowed through the air. After finishing the last stitch, Su Wanqing skillfully gathered up the loose ends of the yarn, held up the incredibly soft blue sweater to the light, and gave it a satisfied smile. Finished? Lin Fan closed the book, turned his head, and happened to see this scene. Su Wanqing nodded vigorously, handing him the little sweater with a hint of pride in her voice. Look, although it's not as fancy as the ones we bought, it should be very warm. Lin Fan took the small sweater, which carried countless afternoons of patience and love. The soft touch on his fingertips felt like something gently bumping into his heart. He imagined a little person wearing it in the future, and his eyes softened involuntarily. It's perfect. He looked up at Su Wanqing, his gaze deep and gentle. Baby will definitely love it. His affirmation made Su Wanqing's eyes crinkle with laughter. She put down her sweater, gently stroked her swollen belly, felt the strong fetal movements inside, and said softly, "The baby seems very happy too." Lin Fan reached out and placed his hand on the back of hers, feeling the pulse of life together. The sunlight made their intertwined hands appear exceptionally clear. Just then, Lin Fan's phone screen silently lit up, and Star-Eye pushed a message that it had initially screened and analyzed. The title was Notice on Holding the Jiangcheng Future Technology Innovation Summit and the Selection of Startup Enterprise Support Projects for the Young Eagle Plan. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the screen, his eyes flickering slightly. The Young Eagle program, spearheaded by the municipal government and jointly launched with several top universities and large technology companies, aims to discover and support early-stage entrepreneurial projects with disruptive technological potential. Selected participants not only receive strong policy and financial support but also gain access to top-tier research resources and industrial ecosystems, making it a coveted springboard for countless technology entrepreneurs. Below the information, Star-Eye listed its analysis conclusion. The plan aligns with the host's businesses, especially the technical support and future plans behind rock-solid security, by as much as 78%. It recommends close monitoring and an assessment of the feasibility of participation. A new challenge, or rather, a new opportunity, has quietly begun to emerge. Lin Fan didn't immediately pick up his phone to read the details. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Su Wanqing, watching her gentle profile as she contentedly stroked the little sweater. He knew that the peace and stability of his family required stronger capabilities and a more solid foundation to protect it. The success of Dawn Life was merely the first piece of the puzzle in his business empire. And the cutting-edge technology represented by Project Eagle might be the next key to building an even more formidable fortress for him. But there's no rush. He smiled slightly, turned off his phone screen, as if it were just an insignificant notification. What would you like to eat tonight? He stood up and helped Su Wanqing up from the rocking chair as well. Chef Lu sent over some very fresh matsutake mushrooms today. It's up to you. I like whatever you do. Su Wanqing used his strength to stand up straight and naturally placed her hand in his palm. The two held hands and slowly walked out of the nursery, which was filled with sunshine and warmth. The city outside the window remained bustling, and new opportunities, like undercurrents beneath the surface of the sea, were already beginning to stir. But at this moment, Lin Fan only wanted to focus on the warmth emanating from his palm, on this fleeting, ordinary yet precious afternoon. He will face the challenges of the future. But protecting the happiness in his present moment will always be his core principle. A new prelude has already begun, and the melody of home remains the warmest and most steadfast keynote in his music. Chapter 31: A New World in the Morning News and the Warmth of the Poem. In the early morning, the aroma of toasted bread and fried eggs filled the cloud-top garden. Lin Fan, wearing his familiar dark blue apron, placed two exquisitely plated breakfasts on the table. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, dividing the table into geometric patterns of light and shadow. Su Wanqing sat opposite him, her complexion rosy, her pregnant belly increasingly prominent, giving her a soft and full glow. She sipped her warm milk, her gaze occasionally drifting to the open copy of the Jiangcheng Financial Daily beside Lin Fan. Below the front page of the newspaper was a seemingly inconspicuous but significant report about the launch of the Young Eagle program selection process, accompanied by excerpts from interviews with several expert reviewers. Lin Fan ate quickly, but his movements remained elegant. Noticing Su Wanqing's gaze, he put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and spoke in a casual tone, as if discussing the weather. I saw some interesting news. The municipal government has launched a Young Eagle plan to support technology startups. Su Wanqing's attention was drawn to this tech startup. It seems quite different from our Dawn Life. They are quite different. Lin Fan picked up the newspaper and tapped the article lightly with his fingertip. Dawn Life focuses on services and community building, rooted in offline operations. This Young Eagle project targets more fundamental and cutting-edge technologies, such as artificial intelligence, biosensors, and new materials. He didn't go into detail about the technologies behind rock or mention the analysis of star eye, but described it in a way that Su Wanqing could understand. Simply put, it's about researching how to make machines smarter, how to make more sensitive detection equipment, or new materials that are safer and more comfortable. If these technologies mature, they may be used in dawn life in the future, for example, to develop more accurate health monitoring instruments or to manufacture more environmentally friendly and safer maternal and infant products. He cleverly connected the grand technological concept with the dawn life that Su Wanqing was familiar with, making the distant technology concrete and tangible. Su Wanqing nodded as if she understood, but her eyes were full of trust in Lin Fan. It sounds impressive, but is it also very difficult? Yes, the threshold is very high, and the competition will be fierce. Lin Fan did not hide the difficulties and spoke calmly. However, it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. It's never a bad thing to learn more about cutting-edge things. He folded the newspaper and set it aside, as if it were just a casual conversation at breakfast rather than a major decision that required his attention. He didn't want to add unnecessary expectations or worries to her before things were even clearer. Ding! The host has proactively shared a simplified version of future plans with their partner, enhancing transparency and trust within the family. Reward: the companion's calming effect has a slight diffusion effect, allowing the host to gain a small amount of peace and steadfastness when facing stress. A faint, comforting warmth flowed through Lin Fan's heart, and he felt his thoughts become clearer and calmer. After dinner, Lin Fan, as usual, accompanied Su Wanqing on a slow walk in the living room to aid digestion. Her steps were slightly heavier than before, and Lin Fan's arm steadily supported her lower back the whole time. The baby's movements have become stronger lately. Su Wanqing pulled his hand to her side, letting him feel the powerful fetal movements, her face showing a smile that was a mixture of surprise and happiness. Lin Fan felt a clear impact in his palm, one after another, like the primal drumbeats of life. This wondrous sense of connection stirred him more than any commercial achievement. He looked down at Su Wanqing's profile, radiating maternal warmth, and the vast landscape of technology and the future in his heart seemed to have found its most solid anchor. He gently pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head. "Tell me if you're tired, and we can rest any time." His voice was deep and gentle, concealing all his sharpness and scheming, leaving only pure protection. "Mum." Su Wanqing leaned against him comfortably, enjoying the tranquility of being carefully protected. She knew Lin Fan's world was vast, and there were many things she didn't fully understand and needed to deal with. But she never doubted that no matter how big his world expanded, she and their baby would always be the center of it. This certainty stemmed from his every meticulous gesture and every instance of his unconditional companionship. After settling Su Wanqing on the sofa to rest, Lin Fan went into the study. The door closed gently, briefly isolating him from the warmth outside. He turned on his computer, and Star-Eye had already compiled the complete application guidelines, review criteria, analysis of selected projects over the years, and preliminary assessment reports of potential competitors for the Young Eagle program into a concise document. The document shows that this plan focuses on three main areas: AI plus big health, smart security, and green technology. This aligns perfectly with Panshire's current secret development of an AI-based behavior recognition and early warning system, as well as its future plans for home health monitoring devices. However, the competitors are also formidable. In addition to several top-tier laboratories with university backgrounds, there are two technology companies founded by overseas returned PhDs that have already attracted the attention of well-known venture capital firms, and they even have an advantage in certain individual technologies. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, his sharp gaze sweeping across the information on the screen. This was no longer a contest on the same level as Chun Hao's, it was now a true entry into a technological arena teeming with experts. Here, the competition was about core technology, innovative potential, and team strength. He pondered for a moment and then gave the command to Star-Eye. Retrieve the list of all technologies and patents related to non-invasive health monitoring, microbiosensors, and next-generation intelligent security algorithms from the ROC/RD department. Anonymously register a new RD entity for the application of the Young Eagle program. Team background information will be handled with the highest level of confidentiality. Collect all publicly available technical papers, product demonstrations, and fundraising roadshow materials from the two main competitors over the past 6 months. Instructions confirmed. Executing. Initial integration expected to be completed in 2 hours. Lin Fan closed his eyes and began to sketch out a new blueprint in his mind. This time, what he wanted to build was not just commercial success, but also a technological barrier that could support the stability and glory of a family for decades to come. And the starting point of all this may lie hidden in that seemingly ordinary morning newspaper, hidden in the rhythm of new life that he had just felt in his palm. He opened his eyes, his gaze now completely calm and focused. A new journey quietly begins beside the breakfast table, and the first blueprint will be laid out in this study. Chapter 32: Sugars and Alarms in Late Pregnancy. Time seemed to be ticking away like a clock. Against the backdrop of the steady progress of dawn life, Su Wanqing's pregnancy quietly entered its final stage. Her body grew heavier and heavier, like a full, ripe fruit. She moved with increasing caution, but her mind was in a special state of mixed anticipation and tension as her due date approached. Lin Fan practically cut off all external social engagements. Unless it was a crucial juncture in the Young Eagle project that required his personal decision, his activities were basically confined to the 2 points of Cloud Top Garden and Dawn Life. He maximized the effectiveness of Star Eye to ensure that he could handle most matters remotely, leaving the most time for Su Wanqing. That evening, after the two had finished dinner, Su Wanqing leaned back on the sofa, gently rubbing her slightly swollen ankles. Lin Fan brought over a basin of water at just the right temperature, containing herbal foot bath packets to relieve fatigue, as suggested by head nurse Zhang. He knelt down and naturally immersed her feet in the water, massaging her soles and calves with moderate pressure. His technique was no longer as clumsy as before. With the support of miracle doctor-level maternity care knowledge and countless practices, it had become professional and precise. Ouch, be gentle, it's a little sore here. Su Wanqing frowned slightly and pointed to her calf. Lin Fan immediately adjusted his pressure, his fingertips rubbing and massaging the taut muscle in circles. The warm medicinal power seeped in with the massage, and Su Wanqing sighed comfortably, leaning back against the sofa. Ding! Continuing to provide meticulous care for your partner effectively alleviates pregnancy discomfort and enhances intimacy and dependence. Hidden bonus: the host's precision and strength control are slightly enhanced. As Lin Fan massaged her, he chatted with her about trivial yet heartwarming things. They talked about how Dawn Life had received several thank you letters from members that day, the need to add a changing table to the nursery, and the latest progress in naming the baby. They had prepared a list of both boy and girl names, but were struggling to make a final decision. Lin Fan, do you think the baby will look more like you or me? Su Wanqing looked at the ceiling and suddenly asked, her voice filled with longing. Lin Fan looked up at her. Under the lamplight, her face was round and soft, and her eyes were clear. He smiled and said with certainty, like you, beautiful and smart. Su Wanqing was amused and gave him a reproachful look, but her heart was filled with sweetness. After soaking her feet, Lin Fan carefully dried them with a soft towel and applied a moisturizing cream specifically for pregnant women. The whole process was patient and gentle, as if he were handling a rare treasure. Just then, the screen of Lin Fan's phone, which was on the coffee table, flashed red briefly before returning to normal. It was a silent alert from the highest priority alarm set by Star Eye, meaning that Rock had detected an emergency that required his immediate attention. Lin Fan's gaze froze almost imperceptibly for a moment, but his hands did not stop moving at all. He gently put Su Wanqing's feet back into the soft slippers, and his face even had a gentle smile that had not yet faded. Are you feeling better now? He stood up and took the water away. Much better, thank you. Su Wanqing was completely unaware of the sudden change in her expression. She held onto the sofa armrest and tried to stand up. I'm going to wash up. Slow down, let me help you. Lin Fan immediately put down the basin, took her arm, and steadily led her to the bathroom at the entrance of the master bedroom. While Su Wanqing was washing up in the bathroom, Lin Fan quickly returned to the living room and picked up his phone. Unlocking the screen, the encrypted interface of Star Pupil automatically popped up, displaying only a brief report. Alert: an unusual attempt to contact Professor Li Jianming of the Jiangnan University Microelectronics Institute, one of the review experts for the Young Eagle project, was detected. The contact was made by a shell company registered overseas, which, upon tracing, has been found to have indirect financial transactions with accounts linked to the Chun family Haoyuan building materials. The attempt was unsuccessful and has been resolved by our personnel. Professor Li himself was unaware of the attempt. Assessment: retaliatory interference, level, low to medium. External protection for relevant experts has been strengthened. Chen Hao. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. It seemed the other party wasn't behaving themselves overseas, still harboring malicious intentions, and was actually trying to sabotage him by interfering with the judging experts. The method wasn't sophisticated, even somewhat clumsy, but it was as disgusting as a fly. He quickly replied, continue to monitor and collect all chains of evidence. Ensure the absolute safety of all review experts and eliminate any possibility of interference. If necessary, alert the Chen family's overseas accounts. After processing the message, he immediately cleared the record and his expression returned to normal. When Su Wanqing finished washing up and came out, she saw Lin Fan standing by the living room window, gazing at the night outside. What are you looking at? She asked as she walked over. Lin Fan turned around, naturally put his arm around her, rested his chin on the top of her head, and looked at the lights outside the window together. It's nothing, I was just thinking, will our baby like to see night views like this in the future? He completely concealed that cold alarm and calculation, revealing only tranquility and longing to her. Su Wanqing nestled in his arms, feeling the steady heartbeat from his chest, and looked at the dazzling starry sky outside the window, feeling enveloped in a tremendous sense of security. He will definitely like it, she said softly, her tone certain, because Mom and Dad are here. As night deepened, Lin Fan held Su Wanqing in his arms, listening to her breathing gradually become even and deep, feeling the occasional movements of the baby in her womb, his eyes clear and firm in the darkness. The mundane routines are like sweets, nourishing the soul, but the storms lurking in the shadows also require strong ships and powerful cannons to withstand. He gently kissed Su Wanqing's forehead. Sleep well, my love. I will keep all the storms outside the door. The world inside the door will always be a peaceful haven for you and your baby. Chapter 33 The Prelude to New Life. With less than 3 weeks until the due date, a silent countdown seems to fill the air. Life at Cloudtop Garden has become slower and more focused, like a gentle prelude to a symphony about to reach its climax. Lin Fan was practically on vacation. Unless it was a document filtered by Star Eye that required his signature, he left all company affairs to Zhou Muyuan and the team. His entire world shrank to Su Wanqing and the new life that was about to arrive. Su Wanqing's physical burden reached its peak. She had difficulty turning over, her leg cramps became more frequent, and her breathing occasionally became slightly rapid due to the pressure from her uterus. But strangely, her emotions remained unusually calm, even carrying a sense of peace as if everything had settled. Lin Fan's meticulous companionship and the passive effect of his emotional soothing acted like a soft yet resilient net, catching all the anxiety caused by her physical discomfort. That night, Su Wanqing was awakened again by a leg cramp. Before she could even groan, Lin Fan, who had been sleeping soundly beside her, instantly woke up and precisely placed his palm on her tense calf muscles, his warm and powerful fingertips skillfully massaging them. Here? His voice was hoarse from just waking up, but it was clear and unambiguous. Su Wanqing gasped in pain, but under his massage, the taut tendon slowly relaxed. In the dim light of the night lamp, she looked at Lin Fan's focused profile in the darkness, and the slight guilt she felt for disturbing his sleep was replaced by a huge sense of dependence. Ding! Promptly respond to your partner's discomfort during pregnancy and provide effective comfort. Your role as a guardian is more integrated. Hidden bonus, the host's nighttime alertness and reaction speed are slightly enhanced. After the cramps subsided, Su Wanqing couldn't fall asleep. The baby was moving vigorously inside her, as if making final preparations for the new world to come. She gently took Lin Fan's hand and placed it on her high, swollen belly. He seems particularly excited tonight, Su Wanqing whispered. Lin Fan felt clear and strong fetal movements beneath his palm, sometimes a small bulge appearing, sometimes sliding past like a fish. Each of these exchanges of life deeply moved him. He turned to his side, pressed his ear to the spot, and could hear the gurgling of amniotic fluid and the strong echo of a heartbeat. They're probably packing their bags and getting ready to check out. Lin Fan looked up, smiled at her in the darkness, and made a light-hearted joke. Su Wanqing was amused and gently pushed him, "You're so frivolous." The two nestled together in the darkness, feeling the vitality of the little life within them, and spoke softly. Lin Fan described how convenient the changing table, the last addition to the nursery, was, while Su Wanqing talked about how soft the handmade quilt her mother had sent from her hometown was. These trivial yet expectant conversations dispelled the silence of the night, weaving a warm net. The next day was the last important prenatal checkup. Lin Fan accompanied Su Wanqing to the hospital, already familiar with the process. On the ultrasound screen, the baby's outline was clearly visible, all indicators were very good, the baby's position was correct, and the estimated weight was just right. Your conditions are excellent, and you can definitely consider a natural birth, the doctor said with a smile to the calm expectant parents. Relax and wait for nature's signals. Returning home with the doctor's affirmative answer, Su Wanqing's heart finally settled down. She sat on a recliner on the balcony, basking in the warm autumn sun, flipping through a parenting book, with Yuan Bao, the extremely gentle golden retriever that Lin Fan had brought home to keep her from getting bored during her pregnancy, lying at her feet. Lin Fan was in the living room, doing a final check on every item in the maternity bag, from the documents and maternity pads to the baby's first small package after discharge. After confirming that everything was in order, she placed the bag in the most conspicuous position in the entryway. His phone vibrated. I had sent a notification that he had passed the initial screening for the Young Eagle project, along with the details of the next round of technical presentations, scheduled for a month later. Lin Fan glanced at it and then closed the notification. Right now, nothing was more important than welcoming a new life. He went to the balcony and sat down on another recliner next to Su Wanqing. The golden retriever, Yuan Bao, raised its head and rubbed against his trouser leg in a friendly manner. "Is everything ready?" Su Wanqing put down her book and looked at him. "Everything is ready, except for the east wind." Lin Fan held her hand, and the sunlight warmed their hands. They said nothing more, simply savoring the final tranquility before the storm, or rather, the torrent of new life. A tacit understanding and shared anticipation flowed in the air. Lin Fan looked at Su Wanqing's eyes, slightly squinted in the sunlight, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her face showing complete relaxation and trust. His heart was filled with an indescribable, overflowing emotion. He knew that the ultimate purpose of the business empire he had built, the wealth he had acquired, and the skills he had acquired was to protect the moment before him, a moment of peace, warmth, and hope. He leaned down and gently kissed the corner of her lips. "Don't be afraid," he whispered, his voice steady like a vow, "I will always be with you." Su Wanqing grasped his hand and nodded firmly. The sunlight shone on them, as if gently urging the beginning of that new life story. All the groundwork has been laid, and all the waiting is pointing to the finish line. The next page of life is about to be turned abruptly by a pair of tiny, tender hands, accompanied by a loud cry. Chapter 34: The Descent of the Angels. The night was deep, and the master bedroom of Cloud Top Garden was quiet. Surrounded by Lin Fan's steady heartbeat and reassuring presence, Su Wanqing drifted off to sleep. Lin Fan also kept his eyes closed, but remained alert, a habit he had recently developed. After an unknown amount of time, Su Wanqing, still asleep, suddenly let out a very soft groan, her body curling up slightly. Almost simultaneously, Lin Fan instantly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and unwavering, showing no signs of sleepiness. "Wanqing?" He immediately sat up, turned on the soft night light by the bedside, and called out in a low voice. Su Wanqing frowned slightly, placed her hand on her abdomen, and said in a daze, her voice tinged with uncertainty, "It seems, my stomach is a little tight, coming in waves." Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, but his voice and movements remained unusually steady. He reached out and gently placed his hand on her swollen belly, feeling the regular, gradually intensifying contractions. Relying on his divine-level prenatal and postnatal care knowledge, he quickly made a judgment. Contractions had begun, initially with relatively long intervals. "Don't panic, it's contractions." He held her hand, his voice deep and reassuring. "At first, we have plenty of time. Remember to breathe, like we practice." Under his guidance, Su Wanqing began to take slow, deep breaths, which eased her tension slightly. While comforting her, Lin Fan picked up his phone with his free hand, his movements swift yet composed. He first notified the rock-solid medical security team, who were on standby 24 hours a day, and instructed them to activate the contingency plan and contact the hospital to prepare. Next, he dialed the internal phone number of the professional postpartum nanny and caregivers in the suite next to the master bedroom, who were always on standby. Finally, following standard procedure, he notified Zhou Muyuan and Su Wanqing's mother, Wang Yalan, in a concise and calm tone, simply informing her that their condition was stable and they were preparing to go to the hospital. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, with clear and well-organized instructions. It did not alert any unrelated individuals or cause any unnecessary disturbance. Ding! Your partner is about to give birth. The host calmly and efficiently activates the emergency plan, demonstrating exceptional control and a strong sense of responsibility. Reward: special status, absolute focus, temporary for the next 12 hours. The host will maintain a high level of calmness and accurate judgment, and energy consumption will be reduced. A cool sensation flooded his mind, and Lin Fan felt his senses become more acute, his thoughts like the most precise instruments, all tension and distractions were blocked out. He bent down and helped Su Wanqing adjust to a more comfortable side-lying position, propped up her lumbar support, and gently combed through the strands of hair that were damp with sweat and stuck to her forehead. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. I'll be with you every step of the way." His voice had a magical power, making Su Wanqing unconsciously breathe in rhythm with him, and her inner fear was gradually soothed. Soon, nurses quietly entered the room and helped Su Wanqing change into loose, comfortable clothes. Downstairs in the garage, the Maybach GLS was already running, and Zhang Cheng stood solemnly beside it. The rock vehicles provided escort, and the route had been planned in advance to ensure unobstructed access to the hospital. Lin Fan carefully picked up Su Wanqing, her arms naturally encircling his neck, her face buried in his firm chest. His steps were steady, his embrace secure, as if carrying the most precious treasure in the world. They went downstairs, got into the cars, and the convoy silently glided into the quiet streets of the early morning. The city was still asleep, but their new world was drawing ever closer with each turn of the wheels. Inside the car, Lin Fan held Su Wanqing's hand the whole time, guiding her breathing and talking to her softly to distract her. The intervals between contractions were slowly shortening. When the pain came, Su Wanqing couldn't help but clench his hand tightly, her nails almost digging into his palm. Lin Fan didn't even frown, he just gripped her hand tighter, transferring his strength to her. Upon arrival at the hospital, a private entrance and suite were already prepared. A professional obstetrics team quickly took over, conducting examinations and assessments. Everything proceeded efficiently and quietly. Lin Fan changed into sterile clothing and stayed by Su Wanqing's side at the delivery bed, never leaving her side for a moment. His very presence was the strongest tranquilizer. The contractions grew more frequent and intense, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Wanqing's forehead. Occasionally, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Lin Fan carefully wiped her down with a warm towel, repeating encouraging words in her ear and guiding her to adjust her breathing and the rhythm of her movements. His gaze was focused and firm, as if he wanted to share his strength with her. "I can see the head. Come on, Mom. Push one more time," the doctor encouraged. Su Wanqing's face was pale, and she was almost exhausted. She looked at Lin Fan with pleading eyes. Lin Fan leaned down, forehead to forehead with hers, his gaze fixed on her almost unfocused eyes, his voice deep and filled with undeniable power. "Wanqing, look at me. Our baby is just ahead. This is the last time, for the baby, and for us." His words were like a ray of light, piercing through the fog of pain. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, using the last of her strength. Immediately afterwards, a loud and powerful cry broke the silence of the delivery room. The sound was like heavenly music, carrying the most primal and vibrant impact of life, instantly filling the entire space. "Congratulations! It's a boy. He weighs 6 pounds 8 ounces and is very healthy." The nurse gently placed the cleaned and wrapped baby in soft swaddling clothes on Su Wanqing's chest. The little one, with red and wrinkled skin like a little old man, had his eyes closed but was crying unusually loudly, his little fists clenched tightly. Su Wanqing's tears welled up instantly, a mixture of sweat and extreme exhaustion, yet tears of immense happiness. Her fingers trembled as she gently touched her baby's cheek. The soft touch melted her heart. Lin Fan stood by the bedside, gazing at the scene before him, his weakened wife and their newborn son. An unprecedented, overwhelming emotion surged through him, stronger and more real than any system reward. His eyes welled up, and he leaned down to kiss Su Wanqing's sweaty forehead deeply, his voice hoarse. "You've worked hard, honey, thank you." Then, he carefully touched his son's waving little fist with his fingertips. That small, warm presence instantly connected him to his own blood. Outside the window, dawn was approaching, and the sky was beginning to lighten with the pale white of Fish's belly. The most important chapter of their lives was officially turned by this little angel with its loud cries. Chapter 35: The clumsiness and tenderness of new parents. The dawn's light completely dispelled the darkness, casting a warm golden glow through the clean glass windows of the hospital's VIP suite. A faint smell of disinfectant filled the room, but even stronger was an indescribable, sweet aroma of new life. After becoming extremely exhausted, Su Wanqing fell into a deep sleep. Although her face was pale, a satisfied and peaceful smile graced her lips. In the transparent crib beside her, the little one who had just been born was also asleep, breathing lightly, his small chest rising and falling rhythmically, wrapped in soft light blue swaddling clothes, like a tranquil little animal. Lin Fan was wide awake. He sat on the chair between the two beds, his posture still upright, but the sharpness and business acumen in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an almost overflowing, thick tenderness and the cautious focus of a new father. He would glance at his wife's sleeping face, then lean over to gaze at the rosy, wrinkled little face in the crib, as if he couldn't get enough of looking at it. Ding! Successfully ensured your partner's safe delivery, welcoming a new family member and marking a significant step forward in your life. Reward: Core Skill Super Dad officially activated. Including but not limited to mastery of newborn care, comprehensive feeding knowledge, improved infant language comprehension, and rapid response to emergencies. Special reward, Family Fortune Condensation Passive. The family unit centered around the host will receive a slight luck bonus and a harmonious atmosphere. A vast and detailed stream of knowledge instantly flooded Lin Fan's mind: how to hold the baby without making him uncomfortable, how to tell if the crying was from hunger or sleepiness, how to properly prepare formula, burp the baby, change diapers. Countless pieces of information merged with his previous self-taught knowledge, forming an instinctive muscle memory. At the same time, he felt as if an indescribable, reassuring aura surrounded him. Just then, the little one in the crib stirred, letting out a few soft whimpers, its little head fidgeting restlessly. Su Wanqing was still fast asleep, so Lin Fan immediately stood up, his movements gentler and slightly stiff than ever before. Following the knowledge he had just acquired, he carefully, almost clumsily, lifted the incredibly soft little body. His arms remained stiff in one position, afraid of hurting the child with the wrong force. Once in his father's arms, the little one seemed to feel the awkward yet absolutely safe embrace. His whimpers subsided, and he slightly opened his eyes, his hazy, dark eyes seemingly unconsciously reflecting Lin Fan's tense yet excited face. Is he hungry? Su Wanqing had woken up at some point, her voice weak but filled with concern. Lin Fan quickly carried the child over, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently placed the baby beside her. It might be a little. Don't move yet, I'll get the nurse to come over. A professional nurse quickly entered and guided Su Wanqing through her first breastfeeding session. The process was somewhat difficult and bumpy. Su Wanqing was sweating with anxiety. Lin Fan held her hand tightly, using his newly acquired knowledge to softly comfort her and offer advice. The encouragement in his eyes was more powerful than any words. When he saw the little one finally successfully suckle, and Su Wanqing's face lit up with a relieved joy, his sense of accomplishment was no less than closing a multi-million-dollar investment. The next half-day was chaotic, busy, yet strangely blissful. Every cry of the little one tugged at their hearts. Lin Fan displayed his super dad's skills to the fullest. He prepared the formula at the perfect temperature, and his burping technique went from clumsy to expert. Although he was flustered and messed up his shirt sleeves the first time he changed the baby's diaper, he couldn't help but smile foolishly when he saw the baby comfortably stretching out his little arms and legs. Su Wanqing leaned against the headboard, watching this man who was a powerful figure in the business world now frantically dealing with a baby's excrement, yet his face showed no impatience, only complete patience and love. Her heart melted, and she whispered, "Honey, seeing you like this is so wonderful." Lin Fan looked up at her, his eyes gentle. He walked over and kissed her forehead, then lowered his head to kiss his son's full forehead. "It's us, that's wonderful." In the evening, Wang Yalan and Zhou Muyuan arrived one after the other to visit. Wang Yalan held her grandson, her eyes reddening, and kept murmuring, "He looks just like Wanqing when she was little." Zhou Muyuan brought the blessings of all the staff of Chenxi Life and a carefully prepared gift. After the guests left, the room returned to tranquility. The little one finished his milk, burped softly in Lin Fan's arms, and then fell asleep contentedly. Su Wanqing also ate something, and her complexion improved considerably. Lin Fan gently placed the sleeping baby back in the crib and tucked him in. Then, he returned to the bedside and took Su Wanqing's hand. "Wife," he looked into her eyes, his voice low and solemn, "thank you for giving me a home, such a wonderful gift." Su Wanqing held his hand back, tears welling up in her eyes, this time purely out of happiness. "Thank you too, for giving me all my sense of security, and our little angel." Night fell again, and the city lights illuminated the night. Only a dim wall lamp remained in the suite. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing held hands tightly, their gazes occasionally meeting before settling on the sleeping baby. The love and responsibility of the new parents flowed gently in the air like a warm tide, enveloping the three of them tightly. This was a completely new world, filled with the scent of milk, cries, clumsiness, and boundless tenderness. And Lin Fan knew that this was the end of all his journeys, and also the most precious haven he could protect, a place of gentle comfort. Chapter 36: The Guardian During Confinement. Sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains of the VIP suite, casting a warm carpet of light across the floor. The air was filled with the delicate aroma of postpartum meals, mingled with the unique milky scent of a newborn, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and contentment. Su Wanqing leaned against the raised hospital bed, her complexion slightly rosier than yesterday, but the weakness of postpartum still lingered in her eyes. She sipped the chicken soup Lin Fan offered her, her gaze fixed on the tiny figure in the crib not far away. Lin Fan, dressed in comfortable loungewear, had shed all the sharp edges of his business attire, his entire being softened by the warm indoor lighting. He had just skillfully changed his son's diaper, his movements fluid and natural, showing no trace of yesterday's awkwardness. Now, he held a soft baby cotton swab, dipped it in warm water, and gently wiped away the fine secretions from the corner of his baby's eyes, his expression focused as if he were sculpting a masterpiece. "He seems a little better looking than yesterday," Su Wanqing said softly, her tone filled with a mother's unique filter and joy. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan looked up and smiled at her, his eyes gentle. Your skin isn't so red anymore, just like yours." He put down the cotton swab, carefully picked up the baby, and let him lie on his broad shoulders. He cupped his hands and gently patted the baby's back with even pressure until a satisfied little burp sounded. Ding! Successfully completed daily newborn care, practicing super dad skills, improving fatherhood integration and practical proficiency. Hidden reward: the host's ability to interpret subtle facial expressions and body language in infants and young children is enhanced. A clearer intuition surged in, and Lin Fan felt as if he could more accurately distinguish whether his son's waving of his little hands was out of boredom or a desire for a hug, and whether his slightly furrowed brows indicated drowsiness or mild discomfort. At this moment, a professional postpartum care nurse brought in the afternoon snack and herbal tonic. Lin Fan put the sleeping baby back in the crib, carefully covered him with the blanket, and then took the tray from the nurse. "I'll do it." He nodded to the nurse, indicating that she could rest for a while. He sat down on the edge of the bed and first placed a bowl of dark-colored herbal soup, prepared according to an ancient Chinese medicine formula, in front of Su Wanqing. His tone was gentle but left no room for discussion. "Wife, you have to drink this while it's hot." Su Wanqing looked at the bowl of medicine, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Lin Fan immediately caught this fleeting resistance. Instead of lecturing her, he magically produced a small dish from the side, on which were placed 2 pitted dates. "Eat a jujube after you finish drinking it to get rid of the bitterness," he said in a low, enticing voice. Su Wanqing was amused by his thoughtful little gesture. She glanced at him helplessly, but still took the medicine bowl, held her breath and drank it all in one gulp. Then she quickly stuffed a jujube into her mouth, and the sweetness instantly dispelled the bitterness on her tongue. Lin Fan smiled as he picked up a small bowl of crystal clear bird's nest and gently stirred it with a spoon to cool it down. "Drink slowly, the temperature is just right." Between caring for her, his gaze would unconsciously drift to the crib, his ears always perked up, catching the slightest sound. Watching his busy yet steady figure, seeing the innate patience and gentleness he showed towards the child, Su Wanqing felt a profound sense of security. She knew that outside there might be storms, and the business world might require his strategic planning, but in this small space, he was her and her baby's strongest support. In the evening, the baby woke up and cried loudly. Just as Su Wanqing was about to move, Lin Fan quickly went over and skillfully checked the diaper and took her temperature, determining that she was hungry. He prepared the formula, dripped some on his wrist to test the temperature, and then handed the bottle to Su Wanqing, who had already sat up. He then placed a pillow behind her to ensure that she was comfortable and able to breastfeed without strain. Throughout the process, he remained silent yet efficient, handling every detail perfectly. After feeding the baby, Lin Fan took the baby and skillfully patted him to help him burp. The little guy nestled on his father's shoulder, his big, dark eyes looking around the room with curiosity. Su Wanqing leaned against the headboard, watching the father and son snuggling together, the afterglow of the setting sun casting a warm golden glow on them. She picked up her phone and quietly captured the moment. "Honey," she whispered, "shall we give the baby a nickname?" Lin Fan gently rocked his son in his arms, watching his eyes gradually close. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered, "Let's name him Anan. Peace and tranquility. I hope his life will be like that." Su Wanqing savored the name, her eyes glistening with tender tears. "Okay, Anan. Lin Anan." As night deepened, tranquility returned to the suite. Anan slept soundly in her crib, and Su Wanqing also drifted off to sleep with Lin Fan by her side. Lin Fan, however, did not rest immediately. He sat in a chair, using the soft light of a reading lamp, and reviewed the summary of key points for the next round of technical defenses for the Young Eagle project, compiled by Star Pupil. His expression regained some of the focus he had when working, but his overall demeanor remained calm. He knew that this change in identity meant greater responsibility. He not only had to be a good husband and father, but also build an unbreakable future for his family. And both his current acts of protection and his distant campaigns were for the same goal. He put down his tablet, walked to the crib, gazed at his son's peaceful sleeping face, then looked back at his wife's serene profile, his eyes firm yet tender. The time during the postpartum period was slow and long, and he willingly played the role of guardian, writing the first and most precious chapter of their family of 3 within this small space. Chapter 37: Discharge from the Hospital. As dawn broke, the hospital's VIP suite was already bustling with activity, yet everything in perfect order. Su Wanqing, dressed in a comfortable cotton dress and wearing a thick cashmere cardigan that Lin Fan had sent earlier that morning, looked noticeably better than she had a few days ago. She sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze gently fixed on Lin Fan's movements. Today, Lin Fan wore a well-tailored dark coat, which made him look less casual and more composed. He was now slightly bent over, intently dressing his son, Lin Anan, in his new clothes for leaving the hospital. It was a soft white onesie with pale blue embroidered clouds at the neckline. His fingers deftly fastened the tiny snaps, his movements gentle and precise, as if afraid of hurting the delicate skin. Anan seemed to enjoy his father's pampering. His dark, grape-like eyes were wide open, and his little mouth was unconsciously blowing bubbles. He let Lin Fan wrap him up tightly and finally put on a small hat of the same color, revealing only his delicate, sculpted face. "All right." Lin Fan straightened up and carefully picked up his son, who was wrapped up like a little bundle, his movements so practiced it seemed like he had rehearsed them 1,000 times. He walked up to Su Wanqing and bent down slightly. "Wife, let's go home." Su Wanqing reached out and gently touched her son's soft cheek with her fingertips. Her eyes shimmered with tears, a mixture of happiness and emotion. She looked up at Lin Fan and gave him a gentle yet incredibly dependent smile. "Yes, let's go home." Lin Fan held his son steadily in one arm and tightly grasped Su Wanqing's hand with the other, helping her slowly walk towards the door. The nursing team and Zhou Muyuan, who had been waiting outside, all wore smiles of blessing. The elevator took them directly to the underground parking garage, where a Maybach GLS was already waiting, its heater blasting. Lin Fan first helped Su Wanqing into the warm back seat, carefully fastening her seatbelt and adjusting the headrest to ensure her comfort. Then, he carried Anan in his arms and got in himself, shielding his son from the slightest chill. The car doors closed, creating a quiet and private space. The convoy smoothly drove out of the hospital and merged into the morning traffic. Su Wanqing leaned back in her chair, watching the street scene rushing past the window, feeling as if she had been transported to another world. The tension and anticipation she felt when she arrived were still vivid in her mind, and now, as she returned, she was accompanied by this little life connected to her by blood, and the man who had sheltered her from the storm. Lin Fan noticed her quietness, so he reached out with his free hand, placed it on the back of her slightly cool hand, and gently held it. "If you're tired, close your eyes and rest for a while. I'll wake you up when we get home." His palms were warm and dry, carrying a reassuring strength. Su Wanqing intertwined her fingers with his, shook her head, and looked at Anan, whom he was carefully holding in his arms. The little one had fallen asleep some time earlier, breathing evenly, his little fists loosely clenched, nestled against his father's strong chest, sleeping soundly. Ding! Successfully completed the discharge process for your partner in newborn, demonstrating outstanding care and coordination skills, and enhancing family cohesion. Reward: the skill Environmental Comfort Control is extended to apply to the interior of mobile vehicles. A more subtle sense of control emerged. With a slight thought, Lin Fan felt the already comfortable environment inside the car become even more suitable for Su Wanqing's weak postpartum constitution and the baby's sensitivity. The airflow and humidity reached a near-perfect balance. Su Wanqing was unaware of this subtle change. She only felt that the car was exceptionally comfortable. The fatigue of the past few days washed over her, her eyelids gradually became heavy, and she finally leaned back in her seat and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Lin Fan then looked down at his son, who was also fast asleep in his arms, and his heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He remained in that position, motionless, as if he were embracing his entire world. The car drove into the underground parking garage of Cloud Top Garden and came to a smooth stop. Lin Fan did not wake Su Wanqing immediately, but waited quietly for her to wake up naturally. Instead, Anan in his arms stirred first, making a soft humming sound. Su Wanqing was awakened by the voice, opened her eyes, still a little confused. Lin Fan smiled at her and said softly, "We're here, let's go home." He got out of the car first, still holding Anan, and then reached out to carefully help Su Wanqing out of the car. The nanny and housekeeper who had been waiting at the elevator immediately stepped forward and took some of her belongings. Taking the private elevator directly to the top floor, and with the door gently closing behind her, isolating her from the outside world, a truly relaxing feeling of coming home completely enveloped Su Wanqing. In the entryway, she instinctively bent down to change her shoes, but Lin Fan had already squatted down first, picked up the soft maternity slippers, and put them on for her personally. "Welcome home, my wife." He looked up, his gaze deep and tender. Su Wanqing looked at him, then at the home, now decorated even more warmly and filled with baby supplies, and finally, tears streamed down her face. This time, it was a pure, reassuring happiness. Lin Fan stood up and gently embraced her, along with their sleeping son. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the living room and illuminating the family of three as they embraced tightly. A new chapter in life, after a period of gestation and anticipation, officially began its prelude on this peaceful morning. Lin Fan knew that protecting this land would be the most glorious duty of his life. Chapter 38: The Dawn of Technology. Returning to his home in Cloud Top Garden felt like stepping into a carefully crafted, warm sanctuary. The constant, comfortable temperature, the perfect humidity, and the softly flowing soothing music were all thanks to Lin Fan's meticulous control over the environment. He gently placed the sleeping in and into the crib, which had been upgraded with an intelligent temperature control system. The mattress's built-in sensors silently activated, monitoring the baby's breathing, heart rate, and body temperature in real time. With the help of the postpartum nanny, Su Wanqing lay back down on the large bed in the master bedroom. The mattress beneath her was also extraordinary, automatically adjusting its support according to her body shape and pressure distribution to promote postpartum recovery. She watched Lin Fan carefully tuck her in and then check the monitoring data of the crib. His focus and composure made her feel incredibly at ease. "You should rest for a while too," Su Wanqing said softly, sounding a little tired. "You haven't slept much these past few days." Lin Fan leaned down and kissed her forehead, saying softly, "I'm not tired. Seeing you all is more refreshing than anything else." His gaze swept over the tablet screen on the bedside table that displayed in Anne's vital signs. Everything was stable. After settling his wife and children, Lin Fan gently closed the door to the master bedroom and headed towards the study. He knew that the responsibilities of his new role required him to possess greater power. As soon as he sat down at his desk, a familiar notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Successfully completed the first safe transfer of core family members, partner and children from the medical environment to the home environment, and established a basic home security and health monitoring network. The responsibilities of the family guardian have been initially established. Award: complete technical documentation for the vital signs monitoring patch based on flexible electronic skin technology including material synthesis, circuit design, low-power algorithms, and data encryption protocols. Reward description: this technology enables ultra-thin, breathable, and imperceptible wear, continuously monitoring key physiological parameters. Data can be stored locally with encryption or transmitted securely, making it suitable for long-term health management of mothers and infants, the elderly, and other special populations. It has high synergy potential with the Dawn Life business and the rock-solid security system. A vast and sophisticated flow of information flooded into Lin Fan's consciousness, encompassing not only theories but also specific production processes and core algorithm code. He instantly understood that if this technology could be successfully commercialized, it would not only provide Dawn Life members with top-tier health monitoring services, but its derivative applications could also be embedded into rock security systems to achieve real-time, non-intrusive monitoring of the physical condition of specific protected individuals. This is no longer a simple monetary or skills reward, but directly points to a potentially huge entry point into the technology industry, which coincides with the direction of his Young Eagle program, Defense. He immediately activated StarEye, receive and analyze all technical data on the vital signs monitoring patch. Prioritize the assessment of its feasibility for integration with Dawn Life's existing services, and simulate the construction of a business model for an independent product line. At the same time, analyze the added weight of this technology on the Eagle project bidding proposal. The instruction has been confirmed. StarEye analysis is underway. Feasibility assessment for technology integration has been initiated. Business model simulation is underway. A pale blue light screen unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes, with complex data streams and 3D models flashing rapidly. He could clearly see how this technology connected with the Dawn Life membership app, providing far more accurate data and a more comfortable experience than ordinary smart bracelets. He could also see how a brand new technology brand focused on personal health monitoring could rise through this. More importantly, the analysis results of StarEye show that using this technology as a physical application case in the defense of the Young Eagle program will greatly increase its persuasiveness, demonstrating that its technology is not only at the level of academic papers, but also has the strength to be quickly implemented and industrialized. A soft humming sound came from outside the study, followed by Su Wanqing's gentle, soothing voice. Lin Fan's heartstrings were touched, and he spared a moment of attention, only to hear that silence quickly returned outside. He refocused on the technological blueprint before him, his eyes sharp. This award came at just the right time, like a brighter searchlight illuminating the path he was paving. It wasn't just about business interests, it was about the formidable technological moat he could build for the people he cherished. He pondered for a moment, then issued new instructions to StarEye: anonymously register a new R&D company, named Core Biotechnology. Assign the vital signs monitoring patch technology patent to it. Initiate the sample development process, find a reliable flexible electronics foundry, and require the highest level of confidentiality. At the same time, this technology will be integrated as a core highlight into the final presentation of the Young Eagle program, emphasizing its application prospects and immediate implementation capabilities in the field of AI plus big health. Instructions recorded. Registration process for the shell company Xinxing Technology initiated. Foundry selection criteria set. Technology integration and solution optimization underway. After dealing with these matters, Lin Fan leaned back slightly and rubbed his temples. Night had fallen outside the window, the city lights like stars on the ground. Inside the study, only his steady breathing and the faint glow of the star-eye interface filled the room. He got up, didn't turn on the light, and walked to the study door using the light streaming in from the window, gently pushing it open a crack. In the master bedroom, Su Wancheng and Nen were both fast asleep, their breathing even. The small screen on the crib emitted a soft green light, indicating that everything was fine. At this moment, cutting-edge technological exploration and the warm embrace of home achieved a perfect harmony in the tranquil night. Lin Fan knew that every step he took and every ability he possessed ultimately converged on the same goal to protect this window with its warm light and the peaceful figure sleeping inside. The seeds of new technologies have been sown, waiting only for the right moment to ignite into a blazing flame that illuminates the path to the future. Chapter 39 Late Night Laboratory. The cloud-top garden was peaceful under the cover of night, with only the soft hum of the newly added precision 3D printer in the corner of the study as it meticulously built the first prototype of the vital signs monitoring patch. Lin Fan sat at the sleek workbench, on which lay several manuscripts filled with complex circuit diagrams and material structures, next to several flexible substrate samples of different materials, gleaming faintly under the light. He twirled a nearly transparent, ultra-thin polymer material between his fingers, feeling its excellent flexibility and breathability. This was a sample urgently produced by a top materials laboratory commissioned by Corbio Technology. According to the formula provided by the system, a specific proportion of silver nanowires also needed to be added to form a stable and highly biocompatible sensing circuit. Star-eye tip: the synthesis parameters for silver nanowires have been optimized, the low-temperature preparation scheme is feasible, and a list of modifications for home-use experimental equipment has been generated. In his mind, the AI assistant calmly listed the required equipment and modification steps. Lin Fan's eyes were focused, and without the slightest hesitation, he got up and walked to a modified storage room next door. This room had now been quietly set up by him as a fully functional miniature laboratory, complete with basic chemical synthesis, physical vapor deposition, and other equipment, all of which had been secretly purchased and intelligently upgraded through ROX channels. He donned a white lab coat, protective goggles, and special gloves, and skillfully began weighing reagents and adjusting equipment parameters. The numbers on the precision electronic balance ticked steadily, and in the beaker on the thermostatic magnetic stirrer, the solution spun at a specific frequency, gradually revealing a peculiar color. At this moment, he wasn't the shrewd business tycoon or the gentle, caring new father. He was more like a scientist immersed in his own world, or rather, a god-level engineer rapidly translating theory into practice using the transcendent knowledge granted by the system. Time slipped by quietly in the silver nanowire suspension that was gradually forming in the beaker. As the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon outside the window, Lin Fan finally completed the preparation of the first batch of silver nanowires. He carefully packaged these liquids, which shimmered faintly under specific light, and labeled them. Ding! The host has successfully completed the first independent preparation of the core material for the vital sign monitoring patch highly conductive silver nanowires. Practical skills and scientific research transformation capabilities have been validated. Reward: miniaturized wireless power module technology blueprint basic level. This technology enables self-powering based on ambient electromagnetic waves or slight temperature differences, making it suitable for low-power IoT devices. It is a key complementary technology for achieving long-term, unobtrusive wearability of monitoring patches. Another stream of information poured in, and the design scheme for the energy harvesting circuit and the micro-energy storage unit clearly emerged. Lin Fan's spirits lifted. This was undoubtedly a timely help. With the power supply problem solved, the practicality and user experience of the monitoring patch would experience a qualitative leap. He immediately integrated this new blueprint with the previous patch technology, and with the help of Star-Eye, he began to re-optimize the overall design, with the goal of integrating sensing, power supply, data processing and encrypted communication modules within an area the size of a fingernail. Lin Fan? Su Wancheng's sleepy and hesitant voice came from the doorway of the master bedroom. Lin Fan paused, quickly took off his white coat and gloves, and turned off the main light source in the laboratory, leaving only a dim desk lamp. He opened the door to the storage room and saw Su Wanqing standing outside in her pajamas, holding the softly whimpering Anan, her face showing a mixture of drowsiness from just being woken up and a hint of worry. "Why are you up? Did Anan wake you up?" Lin Fan walked over quickly, took the child from her arms naturally, and shook her arm skillfully. A faint, fresh scent, like a mixture of ozone and chemical reagents, wafted from him. Su Wanqing rubbed her eyes and looked at the converted storage room behind him, where she could vaguely see the outlines of some unfamiliar instruments. "I heard a faint sound. Are you busy working again? It's already dawn." There was no complaint in her tone, only concern. Lin Fan lowered his head and pressed his cheek against An's warm little face. The little one quickly calmed down in his arms. "It's not important work, just a little technical experiment. I couldn't sleep, so I did it," he said casually, putting his arm around Su Wanqing's shoulder. "Let's go back and get some more sleep. It's still early before dawn." He escorted Su Wanqing and Anan back to the master bedroom, watched them lie down again, and carefully covered them with blankets. In the dim light coming from the corridor, Su Wanqing saw a few bloodshot veins in his eyes, but his spirits were unusually high. "You sleep too." She tugged at his sleeve. "Okay, I'll be right there," Lin Fan replied gently, bending down to kiss her forehead. Back in his study, instead of immediately resting, he locked the packaged silver nanowire samples and optimized design drawings in a safe. Outside the window, the city was awakening, and his core biotechnology took its first step from blueprints to reality in this ordinary early morning. He knew the road was long, but every step brought him closer to his goal of building that technological moat. And all of this was fueled by the even breathing sounds from the bedroom behind him, and by that small world he needed to protect with all his might. Chapter 40: New Life. Morning light streamed through the windowsill of the master bedroom and cloud-top garden, spreading warm golden ripples across the wooden floor. Su Wanqing woke up in a familiar embrace. Lin Fan's arms were still habitually wrapped around her waist, a posture that was both possessive and incredibly tender. Nearly a month postpartum, her body recovered quickly thanks to careful postpartum care. She was currently wearing only a silk nightgown, her back pressed against Lin Fan's warm chest. She could feel his steady heartbeat and the natural morning bodily functions pressing against her. Lin Fan had actually been awake for a while. He lowered his head, his nose lightly brushing against the stray strands of hair at the back of her neck, breathing deeply her scent. His hand naturally rested on her lower abdomen, where the swelling had subsided, and her skin was smooth and soft. This subtle movement made Su Wanqing tremble slightly. "Did I wake you up?" His voice was hoarse from the early morning. Su Wanqing shook her head and turned to face him. The sunlight fell perfectly on her face, outlining her soft features. After a month of treatment, her complexion had improved significantly, and her eyes now held a touch of the gentle grace of a new mother. "Are you going to the defense of that science and technology project today?" she asked softly. Lin Fan nodded, gently stroking her long hair with his fingers. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But before that, his gaze fell on her slightly open neckline, where her skin shone with a pearly luster in the morning light. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed. They hadn't been truly intimate since giving birth. The doctor's recommendation was a month, and today marked 4 weeks. She could feel her heart racing, a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Lin Fan noticed her unease and gently kissed her forehead. "No rush. I'll go check on Anan first." As he stood up, Su Wanqing grabbed his wrist. "Wait a minute," she said softly. I'm ready." These words made Lin Fan's eyes darken. He leaned down again, carefully examining her face. "Are you sure? If you're not feeling well, we can wait a little longer." Su Wanqing shook her head and took the initiative to kiss his lips. The kiss was awkward yet firm, filled with all her trust and love. Lin Fan's response was extremely gentle. His kiss slowly moved down from her lips, across her slender neck, and finally rested on her collarbone. The strap of her nightgown slipped down slightly, revealing her rounded shoulders. Every movement he made was careful, constantly watching her reaction. Lin Fan could feel her tension. He gently patted her back. "Relax, I'm here." Su Wanqing took a deep breath, trying to relax. Gradually, the familiar rhythm returned, and the pain was replaced by a deeper sense of intimacy, as if she were handling a fragile treasure. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Wanqing couldn't help but let out a suppressed moan. Lin Fan immediately kissed her lips, swallowing all the sound in the deep kiss. After it was over, Lin Fan didn't leave immediately. He leaned over her and gently kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Does it hurt?" he asked softly. Su Wanqing shook her head, pulled him closer, and buried her face in his neck. At that moment, she felt complete not only as a mother, but also as a woman. "It's time to get up." After a long while, Lin Fan said softly, "I'll go prepare breakfast, you can rest a little longer." Watching his departing figure, Su Wanqing's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. The physical intimacy made her truly feel that the subtle distance between them caused by pregnancy and childbirth had completely vanished in that moment. In the afternoon, Lin Fan changed into a well-pressed suit and prepared to go to the Young Eagle Project, Defense. Su Wanqing held an and saw him off at the door. "Good luck." She straightened his tie, her eyes gentle. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her lips, then gently touched his son's little hand. "Wait for my good news." The defense was held at the Municipal Government Conference Center. When Lin Fan stepped onto the stage, the audience consisted of the city's top technology experts and investors. He turned on the projector, and the screen displayed a technical schematic diagram of the vital signs monitoring patch. Traditional health monitoring devices suffer from problems such as discomfort when worn and limited data, Lin Fan said in a steady and powerful voice. Our monitoring patch is only 0.1 millimeters thick and uses flexible electronic skin technology. It can be attached to the skin like a band-aid, enabling continuous, 72-hour unobtrusive monitoring. He showcased the patch's core technologies, a self-powered system that harvests energy from environmental electromagnetic waves, a high-precision biosensor array, and an advanced data encryption transmission module. More importantly, Lin Fan switched the slides. "We have completed preliminary human trials in a laboratory environment. Data shows that our patch is more than 30% more accurate than similar products on the market in monitoring multiple indicators such as heart rate, blood oxygen, and skin conductance." Whispers began to ripple through the audience. One judge raised his hand and asked, "Mr. Lin, you mentioned that this product can monitor skin conductance, which is not common in the field of health monitoring. What are the practical applications of this function?" "Excellent question," Lin Fan replied calmly. Skin conductance can reflect changes in a user's emotional state. For elderly people living alone, patients with special illnesses, and even infants, emotional fluctuations are often an important indicator of health. Our system can automatically send an alert to preset emergency contacts when it detects abnormal emotional fluctuations. This answer piqued the judge's interest. During the ensuing Q&A session, questions came one after another, ranging from technical details to business models, from production capacity planning to market promotion, all of which Lin Fan handled with ease. After a 2-hour presentation, the chair of the review panel unusually led the applause. "Mr. Lin, your project has shown us a perfect combination of technology and humanistic care. It is not only an excellent technical solution, but also a product with warmth." As Lin Fan left the venue, he received a notification from StarEye. Based on the micro-expressions and questioning tendencies of the judges, the project has a 92.7% chance of passing the initial review. He took a deep breath, took out his phone, and dialed Su Wanqing's number first. "How did it go?" came her expectant voice from the other end of the phone. "Everything went smoothly." Lin Fan's lips curled up. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll cook." On his way home, Lin Fan watched the street scenes rushing past the window, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Technological breakthroughs, the warmth of family, and the support of his loved ones all strengthened his resolve to move forward. When he opened the door, the aroma of dinner wafted out. Su Wanqing, wearing an apron, poked her head out from the kitchen. "I told the housekeeper to go home first. I want to cook for myself tonight." 3 dishes and a soup were already laid out on the table, all of which were his favorites. Anen was sleeping soundly in the cradle next to him. Lin Fan hugged her from behind, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder. "Didn't you say I'd cook? I wanted to give you a surprise." Su Wanqing turned her head and exchanged a gentle kiss with him. "Congratulations." At this moment, Lin Fan truly felt that happiness is probably about sharing every ordinary moment with your loved one amidst the everyday hustle and bustle. And what he had to do was to use everything he had to protect this hard-won happiness. Late at night, Lin Fan gently pushed open the door to the nursery. Anan smacked his lips in his sleep, his little hands waving unconsciously. He carefully tucked his son in and placed a light kiss on his forehead. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing was already asleep, with a small lamp still on by the bedside, a habit she had developed after giving birth, saying that this way he wouldn't feel the room was too dark when he came home late. Lin Fan quietly got into bed and pulled her into his arms. In her sleep, Su Wanqing unconsciously snuggled closer to him, finding a comfortable position. The moonlight streamed silently through the window, witnessing this ordinary yet extraordinary night. New life was growing, new technologies were breaking through, and love remained the most solid foundation of all of this. Chapter 41 Warm Sunshine. The morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows on the master bedroom floor. Su Wanqing awoke in Lin Fan's arms, feeling his steady heartbeat and the warmth of his embrace. More than a month postpartum, her body had largely recovered, and her profile appeared exceptionally soft in the morning light. "Good morning." Lin Fan's deep voice rang in my ears, hoarse from just waking up. Su Wanqing tilted her head back to meet his tender gaze. His hand naturally rested on her waist, gently caressing her delicate skin. Over this period of time, a natural intimacy had developed between them. "Anan slept very well last night," she said softly, feeling the warmth from his palm. Lin Fan's fingertips lingered on her waist. "And you? Did you sleep well?" His gaze was so focused that Su Wanqing blushed involuntarily. She nodded, but before she could say anything, his kiss gently landed on her forehead. The kiss was devoid of passion, yet brimming with indescribable tenderness. Su Wanqing closed her eyes, savoring this peaceful intimacy. As his hand gently stroked her back, she relaxed and leaned against him. "Are you going to a meeting at the Science and Technology Bureau today?" She remembered his instructions from last night. Lin Fan nodded, gently stroking her long hair with his fingers. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But before that, his gaze fell on her slightly open neckline, where her skin shone with a pearly luster in the morning light. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed. They hadn't been truly intimate since giving birth. The doctor's recommendation was a month, and today marked 4 weeks. She could feel her heart racing, a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Lin Fan noticed her unease and gently kissed her forehead. "No rush. I'll go check on Anan first." As he stood up, Su Wanqing grabbed his wrist. "Wait a minute," she said softly. I'm ready." These words softened Lin Fan's gaze. He leaned down again, carefully examining her face. "Are you sure? If you're not feeling well, we can wait a little longer." Su Wanqing shook her head and nestled into his arms. This gesture spoke volumes, and Lin Fan gently pulled her closer. Just then, a faint noise came from the nursery next door. The two exchanged a smile and got up in unison. After feeding Anan, Lin Fan carried her for a walk in the living room. The little guy opened his big, bright eyes and curiously looked around at the world. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, watching the interaction between the father and son, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. "What are the plans for today?" she asked. Lin Fan carefully adjusted his holding position. "I have a meeting at Dawn Life this morning, and I have an appointment with the head of the Science and Technology Bureau this afternoon." His tone lightened noticeably when the Science and Technology Bureau was mentioned. After this period of preparation, the Young Eagle project has entered a crucial stage. Successful selection would not only mean substantial financial support, but also official recognition of his technological approach. "Do you need me to come with you?" Su Wanqing asked. Lin Fan shook his head and handed Anan to her. "Just take good care of yourself and Anan. I'll come back early tonight and cook you a nice meal." Before leaving, he went to the nursery to kiss his son's cheek and then gave Su Wanqing a gentle kiss on the lips. The operational data of Dawn Life is even better than expected. Zhou Yuan pushed a report in front of Lin Fan. After 1 month of trial operation, the member retention rate is as high as 95%, and the word-of-mouth effect is remarkable. Lin Fan quickly scanned the report, his gaze lingering on a few key data points. "What about customer satisfaction?" 98%. Zhou Yuan said with pride, "Especially the Chief Experience Officer system you proposed, and the service process and user feedback mechanism that Ms. Su has streamlined, which has made our service level far superior to our peers." Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. He recalled Su Wanqing staying up all night organizing user requirements, and a sense of pride welled up inside him. In addition, Zhou Yuan lowered his voice. "We received news from the Science and Technology Bureau that they are very satisfied with our development speed and intend to provide more support in the next stage." This news was within Lin Fan's expectations. With official endorsement, Dawn Life's expansion path would be much smoother. After the meeting, Lin Fan went directly to the Science and Technology Bureau. The meeting was held in a quiet conference room, indicating the importance the other party attached to this meeting. "Mr. Lin, congratulations." The person in charge got straight to the point. "The materials you submitted were excellent. The review committee has a very high opinion of your technical capabilities." Lin Fan sat down calmly. "I also want to thank you for the opportunity you gave me. The person in charge waved his hand. Opportunity only comes to those who are prepared. I called you here to discuss a deeper level of cooperation. He took out a document. We are preparing to establish an innovative technology fund to invest specifically in hard technology projects like yours. We hope to become your strategic partner. Lin Fan quickly skimmed through the terms. The conditions were even more favorable than he had expected, offering not only financial support but also promised complimentary policy assistance. I need to think about it. Lin Fan did not agree immediately. We are still in the early stages, and I need to make sure that we can develop according to our plan. The person in charge revealed an appreciative look. Very good, this proves we made the right choice. However, he changed the subject. The competition in this field is fierce. With our support, your development will be much smoother. On his way home, Lin Fan kept weighing the pros and cons. The offer was tempting, but he preferred to maintain absolute control over the project. These technologies carried not only commercial value but were also key to building his future. As Lin Fan opened the door, the aroma of dinner wafted out. Su Wanqing was busy in the kitchen, while Anin was happily nestled in her cradle in the living room. Seeing this, Lin Fan's heart already tipped. You're back? Su Wanqing turned around and smiled at him. Dinner will be ready soon. Lin Fan walked over, wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, and rested his chin lightly on her shoulder. Thank you for your hard work today. During dinner, Lin Fan told Su Wanqing about the person in charge's suggestion. What do you think? She asked. The conditions are very good, but I don't want to bring in external forces too early. Lin Fan put a piece of food on her plate. Our technology has great potential, and I want to wait until the product is more mature before making any moves. Su Wanqing nodded. I support your decision. After dinner, Lin Fan held Anin on the balcony to look at the night view. The little one was very interested in the city lights, waving her little hands incessantly. After tidying up the kitchen, Su Wanqing went to the balcony. A gentle evening breeze carried the coolness of early autumn. Lin Fan naturally put his arm around her shoulder, and the three of them snuggled together. Mom called today and said she wants to come see Anin in a few days, Su Wanqing said. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to pick her up. As night deepened, the city lights resembled a galaxy on the ground. Lin Fan looked at his sleeping son in his arms, then at his wife beside him, and felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing was making the bed. Lin Fan gently hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, Today, is it okay? Su Wanqing turned around, a gentle smile on her face, and nodded lightly. Lin Fan carefully picked her up and carried her to the bedside, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a rare treasure. That night, the moonlight was exceptionally gentle. Chapter 42 Full Moon. Anin's full moon celebration was held in the rooftop garden of Cloudtop Garden. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass dome, illuminating the entire space brightly and warmly. Su Wanqing held Anin, who was wearing a light blue onesie, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, while Lin Fan stood beside her, his arm naturally around her waist. The little guy was unusually energetic today, his bright black eyes curiously observing the guests coming and going, occasionally waving his little fist, which drew bursts of laughter from everyone. Time flies, Su Wanqing sighed softly, her fingertips gently touching her son's full cheeks. It feels like we just got back from the hospital yesterday. Lin Fan looked down at her, his gaze gentle. Thank you for your hard work. His hand tightened slightly around her waist, conveying his silent gratitude. Wang Yalan was busy greeting relatives, her face beaming with the joy of becoming a grandmother. Zhou Muyuan, along with the core team of Dawn of Life, came to offer their congratulations and presented a carefully prepared gift, a set of little clothes and blessing cards made by the member mothers themselves. Mr. Lin, Miss Su, Zhou Muyuan said with a smile as he handed over the gifts, this is a small token of our appreciation. Many members have said that when Anin is a little older, they will definitely bring her to the center to play. Su Wanqing accepted the gifts with gratitude. Thank you everyone, we will definitely visit often. While the guests were chatting in small groups, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. He quietly walked to the nearby lounge area to check the message from Star Pupil. The final defense for the Young Eagle program has been scheduled for next Wednesday at 9 a.m. The review committee has been updated, with 3 new academicians added. Lin Fan quickly scanned the list, his gaze lingering on one name for a moment. This expert was known for his meticulousness and held extremely high prestige in the field of biosensors. He immediately sent a message to Zhou Muyuan, requesting the team to further refine their defense materials based on this expert's research direction. Busy with work? Su Wanqing appeared beside him at some point, holding the sleeping in her arms. Lin Fan put away his phone and took the child. It's nothing. Why didn't you let the nanny hold the baby? I want to hold him a little longer. Su Wanqing looked at her son's peaceful sleeping face with tender eyes. He was especially well behaved today. He even smiled at his mother just now. Lin Fan carefully adjusted his holding position to make Anan more comfortable. At this moment, his gaze inadvertently swept across the garden entrance and saw a familiar figure. Shin Bojun's assistant was standing not far away, seemingly confirming whether it was appropriate to disturb him. I'll go over there for a moment, Lin Fan said softly to Su Wanqing, handing Anan back to her. As he approached, the assistant respectfully handed him a brocade box. Mr. Shin had urgent business to attend to and couldn't come, so he specially asked me to deliver this gift. He said he hopes to arrange a time to meet with Mr. Lin when he has free time. Lin Fan opened the brocade box. Inside was a pair of exquisite gold inlaid jade longevity locks. The workmanship was superb, and it was clear at a glance that they were very valuable. Please thank Mr. Shin for me. Lin Fan closed the brocade box. I'll have my assistant contact you next week to arrange a time. After seeing Shin Bojun's assistant off, Lin Fan seemed lost in thought. The Shin family's overtures at this time were clearly related to the Young Eagle project. He returned to Su Wanqing's side and saw her gently patting Anan's back, her eyes focused. What's wrong? She keenly noticed the subtle change in his expression. Lin Fan shook his head and took the child from her arms. It's okay. Go and get something to eat. You've been busy entertaining guests all day and haven't had a proper meal. The banquet drew to a close in a warm atmosphere. After seeing off the last group of guests, Lin Fan, holding Anan, stood with Su Wanqing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky orange-red, and the entire city was bathed in a warm glow. Are you happy today? Lin Fan asked his son, who was nestled in his arms. The little guy was already awake, staring wide-eyed at the scenery outside the window. Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder. I'm very happy. It's just a little sad to part with him. I feel like he's grown up too fast. Lin Fan put his free hand around her shoulder. From now on, we'll celebrate his birthday every year and record every moment of his growth. As night fell, Lin Fan put Anan to sleep and went to his study. He opened the Star Eye interface and brought up the final defense plan for Project Young Eagle. With only 5 days left until the final review, he had to ensure everything went perfectly. According to the latest intelligence, our competitor, Noah Technologies, has completed its final proposal submission. While its technological approach overlaps somewhat with ours, it has a significant weakness in power consumption control. Lin Fan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. Xington, adjust the presentation plan, highlighting our technological advantages in low power consumption. Also, prepare a comparative analysis. It needs to be subtle, not too deliberate. Understood. Is it necessary to have an informal meeting with the review experts beforehand? No need, Lin Fan decisively refused. We'll let our strength speak for itself. After finishing his work, it was already late at night. Lin Fan tiptoed back to the bedroom. Su Wanqing was already asleep, with a small nightlight still on by the bedside. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, then tucked her in. Just then, a faint sound came from the baby monitor. Lin Fan immediately got up and went to the nursery next door. Anan was waving her little hands and making babbling sounds. Why are you awake? Lin Fan carefully picked up his son and gently coaxed him. Did you have a nightmare? The little one gradually calmed down in his arms, his tiny hands unconsciously clutching his collar. Lin Fan sat down in the rocking chair, gently rocking his son in his arms. Moonlight streamed in from the window, casting soft dappled patterns on the floor. At that moment, he suddenly understood that all his efforts and perseverance were for the purpose of protecting this ordinary happiness. Whether it was the fierce competition in the business world or the breakthroughs and innovations in technology, they all ultimately converged in the same direction to ensure that this home would always be filled with warmth and peace. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the curtains, Lin Fan was still sitting in the rocking chair, holding Anan in his arms. Su Wanqing pushed open the door and, seeing this scene, a gentle smile appeared on her face. You didn't sleep all night, she asked softly, taking her son, who had fallen asleep again. Lin Fan stood up and stretched his slightly numb arms. I can't bear to put him down when I see him. A new day has begun, but for Lin Fan, even greater challenges are just beginning. He knows, however, that no matter what lies ahead, his family will always be his strongest support. Chapter 43 Dawn. As dawn broke through the gap in the curtains, a golden ribbon of light cast across the bedroom floor. Lin Fan woke up precisely on time, driven by his biological clock, and immediately looked at Su Wanqing beside him. She was fast asleep, one hand unconsciously resting on the pillow, the spot where An usually slept. Since the full moon celebration, Su Wanqing has begun to slowly return to work. Although she only spends 2 or 3 hours a day at Dawn Life, Lin Fan can see that the light in her eyes is gradually returning. He gently got up, tucked her in, and then went to the nursery. An was already awake, lying in his crib chewing on his little fist. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he immediately waved his hands and made babbling sounds. "Good morning, little one." Lin Fan carefully picked up his son, feeling his soft touch. After more than a month of practice, he was already quite skilled at changing diapers and feeding An. Ding! Daily parenting tasks completed. Fathering skills proficiency increased. Reward: enhanced emotional recognition ability in infants and toddlers, allowing for more accurate assessment of their condition through micro-expressions. A subtle sense of perception surged through him, and Lin Fan suddenly understood An's expression more clearly. The slightly wrinkled little nose meant he was hungry, and the waving hands meant he wanted a hug. He smiled and kissed his son's cheek, then began preparing breakfast. When Su Wanqing woke up, a nutritionally balanced breakfast was already laid out on the dining table, and Lin Fan was holding An on the balcony enjoying the scenery. "Why didn't you wake me up?" She rubbed her eyes and walked over to them. Lin Fan handed An to her. "I wanted you to sleep a little longer." "Aren't we going to a meeting at the center today?" Su Wanqing nodded, saying while breastfeeding, "Yes, President Zhou said there are a few new service plans that need to be discussed. I'll go there around 10 o'clock and be back by noon." After breakfast, Lin Fan helped Su Wanqing prepare her things for going out. Just before she left, he gently took her hand and said, "Don't overwork yourself. Call me anytime if you need anything." "Okay." Su Wanqing smiled and kissed him on the cheek. "You too, don't just focus on work, remember to eat on time." After seeing Su Wanqing off, Lin Fan carried An into the study. He opened the Star Eye interface and brought up the latest progress report of the Young Eagle project. Since the final defense last week, the project has entered the final review stage. Their proposal, featuring an innovative vital signs monitoring patch and a comprehensive business plan, received high praise from the review committee. Latest news: the review committee has completed its on-site inspection and expressed its approval of Chip Biotechnology's R&D capabilities. The final results will be announced in 3 days. Lin Fan tapped his fingertips lightly on the table. Although the feedback from all sides was positive, he felt things were going too smoothly. Especially after learning that Noah Technology was also on the bidding list, he became even more wary. Star Eye: retrieve all of Noah Technology's publicly available information from the past month, focusing on their technological advancements and changes in partners. Analysis in progress. Anomaly detected: Noah Technology suddenly announced a collaboration with an overseas research institution last week, but the institution's background is unclear and its registration information is questionable. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Such sudden cooperation often meant that the other party had encountered a technical bottleneck and needed external support. He immediately sent Zhao Qiming an encrypted message, requesting a thorough investigation into the background of this overseas organization. After finishing all that, it was time for An's nap. Lin Fan skillfully coaxed his son to sleep and gently placed him in the specially made crib in the study. This crib was right next to his desk, making it convenient for him to work and take care of his child at the same time. Gazing at his son's peaceful sleeping face, Lin Fan's heart softened. This little life had changed him so much, teaching him the true meaning of responsibility, not just providing material security, but also setting a good example for his child and creating a better world. In the afternoon, Su Wanqing returned home on time. Her face showed signs of fatigue from work, but her eyes were bright. "Did the meeting go well?" Lin Fan handed her a glass of warm water. "It went very smoothly." Su Wanqing took the water glass and looked at her sleeping son. "We discussed the new postpartum recovery program, and the mother's feedback has been very good." She gently stroked An's little hand and continued. "One member said that since coming to Dawn Life, she finally feels that she is not just a mother, but a complete individual." Lin Fan sat down beside her and took her hand. "This is all thanks to you. You've made Dawn Life more than just a business project, it's a place with warmth." As the sun set, golden rays bathed the entire study. Su Wanqing leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, looking at her sleeping son in the crib, and suddenly whispered, "Actually, I'm a little scared." "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid of not being able to balance work and family," she said softly. "I want to do well in my career, but I don't want to miss out on Anand's growth. Lin Fan hugged her tighter. Don't worry, we'll find our balance. And, he kissed the top of her head, you're already doing very, very well. After dinner, Lin Fan received a reply from Zhao Qiming. The investigation revealed that the overseas institution cooperating with Noah Technology did indeed have problems, and its funds were linked to a well-known patent troll company. Looks like they're planning to take a shortcut. Lin Fan closed the email with a cold smile. This kind of unfair competition only made him more convinced that his technological approach was correct. Late at night, Lin Fan was alone in his study finalizing his materials. Just as he was preparing to rest, Star Eye suddenly sounded an alarm. An unusual network attack has been detected. The attack source is the same IP address that previously attempted to infiltrate the Young Eagle project system. Defense procedures have been activated. Lin Fan immediately pulled up the real-time monitoring footage. The attack was fierce and clearly meticulously planned. However, the Star Eye defense system quickly neutralized it and successfully located the attacker's physical position. It really is them. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the location information displayed on the screen. That was the location of Noah Technologies Research and Development Center. He pondered for a moment and then gave the order, gather all evidence of the attack, but keep a low profile. Don't alert them before the final results are announced. After dealing with everything, it was already past midnight. Lin Fan gently pushed open the bedroom door. Su Wancheng and Anan were both fast asleep. In the moonlight, their sleeping faces were peaceful and beautiful, as if all the disturbances of the outside world were irrelevant to them. Lin Fan sat down by the bed, gently stroking his wife's cheek and tucking his son in. At that moment, he became even more determined in his choice. No matter how difficult the road ahead, he would provide a peaceful haven for his family. Outside the window, the night was deep, but dawn would eventually break. Chapter 44 Good News. The morning sunlight filled the bedroom, and Lin Fan woke up naturally before the alarm clock rang. Today was the day the results of the Young Eagle project were announced. He glanced at Su Wanqing, who was still fast asleep beside him, and the tiny figure curled up in the crib, and got up quietly. While preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Lin Fan's thoughts drifted involuntarily to the results that were about to be announced. For some time now, he had devoted almost all his energy to this project, not only because of its commercial value, but also because this technology could provide better health protection for infants and toddlers like Anan. Up so early? Su Wanqing's voice came from behind. She was wearing pajamas and carrying the just awakened Anan into the kitchen. Lin Fan turned around and took the child, placing a kiss on her forehead. I wanted to make you a big breakfast. At the dinner table, the two tacitly avoided mentioning the upcoming results. Su Wanqing carefully fed Anan, occasionally glancing up to exchange a warm glance with Lin Fan. This unspoken companionship was more soothing to Lin Fan's turbulent emotions than any words. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fan's phone rang. He took a deep breath and answered the call. Mr. Lin, congratulations, came the excited voice of the project manager from the other end of the phone. The Young Eagle Project Review Committee has unanimously approved the project and decided to provide the highest level of support to core biotechnology. Lin Fan's fingers tightened slightly around his phone, but his tone remained calm. Thank you. What are the specific details? This includes not only 100 million yuan in funding, but also dedicated R&D space in the science park, as well as subsequent policy support, the person in charge continued. The review committee particularly appreciated your innovation in infant and toddler health monitoring, believing that it reflects the humanistic care in science and technology. After the call ended, a brief silence fell over the study. Lin Fan stood by the window, gazing at the towering buildings in the distance. At that moment, he recalled the countless sleepless nights during the research and development process, and the seemingly insurmountable technical challenges. Su Wanqing gently pushed open the study door and saw his back as he stood by the window. She immediately understood what was going on. She walked up to him, wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, and pressed her cheek against his broad back. Congratulations. Her voice was soft yet firm. Lin Fan turned around and pulled her into his arms, his chin gently resting on the top of her head. It's us. This result not only signifies the recognition of their technology, but also demonstrates their ability to create a safer environment for Anan and countless other children to grow up in. In the afternoon, Lin Fan was preparing to visit his newly assigned research and development site when his phone suddenly received an encrypted message. It was from Zhao Qiming. Unusual activities at Noah Holdings have been detected, and its senior management is holding an emergency meeting. According to internal sources, they may resort to unconventional methods. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Business competition should be conducted openly, but there are always those who try to take shortcuts. He replied, strengthen security, especially for the RD Center and our families. Gather evidence, but wait for the right opportunity. Putting down his phone, Lin Fan looked at Su Wanqing, who was playing with Anan. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the mother and child. At that moment, he became even more determined to protect this ordinary happiness. I'm going out for a bit, I'll be right back. He walked over, kissed his son's cheek, and then gave Su Wanqing a light kiss on the lips. The new RD site is located in the core area of the high-tech zone, and is a standalone 5-story building. After touring the facilities accompanied by Zhou Muyuan, Lin Fan immediately convened a meeting with the core team. We need to complete the construction of the first production line within 3 months. Lin Fan stood at the front of the conference room, his gaze sweeping over each team member present. This is not only about commercial interests, but also about our commitment to thousands of families. After the meeting, Lin Fan remained alone in the empty factory building. The last rays of the setting sun cast long shadows on the ground through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. He imagined the advanced equipment that would soon be installed here, and how the products manufactured here would improve people's lives. His phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. It was a photo sent by Su Wanqing, and then was trying hard to roll over, his little face flushed red. The photo was accompanied by the caption, "Your son can't wait to grow up." Lin Fan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. At this moment, his career and family were more closely intertwined than ever before. All his efforts were for creating a better world for his son. As night fell, Lin Fan returned home. Su Wanqing had already put an end to sleep and was organizing the Dawn of Life member feedback in the living room. "How was your day?" She put down the documents in her hand, got up, and took off his coat. Lin Fan pulled her into his arms, inhaling deeply the fragrance of her hair. It went very smoothly. But things might get even busier from now on. I understand. Su Wanqing looked up into his eyes. Go do what you want to do. I'll take care of things at home. At this moment, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented strength. He gently kissed her lips, a tender and lingering kiss that conveyed unspoken understanding and support. It was late at night, and Lin Fan was alone in his study organizing his plans for the future. Just as he was about to rest, he received an anonymous email. Congratulations on your selection. But be careful, there are people who don't want to see you succeed. Lin Fan stared at the words, his gaze gradually deepening. It seemed that this journey of technological innovation was destined to be anything but peaceful. But whatever challenges lie ahead, he is ready. Chapter 45 Foundation Laying. On the construction site in the core area of the high-tech zone, colorful flags fluttered in the morning breeze. A brand new 5-story building stood in the center of the view, its glass curtain wall gleaming in the morning sun, and the 4 large characters "Core Biotechnology" on the roof were particularly eye-catching. Today was the day the RD Center officially moved in, and also the important moment of the groundbreaking ceremony for the first production line. Lin Fan, dressed in a dark suit, stood on the makeshift stage. Below the stage were not only all the company's employees, but also leaders from the Science and Technology Bureau, investor representatives, and reporters from several media outlets. Su Wanqing, holding Anan, stood at the front of the crowd, offering Lin Fan an encouraging smile. 3 months ago, this was just an empty plot of land. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the microphone throughout the venue. Today, we have not only built a research and development center, but we are also about to begin a new chapter in intelligent health monitoring here. His gaze swept across every face in the audience, lingering a moment longer on Su Wanqing and Anan. It was that fleeting look that gave him the courage and strength to continue. Our goal is not only to create commercial value, but also to use technology to protect the health of every family. From infants to the elderly, from patients with special illnesses to those in a sub-healthy state. After the speech, the groundbreaking ceremony officially began. Lin Fan wielded a shovel, adding the first mound of soil to the foundation stone. Amid the applause, he noticed several unfamiliar faces whispering to each other at the edge of the crowd, occasionally glancing in his direction. As soon as the ceremony ended, Lin Fan immediately found Zhao Qiming. Check those people. He subtly gestured in that direction. I've already arranged for people, Zhao Qiming said in a low voice. They're from Noah Technology. It seems they can't sit still anymore. Lin Fan nodded slightly and turned to greet the leaders from the Science and Technology Bureau. During the visit to the RD Center, he received a message from Zhao Qiming. The other party was only gathering intelligence and had not taken any further action for the time being. It seems they want to find out our strengths and weaknesses, Lin Fan replied. Let's play along and release some minor information as appropriate. After the luncheon, Lin Fan deliberately stayed at the RD center. He walked alone in the empty corridor, his footsteps echoing through the air. Through the glass walls of the laboratory, he could see staff members debugging newly arrived equipment. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Lin Fan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire technology park. This would be where Corborn Technologies' dream would take flight, and also the first fortress he built to fortify his technological moat. The phone rang. It was a video from Su Wanqing. In the video, Anan was trying hard to crawl, his little bottom wiggling adorably. Watching his son's clumsy yet persistent movements, Lin Fan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. "Mr. Lin, the sample testing room is ready," the assistant knocked and entered to report. Lin Fan put away his phone and returned to work mode, notified the RD department to hold a project progress meeting in 1 hour. In the testing room, the latest batch of vital sign monitoring patches is undergoing final parameter calibration. Lin Fan picked up a finished patch and applied it to his wrist. The terminal immediately displayed accurate physiological data. "Power consumption control is even better than expected," the RD director reported excitedly. "Based on this data, battery life can be extended to 120 hours. Lin Fan carefully checked all the parameters. "Have the biocompatibility test results come out yet?" "All passed. The infant and toddler models, in particular, outperformed national standards in all aspects." This was exactly what Lin Fan was most concerned about. He picked up a patch specially designed for infants and toddlers, which was only half the thickness of the regular version and made of a softer material. "Complete preparations for mass production of the infant version as soon as possible," Lin Fan instructed. "We need to launch it on the market before the end of the year." The meeting continued until evening. When Lin Fan walked out of the RD center, the setting sun was just right, bathing the entire building in gold. He got into his car, but didn't start it immediately. Instead, he made a phone call home first. "Anan learned to crawl today." Su Wanqing's voice was filled with joy. Although he can only move a little bit, he's very happy. Hearing his son's babbling on the other end of the phone, Lin Fan's fatigue from the whole day instantly vanished. Back home, Anan was practicing his new skill on the carpet. Seeing his father return, he excitedly waved his little hands. Lin Fan picked up his son and kissed his soft cheeks repeatedly. "How was your day?" Su Wanqing handed her a glass of warm water. Everything went smoothly. Lin Fan sat down on the sofa with his son in his arms. However, people from Noah Technology showed up. Su Wanqing sat down beside him and gently leaned on his shoulder. "What are you going to do?" "Let's see what they do first." Lin Fan stroked her long hair. "Business is business. As long as they follow the rules, we'll follow business rules." After dinner, Lin Fan reviewed the latest market analysis report in his study. Noah Technology had been making frequent moves lately, not only poaching key technical personnel from several competitors but also significantly reducing the prices of similar products. "Looks like a price war is about to break out," Lin Fan mused. Based on existing data simulations, a price war will lead to a 40% decrease in industry profits. Recommendation: accelerate technological iteration and establish technological barriers. StarEye provides timely analysis. Lin Fan immediately sent an email to the RD department, requesting that the development of the second-generation product be accelerated. At the same time, he instructed the marketing department to prepare to launch segmented product lines targeting different groups of people. Late at night, Lin Fan gently pushed open the door to the nursery. Anan was fast asleep, his little hands clenched into fists and placed against his cheeks. In the dim light of the night lamp, Lin Fan gazed at his son's peaceful sleeping face. This tiny life not only changed his life but also gave meaning to all his efforts. Every technological breakthrough, every new product, is ultimately about protecting such peaceful sleep. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing was already asleep. Lin Fan gently lay down and pulled her into his arms. In her sleep, she unconsciously snuggled closer to him, letting out a satisfied sigh. The moonlight, like water, flowed quietly through this ordinary night. But for Lin Fan, a new journey had just begun. Chapter 46: Undercurrents. The cloud-top garden was shrouded in a thin mist in the early morning. Lin Fan stood on the balcony, watching the city awaken in the dawn. Today was the second day that the Core Biotechnology RD Center had officially started operation, and the air was still filled with the distinctive smell of fresh paint and electronic equipment. Su Wanqing carried in and out of the bedroom. The little guy was unusually energetic today, waving his little hands and babbling. "Look, He seems to know that his dad has something important to do today. She smiled and handed an to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took his son, feeling his soft touch. In the past few months, Anan had been able to sit up steadily and would occasionally make the ba sound. Although it might just be an unconscious sound, it always warmed Lin Fan's heart. A few investors are we meeting today? Su Wanqing adjusted his tie with practiced ease. Yes, and there are also our supply chain partners. Lin Fan bent down to let her adjust her tie. If everything goes smoothly, mass production can start next month. At the dining table, the two fed in baby food while discussing the day's arrangements. Since the results of the Young Eagle project were announced, investment institutions and partners have been coming to them in droves, forcing Lin Fan to ask Zhou Muyuan to screen them first. Yesterday Mom said she wanted to take Anan to the park to get some sun. Su Wanqing wiped the rice cereal from her son's mouth. What do you think? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Have Zhao Qiming arrange for 2 people to follow us? It's best to be cautious lately. Although Noah Technology appeared to be making no moves, Lin Fan remained vigilant. The business world is like a battlefield, and he knew he couldn't afford to underestimate his competitors. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fan arrived on time at the conference room of the RD Center. Today he was to meet with the largest medical device distributor in China, who showed great interest in the vital signs monitoring patch. Mr. Lin, we are very interested in your company's products, the representative said bluntly. However, we would like to know how your company guarantees the quality stability after mass production? Lin Fan gestured for the RD director to give a demonstration. The large screen displayed a rigorous quality control process, with detailed standards for each step, from raw material testing to finished product delivery. The meeting went smoothly, and both parties reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation. After seeing the guests off, Lin Fan was about to go check on the production line when Zhou Muyuan quickly walked over. President Lin, there's a situation. Zhou Muyuan lowered his voice. One of our core suppliers has suddenly proposed to renegotiate the contract, demanding a 30% price increase. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Which supplier? The company that supplies flexible circuit boards. They said it's because of rising raw material costs, but I checked and the prices of related raw materials have been very stable recently. Lin Fan immediately realized that things were not simple. Have the purchasing department find alternative suppliers, and at the same time promise to negotiate with them to buy as much time as possible. Back in his office, Lin Fan pulled up the supplier's information. Sure enough, its major shareholder had intricate connections with Noah Technology. It seems they started targeting the supply chain. Lin Fan instructed Star Eye, conduct a thorough investigation into the backgrounds of all core suppliers, especially those associated with Noah Technology. Analysis in progress. Potential risks identified with 3 suppliers. Recommendation: activate backup plans immediately. Lin Fan immediately convened a meeting with the procurement and RD departments. We must establish a second supply chain within a month, and have backup suppliers for all core components. After the meeting, Lin Fan sat alone in his office, deep in thought. Noah Technology's move was indeed ruthless. If it hadn't been discovered early, it could have significantly impacted their mass production plans. The phone rang. It was a photo sent by Su Wanqing. In the picture, Anan was crawling on the lawn in the park, with Wang Yalan following behind, carefully watching over him. The sunlight shone on her son's bright smile, dispelling the gloom in Lin Fan's heart. Everything is fine, Su Wanqing added. Lin Fan replied with a smiling emoji, his resolve strengthening. No matter what difficulties he faced, he was determined to create a safe and stable environment for his son to grow up in. In the afternoon, Lin Fan personally visited another flexible circuit board supplier. This company was smaller in scale, but its technical capabilities were impressive. After touring their production line, Lin Fan immediately decided to sign a cooperation agreement with them. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust, the other party's representative said excitedly. We will definitely complete the order on time and with high quality. On the way back, Lin Fan received a report from Zhao Qiming. Alternatives to the 3 problematic suppliers had been found, and the new supply chain was expected to be set up within 2 weeks. This was faster than expected, and Lin Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. But he knew this was just the beginning, and Noah Technology wouldn't give up so easily. Sure enough, Zhou Muyuan rushed to the office early the next morning. President Lin, there's a problem. Zhou Muyuan's expression was grave. One of our core RD engineers submitted his resignation today. Lin Fan looked up. What's the reason? He said it was for family reasons. But I found out that he had recently been in contact with people from Noah Technology. Lin Fan paused for a moment, process his resignation according to normal procedures, but strictly adhere to the confidentiality agreement. In addition, immediately initiate the core technology isolation procedure to ensure that he has no access to the latest research and development content. After finishing these tasks, Lin Fan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office. The distant city skyline was exceptionally clear in the sunlight, while the invisible smoke of the business war permeated the air. When I got home from get off work, Anand was toddling around in his walker. Seeing his father return, he excitedly moved towards Lin Fan, his steps still unsteady but full of energy. "Look, your son is waiting for you." Su Wanqing smiled as she held onto the baby walker. Lin Fan squatted down and opened his arms. "Come on, come to daddy." Anand took his first few small steps, wobbling as he rushed into Lin Fan's arms. Holding his son's warm little body, Lin Fan felt all his fatigue vanish. After dinner, Lin Fan checked the latest industry news in his study. Noah Technology announced that it would launch a similar health monitoring product next month, priced nearly 20% lower than Core Biotechnology. As expected, a price war is about to break out, Lin Fan remarked thoughtfully. He immediately instructed the production department to accelerate the transformation of the automated production line and reduce production costs. At the same time, he required the R&D department to speed up the development of the second-generation product. Late at night, Lin Fan gently pushed open the door to the nursery. Anand was fast asleep, his little hands tightly clutching his blanket. In the dim light of the night lamp, Lin Fan gazed at his son's peaceful sleeping face, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. This tiny life not only changed his life, but also taught him the true meaning of responsibility. Every technological breakthrough, every new product, ultimately aims to protect such peaceful sleep. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing was already asleep. Lin Fan gently lay down and pulled her into his arms. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting soft dappled patterns in the room. Tomorrow, he will face new challenges. But as long as he has this family, he has the strength to keep going. Chapter 47 Learning to Walk. Autumn sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm carpet of light across the living room floor of Cloud Top Garden. Anand, supporting herself on the edge of the coffee table, stood shakily, her bright black eyes fixed on Lin Fan a few steps away. "Come here, come to daddy." Lin Fan squatted in the middle of the living room, opened his arms, and said encouragingly. Anand's little feet moved restlessly on the carpet, as if making up her mind. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa next to her, her hands clasped nervously, her face full of anticipation. "Go for it, Anand," she said softly, as if afraid of disturbing her son. The little guy finally let go of the coffee table and took his first wobbly steps. His little body swayed from side to side like a clumsy little penguin, but his eyes remained fixed firmly on Lin Fan. 1 step, 2 steps. On the 3rd step, Anand finally lost his balance and fell forward. Lin Fan stepped forward in time and caught his son steadily in his arms. "We did it!" Su Wanqing stood up excitedly, her eyes slightly red. "Our Anand can walk now." Lin Fan hugged his son and kissed his soft cheeks repeatedly. Anand seemed to understand that he had accomplished something important, waving his little hands happily and giggling. The pleasant afternoon was interrupted by a cell phone ringing. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhou Yuan. "I'll take this call." He handed it in to Su Wanqing and headed towards the study. "President Lin, Noah Technology launched a new product this morning." Zhou Yuan's voice was urgency-driven. "It has similar functions to ours, but the price is 25% lower." Lin Fan turned on his computer and quickly browsed through the video of Noah Technology's new product launch. Just as Zhou Yuan had said, the other party's product was highly similar to the vital signs monitoring patch in appearance and function, but the workmanship was obviously rougher. How has the market reacted? Some distributors have already asked us if we will also lower our prices. Zhou Yuan paused. What's more troublesome is that they poached one of our regional sales managers and took some of our customer data with them. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He had anticipated a price war, but poaching employees and taking customer data had crossed the line. "Activate the emergency plan," Lin Fan decisively ordered. "Notify the legal department to collect evidence, and at the same time, have the R&D department speed up the testing of the second-generation product." After ending the call, Lin Fan paced back and forth in his study. Noah Technology's series of actions came too quickly and too fiercely. It didn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated offensive. He accessed the Star Eye Analytics interface and requested an in-depth analysis of Noah Technology's financial situation and shareholder structure. The results showed that the company had recently received a huge investment, but the source of the funds was highly confidential. Continue to investigate the source of the funds, Lin Fan ordered. At the same time, monitor their production lines. I need to know their actual production capacity. When they returned to the living room, Anan was able to walk more steadily with Su Wenqing's support. Seeing his father come out, he excitedly took 5 steps towards Lin Fan before rushing into Lin Fan's arms. Look how happy he is. Su Wenqing smiled as she tidied her son's sweaty hair. We'll have to be even more careful in the future. Little ones who can walk are the hardest to manage. Holding his son, Lin Fan felt much of the gloom in his heart dispelled by the joy of this little life's growth. He kissed Anan's cheek and said to Su Wenqing, I'll cook tonight to celebrate Anan learning to walk. During dinner, Lin Fan's phone kept receiving work emails. Noah Technologies' price war had begun to affect the market, and several clients who were about to sign contracts said they would reconsider. Are you having trouble at work? Su Wenqing keenly sensed his absent-mindedness. Lin Fan put down his phone and put a piece of pork rib on her plate. Normal business competition, we can handle it. He didn't want work-related troubles to interfere with precious family time. Lately, he has come to cherish every moment with his family more and more, especially amidst the ups and downs of the business world. This warmth has become all the more valuable. After dinner, Lin Fan played with Anan on the playmat. The little one seemed particularly fascinated by her new skills, constantly trying to stand and walk, clapping happily each time she succeeded. Looking at his son's innocent smile, Lin Fan became even more determined to protect that purity. No matter how fierce the competition in the business world was, he would create a better world for Anan. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after putting Anan to sleep, Lin Fan returned to his study. Zhou Muyuan had already sent a detailed market analysis report. Noah Technologies' price war was indeed fierce, but product quality issues were also beginning to emerge. Some customers have already reported that their products are generating inaccurate data after a period of use, Zhou Muyuan reported in the video conference. This presents an opportunity for us. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Don't actively attack the competitor's product problems, but highlight our quality advantages to customers. At the same time, prepare to release the second-generation product ahead of schedule. Release ahead of schedule? But the testing isn't completely finished yet. We must act before they seize the market, Lin Fan said decisively. I will personally oversee the final testing. After the meeting, Lin Fan worked alone in his study until late at night. By the time he finally completed the launch plan for the second-generation product, dawn was breaking outside the window. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, Su Wenqing and Anan were both fast asleep. In the moonlight, her son's sleeping face was serene and beautiful, his little hand unconsciously clutching his mother's clothes. Lin Fan sat down by the bed and gently stroked his son's hair. The daily growth of this little life was his greatest motivation to move forward. Early in the morning, as the first rays of early autumn sunlight streamed into the bedroom, Anan woke up on time. Seeing his father sitting by the bed, he excitedly stretched out his little hand, calling out indistinctly, Dad, Dad. That clear call melted Lin Fan's heart instantly. He carefully picked up his son and planted a kiss on his soft cheek. A new day has begun, and Anan's life has just taken its first step. Chapter 48 Crisis. The first snow of early winter arrived quietly, and fine snowflakes drifted silently outside the windows of Cloudtop Garden. Lin Fan stood by the study window, his tablet computer displaying the in-depth analysis report that Star Eye had just completed. Noah Technology has experienced unusual capital inflows over the past 3 months, primarily originating from offshore companies. Through multiple layers of equity penetration, the ultimate related party points to an investment company under the Shin Group. Shin Bojun. This name made Lin Fan's eyes turn cold. He recalled the exquisite longevity locks at the full moon banquet, and the other parties' repeated attempts to curry favor. It turned out that all of this was just the prelude to this business war. Activate the full countermeasure plan. Lin Fan gave the order to Star Eye. I need to see a complete map of all Shin Group's affiliated companies within 24 hours. A complex network of corporate relationships immediately began scrolling across the tablet, with red lines highlighting hidden connections to Noah Technology. Lin Fan quickly browsed through it, his fingertip pausing at a certain point. A listed company called Ruekong Medical, which was a key part of Shin's Group's strategic layout in the medical device field. Just then, Zhou Muyuan's emergency communication came in. President Lin, something's happened. Negative news about the safety of our product has started circulating online, claiming that the monitoring patch can cause skin allergies, and several photos of redness and swelling have been attached. Lin Fan immediately pulled up the public opinion monitoring interface, and several well-known medical forums simultaneously posted related posts with highly consistent content, clearly indicating an organized attack. Have the public relations department respond immediately, emphasizing the biocompatibility certification of our products, Lin Fan said calmly. At the same time, contact the poster and express your willingness to assist in the investigation. If it is malicious defamation, collect evidence and prepare to file a lawsuit. It's already being handled. But Zhou Muyuan paused. A media outlet has obtained so-called insider information and is preparing to report it on the front page tomorrow. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. Which media outlet? Financial Observer. I checked, and this media outlet received investment from the Cultural Fund under the Shin Group last year. Everything connected. Price wars, supply chain disruptions, media attacks. Shin Bojun was playing a grand game. Lin Fan walked to the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of water, and the cold liquid made him even more alert. Notify all department heads of an emergency meeting in 1 hour. He glanced at the time. At the same time, have Rockstone strengthen security measures for its R&D center and key executives. The meeting was held online, with the faces of the department heads appearing on the screen. Lin Fan cut straight to the point. We are facing an organized commercial attack, and their goal is clear: to destroy market confidence before the release of the second-generation product. After assigning the tasks, he specifically instructed the legal department, focus on collecting user feedback on Noah Technologies' product issues, but release it through a third-party organization. We cannot directly intervene. After the meeting, Lin Fan remained alone in the study. The snow was falling even heavier, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the windowpane. He opened an Anne's live feed. The little guy was sleeping soundly in his room, with Su Wanqing gently patting his back beside him. This scene calmed Lin Fan down. He couldn't lose, not only for the hundreds of employees in the company, but also to protect this warm home. Late at night, Lin Fan received an encrypted message from Zhao Qiming. The main poster's identity has been confirmed. They are a professional online troll leader. Their account has recently received a large remittance from overseas. Continue monitoring, but don't alert them, Lin Fan replied. I need to know their next plan. The following morning, the negative reports arrived as expected. The Financial Observer devoted its entire front page to questioning the safety of Xinqing Technologies products, accompanied by several edited photos of skin allergies. Lin Fan calmly finished reading the report at the breakfast table. Across from him, Su Wanqing looked at him with concern. Is there anything I can do? Just take good care of Anan. Lin Fan poured her a glass of milk. All of this was expected. That said, the stock price was still affected that day. Xinqing Technology opened down 5%, with strong market weight and sentiment. As soon as Lin Fan entered the company, he summoned the core team. Proceed as planned. This afternoon's press conference will proceed as scheduled. The press conference venue was packed. Lin Fan stood at the front of the stage, with a large screen behind him displaying the product's various certification certificates. We have initiated legal proceedings regarding the recent false rumors. Lin Fan's voice echoed throughout the venue through the microphone. Now, please watch a video. The screen began playing a video recording of an experiment conducted by a third-party testing agency. Under strict laboratory conditions, the vital signs monitoring patch operated continuously for hundreds of hours, and the test subject's skin showed no adverse reactions. We welcome oversight, but we reject defamation. Lin Fan showed a document. This is a technical analysis of the photos circulating online, proving that they have been manipulated. The scene erupted in commotion as reporters raised their hands to ask questions. Lin Fan remained calm and composed, answering each question flawlessly. Halfway through the press conference, Zhou Muyuan quietly approached Lin Fan and whispered, I just received news that Noah Technologies' new products have been returned in large quantities due to quality issues. Lin Fan nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. Sacrificing quality for the sake of a price war would ultimately backfire. After the press conference, the stock price began to rebound. Lin Fan returned to his office and immediately received a message from Shin Bojun. Mr. Lin, I saw today's news. If you need help, I, Shin, am willing to step in and mediate. Lin Fan replied with a cold laugh, Thank you for your kindness, President Shin, but we can handle this little trouble. He put down his phone and said to Star Eyes, It's time to send the collected evidence to the regulatory authorities. That afternoon, news quietly spread that Noah Technology was under investigation for suspected unfair competition. At the same time, several authoritative media outlets began reporting on the innovative highlights of Corbio's second-generation products. On his way home, Lin Fan looked out the window at the snow-covered city, but felt no relief. He knew this was just the beginning of a long war. Pushing open the door, Anan wobbled towards him. Lin Fan bent down, picked up his son, and kissed his cold little face. "How was your day?" Su Wanqing asked, taking his briefcase. "We've won a battle," Lin Fan said, sitting down on the sofa with his son in his arms. "But the war isn't over yet." Anan curiously grabbed his father's tie, babbling something. Lin Fan gently held his son's little hand, his resolve growing stronger. No matter how many challenges lie ahead, he is determined to create a brighter future for the little life in his arms. Chapter 49 New Sprouts. The sunlight after the first snow melted was exceptionally bright, casting warm dappled patterns on Su Wanqing's desk through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Dawn Life rooftop office. She had just finished a meeting about service upgrades for the new quarter and was now intently looking at the data reports on her tablet. Suddenly, a familiar wave of dizziness washed over her. She gripped the edge of the table and gently closed her eyes. She had been feeling tired easily lately, and she had initially thought it was because taking care of Anan, who was learning to walk, was too exhausting, but this time the feeling was particularly different. "Mr. Su, are you all right?" the assistant asked with concern as he pushed open the door and entered. Su Wanqing waved her hand, suppressing the discomfort in her stomach. "I might have low blood sugar. Could you pour me a glass of honey water?" As she sipped the warm, sweet honey water, she suddenly remembered that her period was 10 days late. A thought flashed through her mind, and she unconsciously touched her lower abdomen. After get-off work, she took a detour to the pharmacy to buy a pregnancy test. When she got home, Lin Fan was playing with Anan in the playroom. Seeing her mother return, Anan wobbled over and called out "Mommy" in her childish voice. "Why are you so late today?" Lin Fan took her bag and keenly noticed the strangeness in her expression. Su Wanqing didn't answer, but gently held his hand. "You stay with Anan first, I have something to do." Stepping into the bathroom, her hands trembled slightly. The moment the pregnancy test clearly showed 2 red lines, tears welled up uncontrollably. It was a mixture of joy, surprise, and a complex, indescribable emotion. She leaned against the sink to calm herself, when she heard Anan's babbling voices and Lin Fan's gentle response from outside the door. The family had just gotten back on track when a new life quietly arrived. "Wanqing, are you all right?" Lin Fan knocked gently on the door. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and opened the door. Looking at his concerned eyes, she gently placed the pregnancy test in his palm. Lin Fan was stunned, his gaze shifting back and forth between the pregnancy test and Su Wanqing, his face filled with disbelief. "Is this real?" His voice was a little hoarse. Su Wanqing nodded, tears welling up in her eyes again. Lin Fan pulled her into a tight embrace. "That's great," he whispered in her ear, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. Just then, Anan staggered over, looking up curiously at his embracing parents. Lin Fan squatted down and hugged his son in his arms as well. "Anan is going to be a big brother," he whispered to his son. The little guy seemed to understand the good news, clapping his hands happily and calling out, "Brother, brother." At dinner, Lin Fan served Su Wanqing food with extra care, his gaze frequently falling on her still flat stomach. "I'll go with you to the hospital for your checkup tomorrow." He held her hand. "This time, I want to be by your side from the very beginning." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Su Wanqing's last trace of unease vanished. She knew that no matter what happened, this man would always be her strongest support. The next morning, Lin Fan cancelled all his meetings and personally drove Su Wanqing to the hospital. In the corridor of the obstetrics and gynecology department, he held her hand tightly, just like when he first accompanied her to her prenatal checkup. The test results confirmed the pregnancy, and the doctor congratulated them with a smile. "You're already 6 weeks along, and all the indicators are excellent." On the way home, Lin Fan drove extra carefully, glancing at Su Wanqing sitting in the back seat from time to time in the rearview mirror. "Don't be so nervous." She couldn't help but laugh. "I'm fine now." Lin Fan shook his head. "This time is different. With Anan's experience, I know how to take better care of you." Indeed, this time during the early stages of pregnancy, Lin Fan's care was even more meticulous. Based on his previous experience, he prepared foods to alleviate morning sickness in advance and rearranged the layout of the house to ensure Su Wanqing wouldn't bump into anything. Every night, he would massage her swollen legs, just as skillfully as before. However, the turbulent world of business does not cease with the arrival of a new life. Late that night, while Lin Fan was processing emails in his study, he received an urgent report from Zhou Muyuan. President Lin, Shin's group has begun to acquire a large number of our shares on the secondary market, and they are already close to the threshold for disclosure. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Shin Bojun was indeed not going to give up easily. Having failed in a direct attack, he had turned to capital operations. Activate the anti-takeover plan, Lin Fan calmly ordered. At the same time, investigate the source of their funds. By the time he finished dealing with all this, it was already past midnight. Lin Fan gently pushed open the bedroom door. Su Wanqing was unconsciously protecting her lower abdomen in her sleep, and this subtle movement softened his heart. He carefully got into bed and pulled her into his arms. Su Wanqing leaned against him in her sleep, searching for the most comfortable position. This time, I will protect all of you, he whispered in her ear. The next morning at breakfast, Lin Fan told Su Wanqing the news. Surprisingly, she remained calm. I expected this. She slowly sipped her porridge. Shin Bojun isn't one to give up easily. But Lin Fan, I believe in you. Her trust warmed Lin Fan's heart. He held her hand. I'm prepared. But you and Inen need to be extra careful during this time. I know. Su Wanqing nodded, gently placing her other hand on her lower abdomen. For the sake of the children, we will all be careful. Inen seemed to sense that the adults were discussing something serious, so she put down her little spoon and looked at her parents with wide eyes. Lin Fan picked up his son and put him on his lap, saying earnestly, Inen, Dad wants you to remember that no matter what happens, you must protect Mom and your future younger siblings, okay? The little guy seemed to understand but didn't quite, yet he nodded solemnly, which made both of them laugh. After dropping Su Wanqing off at Dawn Life, Lin Fan went directly to the company. In the car, he checked the latest changes in the shareholding structure using Star Eye. The Shin Group's acquisitions were still ongoing, but the pace had slowed. They are testing our bottom line, Lin Fan told Zhou Muyuan. Proceed according to plan, and release some positive news as appropriate. That afternoon, Xinqing Technology announced partnerships with several top-tier hospitals, causing its stock price to rise. Simultaneously, Lin Fan instructed the finance department to initiate a share buyback program to further solidify its controlling stake. This covert battle of capital lasted for a full week. Every night when he returned home, Lin Fan had to compose himself before facing his family. He didn't want the smoke of the business world to taint his warm home. On Friday night, Lin Fan finally received good news. Shin's group stopped the acquisition and instead began to reduce its holdings. They've admitted defeat, Zhou Muyuan said, barely able to contain his excitement over the phone. Lin Fan, however, dared not let his guard down. Continue monitoring. Shin Bojun won't give up so easily. He hung up the phone and went into the living room. Su Wanqing was teaching Inen to read, the warm light shining on the mother and son. Seeing Lin Fan, she looked up and gave him an inquiring look. Lin Fan nodded, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Su Wanqing immediately understood and returned a relieved smile. That night, Lin Fan slept soundly. In his dream, he was holding Inen's hand, and Su Wanqing was holding a baby in swaddling clothes. The four of them were taking a walk together in the sunlight. When he woke up, it was just dawn. Su Wanqing was still fast asleep, one hand instinctively protecting her lower abdomen. Lin Fan gently placed his hand on hers, feeling the little life that was quietly growing inside her. New challenges await, but at this moment, his heart is filled with gratitude and hope. Chapter 50 Warm Winter. The warm early winter sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Cloud Top Garden, casting bright dappled light on the living room carpet. Inen, who could already walk steadily, was pushing his walker back and forth in the living room, babbling in a language only he could understand. Su Wanqing leaned back on the sofa, a parenting book in her hand, her gaze gently following her son. Now in her 12th week of pregnancy, her morning sickness had finally subsided, and her complexion had become much rosier. Lin Fan had deliberately scheduled all of today's meetings for the afternoon, just to spend more time with her and Inen. Daddy! Inen suddenly let go of her walker and wobbled towards Lin Fan, who had just come out of the study. Lin Fan bent down and picked up his son, kissing his soft cheek. Is our Inen so happy today? He learned to say grandma this morning. Su Wanqing smiled as she closed the book. Mom was so happy she almost cried. Lin Fan sat down next to his wife, holding their son, and naturally placed his free hand on her lower abdomen. How are you feeling today? Much better. Su Wanqing placed her hand on the back of his hand. I just really want to eat your sweet and sour pork ribs. That's easy, I'll make it for you at noon. Lin Fan readily agreed, then looked down at Anin in his arms and said, "How about Daddy makes some baby food for Anin too?" The little guy seemed to understand but not quite, yet he clapped his hands happily and called out, "Daddy, food." The cozy moment was interrupted by a cell phone ringing. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhou Muyuan. "I'm going to answer a phone call." He gently placed Anin next to Su Wanqing and got up to walk towards the study. Zhou Muyuan's tone was serious on the other end of the phone. "President Lin, Shin's group has begun to reduce its holdings of our shares, but at the same time, it is acquiring a large number of shares of Rueicon Medical in the secondary market." Lin Fan immediately understood Shin Bojun's intention to achieve a backdoor listing and directly compete with Xinqing Technology. It seems he's going to launch a full-scale attack. Lin Fan walked to the window, looking at the children playing in the garden below. "How are our preparations going?" "The production line for the second-generation product has been debugged and is ready to go into production at any time." However, Zhou Muyuan paused. Shin's holding company, Rueicon Medical, released a teaser for a new product today, with functions very similar to ours. Lin Fan was not surprised. The business world is like a battlefield, and he had long expected that Shin Bojun would not give up so easily. "Proceed as planned. The new product launch will be held on time next week," Lin Fan said calmly. "Also, have the legal department prepare the relevant patent protection documents." After ending the call, Lin Fan stood quietly in his study for a while. The sunlight outside the window was bright, and several children were building a snowman in the garden, their laughter faintly drifting in. In this peaceful community, few people knew that a war without gunfire was brewing. When they returned to the living room, Anin was already asleep in Su Wanqing's arms, his little hand still tightly clutching a toy car. Lin Fan carefully carried his son into the nursery and covered him with a blanket. "Is it about the company?" Su Wanqing asked softly, straightening his slightly wrinkled collar. Lin Fan grasped her hand and chose to tell her the truth. "Shin Bojun is preparing to compete head-on with us using Rueicon Medical." Su Wanqing wasn't too surprised. "What are you going to do?" "We'll deal with whatever comes our way," Lin Fan smiled. "But I might be quite busy during this time, so I'll have to trouble you to take good care of Anin." "Don't complain," Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder. "We're family." At noon, Lin Fan put on an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. The aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs filled the entire house, and Anin, still half asleep, smacked her lips as if she could smell the tempting fragrance as well. During the meal, Lin Fan carefully picked out the small bones from the ribs for Su Wanqing and blew on Anin's baby food to cool it down. Looking at the similar features of the father and son, Su Wanqing suddenly felt that no matter how much wind and rain there was outside, this home would always be her warmest harbor. In the afternoon, Lin Fan arrived at the company on time. Preparations for the new product launch were in full swing, and the marketing department had already begun preliminary publicity and promotion. "President Lin, this is a comparative analysis of the functions of Shin's new products." The RD director handed over a document. "They are still not as good as us in terms of power consumption control, but their price is 15% lower." Lin Fan quickly scanned the documents. "Price wars are not a long-term solution. We need to highlight our technological advantages, especially medical-grade precision." In the conference room, the heads of each department reported on their preparations in turn. The public relations department had already contacted mainstream media, the marketing department had planned online and offline promotional activities, and the production department had ensured that the first batch of 100,000 products was ready. "The most important thing is patent protection," the General Counsel emphasized. "We have registered all the core technology patents and are ready to deal with any possible infringement lawsuits." The meeting continued until evening. After it adjourned, Lin Fan remained alone in the conference room, reviewing every detail of the press conference once more. This battle was not only about the future of core biotechnology, but also about whether he could create a safer environment for his unborn child. The phone rang. It was a photo sent by Su Wanqing, and Anin was sitting in a high chair, his little face covered in rice cereal, but he was smiling happily. Below the photo was a caption, "My son misses his dad." Lin Fan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. He replied, "I'll be home right away." As Lin Fan left the company, the streetlights were just coming on. He had the driver park the car at the entrance of his residential compound and walked home. The cold winter wind swept over him, but it only made him more alert. Pushing open the door, warm lights and the aroma of food wafted out. Su Wanqing was setting the table, and Anin, sitting in her high chair, immediately reached out her little hand when she saw her father. "Perfect timing, the food is just ready." Su Wanqing took his briefcase. "I made your favorite steamed fish today." During the meal, Anan tried her best to eat with a spoon by herself. Although she made a mess of the table, her earnest appearance made Lin Fan feel affection for her. The press conference is scheduled for next Wednesday. Lin Fan wiped his son's face. Then I can spend more time with you too. Su Wanqing picked up a piece of fish for him. Don't worry about us, focus on your work. Anan and I will support you. After dinner, Lin Fan played with Anan on the playmat using building blocks. The little one could already build towers 3 or 4 stories high, and she would clap her hands happily every time she succeeded. The baby has been moving a lot today. Su Wanqing took Lin Fan's hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. It's like the baby knows daddy is home and is very happy. The slight fetal movement under his palm warmed Lin Fan's heart. This unborn little life, and Anan who was building blocks, were his greatest motivation to move forward. Before bed, Lin Fan told Anan a story as usual. The little guy fell asleep while listening, his little hand still tightly gripping his father's finger. Lin Fan carefully withdrew his hand and tucked the blanket around his son. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing was already leaning against the headboard reading a book. Lin Fan sat down beside her and gently pulled her into his arms. Everything will be all right, she whispered, leaning on his shoulder. Outside the window, the winter night sky was exceptionally bright. Lin Fan knew that there might still be challenges ahead, but as long as this family was there, he had the courage to keep going. A new day, new challenges, but he is ready. Chapter 51 Home. The early winter morning light streamed through the window, bathing the bedroom in a soft golden glow. When Lin Fan woke up, he found Su Wanqing already awake, leaning against the headboard, her hand gently resting on her lower abdomen, her eyes filled with tenderness. Why don't you sleep a little longer? He asked softly, reaching out to pull her into his arms. Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder. The baby seems especially active today, constantly moving. She took his hand and placed it on her slightly protruding belly. Can you feel it? A gentle fetal movement came from beneath his palm, like a small fish swimming in water. Lin Fan's heart softened instantly. This was their second child, and every fetal movement made him feel the miracle of life. Daddy! Mommy, came Anan's clear voice from the children's room. A moment later, the little guy came running in, clutching his teddy bear, and nimbly climbed onto the bed, squeezing between the two of them. Anan got up really early today. Lin Fan smiled and hugged his son, kissing his soft cheek. Is my little brother moving? Anan asked curiously, his big, round eyes darting around as he touched his mother's belly. Ever since he learned that he was going to have a little brother or sister, he had been talking to his baby every day. Su Wanqing gently held her son's little hand. Baby is saying good morning. The peaceful morning was interrupted by a cell phone ringing. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhou Muyuan. He quietly got up and walked towards his study. President Lin, the situation is a bit tricky. Zhou Muyuan's voice was unusually grave. The Shin Group, along with several investment institutions, is aggressively acquiring our shares on the secondary market. At this rate, they might reach the threshold for mandatory disclosure next week. Lin Fan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his study, gazing at the towering buildings in the distance. The morning mist of winter had not yet dissipated, and the entire city was shrouded in a hazy gray-white hue. They came prepared this time, Lin Fan said calmly. Have you found the source of the funds? It's very complex, with multiple layers of structure for cover. But what's certain is that Shin Bojun used a large amount of overseas funds this time. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Initiate Project Fortress and contact our strategic partners. Also, have the R&D department expedite testing of the next generation product. I want to see samples next month. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan paced back and forth in his study. Shin Bojun's offensive this time was even more intense than expected, but he wasn't surprised. The business world is like a battlefield, it never gives anyone a chance to breathe. When they returned to the bedroom, Anan was lying on Su Wanqing's lap, earnestly telling a story to her mother's belly, and then the little bear said, "Let's play together." Seeing Lin Fan enter, Su Wanqing looked up, casting a questioning glance. Lin Fan gently shook his head, indicating that she didn't need to worry. What would you like to eat today? He sat down on the edge of the bed and embraced his wife and children. I'll have Aunt Lu prepare it. Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder. I suddenly have a craving for hot and sour soup. Hot and sour soup. Anan imitated her mother's words, making them both laugh. After breakfast, Lin Fan personally took Anan to the early education center. The little one can now speak in complete sentences, and she chattered nonstop the whole way. Dad, when will my little brother come out? Anand suddenly asked at the entrance of the Early Childhood Education Center. Lin Fan knelt down and straightened his son's collar. We'll have to wait a few more months. Is Anand looking forward to it? I can't wait, the little guy nodded vigorously. I want to teach my little brother how to build with blocks. Watching his son run happily into the classroom, Lin Fan's heart was filled with warmth. This is the meaning of his struggle to create a future full of possibilities for children. When he arrived at the company, Jo Mo-Yuen was already waiting in his office. On the table was a thick stack of documents, all of which were analytical reports on the recent movements of the Shin Group. They acted very quickly this time, Jo Mo-Yuen said, pointing to the data in the report. They acquired 2% of the outstanding shares yesterday alone. Lin Fan quickly scanned the report. How is our counterattack plan progressing? We have contacted 3 strategic investors, all of whom have expressed their willingness to increase their holdings. In addition, testing of the second-generation product is progressing smoothly and is expected to be completed ahead of schedule. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone received an encrypted message. It was an analysis report sent by Starry, showing that part of the acquisition funds for the Shin Group came from a mysterious overseas fund. Investigate this fund, Lin Fan forwarded the information to Jo Mo-Yuen. I need to know its ultimate beneficiaries. Lin Fan spent the entire morning in the conference room discussing countermeasures with his team. The market's unpredictable changes never give people time to prepare, but he was already used to finding opportunities in crises. At noon, he made a special trip home to have lunch with Su Wanqing. She was prone to fatigue during her pregnancy, so he tried to complete his work in the office to spend more time with his family. Is the situation difficult? Su Wanqing asked softly after lunch. Lin Fan held her hand. There will be some challenges, but they can all be overcome. Your most important task right now is to take good care of yourself and the baby. Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder. I remember you said we're family. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. In the afternoon, Lin Fan returned to the company and immediately threw himself into another round of meetings. In his battles in the business world, he always remembered why he was fighting, not for wealth and power, but to protect that warm and loving home. In the evening, when he opened the door, Anand was sitting on the living room carpet building blocks, with Su Wanqing watching tenderly beside her. The afterglow of the setting sun filled the room, turning everything into a warm gold. Daddy! Anand saw him and immediately held up the castle she had just built. The house I built for my little brother. Lin Fan picked up his son and kissed him on the cheek. Great job. Your little brother will love it. At that moment, all the fatigue and pressure vanished. He knew that no matter how many challenges lay ahead, his family would always be his strongest support and the ultimate meaning of his struggle. Late at night, Lin Fan received the latest report from Starry in his study. The mysterious fund was indeed intricately connected to Shin Bojun. It seems this battle will last a long time, he muttered to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the bedroom. There, his whole world was sleeping. Chapter 52 Undercurrents. As dawn broke, Lin Fan rubbed his throbbing temples in his study. He hadn't slept a wink all night, and his desk was piled high with analysis reports compiled by Starry. The Shin Group's acquisition was more meticulous than anticipated. Every step resembled a carefully planned chess game. Daddy? Anand, hugging her teddy bear, stood at the study door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Are you working? Lin Fan immediately relaxed his brow and picked up his son, placing him on his lap. Why are you awake so early? I dreamt that my little brother was calling me. Anand nestled softly in his arms. Daddy, will my little brother look like me? Lin Fan gently stroked his son's hair. No matter who he looks like, he'll always be his mom and dad's precious child. Just then, Su Wanqing walked over. She was wearing a loose nightgown, and her slightly protruding belly was quite noticeable. What are you two whispering about here? We were talking about my little brother. Anand slid off Lin Fan's lap and gently touched her mother's lower abdomen. Good morning, little brother. Lin Fan stood up and helped his wife. You're going for your prenatal checkup today, remember? Su Wanqing nodded, her gaze sweeping over the scattered documents on the desk. You go ahead with your business, I can go by myself. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan took the maternity clothes from her hands. Nothing is more important than you and the baby. The prenatal checkup was scheduled on the VIP floor of a private hospital. On the ultrasound screen, the baby's tiny hands and feet were clearly visible. The doctor smiled and pointed it out to the couple. Look, the baby is very healthy, and is sucking its thumb. Su Wanqing held Lin Fan's hand tightly, her eyes slightly red. Every prenatal checkup filled her with both anticipation and nervousness, and she could only breathe a sigh of relief when she heard the doctor say everything is normal. "This time, I'll be with you the whole time," Lin Fan whispered in her ear. "I won't miss any important moments again." On the way back, Lin Fan received an urgent message from Jomo Yuan. Shen's group suddenly announced a strategic partnership with Rueicon Medical and will launch a new product next week that will compete with Xinqing technology. "It seems they're planning a two-pronged approach," Lin Fan calmly replied. "Proceed as planned, and have the marketing department prepare a response strategy." Su Wanqing looked at him worriedly. "Has something happened?" "Just business competition," Lin Fan said casually, then asked, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I heard there's a new Cantonese restaurant that sells really good soups." When they got home, Lin Fan played with An's building blocks for a while until the little guy started yawning, then he coaxed him to take a nap. "You should rest for a while too," Su Wanqing said, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. "Didn't you sleep well again last night?" Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. "Looking at you all is more relaxing than sleeping." However, after Su Wanqing went for her afternoon nap, Lin Fan immediately returned to his study. The Shin Group's actions were faster than he had anticipated, which made him feel vaguely uneasy. Star Eye, retrieve Shin Bojun's schedule and meeting records for the past month. A pale blue screen unfolded, displaying a dense stream of data scrolling rapidly. Soon, several key pieces of information were highlighted in red. Shin Bojun had recently been frequently meeting with representatives of overseas investments, including several fund companies with shady backgrounds. Continue to investigate the background of these fund companies more thoroughly, Lin Fan instructed. Pay special attention to their financial dealings with Noah Technology. After finishing these tasks, Lin Fan gently pushed open the bedroom door. Su Wanqing was lying on her side, one hand unconsciously protecting her lower abdomen, her breathing steady and long. He sat down beside the bed, his fingertips gently stroking her hair. This time, he will not allow anyone to harm his family. In the afternoon, Lin Fan arrived at the company's conference room on time. The core team was already present, and everyone's expression was solemn. "Shin's approach this time is aggressive," the marketing director said first. "Not only are their prices 15% lower than ours, but they've also promised higher rebates to their distributors." The R&D director then reported, "Based on the samples we received, their product is highly similar to our design in many details. I suspect there has been a technology leak." Lin Fan's gaze swept over everyone present. "We'll talk about the leak later. Right now, the most important thing is to stabilize market confidence. Mr. Zhou, have you contacted our strategic partners?" Jomo Yuan nodded. "All three companies have indicated they will continue to support us. However, if Shen's continues its dumping of products at low prices, they might waver. Then let them see what a real technological barrier is." Lin Fan pulled up the design blueprints for the next generation product. "We're going to take this to the International Medical Technology Exhibition next month." A collective gasp filled the conference room. The screen displayed an implantable monitoring device, no bigger than a grain of rice, yet integrating multiple cutting-edge technologies. It's already finished?" the R&D director asked incredulously. Lin Fan smiled slightly. "That's why I said, there's no need to worry about temporary market fluctuations. Truly good products will speak for themselves." After the meeting, Jomo Yuan specifically stayed behind. "President Lin, if this product can truly be launched on schedule, it could indeed change the course of the battle. But regarding mass production, it's all arranged." Lin Fan opened another folder. "Take a look." Jomo Yuan stared at the contents of the document, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is... "So let them bring it on," Lin Fan said, closing the folder. "We'll see it through to the end." When I got home in the evening, An was dancing to a children's program in the living room. When he saw his father come home, he immediately rushed over to show off the new dance steps he had learned that day. "Dad, look. It's a little frog." The little guy clumsily imitated a frog jumping, which made Su Wanqing, who had just entered the door, laugh. Lin Fan picked up his son, and in his joyful laughter, all the fatigue of the day vanished. This is what he wants to protect: this simple happiness, this warm home. After dinner, Lin Fan, as usual, spent time drawing with An. The little one can now draw simple shapes, and although the lines are crooked, they are the most beautiful works in her parents' eyes. "This is Dad, this is Mom, this is An, and this is my little brother." An pointed to the four little people in the picture and introduced them carefully. Su Wanqing gently stroked her son's head. "It's a wonderful drawing. When your little brother is born, we'll hang this painting in his room." Before going to sleep, Lin Fan received the latest report from Star Eye. The investigation showed that the Shen Group's cooperation with those overseas funds did indeed involve irregularities, but the chain of evidence was not yet complete. Continue gathering evidence, Lin Fan replied, paying special attention to the flow of funds. Night deepened, and Lin Fan stood alone on the balcony, lost in thought. The winter wind howled, but his heart remained unusually calm. Having weathered so many storms, he had long understood, the greatest strength comes from the unwavering resolve to protect those he cherishes. In the bedroom, Su Wanqing turned over in her sleep, unconsciously searching for his position. Lin Fan gently got into bed and pulled her into his arms. Everything will be all right, he whispered in her ear, whether to comfort her or to reassure himself. The moonlight flowed quietly like water through the seemingly peaceful night. But Lin Fan knew that beneath the calm surface, undercurrents were gathering strength. A new day brings new challenges. And he is ready. Chapter 53 Dawn. In the stillness of the night, the only sound in the study was the soft tapping of a keyboard. 3 screens in front of Lin Fan were running different program interfaces simultaneously. The screen on the left displayed the equity structure of the Shen Group, the middle screen showed real-time analysis data from Star Pupil, and the right screen displayed a 3D design of a new generation of implantable monitoring equipment. Suddenly, the data stream on the central screen began to fluctuate abnormally. Star Eye automatically flagged several suspicious transaction nodes, all of which had engaged in large-scale financial transactions with the Shen Group within the last 24 hours. Suspicious short-selling transactions detected, targeting a company affiliated with Xinqing Technology. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately retrieved the relevant data. Sure enough, the stock prices of the 3 major suppliers experienced abnormal declines before the market closed, and the short sellers all pointed to the same overseas account. Trace the source, Lin Fan ordered briefly. Tracing the source. The account belongs to a fund company registered in the Cayman Islands, and the actual controller is related to Shin Bojun by marriage. Just then, the study door was gently pushed open. Su Wanqing walked in carrying warm milk, her pregnant body already quite cumbersome. It's almost 3 o'clock, why aren't you resting? She put the milk on the table and glanced at the complex data charts on the screen. Lin Fan immediately switched the screen, revealing a gentle smile. I'm going to sleep right away. Why are you up? The baby's kicking really hard. Su Wanqing sat down beside him, took his hand, and placed it on her prominent belly. Feel it, he's been especially active tonight. The baby's strong movements beneath his palm softened Lin Fan's heart. This was their second child, due next month. I'll go with you to rest. Lin Fan turned off the computer and carefully helped his wife up. In the bedroom, Anan was fast asleep in his crib, still clutching his slightly worn teddy bear. Lin Fan tucked his son in before helping Su Wanqing lie down on the bed. Is the company's situation very troublesome? Su Wanqing asked softly in the darkness. Lin Fan pulled her into his arms. I can handle it. Your most important thing right now is to take care of yourself and the baby. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fan woke up on time. Su Wanqing was still fast asleep beside him, one hand unconsciously protecting her abdomen. He quietly got out of bed and went to check on Anan in the children's room first. The little one's face was rosy from sleeping, and a sweet smile was on her lips. While preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Lin Fan's thoughts were already on today's board meeting. The Shin Group's series of actions were clearly meticulously planned, and he needed to come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. Daddy! Anan rubbed her eyes and walked into the kitchen. Can we have pancakes today? Lin Fan bent down and picked up his son, of course. But you have to do Daddy a favor first, go wake Mommy up, okay? At the breakfast table, Anan excitedly recounted his dream from the previous night. I dreamt that my little brother could talk. He called me brother. Su Wanqing gently wiped the syrup from her son's lips. Then Anan should be a good older brother and set a good example for his younger brother. After seeing his wife and son off, Lin Fan rushed to the company. Zhou Muyuan was already waiting in the office, his face grave. President Lin, the situation is worse than we anticipated. He pushed a report in front of Lin Fan. Shen's group is not only shorting our suppliers, but also poaching our RD team. Yesterday, 2 more core engineers submitted their resignations. Lin Fan quickly scanned the report. Have them resign according to the non-compete agreement. Also, launch Operation Falcon. Zhou Muyuan was taken aback. Use that now? Isn't it too early? It's time. Lin Fan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Notify the RD department that I need to see the samples this afternoon. Lin Fan spent the entire morning in the conference room discussing countermeasures with his core team. While the Shin Group's offensive was fierce, it was not invincible. Their biggest weakness was sacrificing quality for speed, a fatal flaw in the medical equipment field. At noon, Lin Fan made a special trip home to have lunch with Su Wanqing. She was prone to fatigue in her late pregnancy, so he tried to schedule his work to be done in the office. "I'm going for a prenatal checkup this afternoon," Su Wanqing said slowly, sipping her soup. "The doctor said this is the last detailed prenatal checkup." Lin Fan took her hand. "I'll go with you." The prenatal checkup went smoothly, and the fetus's indicators were all healthy. On the ultrasound screen, the little one was sucking his fingers, looking incredibly cute. "The baby is healthy and in the correct position," the doctor said with a smile as he put away his probe. "However, the mother should take care to rest and avoid overexertion." On the way back, Su Wanqing leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder. "I've been feeling really tired lately." "Is it because I'm getting older?" Lin Fan gently stroked her long hair. "Don't overthink it. You were like that when you were pregnant with Anan, and you still had a smooth delivery, didn't you?" After taking his wife home to rest, Lin Fan immediately returned to the company. The R&D department had already prepared the sample. He wanted an implantable monitoring device the size of a grain of rice. After improvements, the battery life has been extended to 3 years, the R&D director proudly announced. And several new features have been added, including real-time drug concentration monitoring. Lin Fan carefully examined the sample. "Where's the clinical trial data?" "All tests passed." The biocompatibility tests, in particular, yielded even better results than expected. Just then, Jomo Yuan rushed in. "President Lin, Shin's new product is having problems. Several hospitals have reported that their equipment data is inaccurate, and patients have already filed complaints." Lin Fan wasn't surprised. "Notify the marketing department to prepare our promotional plan. Also, contact those engineers who were poached and ask them if they want to come back." In the evening, Lin Fan left work early and went home. Anin was building blocks in the living room. Seeing him come home, she immediately showed off her creation. "Dad, look. I built a cradle for my little brother." Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, smiling as she watched the father and son. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, bathing the entire room in a warm golden light. After dinner, Lin Fan accompanied Anin as she drew pictures, while Su Wanqing tidied up the baby's clothes. These seemingly ordinary daily moments were the ones Lin Fan cherished most. Late at night, after the whole family had fallen asleep, Lin Fan received an encrypted message from Stareye. The Shin Group's stock began to plummet, and many institutions withdrew their investments. According to analysis, Shin Bojun's personal assets have shrunk by 40%. Lin Fan closed the message and gently pushed open the bedroom door. Su Wanqing and Nen were both fast asleep, their even breathing exceptionally clear in the quiet night. He sat down by the bed, his gaze sweeping over his wife's rounded belly before settling on his son's peaceful sleeping face. This was the meaning of all his struggles to protect this ordinary yet precious happiness. Outside the window, the east was already turning white, and a new day was about to begin. But for Lin Fan, the true dawn was just beginning. Chapter 54 Departure. In the darkness before dawn, Lin Fan gently got up and tucked the blanket around the sleeping Su Wanqing. She lay on her side, her high belly rising and falling slightly with her breathing, one hand unconsciously protecting her stomach. With less than 2 weeks until her due date, Lin Fan would wake up several times every night to check on her well-being. In the study, the 3 monitors were still lit. Stareye had completed an in-depth analysis of the Shin Group's cash flow, and the results showed that Shin Bojun was making a last-ditch effort. Shin's Group has pledged 75% of its shares. If the share price continues to fall today, it will trigger a forced liquidation. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then gave the order, "Release some positive news to stabilize the stock price." Understood. But this move will delay the collapse of the Shin family. Give him a dignified exit. Lin Fan closed the interface. Business warfare doesn't always have to be a fight to the death. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Anan rubbed her eyes and pushed open the study door. "Dad, I dreamt that my little brother was calling me." Lin Fan lifted his son onto his lap. "Your little brother will be here soon. Is Anan ready to be a big brother?" The little guy nodded earnestly. "I'll teach my little brother how to build with blocks, and I'll give him my teddy bear too." At breakfast, Su Wanqing didn't have a good appetite and only drank half a bowl of porridge. Lin Fan carefully cut the fried egg into small pieces and coaxed her to eat a few more bites. "How are you feeling today?" he asked with concern. "I'm just a little tired," Su Wanqing said, gently stroking her belly. The baby was moving a lot last night, like it couldn't wait to come out. After seeing his wife and son off, Lin Fan arrived at the company ahead of time. Zhou Muyuan was already waiting in his office, looking unusually relaxed. Mr. Lin, good news. Shin Bojun contacted us this morning, hoping to negotiate. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. Schedule it for this afternoon. Also, have the R&D department prepare for the launch event of the new generation product. Is it going to be released so soon? It's time, Lin Fan said, looking out the window. This business war has dragged on for far too long. Lin Fan spent the entire morning reviewing the press conference plan. The new generation of implantable monitoring equipment is not only smaller and has a longer battery life, but also includes a number of innovative functions, enough to allow Core Biotechnology to maintain a technological lead in the industry for at least 5 years. At noon, Lin Fan was about to pick up Su Wanqing for lunch when he suddenly received a call from her. Lin Fan, her voice was a little nervous. I think my water broke. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. I'll be right back. Lie down and don't move. Throughout the journey, Lin Fan's palms were constantly sweating. Although this was his second time becoming a father, the tension he felt at this moment was no less than the first time. As he drove, he used Bluetooth to notify the hospital to prepare. When they arrived home, the nanny had already helped Su Wanqing lie down on the sofa. Anin stood nervously to the side, her little face pale. Is Mom all right? He asked, his voice trembling with tears. Lin Fan knelt down and hugged her son. Mama's fine, it's just that your little brother can't wait to see us. Upon arriving at the hospital, the delivery room was already prepared. As Su Wanqing was wheeled in, she tightly gripped Lin Fan's hand. This time, you have to stay with me the whole time. I promise. Lin Fan planted a kiss on her forehead. Outside the delivery room, Lin Fan sat on a bench holding Anin, waiting. The little one asked anxiously, will it hurt, Mommy? There will be a little, Lin Fan said honestly, but the doctor will help Mom, and the pain will subside soon. At that moment, Zhou Muyuan called, President Lin, Shin Bojun has arrived. Lin Fan glanced at the closed door of the delivery room. Tell him I have more important things to do today. Reschedule the negotiations. Time ticked by, and occasionally Su Wanqing's suppressed groans drifted from the delivery room. Each time Lin Fan heard the sound, his heart clenched tighter. Anin seemed to sense her father's tension, nestled obediently in his arms, quiet and still. At 3 p.m., the delivery room door finally opened. The nurse smiled and announced the good news. Congratulations, it's a healthy boy, weighing 6 pounds and 8 ounces. Lin Fan rushed to his wife's bedside immediately. Su Wanqing smiled wearily, her forehead damp with sweat, but her eyes were bright. Look, our second child. The tiny baby was placed against her chest, its skin rosy and its eyes not yet fully open, but it instinctively snuggled into its mother's arms. Anin stood on tiptoe, looking curiously at her newborn brother. He's so tiny. Anin, you must protect your little brother from now on, Su Wanqing said gently. The little one nodded solemnly and gently touched his younger brother's hand. I will. After settling his wife and newborn, Lin Fan went to the corridor and called Zhou Muyuan back. What did Shin Bojun say? He's willing to accept our terms and withdraw from the medical equipment market. Zhou Muyuan's voice was filled with excitement. President Lin, we won. Lin Fan looked out the window. The setting sun was just right. It's not about winning, it's about finding our own paths to take. Back in the ward, Su Wanqing and the newborn were both asleep. Anin was also sleeping soundly, lying by the bedside. Lin Fan gently covered everyone with blankets, then sat down beside his wife. My phone vibrated. It was the latest analysis report from Star Eye. The Shin Group had begun an orderly withdrawal, and the market was stabilizing. But none of that mattered to Lin Fan anymore. He gazed at his family members sleeping peacefully in the hospital bed, his tired but content wife, the newborn baby, and his eldest son who already knew how to take responsibility. At that moment, he finally understood, true success is not about conquering how many opponents you have, but about protecting the most precious people in your life. Night fell, and the city lights began to twinkle. Lin Fan gently took Su Wanqing's hand and whispered in her ear. Thank you for your hard work, honey. Now, our family of 4 is finally reunited. Outside the window, a new moon quietly rises, its gentle light bathing the world. And in this warm hospital ward, a new story is just beginning. Chapter 55 Morning Dew. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the blinds of the hospital room, casting dappled patterns of light on Lin Shi's crib. The newborn stirred in its warm embrace, making soft whimpering sounds. Su Wanqing woke up immediately. It was a mother's instinct even in deep sleep, she could sense the slightest movement of her child. She propped herself up and was about to get out of bed when a pair of hands gently pressed down on her shoulders. "I'll do it." Lin Fan had already walked to the crib and was skillfully checking the diaper. "You rest a little longer." Su Wanqing leaned against the headboard, watching her husband's back as he cared for the newborn. Sunlight outlined his broad shoulders, and those hands that commanded the business world were now gently changing their baby son's diaper. "When did you learn all this?" she asked softly. Lin Fan turned back and smiled at her. "You'll get the hang of it after watching the nanny do it a few times. Besides, this is our second child, we can't afford to be as flustered as we were the first time." Just then, the hospital room door was gently pushed open a crack. Annan peeked in, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Daddy, is my little brother awake?" Lin Fan picked up Lin Shi, who was already dressed, and walked towards the door. "Come see your little brother." Annan cautiously walked in, tiptoeing to look at the newborn in her father's arms. Lin Shi just opened her eyes, her bright black eyes turning blankly before finally settling on her brother's face. "He's looking at me," Annan whispered with delight, afraid of disturbing this sacred moment. Su Wanqing extended her hand to her eldest son. "Come, sit here with Mom." The family of four nestled together on the hospital bed, their shadows gilded by the sunlight. Lin Fan held his youngest son in his left arm and his eldest son in his right, while Su Wanqing leaned on her husband's shoulder. At this moment, all the noise and strife faded away, leaving only the tranquility and contentment of a newly formed family of four. "My little brother is so tiny." Annan stretched out her index finger and gently touched Lin Shi's little hand. The newborn instinctively grasped his older brother's finger, and this simple action made Annan's eyes widen in surprise. "He's shaking my hand." Lin Fan and Su Wanqing exchanged a smile. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhou Muyuan. "I'm going to answer a call." He carefully handed Lin Shi to Su Wanqing. In the corridor, Zhou Muyuan's voice was filled with excitement. "President Lin, great news. This morning, after the market opened, our stock price rose by 12%, hitting a new all-time high. In addition, the International Medical Technology Association has sent an invitation, hoping we will participate in their global summit next month." Lin Fan looked out the window. The city was awakening in the morning light. This was a brand new beginning, not only for his family but also for his career. "Reply to them that we will attend on time," Lin Fan said. "Also, inform the R&D department that I need to see detailed plans for the next generation product within a week." "Understood. There's one more thing. Shin Bojun sent someone with a gift this morning. It's for the newborn." Lin Fan was silent for a moment, then said, "Take it and thank him for me." When they returned to the ward, Annan was singing to her younger brother a lullaby that Su Wanqing often hummed. Lin Shi listened quietly, her little hands swaying gently to the rhythm. "My little brother likes my singing," Annan proudly announced to her father. Lin Fan sat down by the bed and hugged both his sons. "Because you are the best older brother." The discharge procedures went smoothly that morning. The nurse carefully explained the key points of newborn care, and Lin Fan took notes diligently, occasionally asking questions. Su Wanqing looked at his focused profile, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. This man, who was a force to be reckoned with in the business world, was now so attentive to the details of caring for his child. When we got home, the nanny had already prepared everything. A new crib had been added to the nursery, placed right next to Annan's bed. On the wall hung a welcome drawing that Annan had made herself, four crooked little figures holding hands, with the words "Welcome, little brother" written next to them. "This is a gift for my little brother." Annan pointed to the painting, her little face full of anticipation. Lin Fan picked up his eldest son. "This is the best gift." In the afternoon, Lin Fan was catching up on work in his study. A report from Zhou Muyuan indicated that Core Biotechnology's new generation of products had attracted widespread attention in the international market. Several multinational medical groups had sent cooperation offers, hoping to obtain overseas distribution rights for the products. Star Eye's analysis report showed that the company had entered a phase of rapid development. But this time, Lin Fan was no longer as eager to expand as before. He carefully reviewed each cooperation proposal, valuing long-term development rather than short-term gains. "Dad." Annan pushed open the study door. "My little brother is crying, and I can't soothe him." Lin Fan immediately put down his work and followed his son to the nursery. Lin Shi was waving his little hands in the cradle, his face red from crying. Annan stood anxiously to the side, holding her favorite teddy bear, trying to comfort her little brother. "Let Daddy see." Lin Fan gently picked up his youngest son, checked his diaper and temperature. He's probably hungry. He skillfully prepared the formula, tested the temperature, and then handed the bottle to Su Wanqing, who followed him in. The whole process was smooth and natural, as if he had done it 1,000 times before. Anin looked up at her parents, who were working together seamlessly to take care of her younger brother, and suddenly said, "I want to be like Dad when I grow up." Su Wanqing asked gently, "What do you resemble about Dad?" "It's like everything," Anin said earnestly. "It can take care of Mom and my younger brother, and it can also make delicious milk." Lin Fan crouched down, looking his son straight in the eye. "Dad is also learning. The important thing is that we will always take care of each other." In the evening, Lin Fan cancelled all his social engagements and personally cooked dinner. Anin, wearing a little apron, helped out, though she mostly made things worse, but her earnestness made her parents chuckle. "This is for my little brother." Anin cut the carrot into oddly shaped little pieces. He can eat it when he's older. After dinner, the family of 4 sat on the balcony enjoying the night view. Lin Fan held Lin Shi in his arms, while Su Wanqing cuddled Anin. A gentle evening breeze blew, and the city lights in the distance twinkled like stars. "I'm going to attend an international summit next week," Lin Fan said softly to his wife. "It'll probably take 3 days." Su Wancheng leaned on his shoulder. "Don't worry, go ahead. The nanny and I will take care of things at home." Besides, she smiled and patted Anin's head, "We have a little helper too." Anin immediately straightened her back and said, "I will take good care of Mom and my little brother." It was late at night, and after the 2 children had gone to sleep, Lin Fan was alone in his study preparing materials for the summit. This meeting would determine the development direction of core biotechnology for the next few years, and he had to be fully prepared. In the early hours of the morning, he received the latest analysis report from StarEye. According to market trend forecasts, the global medical technology industry will experience explosive growth over the next 5 years. At the end of the report, StarEye specifically highlighted an emerging field: artificial intelligence-assisted diagnosis. This discovery made Lin Fan ponder deeply. If the monitoring equipment of core biotechnology could be combined with the AI diagnostic system, it might create a completely new medical model. He gently pushed open the nursery door. In the moonlight, his 2 sons slept soundly. Anan's arm was protectively draped over her younger brother's cradle, as if she were keeping her promise even in her sleep. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing unconsciously searched for his location in her sleep. Lin Fan gently got into bed and pulled her into his arms. "Everything will be all right," he whispered in her ear. Outside the window, the morning dew shimmered in the moonlight, quietly awaiting the rise of a new sun. For Lin Fan, however, a new chapter in his life had just begun. Chapter 56: Foresight. Inside the venue of the International Medical Technology Summit, the lights were dazzling and the crowd was bustling. Lin Fan stood backstage, adjusting his suit and tie. Today, he would be delivering a keynote speech on behalf of core biotechnology, a significant step for the company as it moves onto the international stage. "Are you nervous?" Zhou Muyuan handed over a glass of water and asked in a low voice. Lin Fan took the water glass, his gaze sweeping across the packed hall below. "Compared to holding my son for the first time, this is nothing." Seated in the audience were representatives from top medical institutions around the world, renowned scholars, and competitors. In the third row, Lin Fan noticed several blonde, blue-eyed foreigners talking in hushed tones. Their name tags bore the words "Neurotech, a rising star in American medical technology." The speech began, and Lin Fan walked onto the stage. The spotlight shone on him, and the whispers from the audience gradually subsided. "Everyone here is a pioneer in the field of medical technology," Lin Fan began his opening remarks with composure and strength. "But today we gather here not to showcase whose technology is more advanced, but to discuss how technology can truly serve humanity." The huge screen behind him lit up, displaying clinical data from core biotechnology's new generation of implantable monitoring devices. The experts in the audience began to take notes attentively, nodding occasionally in approval. What we're pursuing isn't just smaller size and longer battery life, but a more harmonious coexistence between the device and the human body. Lin Fan switched slides. "This is our concept of seamless healthcare." Just then, he noticed several representatives from Neurotech exchanging a meaningful glance. This detail alerted him. The speech ended to thunderous applause. Lin Fan, surrounded by staff, stepped down from the stage and was immediately swarmed by reporters. "Mr. Lin, does Xinqing Technology have any plans to enter the international market? What are your thoughts on similar products that Neurotech is about to release?" Lin Fan calmly responded, "Technological development requires global cooperation, not cutthroat competition. As for specific plans, please stay tuned for our subsequent official announcements. After shaking off the reporters, Zhou Muyuan strode over and lowered his voice. I just received news that Neurotech's product is highly similar to our design, and its release date is only 1 week later than ours. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Find out what happened. We're already investigating. Also, the summit chairman has invited you to tonight's closed-door meeting. Apparently, there are important matters to discuss. In the evening, Lin Fan video chatted with his family in his hotel room. On the screen, Su Wanqing was holding Lin Shi, while Anan was making funny faces beside them. Dad, look. Anan held up a drawing. I drew my whole family. The drawing depicted 4 crooked little figures, the largest wearing a tie, and the smallest being held in someone's arms. Although the brushstrokes were childlike, they warmed Lin Fan's heart. That's a wonderful drawing, Lin Fan said softly. Was your little brother well behaved today? Su Wanqing adjusted her holding position. It's much better than yesterday. I just really missed you. I'll be back soon, Lin Fan promised. My flight is the day after tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up the video call, Lin Fan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, deep in thought. The sudden appearance of Neurotech was no accident. He needed to find out more about them as soon as possible. The closed-door meeting was held in a private conference room on the hotel's top floor. Besides Lin Fan, only 5 other leading figures in the global medical technology field were present. Summit Chairman Professor Morris got straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received reliable information that Neurotech has received investment from a country with military ties. Their true motives may go beyond simple commercial competition. Those present wore solemn expressions. Medical technology involves a large amount of sensitive data, and if it falls into the hands of malicious individuals, the consequences would be unimaginable. We need to establish an industry alliance and develop unified security standards. Professor Morris looked at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, Corbio's achievements in data security are evident to all, and we hope you can lead this work. This suggestion came as a surprise to Lin Fan. He hesitated for a moment, then said, I need time to consider it. After the meeting, Lin Fan immediately contacted Zhao Qiming, conduct a full investigation into Neurotech's background, especially its relationship with the military. While waiting for a reply, Lin Fan opened Star-Eye and began analyzing the pros and cons of establishing an industry alliance. While this would enhance Corbio Technology's industry standing, it also meant taking on more responsibility. Late at night, Zhao Qiming sent an encrypted report. The investigation results showed that Neurotech did indeed have close ties with a military laboratory of a certain country, and its technological approach also had obvious characteristics of military applications. Lin Fan stood by the window, gazing at the night view of this foreign land. At that moment, he recalled Anan's innocent smile before he left, and Lin Shi's soft little hand. He bore not only the responsibility of the company's development, but also the responsibility of creating a safe future for children. The next morning, Lin Fan approached Professor Morris. I agree to lead the formation of the alliance. But there's one condition: the alliance must be based in China. Professor Morris paused for a moment, then understood Lin Fan's intention. I will do my best to persuade the other members. On the final day of the summit, Xinqing Technology signed cooperation agreements with 5 top international medical institutions. Simultaneously, preparations for an industry alliance were officially launched. On the plane back to China, Lin Fan carefully reviewed the alliance's bylaws. Zhou Muyuan couldn't help but ask, President Lin, won't setting up the alliance headquarters in China make us too many enemies? Lin Fan closed the file. Some things just have to be done by someone. As the plane landed, the city lights were just coming on. Lin Fan quickly walked out of the terminal and saw Su Wanqing holding Lin Shi and holding an An's hand waiting in the distance. Daddy! Anan ran over and jumped into his arms. Lin Fan picked up his son and walked towards his wife. Su Wanqing looked at him with a gentle smile. On the way home, Anan excitedly recounted the interesting things that had happened in the past few days. Lin Shi slept soundly in his mother's arms, completely unaware of the important guarantee his father had just secured for his future. That night, Lin Fan sat in the nursery for a long time. Under the moonlight, his 2 sons' sleeping faces were peaceful and beautiful. He gently tucked Anan in and then touched Lin Shi's little face. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing asked softly, how did the business trip go? Everything went smoothly. Lin Fan pulled her into his arms. And, I made an important decision. He briefly explained the industry alliance. Su Wanqing listened quietly, and finally said softly, whatever decision you make, we support you. It was late at night, but Lin Fan was wide awake. He went to his study, opened star-eye, and began planning the alliance's next steps. This was not only about the future of core-borne technology, but also about the development direction of the entire industry. Outside the window, a bright moon hung high in the sky. Lin Fan recalled the expectant looks he had seen at the summit earlier that day, and the meaningful expressions of the neurotech representatives. This battle has only just begun. But this time, he is no longer fighting alone. Chapter 57: Heavy Responsibility. The morning sunlight streamed through the blinds in the study, casting streaks of light and shadow across the desk. Lin Fan had the preparatory documents for the Industry Alliance spread out before him, and the computer screen displayed the recordings of last night's video conference with the European Medical Association. Since returning from the international summit, his work focus had clearly shifted, and the burden on his shoulders had become even heavier. "Daddy!" Anan ran into the study carrying her literacy book. "How do you pronounce this word?" Lin Fan put down the documents and pulled his son onto his lap. "This character is pronounced ZE, the ZE in responsibility." "What is responsibility?" Anan asked, tilting her head. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then pointed to the gardener pruning the flowers and plants outside the window. "Just like the gardener has to take good care of these flowers and plants, Dad also has to take good care of the company, and take good care of you and your brother. That's responsibility." Anan nodded, seemingly understanding, then pointed to another word and asked, "What about this one?" "This is Ren, the Renin task," Lin Fan patiently explained. "The two characters together mean responsibility, which means we must conscientiously do what we are supposed to do." Soft footsteps sounded at the study door. Su Wanqing stood there holding Linshi, who had just woken up, bathed in the soft glow of the morning light. "Are you teaching Anan?" she asked with a smile as she walked in. Lin Fan took his youngest son, and Linshi immediately grabbed his father's finger and put it in his mouth. "This 3-month-old little guy has recently started teething and wants to bite everything in sight. Is the preparation for the alliance going smoothly?" Su Wanqing asked with concern. "It's more complicated than I expected." Lin Fan gently withdrew his finger from his son's grasp. "The interests of all parties need to be balanced, and there's considerable controversy surrounding the standard setting process." During breakfast, Lin Fan's phone kept ringing. Zhou Yuan reported that Neurotech was lobbying several European institutions in an attempt to obstruct the formation of the alliance. "They put forward their own security standards, claiming they are stricter than ours," Zhou Yuan said over the phone. Lin Fan sliced a fried egg, his tone calm. "Contact Professor Morris, it's time to demonstrate our true technical capabilities." After seeing his wife and son off, Lin Fan went directly to the R&D Center of Core Biotechnology. Today, they would be conducting extreme tests on the new generation of products, which was crucial to gaining influence within the alliance. Inside the testing room, technicians were making final preparations. Various data points flashed across a large display screen, and 10 volunteers were already wearing monitoring equipment. "Let's begin," Lin Fan ordered. The volunteers' real-time physiological data immediately appeared on the screen. Unlike ordinary monitoring equipment, this data not only includes basic indicators such as heart rate and blood pressure, but also shows subtle changes at the cellular level. Data acquisition accuracy is 300% higher than the previous generation, the R&D director excitedly reported. Especially this early cancer screening function, which can now detect cell mutations at the micrometer level. Around noon, Zhou Yuan rushed in. "President Lin, Neurotech held an emergency press conference, questioning the security of our data." Lin Fan stared at the data stream on the screen. "Let them question it. The truth will always come out." In the afternoon, Lin Fan appeared on time at the Industry Alliance's online meeting. On the other end of the screen were medical technology leaders from around the world, including Neurotech CEO Anderson. "Mr. Lin," Anderson cut to the chase, "we've noticed that Corbio's equipment involves the collection of a large amount of sensitive data. How do you ensure that this data will not be misused?" Lin Fan retrieved the test data. "First, all data is encrypted and stored on a local server. Second, we used blockchain technology to ensure that every piece of data is traceable and tamper-proof." "But you control all these technologies," Anderson persisted. "That's why I proposed forming an alliance to jointly develop standards and monitor each other." Lin Fan looked around at the people on the screen. Technology should serve all of humanity, not become the privilege of a few. After the meeting, Professor Morris contacted Lin Fan privately. "Anderson has military backing, you need to be careful." "I understand," Lin Fan said, "but that's precisely why we can't back down." On his way home, Lin Fan made a special detour to buy 2 gifts: a set of building blocks for Anan and a soft teething toy for Linshi. Pushing open the door, Anin was sitting on the living room carpet playing with her younger brother. Lin Shi was lying on his stomach practicing lifting his head, his little head wobbling back and forth, while Anin carefully protected him from the side. "Daddy, look." Anin excitedly pointed at her younger brother. "Cici can lift her head now." Lin Fan crouched down and saw his youngest son struggling to lift his head, his bright black eyes filled with curiosity. This small step forward brought joy to the whole family. After dinner, Lin Fan played with Anin, building blocks together. The little one could already understand simple instructions and was carefully building a small house according to the instructions. "Is this for my younger brother?" Lin Fan asked. Anin shook her head. "This is Daddy's company. I want to build a big building so Daddy can work in it." Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and hugged his son. Late at night, after the whole family had fallen asleep, Lin Fan received an emergency alert from Star Eye. Neurotech attempted to hack into Core Biotechnology's servers, but was successfully intercepted. The source of the attack has been identified. Should we take countermeasures? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Gather evidence, but don't alert them yet. He pushed open the nursery door, where his two sons were fast asleep. Anin had one arm draped over her younger brother's cradle, a protective gesture that moved Lin Fan to tears. Back in his study, he began drafting a letter to the Alliance members. In the letter, he publicly proposed the idea of a technology ethics convention for the first time, calling on all parties to abide by it. "Every technology we develop has the potential to change the lives of countless people," he wrote in the letter. "Therefore, we bear not only a commercial responsibility, but also a responsibility to the future of humanity." By the time he finished writing the letter, dawn was breaking. Lin Fan gently pushed open the bedroom door. Su Wanqing was slightly frowning in her sleep, as if she were having a nightmare. He lay down on the bed and pulled her into his arms. "Everything will be all right," he whispered, whether to comfort his wife or to reassure himself. Morning light flooded the room once more, and a new day was about to begin. For Lin Fan, the responsibility on his shoulders grew heavier, but the direction he was heading became even clearer. On the scales of technology and ethics, he chose to stand on the side that is most beneficial to humanity. And that is true foresight. Chapter 58: Germination. A light spring drizzle gently tapped against the window, leaving winding streaks on the glass. Lin Fan stood at the nursery door, watching the heartwarming scene. Su Wanqing sat on the soft carpet, Lin Shi nestled in front of her, struggling to lift his head, his little face flushed red from the effort. Anin knelt beside him, gently trying to attract his younger brother's attention with a toy. "Come on, Cici." Anin encouraged softly, "Just hang in there a little longer." Lin Shi raised her little head shakily, her bright black eyes fixed on the toy in her brother's hand, and she actually managed to hold on for a few more seconds. It worked. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Fan at the door with delight. "Did you see that?" Lin Fan entered the room, knelt down, and gently patted his youngest son's back. "Our Cici is so great." Just then, his phone vibrated. Zhou Muyuan sent a message. "Neurotech released new security standards this morning, clearly aimed at us." Lin Fan replied, "Proceed with the product demonstration as planned. It's time to show our true strength." "Is something wrong at the company?" Su Wanqing asked with concern. "It's nothing," Lin Fan said casually, reaching out to pull Lin Shi into his arms. "It's time for your vaccinations today, I'll go with you." Anin immediately raised her hand. "I want to go too. I want to protect my little brother." Inside the community health center, Lin Shi, nestled in his father's arms, curiously looked around. As the nurse prepared to give him an injection, the little guy seemed to sense something, his lips trembling as if he was about to cry. Anin quickly rushed over, making all sorts of funny faces to amuse his younger brother. "Cici, look at your brother." Anin winked. "It doesn't hurt at all." Perhaps it was her brother's reassurance that worked. Lin Shi only let out a soft groan when the needle went in, and quickly quieted down. The nurse exclaimed in surprise, "It's rare to see such a calm baby." Anin proudly puffed out her chest, "Because my little brother is the bravest." On the way home, Lin Fan received the analysis report from Star Eye. The new neurotech standards are indeed strict, but they have several fatal flaws, which are likely compromises made to cater to certain special needs. "Do we need to publicly point out these problems?" Zhou Muyuan asked on the phone. "No need," Lin Fan said, glancing at his two laughing sons in the rearview mirror. "Let the product speak for itself." In the afternoon, Lin Fan arrived at the newly built Experience Center of Core Biotechnology. Today, a special product demonstration will be held here, inviting ordinary families to personally test the new generation of monitoring equipment. We don't need grandiose safety standards, Lin Fan told the visiting media. True safety is what withstands the scrutiny of every family. During the demonstration, a mother with twins raised a question: if this data is leaked, wouldn't insurance companies use it to increase premiums? Good question. Lin Fan pulled up a data flow diagram. All data has been anonymized and is entirely under user control. More importantly, he switched slides, we've developed a data destruction function, allowing users to permanently delete all data at any time. Applause erupted from the audience. This scene was broadcast live to the Industry Alliances meeting, where neurotech representatives looked solemn. On his way home, Lin Fan made a special trip to buy Ann's favorite strawberry cake. As he opened the door, he heard cheerful laughter coming from the children's room. Su Wanqing stood at the doorway and gestured for him to be quiet. Lin Fan peeked over and saw An holding a picture book, telling a story to her younger brother, word by word. Lin Shi lay on the carpet, her little hands and feet moving happily to her brother's voice. He's imitating you, Su Wanqing said softly. That's how you usually tell them stories. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and gently entered the room. An saw him and waved excitedly, Daddy, come quick. Cici loves stories. The family of four sat around the carpet, the setting sun bathing the room in a golden glow. Lin Fan held Lin Shi in his arms, while Su Wanqing cuddled An as they flipped through a picture book together. At that moment, the fierce competition in the business world seemed so distant. Late at night, after the children were asleep, Lin Fan received an email from Professor Morris. The email mentioned that Neurotech's CEO, Anderson, had suddenly resigned, plunging the company into chaos. This could be an opportunity, Morris wrote. The league needs your leadership. Lin Fan replied, I wouldn't call myself a leader, but I'm willing to offer my help. He shut down the computer and gently pushed open the door to the nursery. In the moonlight, An and Lin Shi were fast asleep. The older brother's small hand rested on the edge of his younger brother's cradle, as if he were watching over him even in his sleep. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing murmured to herself in her sleep. Lin Fan lay down on the bed and pulled her into his arms. Everything is getting better, he whispered in her ear. Early in the morning, Lin Fan was awakened by a slight noise. He followed the sound to the nursery and saw a delightful scene. Lin Shi had rolled over at some point and was trying her best to crawl towards her brother. Although her movements were clumsy, they were full of strength. An woke up too. He lay quietly on the bed, watching his younger brother's every move with wide eyes, occasionally whispering encouragement, Go Cici. Lin Fan didn't disturb this heartwarming moment, simply standing quietly at the door. Looking at the natural and deep bond between the two children, he became even more certain that the path he had chosen was the right one. Technology may change the world, but only love and companionship can warm people's hearts. This realization, like a seed, quietly sprouted in his heart. Chapter 59 Bonds. A gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of gardenias drifted across the balcony of Cloud Top Garden in early summer. Lin Fan opened the door and was immediately captivated by the sight before him. On the living room carpet, Lin Shi was crawling forward with all her might, her little bottom wiggling up and down like a clumsy but persistent little bear. An knelt a short distance ahead, holding a colorful rattle in each hand, gently encouraging her, Come on, Shishi, come to your brother. Su Wanqing sat on the sofa, needle and thread in her hand, mending the doll that An had accidentally torn. Seeing Lin Fan return, she looked up and gave him a gentle smile. Why are you here so early today? The meeting ended early. Lin Fan put down his briefcase, his gaze still fixed on his two sons. When did Cici learn to crawl? Just this afternoon, Su Wanqing said proudly, and practiced with him all day. Just then, Lin Shi finally crawled up to his older brother and excitedly reached out his little hand to grab the rattle. An immediately hugged his younger brother and kissed him on the soft cheek. She is so great. Lin Fan's heart was filled with this heartwarming scene. He walked over and hugged both of his sons. An giggled, while Lin Shi curiously grabbed his father's tie. How are things at the company? Su Wanqing handed him a glass of warm water. Lin Fan took the water glass, his expression slightly grave. Neurotech's new CEO contacted me today, hoping for a settlement. This was indeed beyond Lin Fan's expectations. Since Anderson's departure, Neurotech had been in a state of chaos, and he never expected that the new CEO would take the initiative to extend an olive branch. What do you plan to do? Su Wanqing asked softly. Lin Fan looked at his two sons in his arms. Anan was teaching Lin Shi to recognize colors, and the close relationship between the two brothers touched his heart. Perhaps, it's time to change our approach. After dinner, Lin Fan played with Anan, building blocks together. Anan's manual dexterity had improved significantly recently. She was now able to build fairly complex structures according to the instructions. Lin Shi sat next to her brother, occasionally reaching out to grab the blocks, but Anan gently stopped her each time. "My little brother is too young to play with this," Anan explained like a little adult. "He'll hurt his hands." Looking at his eldest son's serious expression, Lin Fan suddenly asked, "Anan, if a friend had a fight with you before and now wants to be your friend, would you forgive him?" Anan tilted her head and thought for a moment. "If he realizes he was wrong, we can be friends. The teacher said that good friends should forgive each other." The child's innocent words made Lin Fan fall into deep thought. Perhaps he should also retain this purity in the business world. In his study late at night, Lin Fan carefully reviewed the cooperation proposal sent by Neurotech's new CEO, Mike Rosen. Unlike Anderson's aggressive style, Rosen clearly preferred win-win cooperation. The analysis report from Star Eye shows that Rosen has a good reputation in the medical technology field, and he immediately purged the company of personnel with military backgrounds after taking office. Lin Fan dialed Zhou Muyuan's number. "Arrange a meeting with Rosen, the location is set at." He paused, then suddenly changed his mind. "No, invite him over to our house." Zhou Muyuan was visibly taken aback on the other end of the phone. "At home? Mr. Lin, is that appropriate?" No matter how suitable the meeting room is, nothing touches the heart as much as the warmth of home. Lin Fan looked out the window at the tranquil night scene. "Let's set it for next Saturday." The next day was the weekend, and Lin Fan cancelled all his work to spend time with his family. After breakfast, he took the whole family to the park for a picnic. Anan ran ahead excitedly, occasionally turning back to urge her parents, who were holding her younger brother, onward. "Dad, hurry. I see so many butterflies." On the park lawn, Anan chased butterflies, while Lin Shi crawled around on the blanket, full of curiosity about everything. Su Wanqing leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on her face. "If only every day could be like this," she murmured. Lin Fan took her hand. "Once we're done with this busy period, let's go on a trip." Just then, Lin Shi suddenly uttered a clear syllable, "Brother, brother." Everyone was stunned. Anan was the first to react, excitedly running back. "My little brother called me big brother." Su Wanqing excitedly picked up her youngest son. "Cici, say it again." Lin Shi opened her big, round eyes and looked at her brother, who was gesturing excitedly, and repeated, "Brother." At that moment, Lin Fan felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. He took out his phone and recorded this precious moment. Early Saturday morning, Lin Fan helped Su Wanqing prepare tea and snacks for the guests. Anan, knowing that guests were coming today, specially wore her favorite little suit. "Dad, were the guests good people?" he asked earnestly. Lin Fan straightened his son's collar. "Dad believes that everyone wants to be a good person, but sometimes they just go astray." When the doorbell rang, Lin Shi was playing with building blocks on the carpet. Rosen was a gentle and refined middle-aged man, accompanied by his wife and 6-year-old daughter, Amy. "It's an honor to receive your invitation," Rosen said sincerely. "Your home is very welcoming." The two children were playing in Anan's room, while the adults chatted in the living room. Rosen frankly acknowledged Neurotech's past mistakes and proposed concrete cooperation plans. "We are willing to disclose all previous technical vulnerabilities and accept oversight from the Alliance," Rosen said. "We just hope to have a chance to start over." Just then, cheerful laughter came from the children's room. Lin Fan led the guests over and saw Anan patiently teaching Amy how to build with blocks, while Lin Shi clapped her little hands happily beside her. "Kids always make friends so quickly," Rosen remarked. "Perhaps we adults should learn from them." After seeing the guests off, Anan ran to Lin Fan. "Dad, Amy said they're going back to America next week. Will we be able to see each other again?" Lin Fan crouched down, looking his son in the eye. "As long as you have friends in your heart, distance is not a problem." As night fell, Lin Fan was organizing cooperation agreements in his study. This time, he no longer saw Neurotech as a competitor, but as a potential partner. Su Wanqing walked in carrying a bowl of hot milk. "Was today successful?" "It's even better than I expected." Lin Fan took the milk. "Sometimes, letting your guard down can bring you more rewards." He pushed open the nursery door. His two sons were already fast asleep. Anan's arm was protectively draped over her younger brother's cradle, a sight that would always soften Lin Fan's heart. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing was already leaning against the headboard reading a book. Lin Fan sat down beside her and said softly, once things settle down in the alliance, let's take the kids on vacation. Where do you want to go? Anywhere is fine, Lin Fan said, holding her hand. As long as the four of us are together. The moonlight, like water, flowed quietly through this warm night. Lin Fan knew that the road ahead was still long, but as long as his family was by his side, he had endless courage. On this night full of possibilities, new bonds are quietly forming. Chapter 60 Inheritance. As dusk settled, Lin Fan pushed open his front door, and an enticing aroma of food wafted out. He gently put down his briefcase and followed the sound towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Su Wanqing was busy at the stove, while Lin Shi sat in a high chair in the corner, kneading dough with her little hands in a very professional manner. What surprised Lin Fan the most was that 5-year-old Anan was standing on a special little stool, carefully adding seasonings to the soup under her mother's guidance. Dad! Anan turned around and saw him, excitedly holding up the soup spoon in her hand. I'm helping Mom cook. Lin Fan approached and looked at his son's focused profile, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. The soup pot on the stove was bubbling, and chopped vegetables were laid out on the cutting board. Although the knife skills were still immature, it was clear that the child had put his heart into it. Why did you decide to learn to cook today? Lin Fan asked softly. Anan said earnestly, Mom said I should learn to take care of my family. When I grow up, I want to be like Dad and cook delicious meals for the whole family. Su Wanqing turned her head and smiled slightly at Lin Fan. Today, the kindergarten teacher assigned homework to learn a life skill. Anan chose to cook. Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves and took the spoon from his son. Come on, Dad will teach you a little trick. He held Anan's little hand and gently stirred the soup in the pot. You have to stir it in one direction like this, the soup will be more fragrant. Lin Shi waved his flour-covered hands in his high chair, babbling as if he wanted to join in. Su Wanqing picked up a small piece of dough and handed it to him, and the little guy immediately began to knead it with focused concentration. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly realized that the essence of inheritance lies hidden in these ordinary daily routines. Just like what he was teaching his son now was not only cooking skills, but also a love and responsibility for his family. At dinner, Anan proudly showed his father the fruits of his labor, a slightly crooked vegetable platter and a bowl of corn chowder that he had helped season. Dad, try it. Anan urged impatiently. Lin Fan scooped up a spoonful of soup and put it in his mouth. Although the saltiness was slightly uneven, to him it was the most delicious soup in the world. It's delicious, he said earnestly. Anan will definitely be a great chef in the future. The little one's eyes lit up with joy, and she turned to her younger brother, saying, Cici, eat up. Your brother made this. Lin Shi seemed to understand but not quite, yet she obediently opened her mouth wide and let her mother feed her a big mouthful of soup. After dinner, Lin Fan played with his two sons in the playroom, building with blocks. Anan was already able to independently complete complex architectural models, while Lin Shi sat next to her older brother, watching his every move intently. Dad, Anan suddenly asked, did you like building blocks when you were little? Lin Fan nodded, yes, but Dad didn't have as many kinds of building blocks back then as he does now. Will Grandpa play with you building blocks too? This question startled Lin Fan slightly. He thought of his father, who had passed away at a young age. The fragments of his memory about his father were already blurred, but the warm feeling remained. Grandpa is very busy with work, Lin Fan said softly, but he always makes time for Dad. Anan nodded, seemingly understanding, then turned and picked up a building block, handing it to her younger brother. Cici, let your older brother teach you. Watching the two children playing together, heads touching, Lin Fan suddenly understood that his father had probably done the same thing, squeezing out time from his busy schedule to accompany him as he grew up. This legacy of love and responsibility has continued quietly. Late at night, Lin Fan was reviewing the cooperation agreement between Core Biotechnology and Neurotech in his study. This collaboration will create a new model in the field of medical technology and represents the future direction of the industry. StarEye's analysis shows that this collaboration will benefit more than 10 million patients worldwide over the next 5 years. But what Lin Fan cares about even more than these figures is what kind of world he is creating for children. He gently pushed open the door to the children's room. In the moonlight, Anan and Lin Shi were fast asleep. The older brother's arm was naturally draped over his younger brother's shoulder, and both of their little faces were serene and peaceful as they slept. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing was still waiting for him. Thank you for your hard work today. Lin Fan sat down next to her. Teaching a child to cook must be tough, right? Su Wanqing shook her head, seeing Anan so focused reminds me of when you were teaching him to walk. Time really flies. Yes, time flies. Lin Fan recalled Ann's first unsteady steps and the scene of Lin Shi's birth. Those precious moments seemed like they happened just yesterday. When the children are a little older, Su Wanqing said softly, we can take them to see the world. Okay. Lin Fan took her hand. But before that, we need to teach them how to walk in this world. The next morning, Lin Fan got up early to prepare breakfast with Annan. The little one, wearing a mini apron, busied herself in the kitchen with great enthusiasm. Dad, when I grow up, I want to start my own company, Annan said while frying an egg. Like you, I want to do something useful. Lin Fan flipped the fried egg over for his son. What kind of things are considered useful? Annan tilted her head and thought for a moment, things that make everyone happy. Like Dad's company, which helps many sick people. These words struck Lin Fan like a chord. He had never deliberately taught his son these things, but the boy had learned something more important than wealth and status from his daily words and actions. After breakfast, Lin Fan took his family to visit the newly completed R&D Center of Core Biotechnology. In the showroom, Annan curiously observed various medical devices, while Lin Shi was particularly interested in the light-up models. These were all invented by Dad and my uncles and aunts, Lin Fan explained to his two sons as he crouched down. They can help doctors treat patients better. Annan's eyes widened, like superhero gear? Pretty much, Lin Fan smiled. But while superheroes save the world, we help every ordinary person. At the end of the visit, the R&D director gave Annan a small gift, a simple stethoscope model. The little guy was overjoyed and spent the whole afternoon using it to examine everyone in the family. As dusk fell, Lin Fan held Lin Shi, who had grown tired from playing, while Annan intently listened to her mother's heartbeat with a stethoscope. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed into the living room, bathing this heartwarming scene in golden light. Daddy, Annan suddenly ran over, I can hear Mommy's heartbeat, thump thump thump, it sounds so nice. Lin Fan hugged her son tightly, that's because Mommy cares about us. As night deepened, Lin Fan was in his study recording his reflections from the day. He realized that true inheritance lies not in leaving behind a great deal of wealth, but in passing on the values that are passed on. Just as his father taught him responsibility and commitment, he was now influencing his children in the same way. Pushing open the door to the children's room, the stethoscope was still beside Annan's pillow. Lin Fan gently tucked the children in and placed a kiss on each of their foreheads. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing asked softly, were you happy today? I'm so happy. Lin Fan held her hand. Watching the children grow up is my greatest happiness. Outside the window, countless stars twinkled. Lin Fan knew that under this boundless starry sky, the transmission of love would never cease. And the best thing he could do was to be a warm guiding light on the children's path of growth. Chapter 61. After signing the contract. The early summer sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the living room of Cloud Top Garden with brightness and warmth. The day after the signing ceremony, Lin Fan took a day off. There were no tense meetings, no lengthy documents, only the busyness created by his two little ones at home that brought him joy and peace of mind. On the playmat, Lin Shi was diligently practicing crawling, her little bottom bobbing up and down like a persistent little turtle. Annan knelt a short distance in front of her, holding a brightly colored rattle, patiently guiding her younger brother. Cici, come on, come to your brother. Annan's voice was soft and sweet, but full of encouragement. Lin Fan sat on the sofa nearby, watching this scene, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. Compared to the signing ceremony under the flashing lights yesterday, this scene before him gave him a greater sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Ding! Detected that the host is immersed in a warm family atmosphere, successfully balancing career and family. The spoiling wife and child system has been upgraded. New feature unlocked, Family Health Guardian Halo Basic. Passive effect, slightly boosts the immunity of immediate family members and alleviates mild fatigue. A gentle warmth silently flowed into Lin Fan's body, spreading like ripples throughout the living room. He was slightly taken aback, then felt an indescribable sense of peace. This reward brought him more joy than any huge sum of money or cutting-edge technology. Su Wanqing came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of sliced fruit. Feeling Lin Fan's focused gaze, she looked up and smiled gently at him. The sunlight outlined her soft profile, giving her a serene beauty that seemed to have been refined by time. You look great today, Lin Fan said softly, taking the fruit platter and pulling her to sit down beside him. Really? Su Wanqing touched her face and smiled. Maybe it's because I didn't have to rush to dawn today, so I slept in. Speaking of which, I should thank President Lin for giving me a day off too. There was a rare hint of playfulness in her tone. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he naturally wrapped his arm around her waist, whispering in her ear, "It's all thanks to my wife's excellent management that I can take a vacation with peace of mind." He called her wife more and more naturally, and each time it filled Su Wanqing's heart with sweetness. She playfully slapped him, but her eyes and brows were full of smiles. "The children are watching." Sure enough, Annan turned her head and looked curiously at her parents who were snuggling together. "Dad, why do you always like to hug Mom?" Children's innocent remarks caused Su Wanqing's cheeks to flush slightly. Lin Fan smiled and waved to her son, "Because Mom is Dad's most precious person, just like Dad and Mom both cherish you and Cece." Annan nodded as if he understood, then imitated his father, lying down and gently hugging his younger brother who had just crawled up to him, saying in a childish voice, "Brother will also cherish Cece." When Lin Shi was hugged by her brother, she didn't cry or fuss. Instead, she happily giggled and used her gums, which hadn't grown any teeth yet, to nibble on her brother's face. The whole family burst into laughter. In the afternoon, Lin Fan kept his promise to Annan. The father and son went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the whole family. Annan, wearing a little apron, was very excited. Under Lin Fan's guidance, he carried out simple tasks such as washing tomatoes and passing eggs like a little soldier. "Dad, do we need to crack this egg?" "I know how." Annan asked eagerly. "Okay, you do it." Lin Fan took out a small bowl, held his son's little hand, and carefully taught him how to crack the eggshell. "Yes, gently, then pry it open with your fingers." Although a little eggshell still ended up in the egg mixture, seeing his son's proud I succeeded expression, Lin Fan felt that this was more valuable than making any perfect dish. Su Wanqing held Lin Shi against the kitchen doorframe, watching the busy yet heartwarming figures of the father and son. Lin Shi waved his little hands and babbled as if cheering on his brother and father. On the dinner table were several simple home-style dishes, among which the tomato and egg stir-fry stood out. The egg pieces were of different sizes, and some had brown edges. "This was made by Daddy and me," Annan announced eagerly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her mother and younger brother. Su Wanqing took a bite and nodded seriously, "It's the best tomato and egg stir-fry Mom has ever eaten." Overjoyed at her mother's approval, Annan immediately scooped up a spoonful and fed it to Lin Shi, who was watching eagerly. The little one savored the taste and happily wiggled her little feet. After dinner, Lin Fan held Lin Shi in his arms, and Su Wanqing embraced Annan as the family of four took a walk in the neighborhood. A gentle evening breeze dispelled the daytime heat. Annan, like a happy little bird, ran ahead, occasionally turning back to share his new discoveries. "Dad, look! A snail! Mom, the flowers are blooming!" Lin Fan and Su Wanqing exchanged a smile, their steps leisurely. They chatted about the children's funny stories, the feedback from mothers at dawn life, and Annan's upcoming kindergarten life. The topics were trivial and ordinary, yet full of the warmth and life of everyday life. As night deepened, after putting the two children to sleep, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing finally had some time alone. He held her as they stood on the balcony, gazing at the city lights. "These days are so good," Su Wanqing sighed softly, leaning against him. "Mum." Lin Fan gently rested his chin on the top of her head, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair. "We'll have many days like this in the future." He didn't mention the system's rewards, but the quietly activated family health protection aura was like an invisible warm current, gently enveloping them and protecting their ordinary happiness. To him, this was the most precious power. Chapter 62 Weekend Time. Saturday morning, the sun was shining brightly. The family, unusually, had no plans to go out, enjoying a leisurely weekend. In the master bedroom, Lin Shi was already awake, sitting in the center of the bed, curiously fiddling with the buttons on Lin Fan's pajamas. Su Wanqing lay on her side, gazing tenderly at her youngest son, her fingertips gently combing his soft baby hair. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, one arm naturally wrapped around Su Wanqing, the other holding a tablet computer, browsing information about early childhood education filtered by Star Pupil. There were no urgent phone calls, no emails that needed immediate attention, only Lin Shi's occasional, unintelligible babbling and the occasional birdsong from outside the window. Ding! Daily heartwarming interactive task issued: prepare and enjoy a loving breakfast with your family. Reward: family points plus 100, deliciousness boost, slightly improves the taste of the finished dish. The system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Fan looked down at his wife and children nestled beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was more than happy to undertake this mission. "Wife," he put down his tablet and gently squeezed Su Wanqing's hand, "what would you like to eat this morning?" "I'll make it." Before Su Wanqing could answer, Anan, who had been watching cartoons in the living room, seemed to have heard the keyword eat and rushed in like a little cannonball, climbing onto the big bed and squeezing between her parents. Daddy! I want to eat your sunny side up egg. The kind with round eyes and sausage lips. Anan gestured, her eyes sparkling. Lin Shi, who was swayed by her brother's actions, also let out an ah, and pointed her little finger at her brother as if to express her agreement. Su Wanqing was amused by her two sons, leaned closer to Lin Fan, made room for the lively Anan, and said softly, "Let's listen to Anan, keep it simple." "Okay, then sunny side up eggs, some toast and milk." Lin Fan bent down, kissed his wife's forehead first, and then rubbed the heads of his two sons. "Little gluttons, lie down for a while longer, Daddy's going to do a magic trick." He got out of bed and deftly rolled up his sleeves. As he walked out of the bedroom, he could still hear Anan excitedly relaying to Lin Shi, "Shi, Daddy's going to make smiling eggs." In the kitchen, Lin Fan tied on an apron and cheerfully began to work. The refrigerator was well stocked, and he skillfully cracked eggs and sliced sausages. As he placed the first cooked sunny side up egg, with its sausage mouth and cheese slice eyes, onto the plate, a prompt came to his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is focused on preparing a loving breakfast for their family, triggering the passive reward, cooking skill tips flash. In an instant, a few ideas about controlling the heat and seasonings flooded his mind. He subconsciously adjusted the heat when frying the second egg and spread a layer of homemade butter mixed with a little honey and cinnamon powder on the toasted bread. When Lin Fan returned to the bedroom with the adorably plated breakfast, Anan immediately cheered. Even Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh when she saw the charmingly whimsical sunny side up eggs. The family of four simply sat around the big bed, enjoying a relaxed and pleasant breakfast. Anan used a fork to dissect his sunny side up egg, eating it with relish. Lin Shi sat in his mother's lap, watching longingly. Su Wanqing then dipped her fingertip in a little egg yolk and let him lick it. The little guy immediately squinted his eyes, looking completely satisfied. Ding! Mission complete. Family Points plus 100, Deliciousness Boost, is now in effect, lasting 24 hours. Listening to the system's prompts and seeing the satisfied expressions on his family members' faces, Lin Fan felt that this was more fulfilling than completing any large investment. After breakfast, sunlight streamed onto the living room carpet. Lin Fan played with his two sons on the carpet. Anan was intently building his super rocket, while Lin Shi's attention was completely drawn to a push-button toy that emitted soft music. He patted it repeatedly with his little hands, laughing happily each time the music played, revealing his bare gums. Su Wanqing didn't join them. She sat on the sofa next to them with her laptop, handling some less urgent paperwork for dawn life. She would occasionally look up at the father and his two sons laughing and playing on the carpet, her eyes gentle and serene. For her, this kind of being there was far more relaxing and fulfilling than any deliberately planned leisure activity. During this time, Lin Shi got tired of playing and started rubbing her eyes, making whimpering noises. Just as Lin Fan was about to get up to make milk powder, Su Wanqing closed her laptop and walked over naturally. "I'll take him, you stay with Anan." She took her youngest son from Lin Fan's arms, skillfully adjusted his position, and hummed a song softly, preparing to coax him to take a morning nap. This unspoken understanding flows through every detail of life. In the afternoon, Aunt Zhang took Lin Shi to the nursery for a nap, and Anan also fell into a deep sleep in her own crib. The room suddenly became quiet. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing finally had some rare time alone together. They leaned against each other on the living room sofa, doing nothing but quietly enjoying the tranquility. Lin Fan held Su Wanqing's hand, his fingertips unconsciously tracing her ring. "Sometimes I feel that time flies so fast." Su Wanqing rested her head on Lin Fan's shoulder and sighed softly. "In the blink of an eye, Cici is almost crawling, and Anan will be going to kindergarten soon." Lin Fan responded, pulling her closer. "So we should cherish every day we have now." They didn't discuss grand plans for the future, nor did they dwell on past setbacks. They simply enjoyed the tranquil companionship of the present moment. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, becoming soft and casting dappled shadows in the air. For them, a weekend without any schedule, filled with mundane daily routines and children's laughter, is the best reward life can offer. Chapter 63: A Trip to Paradise. Early Sunday morning, Anan was unusually excited. The night before, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing had promised him they would take him and his younger brother to the newly opened Fun Island Family Amusement Park. "Dad, did you bring my little water bottle?" "Mom, are my little brother's diapers in this bag?" The little one, like a little supervisor, circled around his parents who were making final preparations, afraid of missing anything. Lin Shi seemed to sense her brother's happy mood as well. When Su Wanqing held her in her arms, she kicked her little feet and made ah noises. Ding! Detected that the host is about to engage in a family outdoor activity, triggering a random task. Create a wonderful family memory. Rewards issued based on the warmth of the activity and family satisfaction, including but not limited to family points, skill points, or special status bonuses. Hearing the system notification, Lin Fan smiled and ruffled An's hair. Everything's ready, little housekeeper. Let's go. The Fun Island amusement park was colorful and filled with the laughter of children. As soon as An entered, she was attracted by a huge, climbable soft castle, and her eyes lit up instantly. Dad, Mom, can I go play that? He held Lin Fan's hand, his little face full of longing. Go ahead, be careful. Lin Fan let go of his hand and watched him rush in like a happy little monkey. Su Wanqing held Lin Shi in her arms and stood outside the fence, pointing to her older brother who was nimbly moving around inside, saying to her younger brother, Shi, look how happy your brother is playing. Lin Shi opened her big, dark eyes and followed her brother's movements, her little hands grabbing at things. Lin Fan stood beside Su Wanqing, naturally taking the diaper bag from her shoulder and carrying it, while gently putting his other arm around her waist. He watched An climbing and sliding down the soft playground, laughing so hard her eyes disappeared, and then looked at Lin Shi in his arms, full of curiosity about everything, and his heart softened. This scene was a happiness he had never imagined when he was buried in his work in the laboratory. Ding! Detected a significant increase in the happiness level of a family member in An, enhancing the host's overall well-being. Reward, family points plus 50. After playing in the soft castle, the family went to the wonderful sensory garden, which is suitable for toddlers. There were percussion instruments that made different sounds, soft walls with different textures, and safe and harmless interactive projection games. Lin Fan placed Lin Shi on the soft mat on the ground. The little one was immediately attracted by a wall with various bells and rattles hanging on it. She crawled over on her hands and feet and curiously poked at them with her little fingers. An, like a dutiful little tour guide, lay down next to her younger brother, picked up a small hand drum and gently tapped it. Shi, listen, this is the sound of a drum. Su Wanqing took out her phone and quietly recorded this heartwarming scene of brotherly love. Lin Fan walked to her side, and together they looked at the two children in the camera, smiling at each other. At noon, they ate at the family-friendly restaurant in the park. An ate with children's utensils, getting sauce all over her face. Lin Shi sat in her high chair, eating the fruit and vegetable puree her mother had brought, excitedly waving her arms and legs as she looked at the lively surroundings. Ding! Random task completion assessment in progress. Family happiness and interaction warmth have met the standards. Reward, family points plus 200, full of energy, status slightly relieves physical fatigue, lasting until resting tonight has been activated. A barely perceptible warm current swept through his limbs, and Lin Fan felt much of the fatigue from playing with his companions all morning dissipate. This reward was truly thoughtful and considerate. In the afternoon, they went to the outdoor carousel. Lin Fan, holding Lin Shi, along with Su Wanqing and An, rode in a large pumpkin carriage. Music started playing, the carousel slowly turned, and An happily waved to Aunt Zhang, who was standing outside the fence taking pictures of them. Lin Shi, in her father's arms, watched the carousel horses bobbing up and down around her, her eyes wide with amazement, neither crying nor fussing. As the sun set, after a day of fun, An fell asleep in her child's safety seat on the way back, clutching a small prize she had won at the amusement park, a shiny plastic badge. Lin Shi also drifted off to sleep in her mother's gentle embrace. Back home, after settling the two exhausted little ones down, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing were finally able to relax and sit in the living room. Although I'm tired, seeing them so happy makes it all worthwhile, Su Wanqing said softly, leaning on Lin Fan's shoulder. Mum. Lin Fan put his arm around her, recalling the laughter and joy of the whole day. We'll bring them out more often from now on. He didn't tell Su Wanqing about the system reward, but his energetic state allowed him to enjoy this moment of alone time with her, preventing him from falling asleep immediately. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on his wife's tired yet contented eyes. I'm very happy today too. Chapter 64 Marks of Growth. Monday morning, the house returned to its usual rhythm, yet with a hint of difference. The excitement of the weekend trip hadn't completely faded, but new growth had already quietly arrived. At the breakfast table, An was intently picking up a small steamed bun with children's chopsticks. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing exchanged a smile, not disturbing their son's great undertaking. On the other side, Lin Shi, sitting in her high chair, seemed restless, slapping her plate hard with her little hands, making a bang-bang sound, and clearly uttering a single syllable, eat. Su Wanqing looked at her youngest son with surprise. Cici, what did you say? Say it again? Lin Shi looked at her mother with her bright black eyes and spoke again, eat. This time, even Anan put down his chopsticks and excitedly shouted, Dad. Mom. My little brother can say eat now. Ding. A new breakthrough in the language ability of family member Lin Shi has been detected, unlocking a growth milestone. Reward, family points plus 100, enlightenment insight, slightly enhances the child's language and cognitive development speed, lasting 30 days. A gentle, invisible wave, seemingly capable of enlightening wisdom, quietly spread from Lin Fan's center, enveloping his two sons. A thought stirred within Lin Fan as he looked at his younger son's bewildered yet seemingly trying to express face, and a profound sense of witnessing a miracle of life welled up within him. Our Cici is so great. Lin Fan reached out and gently pinched Lin Shi's little nose. The little guy thought his father was playing with him and giggled. After seeing Lin Fan off, Su Wanqing stayed home with her two sons. The sunroom had been converted into a makeshift playroom, covered with a thick carpet. Anan was building his block kingdom, while Lin Shi's attention was drawn to a toy that required pressing to pop out small animals. He watched for a while, then stretched out his little palm and, instead of slapping it randomly, consciously and forcefully pressed it down. With a thud, a colorful little duck sprang out. Lin Shi was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with great surprise. He looked up at his mother, pointed at the ducklings, and exclaimed ah, as if sharing his major discovery. Su Wanqing immediately responded enthusiastically, wow. Cici pressed out a little duck. That's amazing. Encouraged, Lin Shi tried again, pressing the buttons with his little hands time and time again. Although he didn't succeed every time, he enjoyed it immensely. Each time the little animal popped out, it brought him happy laughter and waving little hands. Anan was also attracted by his younger brother. He put down his building blocks, crawled over, and earnestly demonstrated to his brother, Shishi, you have to do it like this, press here hard with your fingers. Lin Shi watched her brother's actions, her bright black eyes filled with a desire to imitate him. In the afternoon, Lin Fan returned home earlier than usual. He took off his suit, changed into his pajamas, and joined the mother and her two children in the game room. He didn't interfere with the children's game, he just sat cross-legged to the side, watching Anan teach her younger brother like a little teacher, and watching Lin Shi's clumsy yet adorable attempts to explore the world. Ding! Warm companionship quest completed. Reward, skill point plus 1, which can be used to upgrade existing skills or explore new skills. Looking at the skill points added to the system panel, Lin Fan already had a plan in mind. He recalled reading about the unique role fathers play in cultivating courage and a spirit of exploration in young children while browsing parenting knowledge recently. He decided to use these skill points to enhance his ability to interact with and guide his child's cognitive development. He walked over to Lin Shi, but instead of pressing the toy for him directly, he picked up another colorful soft ball that rolled to his side, and gently pushed it. The ball slowly rolled to the other side of the carpet. Lin Shi's gaze was immediately drawn to the moving ball. He looked at the ball, then at his father, as if trying to understand the cause and effect. See, the ball. Lin Fan pointed to the ball and repeated clearly. Lin Shi looked at her father, then at the ball, and crawled towards it using both hands and feet. Although her movements were still uncoordinated, her goal was clear. Anan cheered for her younger brother from the sidelines, go Cici. Get the ball. When Lin Shi finally crawled to the ball and hugged the soft ball, which was bigger than his head, he excitedly let out a series of ah sounds that were unclear but full of a sense of accomplishment. He looked back at his father and brother with pride on his little face. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing applauded their youngest son at the same time. At this moment, regardless of any commercial achievements or system rewards, just a small step forward in their child's progress was enough to fill the parents' hearts. In the evening, when Su Wanqing was giving Lin Shi a bath, she noticed a tiny white tip emerging from his lower gum. Lin Fan! Come and see, she exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan and Anan, who was tidying up her toys, both came over. Sure enough, there was a small, hard, white protrusion in the center of Lin Shi's lower gum. My little brother's teeth are coming in. Anan exclaimed as if she'd discovered something amazing. Does that mean he can eat apples like me now? Looking at Lin Shi, who was innocently splashing around in the bathtub, simply because she was surrounded by her family, Lin Fan was filled with emotion. A child's growth is made up of these seemingly small but crucial milestones. At night, after putting the two children to sleep, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing leaned against the headboard. It feels like Cici has grown up so much all of a sudden, Su Wanqing said softly, her tone carrying a sweet, motherly sentiment. Lin Fan put his arm around her shoulder. Anin is the same, she's becoming more and more like a little brother. They chatted about the children's funny stories from the day and shared the details of their children's growth that they had observed. These trivial conversations formed the most solid and warm foundation of their married life. The moonlight shines brightly outside the window, and peace reigns within. What records the children's growth is not just photo albums and videos, but also the unwavering love and companionship in the hearts of their parents. Chapter 65 Home's Haven. As autumn deepens, the sycamore trees outside the window begin to turn a pale golden hue. On Wednesday afternoon, Lin Fan, unusually free of meetings, stood by the study window with a freshly brewed cup of hot tea, watching the leaves fall in the courtyard. These moments of complete emptiness and tranquility are incredibly precious to him. Ding! Host detected a state of deep relaxation, triggering a hidden reward, clarity of mind. Effect: slightly improves focus and mental clarity for 6 hours. A cool sensation, like a gentle stream, swept through his mind. It didn't bring new knowledge, but rather seemed to wipe away the dust from the mirror of his thoughts, making his perception sharper and clearer. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a touch of novelty towards this somewhat abstract reward. He didn't deliberately think about work, but instead let this clear state of mind direct his perception more towards his family. He could hear more clearly the gentle reading voice of Su Wanqing coming from the living room. She was reading picture books to Lin Shi. He could also hear Anin in her room, playing with her toys and talking to herself about imaginative little stories. He could even faintly smell the comforting aroma of dinner that Aunt Jean was preparing in the kitchen. This keen perception of every subtle sound and scent in his home did not disturb him. Instead, it created a vivid and warm picture of life, making the haven he called home in his heart appear even clearer and more solid. He put down his teacup and quietly walked into the living room. Su Wanqing sat cross-legged on the carpet, Lin Shi nestled in her arms, her little hand grasping one of Su Wanqing's fingers, her bright black eyes intently focused on the vibrant illustrations in the picture book. Su Wanqing's voice was soft, possessing a soothing magic. Occasionally, she would point to a picture and ask, Shi, where's the little rabbit? Although Lin Shi couldn't answer yet, she would look in the direction her mother was pointing and make an ah sound. Lin Fan didn't disturb her, but simply leaned against the doorframe, watching quietly. In his state of mental clarity, he could better perceive the gentleness and patience in his wife's eyes, as well as the complete dependence and trust in his youngest son. Anin peeked out of his room, saw his father, and immediately ran over with a half-assembled robot model in his arms. He whispered, Dad, look. My new invention, it can help me pick up toys. Lin Fan obediently squatted down and carefully examined the imaginative robot his son had built with Lego bricks and a few wheels. He sincerely praised, very creative, Mr. Engineer. Having received his father's approval, Anin was satisfied and ran back to his room to continue his research and development work. Lin Fan sat down next to Su Wanqing and naturally put his arm around her shoulder. Su Wanqing smiled at him and continued her reading. Lin Shi saw her father and reached out her other little hand to grab Lin Fan's trouser leg. The family of 3 shared this peaceful afternoon in such an intimate manner. No words were exchanged, their companionship itself was the best form of communication. Ding! Immersed in a warm family atmosphere, the clarity of mind effect is enhanced, slightly improving your perception of your family members' emotional states. Lin Fan felt that he could more clearly sense Su Wanqing's inner peace and contentment at this moment, and he could also feel Lin Shi's tranquility as he was immersed in his mother's voice. He could even sense the focus and joy in An's focused movements as he assembled the furniture, which came from his room. This feeling was wonderful, and it deepened his understanding of home. In the evening, Wang Yalan arrived. She had timed her arrival perfectly, knowing that her son-in-law was usually home at this hour, so that she could have an extra hand to help look after her 2 lively grandsons. Mom! Lin Fan opened the door and took the fresh fruit and snacks his mother-in-law had made for the children from her hands. Oh, Xiao Lin is back early today. Wang Yalan said with a smile as she entered the room, her eyes immediately searching for her grandchildren. Grandma! Anin was the first to rush out and hug Wang Yalan's leg. Lin Shi, supported by her mother, also wobbled over, tilting her little face up to reveal her 2 newly grown front teeth, and mumbled, Grandma, Grandma. Wang Yalan's heart was instantly filled with joy. She squatted down, put her arms around one of them, and smiled broadly. The dinner table was exceptionally lively. Wang Yalan kept serving food to the 2 children, asking Anin about her fun experiences at kindergarten, and teasing Lin Shi, who was starting to try eating with her hands. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing exchanged smiles, enjoying the warm family atmosphere brought by their elders. After dinner, Wang Yalan insisted on washing the dishes so that Lin Fan and Su Wanqing could spend more time with the children. Lin Fan played with an ant's puzzle for a while Su Wanqing held Lin Shi, who was rubbing his eyes, and gently hummed a song to lull him to sleep. The state of clear mind gradually faded, but the inner peace and satisfaction settled in. After placing the sleeping Lin Shi in her crib and soothing the tired Anan, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing finally had a moment of peace. They stood side by side on the balcony, looking at the city's night view. "You seem especially relaxed today," Su Wanqing said softly, resting her head on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan put his arm around her, feeling the coolness of the autumn night and the warmth of her body, "because we're at home. No matter how noisy or competitive the outside world is, as long as he returns here, hears the children's laughter, feels his wife's warmth, and touches every familiar object in the home, his heart can instantly find peace. This is his eternal haven, the meaning behind all his efforts, and the core that the various abilities granted by the system ultimately want to protect." In the darkness of night, countless lights twinkled, and beneath each light, perhaps, lay a story of its own. Lin Fan was absolutely certain that the one that belonged to him was the warmest and brightest. Chapter 66 Morning Whispers. The autumn sun rose a little late, and the soft morning light crept through the gaps in the curtains, quietly creeping onto the bedroom floor. Lin Fan woke up first, but instead of getting up immediately, he lay on his side, looking at Su Wanqing, who was still fast asleep beside him. Her breathing was steady and long, a few strands of hair clung to her smooth forehead, her sleeping face serene. Lin Fan's gaze swept over her long eyelashes, landing on the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, a wave of tenderness washing over him. He gently reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing away those few strands of hair, his movements as careful as if touching a rare treasure. Su Wanqing stirred unconsciously in her sleep, snuggling closer to him. Lin Fan embraced her, feeling the warmth and fullness in his arms, as if all the energy for the day had been replenished. Ding! A new day begins. A heartwarming morning task is issued: prepare a loving breakfast for your family and share the morning light. Reward: family points plus 80, energetic morning light, status slightly improves family members' concentration in the morning. This task suited him perfectly. Lin Fan lay quietly for a few more minutes before carefully pulling his arm out, tucking the blanket around him, and tiptoeing out of bed. He went to check out the children's room first. Anan was sleeping soundly on his back, hugging his teddy bear, his little belly rising and falling with his breath. In the crib next to him, Lin Shi was also sleeping sweetly, her little fists curled up beside her cheeks, like a docile kitten. Lin Fan stood at the door for a while before turning around and heading towards the kitchen, satisfied. The kitchen was quiet and tidy in the early morning. Lin Fan tied on an apron and took out toast, eggs, and milk from the refrigerator. He planned to make a simple Western breakfast: fried eggs, toast, a glass of hot milk, and some cut fruit. As the aroma of fried eggs began to fill the air, Lin Fan heard soft footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Su Wanqing, wearing a coat, leaning against the kitchen doorframe, smiling at him. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Lin Fan turned down the stove, walked over, and naturally lowered his head to place a good morning kiss on her lips. "I woke up when I smelled the fragrance." Su Wanqing's voice was hoarse from just waking up, making it particularly alluring. "And I felt like something was missing from the bed." As she spoke, she walked behind Lin Fan, reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek against his broad back. Lin Fan's heart stirred. As he flipped the fried eggs in the pan, he savored his wife's rare morning coquettishness. A warm sense of dependence wafted through her thin pajamas, making him feel more at ease than any system reward. "It'll be quick. Go wakening up, shall we?" Lin Fan said softly. "Mum." Su Wanqing responded, but did not let go immediately. She hugged him for a few more seconds before smiling and turning to go to the children's room. A moment later, Su Wanqing's gentle calls and Anan's drowsy responses could be heard from the living room. Lin Fan placed the perfectly fried sunny-side-up egg on a plate and arranged the golden brown, crispy toast on top. As he carried breakfast out of the kitchen, he saw Su Wanqing carrying Lin Shi, who had just woken up and was still a little dazed, out of the children's room, while Anan rubbed her eyes and followed behind her. "Good morning, Daddy," Anan called out softly when she saw Lin Fan. "Good morning, baby." Lin Fan put down the plate, walked over, kissed Anan's forehead first, and then leaned over to kiss Lin Shi's little face in Su Wanqing's arms as well. "Good morning, Shi." Lin Shi was tickled by her father's stubble, and she shrank her neck and giggled, fully waking up. The family sat around the dining table, the morning light streaming through the window, illuminating the food in everyone's faces. Anan ate her fried egg with a fork, while Su Wanqing sipped her milk and fed Lin Shi fruit puree. There wasn't much conversation at the table, only the soft clinking of cutlery and the occasional simple comments about the food's taste. The atmosphere was peaceful and beautiful. Ding! Morning mission complete. Rewards have been issued. An indescribable sense of freshness enveloped everyone at the table. Su Wanqing felt her mind was clearer, and even her feeding movements were smoother. Anen was more focused on eating, no longer easily looking around as usual. Even Lin Shi seemed full of energy, babbling and pointing at her brother's plate. Lin Fan smiled slightly as he watched this scene. The system's status boost was merely icing on the cake. What truly made this morning vibrant was the companionship and love between family members. After breakfast, Lin Fan changed into a suit and prepared to leave. Su Wanqing carried Lin Shi and held An's hand, seeing him to the door. "Be careful on the road," she said softly, straightening his tie. "Goodbye, Dad." Anen waved vigorously. Lin Shi imitated her brother, waving her little hands and making abie sounds. "Goodbye." Lin Fan kissed his wife and two sons in turn, then turned and walked into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, he could still hear Anen calling, "Daddy, come back soon." On his drive to the company, Lin Fan felt exceptionally cheerful. That loving morning felt like it had recharged him, giving him enough energy to face the day's work. He knew that no matter how many things awaited him outside, there would always be a light and a few people waiting for him to return at dusk. This was home, the motivation for his morning departure and the direction he would return to at night. Chapter 67: Growing Pains. The autumn rain pattered against the window, adding a touch of chill to the late autumn morning. Perhaps it was the weather, or perhaps it was a minor incident that was inevitable in the process of growing up, but Cloud Top Garden seemed somewhat unsettled this morning. In the master bedroom, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing were awakened by Lin Shi's whimpering, which sounded like she was about to cry. Unlike her usual curious babbling when she woke up, the little one seemed unusually restless today, squirming and twisting in Su Wanqing's arms, refusing to stay still. "What's wrong, Cici? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Wanqing immediately woke up and touched her youngest son's forehead. His temperature was normal. She tried to breastfeed him, but Lin Shi only sucked a couple of times perfunctorily before crying again, his little hands tightly gripping his mother's clothes. Lin Fan sat up and looked at his youngest son's tearful face. He took him in his arms with a tender heart and gently patted his back to comfort him. But Lin Shi, who always loved his father's embrace, struggled to return to his mother's arms today, as if he could only find a sense of security by being close to his mother. Ding! Mild separation anxiety and teething discomfort detected in toddler Lin Shi. Temporary care task triggered: patiently soothe and relieve the toddler's discomfort. Reward: reassurance aura. Beginner or relevant parenting skill points will be awarded based on the effectiveness of the soothing treatment. The system notification confirmed Lin Fan's guess. He remembered that Lin Shi had been drooling more recently, liked to chew on things, and was unusually clingy to her mother this morning. Sure enough, teething and separation anxiety had arrived at the same time. It might be that her gums are uncomfortable, and with this rainy weather, the child's mood is easily affected. Lin Fan gently rocked Lin Shi in his arms while saying to Su Wanqing, whose brows were furrowed with fatigue and worry, "I'll go get some teething gel and clean gauze." When Lin Fan returned with the chilled teething toy and the gauze soaked in warm water, he saw Su Wanqing holding Lin Shi and slowly pacing around the room, humming a soft lullaby. Lin Shi was still sobbing, her little face buried in her mother's neck. "Let me try." Lin Fan took the child, not forcibly taking him away, but instead, using Su Wanqing's embrace, he shielded Lin Shi in the middle. He gently massaged Lin Shi's gums with a damp gauze and then handed him a cool teething toy. Perhaps it was the combined effect of her father's calm aura and her mother's familiar scent, or perhaps it was the cool touch that relieved the swelling, but Lin Shi's crying gradually subsided into soft sobs, and she began to unconsciously gnaw on her teething toy. Meanwhile, Anen was also awakened by his younger brother's crying. Wearing his pajamas and hugging his teddy bear, he stood at the master bedroom door, rubbing his eyes and looking worriedly. "What's wrong with my brother?" Su Wanqing walked over, squatted down, and hugged her eldest son. "Little brother's teeth are bothering him, and he's a bit irritable." Anen was like that when he was little too. Anen seemed to understand but not quite, but he walked to his father's side, stood on tiptoe, and imitated his mother's usual manner, gently patting his younger brother's leg with his little hand, comforting him in a childish voice. "Shishi, don't cry, your brother is here." The family gathered together, comforting their fussy little one. The sound of rain outside the window seemed to become background noise, making the busy and warm atmosphere inside the house even more real. Ding! Temporary care task completed. The child's discomfort was successfully alleviated, and family cooperation was good. Reward: reassurance aura. Beginner slightly increases the child's sense of security and emotional stability when near the host and spouse. A gentle, reassuring aura silently spread. Lin Fan felt Lin Shi in his arms completely relax, her chewing motion slowed, and her eyelids began to droop. "She's asleep," Su Wanqing said softly, letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Fan carefully placed the sleeping Lin Shi back into the crib and covered him with a blanket. The little guy slept soundly, breathing steadily, as if his previous discomfort had already disappeared. At breakfast, the atmosphere returned to its usual tranquility. Anan vividly described to Aunt Zhang the scene of her younger brother crying that morning, her tone carrying a hint of older brother's worry and pride. Although Su Wanqing was a little tired, seeing Lin Shi back to normal, her brows relaxed. Lin Fan poured Su Wanqing a glass of hot milk. "You can take another nap this morning. Aunt Zhang and I will take care of things here with Cici." Su Wanqing nodded, not trying to be strong. Being parents means supporting each other like this. This little episode in the autumn rain was like a tiny stumbling block on a child's path to growth. It brought a bit of chaos and worry, but it also strengthened the bonds between family members. Lin Fan looked at the continuous drizzle outside the window, but his heart was filled with sunshine. He knew that whether it was learning to speak, taking their first steps, or facing more challenges in the future, as long as the family was together, nothing was insurmountable. Chapter 68: The Peaceful Morning Light. After a night of autumn rain, Thursday morning was exceptionally fresh and bright. Sunlight streamed into the living room without obstruction, seemingly dispelling the slight gloom of yesterday. To everyone's surprise and delight, Lin Shi was the first to wake up. He didn't cry or fuss, but instead happily babbled in his crib, playing with his little fingers, occasionally slapping the crib railing with a thump sound, and then giggling to himself. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing woke up almost at the same time. Hearing their youngest son's movements, they smiled at each other. Su Wanqing got up and went over. When Lin Shi saw his mother, he immediately stretched out his hands, his little face beaming with a big smile, revealing his two newly sprouted, tiny front teeth. There was no trace of the grievance he had shown yesterday. "Why is our Cici in such a good mood today?" Su Wanqing bent down and picked him up. The little guy immediately hugged his mother's neck affectionately and pressed his soft face against hers. Ding! The reassurance aura beginner is in effect, significantly improving the emotional stability of the toddler Lin Shi. Lin Fan looked at the system notification and understood. He walked over, took Lin Shi from Su Wanqing's arms, and lifted her high, making the little one burst into a series of happy laughs. "It seems the mini-storm from yesterday is completely over." Lin Fan gently rubbed his forehead against his son's forehead, and Lin Shi was amused and kept laughing, waving her hands and feet. Anan was also attracted by her younger brother's laughter. She climbed off the bed and walked over sleepily. When she saw her father playing with her brother, she opened her arms and said, "Dad, I want to be lifted up high too." Lin Fan smiled, holding Lin Shi steadily in one arm, and with a strong effort, lifting in and up with the other. For a moment, the living room was filled with the joyful laughter of the three men. Su Wanqing leaned against the door, watching this scene, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. This relaxed and cheerful morning was what a home should be like. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was harmonious. Lin Shi sat in her high chair, obediently eating the rice cereal her mother fed her, occasionally glancing curiously at the fried egg on her brother's plate. Anan, in a good mood, also had a good appetite and ate quickly and well with a spoon. "Dad, Mom," Anan swallowed the food in her mouth and suddenly said, "Our teacher said that we need to bring a small plant to kindergarten next week so that we can all grow it together." "Oh? That's great." Su Wanqing wiped Anan's mouth with a tissue. "What kind of plant would you like to grow?" "I want to raise, Anan tilted her little head and thought seriously, "a plant that can produce little stars." The child's innocent words made the adults laugh. Lin Fan patted his son's head. "Little stars grow in the sky. We can grow something easy to care for, like a pothose or a small succulent. Anan can water it every day and watch it grow. Will you grow up like me and Cici?" Anan asked. "Yes, just like you and Cici, growing up slowly under Anan's care," Lin Fan affirmed. This suggestion piqued Anan's interest, and she immediately began to imagine taking care of the small plant, which also made her look forward to going to kindergarten next week. When seeing Lin Fan off, the two children behaved very differently from yesterday. Anan shouted "Goodbye, Daddy," while Lin Shi, in her mother's arms, waved her little hand like her brother, her face beaming with a bright smile, showing no anxiety about separation. Lin Fan kissed his two sons and then hugged Su Wanqing. "It looks like the weather will be sunny at home today." Su Wanqing returned his smile with a reassuring one. "Yes, go ahead without worry." On his way to the company, Lin Fan's mood was as clear and bright as the sky after the rain. He realized that a child's growth is not always smooth sailing. There will be sudden tantrums and discomfort, but the storm will always pass, bringing new marks of growth. What he and Su Wanqing need to do is provide enough patience and create a stable and loving environment together. The effect of the reassurance halo may only be supplementary, but the process of family members supporting each other and overcoming minor difficulties together is itself constantly strengthening the home as a haven. Looking at the streets rushing past the car window, washed exceptionally clean by the rain, Lin Fan gained a deeper understanding of the weight of the word home. Chapter 69 Planting by Hand. Saturday morning was sunny and warm. After breakfast, Lin Fan kept his promise to Anan and took her, Su Wanqing, and Lin Shi to the large flower market near their home. As soon as Anan stepped into the warm, humid, and lush green greenhouse area, her eyes were overwhelmed with delight. "Dad, look how red that flower is." "Mom, this leaf looks so strange." Like a happy little bird, he flitted between the stalls, full of curiosity about everything. Su Wanqing pushed the stroller, and Lin Shi also opened his eyes wide, looking at the colorful scene around him, waving his little hands excitedly. Ding! Family outdoor exploration event triggered. Suggestion: guide the child in to observe plant diversity and cultivate a sense of responsibility. Reward: award relevant skills or statuses based on the depth of exploration and the quality of interaction. Lin Fan received the prompt, squatted down, pointed to a pot of bare paw succulents with thick leaves and a cute shape next to him, and said to Anan, "Look, doesn't this pot look like a bear's paw? We can touch it, but we have to be gentle." Anan carefully stretched out her little finger and gently touched the fuzzy leaf. She turned to her mother with surprise and said, "Mommy, it's really soft." They wandered around for a long time, and finally, guided by Lin Fan and Su Wanqing, Anan chose a pot of lidhops with plump, lush green leaves because it looked like several colorful little stones and was very interesting. He also picked out a white ceramic pot with a small sun painted on it for his future companion. "I want to grow them myself," Anan solemnly announced, holding the lidhops and the terracotta pot. Back home, Lin Fan cleared a small area on the balcony and laid out a mat. He prepared potting soil, a small shovel, and a watering can, and then patiently taught Anan how to repot the plant. First, carefully remove the little stone flower from its original location, being careful not to damage its roots. Yes, just like that, hold it gently, then put some soil at the bottom of the new pot. Now put it in, fill the surrounding area with soil, and gently compact it. Anan studied with utmost seriousness, his little face filled with focus, and even the tip of his nose was covered in tiny beads of sweat. Following his father's instructions, he performed each step meticulously, his movements clumsy yet full of ritual. Su Wanqing watched from the side, holding Lin Shi, and recorded this heartwarming scene on her phone. After Anan personally transplanted the lidhops into the new flower pot and carefully watered them with a small watering can, he breathed a long sigh of relief, as if he had accomplished something remarkable. "Success," he cheered, looking proudly at the fruits of his labor. Ding! Family exploration task completed. Successfully guided the child to participate in plant cultivation, and a sense of responsibility was initially established. Reward: life force. Beginner slightly enhances the vitality and vigor of plants within the host's family area, and subtly promotes the child's Lin Shi's affinity and perception of natural life. An imperceptible, vibrant energy emanated from Lin Fan and quietly permeated the air on the balcony. The leaves of the newly transplanted lidhops seemed to instantly become fuller and firmer, gleaming with a healthy sheen. "Anan, you're great." Su Wanqing encouraged her at the right time. "From now on, this little stone flower is your responsibility. Remember to take care of it." Anan nodded vigorously, stretched out her little finger, and gently touched the leaves of the lidhops, as if making a solemn promise, "I will water you every day and let you bask in the sun." From that day on, taking care of the lidhops became Anan's daily morning routine without fail. He would take his little watering can and carefully water the plant, strictly controlling the amount of water under Lin Fan's supervision, and he would move it to the sunniest spot, then move it back indoors at night, muttering to himself as if he were whispering secrets to it. Lin Shi also seemed to be affected by that faint life force. Every time she was carried to the balcony, she would watch her brother busy himself and look at the green plant without crying or fussing. Sometimes she would even reach out her little hand as if she wanted to touch the vibrant green. A small flower pot, an ordinary succulent, and just like that, a seed of life, growth, and responsibility was planted in the child's heart. Lin Fan watched all this, feeling that it was more meaningful than any powerful skill directly bestowed by a system. Life's lessons unfold quietly through these small acts of companionship and practice. Chapter 70 The Little Socialite. On a warm Sunday afternoon, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing took their two sons to play in the children's playground in the center of the residential area. The slides, swings, and sandpit were filled with the laughter of children. It was a lively little world of its own. As soon as Anin arrived at the amusement park, she ran to the familiar slide as if she were in her own water. Lin Shi, on the other hand, was held by her father and sat on a safe rocking horse, swaying gently to the rhythm and giggling happily. Ding! The host's family has been detected to be in a preschooler's social environment. Observation task triggered: guide the preschooler in to engage in positive social interactions. Reward: based on the quality of the interaction, improve the preschooler in social confidence or receive relevant status bonuses. Upon receiving the mission, Lin Fan's gaze followed An's figure more closely. He did not rush to interfere, but chose to observe first. Anin was originally taking turns playing on the slide with a little boy of about the same age, and the atmosphere was harmonious. But soon, another slightly older child, who looked more lively and active, joined in. He seemed to want to dominate the rules of the game and tried to cut in line several times, which made Anin and the little boy frown. Anin's little face tightened. He stood there, looking at the older child, his eyes filled with helplessness and resentment. He didn't back down or seek help as he usually did, but he also couldn't find a suitable way to deal with the situation. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance, and Su Wanqing nodded slightly. Lin Fan walked over, but didn't directly interfere with the children's affairs. Instead, he sat down on a bench next to the slide, acting like a parent taking a break. He spoke gently, his voice not loud, but loud enough for the children to hear. Wouldn't it be more orderly if everyone lined up to play on the slide? One after another, everyone can play a few more times. He didn't reprimand the older child, but simply stated a rule. The older child paused, glanced at Lin Fan, then at Anin and another little boy who were staring at him, his imposing manner inexplicably weakening. He muttered something, but still silently moved to the back of the line. When Anin saw his father arrive and heard his words, he seemed to gain courage. He took a deep breath and said to the little boy behind him in line, Let's play together. You slide down, and I'll continue." The little boy nodded, and the two children reached an agreement, so the game continued smoothly. After a while, the slightly older child seemed to get bored and went to play on the swings instead. Ding! Observation task completed. With appropriate guidance, the child and successfully handled a minor social conflict, showing a slight increase in social confidence. Reward: willing to share. Status slightly increases the child's willingness to share in social situations, lasting 7 days. A gentle, encouraging idea of sharing and cooperation quietly influenced Anin. When the little boy took out a small shovel to play in the sandbox, Anin watched for a while, then ran back to her mother, took out a small bucket and mold she had brought, and offered one of the molds to the other boy. "Here, you can use this to build a sandcastle." The little boy happily accepted it, and the two little ones immediately got busy in the sandpit, heads together, occasionally exchanging a few words like, "Make sure to compact this part and look at my tower," becoming a pair of tacit little playmates. Su Wanqing, holding Lin Shi who was already asleep in the stroller, walked over to Lin Fan and sat down. Looking at the harmonious scene in the sandpit, she smiled and said, "Anin seems to be more generous than before." Lin Fan put his arm around her shoulder. He is learning how to get along with others, which is a very important lesson. As the sun set and it was time to go home, Anin was a little reluctant to leave, promising his new friends, "Let's play together again next time." On the way home, he excitedly described the super castle they had built to his parents, his tone filled with a sense of accomplishment. Seeing his son's beaming face from a successful social experience, Lin Fan felt that the most precious reward was the growth and confidence his child gained through personal experience, rather than any status directly assigned by the system. Home is a haven, but children will eventually set sail and learn to interact with the outside world. What parents need to do is, while ensuring safety, let go at the right time, offering trust and guidance. Chapter 71: Silent Protection. As autumn deepens and the temperature difference between day and night widens, a sudden cold front has swept through the city. Despite the adequate heating at home, the effects of the changing seasons have still quietly arrived. Late Tuesday night, all was quiet. Lin Fan was awakened from his sleep by a faint, suppressed cough. He immediately opened his eyes. The sound was coming from the children's room next to the master bedroom. He sat up gently and, by the light of the nightlight, saw Lin Shi in the crib next to him, her face flushed, her breathing somewhat heavy, and occasionally letting out a soft cough or two. He reached out and touched his son's forehead. It was burning hot to the touch. Wanqing, Lin Fan gently woke his wife beside him. "Cici seems to have a fever." Su Wanqing instantly regained her senses. A mother's heart is always connected to her daughter. She even lifted the covers and got out of bed before Lin Fan, moving gently but quickly to Lin Shi's crib. She checked her temperature again, her brows furrowing tightly. She has a fever, and it's not low. Her voice trembled slightly, but her movements were steady and practiced. She gently patted Lin Shi, who was whimpering from discomfort, and said to Lin Fan, "Go get the thermometer, fever-reducing patches, and warm water." Lin Fan immediately complied. The family medicine cabinet was kept in a fixed location, and its contents were always replenished neatly. This was Su Wanqing's habit. Ding! A sudden acute fever has been detected in the toddler Lin Shi, triggering an emergency care task. Take appropriate physical cooling and nursing measures, and closely observe the condition. Reward: based on the care effectiveness and the toddler's recovery speed, the passive skill, health monitoring, slightly enhances the ability to perceive abnormal health conditions of family members or a related status will be awarded. The system's notification made Lin Fan even more focused. He returned with a thermometer and fever-reducing patches, and together with Su Wanqing, carefully measured the temperature of the restless Lin Shi. 38.5. "Let's try physical cooling first," Su Wanqing decided decisively. She was experienced and knew how to handle unexpected situations with young children. She gently wiped Lin Shi's forehead, neck, armpits, and palms and soles with a soft towel dampened with warm water. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was responsible for holding the child still and applying fever-reducing patches. Throughout the entire process, the two barely exchanged words, only exchanging glances and working in perfect harmony. Lin Fan handed over a towel, and Su Wanqing wiped the baby. Lin Fan held the child, and Su Wanqing fed him a small amount of warm water. Tense, yet methodical. Perhaps it was the presence of her parents and the physical cooling that helped, or perhaps it was the reassurance halo that was quietly working to soothe her, but Lin Shi's anxiety gradually subsided. Although her face was still flushed with fever, her breathing gradually became steady, and she fell into a deep sleep again. "You get some sleep, I'll keep an eye on things," Lin Fan said to Su Wanqing, whose eyes were dark circles. "I can't sleep." Su Wanqing shook her head, sat down on the small sofa in the children's room, her eyes never leaving her son. "Let us sleep together." So, in the latter half of the night, a soft light remained on in the corner of the children's room. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing sat side by side on the small sofa, taking turns getting up to check on Lin Shi, taking her temperature, and wiping her down with warm water. They didn't say much more, just quietly watched over her, occasionally exchanging a worried or slightly comforting glance. Outside the window, the night was silent and cold inside. The parents stood guard silently yet steadfastly. This protection was more powerful than any words. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Shi's body temperature finally began to drop slowly, stabilizing below 38°C. The little one slept much more soundly, and his nostrils no longer twitched frequently due to difficulty breathing. Su Wanqing let out a long sigh of relief, her tense shoulders finally relaxing, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Lin Fan put his arm around her and let her lean on his shoulder. "It's almost dawn, go get some sleep, I'll keep watch," Lin Fan said softly. This time, Su Wanqing didn't refuse. She was truly exhausted. She took one last look at her sleeping youngest son before returning to the master bedroom at Lin Fan's urging. Ding! Emergency care task completed. With proper care, the child's condition was effectively controlled. Reward: health monitoring, passive skill. Beginner slightly enhances intuitive perception of abnormal health conditions in immediate family members. A faint, indescribable connection, seemingly linked to the health of his family, entered Lin Fan's senses. He couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but he could vaguely sense that Lin Shi's body temperature was returning to normal and her breathing was steady and strong. He looked at his son sleeping peacefully in the crib, then glanced towards the master bedroom, a sense of tranquility washing over him. He knew that as a husband and father, he might not be able to completely eliminate the pain and hardships in his family's lives, but he would always be their strongest support, silent yet always present, just like tonight. As dawn broke, a new day was about to begin. For Lin Fan, this night of protection surpassed any grand power granted by the system. It was responsibility, love, and the core meaning of home. Chapter 72: The First Birthday Ceremony. Time flies, and Lin Shi's first birthday is just around the corner. This is a significant milestone for the family. Following tradition, Su Wanqing and Lin Fan discussed holding a simple yet heartwarming first birthday celebration for their youngest son at home. On a sunny weekend afternoon, sunlight streamed into the living room. A brand new red velvet cloth was laid out in the center of the spacious carpet, upon which various small objects symbolizing different meanings were neatly arranged. There were miniature ancient book models and pens specially found by Lin Fan. Representing knowledge and wisdom, there were peachwood gourds and stethoscope toys prepared by Su Wanqing. Symbolizing health and longevity, there were small golden abacuses and ingot-shaped chocolates contributed by Anan. Representing wealth and abundance, she repeatedly promised not to eat them. There were also small soup spoons and scallions placed by Aunt Jean. Symbolizing a life free from worries about food and clothing and intelligence, there were even some small and exquisite modern items sent by Zhou Yuan and others, such as miniature keyboard models representing technology and miniature drawing boards representing art. Lin Shi was dressed up like a lucky baby from a New Year's painting, wearing a red traditional Chinese first birthday outfit and a small tiger head hat. He looked adorable with his tiger-like face. He seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere today. He was held in his mother's arms, his big, dark eyes curiously looking at the dazzling array of trinkets on the red cloth, as well as the family members surrounding him: his father, mother, brother, and his grandmother Wang Yalan, who was beaming from ear to ear. "Let's see which one Cici likes." Su Wanqing gently encouraged Lin Shi, placing her at one end of the red cloth. All eyes were on the little protagonist. Anan gripped her father's trouser leg tightly, whispering, "Little brother, get the pen. Like daddy." Lin Fan smiled and patted Anan's head, his gaze also falling expectantly on his youngest son. Lin Shi sat there, blinking his big eyes, looking at this and then that, seemingly deep in thought. He first crawled 2 steps toward his brother's favorite fountain pen, then stopped, turning his head to look at the brightly colored little drawing board. Next, his gaze was drawn to the golden, glittering abacus, and he moved his head toward it. Wang Yalan laughed and said, "Oh my, our Cici has lofty ambitions, she wants to be a big boss." Everyone smiled kindly. However, Lin Shi only paused for a moment in front of the abacus. Finally, he resolutely turned around, quickly crawled to the other corner of the red cloth, and then, without hesitation, grabbed the small peachwood gourd that represented health and longevity with one hand, and tightly grasped the small soup spoon that represented food and clothing with the other. "Great! Great!" Wang Yalan clapped first. "Grasp good fortune and you'll never have to worry about food and drink, and you'll be healthy and safe for the rest of your life. That's the greatest blessing." Su Wanqing and Lin Fan exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with relief and contentment. Yes, as parents, their greatest hope for their children is simply health, safety, and a smooth life. Although Anan was a little disappointed that his younger brother didn't get a pen, seeing how happy the adults were, he immediately cheered up and ran over to hug his brother. She is so great." Lin Shi, who was being held by her brother, held a small gourd in one hand and a soup spoon in the other. She grinned, revealing her newly grown teeth, and smiled brightly. Ding! Detected that the toddler Lin Shi has completed an important life ceremony, the first birthday celebration Zhuazhou. The host family's happiness and cohesion have significantly increased. Triggered special reward, blessing of growth. Effect, slightly enhances the toddler Lin Shi's innate constitution and fortune, and slightly increases the chances of encountering good teachers and helpful friends and avoiding major accidents during their growth. This blessing will remain effective long term. A warm, peaceful force, seemingly carrying the most beautiful wishes of life's beginnings, silently entered Lin Shi's small body and established a subtle connection with him. This was not an immediate miracle, but rather a most beautiful blessing and protection for life from the system, or rather, from this loving family ritual itself. Lin Fan felt the weight of this reward and was deeply moved. He stepped forward, took Lin Shi from Su Wanqing's arms, and lifted him high. "May you be healthy, safe, and have a smooth life. This is the greatest blessing your parents have for Shi." The little guy happily kicked his little legs in the air, the peachwood gourd in his hand colliding with the soup spoon, making a crisp sound. The first birthday ceremony concluded in a warm and joyful atmosphere. Next came the cake cutting and singing of "Happy Birthday." Anan, as the older brother, enthusiastically put the birthday hat on his younger brother's head. Although the hat was a little crooked, it didn't detract from the harmonious mood. Looking at his 2 sons' innocent smiles illuminated by the candlelight of the cake, and at the satisfied expressions on his wife's and mother-in-law's faces, Lin Fan felt that there was no greater treasure in the world than this. The system's rewards were indeed miraculous, but the genuine love and companionship within his family was the true source of all miracles. Lin Shi's new chapter in life officially begins on this day, filled with love and blessings. Chapter 73: A New Attempt. After Lin Shi's first birthday party, life seemed to return to its usual rhythm, but some subtle changes were quietly taking place in the daily life of this family. Lin Fan began to consciously try to use the new permissions granted to him after the system upgrade. This was not for any utilitarian purpose, but rather an exploration of unknown abilities, a kind of learning undertaken to better understand and protect his family. The first attempt took place on an ordinary Wednesday evening. Anan was sitting on the carpet, frowning as she faced a slightly complicated puzzle. She seemed to have hit a roadblock, and her little face was full of frustration. Ding! Detected that the child in it is experiencing a minor setback. You can try using the emotional comfort basic permission. Use. Tip: this permission can mildly soothe the child's anxiety and guide them back to focus. Lin Fan silently agreed. He didn't speak, but simply walked over and sat down beside Anan, gently placing his hand on his son's back. An imperceptible, gentle, and tranquil wave of emotion, like a spring stream, slowly flowed over him. Anan's tense little shoulders visibly relaxed a bit. He looked up at his father. Lin Fan smiled encouragingly at him and pointed to a corner of the puzzle. Try to find this blue piece first, it should be part of the sky. Perhaps her emotions were soothed, or perhaps her father's prompt was just right. Anan lowered her head again, her gaze became focused, and she quickly found the key puzzle piece. Her little face regained its radiance, and she continued to devote herself to her project. Looking at his son, Lin Fan gained a more intuitive understanding of the system's capabilities. It didn't forcibly change anything, but rather provided just the right amount of assistance at crucial moments. The second attempt was related to Su Wanqing. In recent days, she had spent a lot of time and energy on a newly launched postpartum recovery course program for Dawn Life. Although she didn't say it, Lin Fan could sense a trace of fatigue between her brows. Ding! Your spouse Su Wanqing has been detected to have high mental fatigue. You may try using the energy replenishment basic permission. Use now. Note: this permission can slightly alleviate mental fatigue and temporarily boost energy. That night, after the children went to bed, Lin Fan did not go to the study as usual. Instead, he pulled Su Wanqing to sit on the sofa in the living room and handed her a cup of warm milk with honey. Don't overwork yourself, he said softly, silently approving the system's operation. Those solutions can be implemented gradually. A gentle, refreshing sensation, like that after an afternoon nap, gently brushed against Su Wanqing's senses. She took the milk, took a sip, and the sweet, warm liquid slid into her stomach, seemingly dispelling some of the pent-up weariness. She leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder and sighed. Yeah, I know. I just always want to do things better. You've done very well. Lin Fan put his arm around her, gently massaging her temples with his fingers. He didn't tell her about the system, but this tangible feeling of relieving her fatigue filled him with satisfaction. As for Lin Fan was more cautious in his approach. The blessing of growth was already quietly taking effect. The little one seemed more lively and healthy than children her age, and her curiosity and desire to explore new things were exceptionally strong. Lin Fan focused more on observation, ensuring that the blessing was steadily nurturing the child's growth without causing any uncontrollable negative impacts. These attempts were extremely subtle, like spring rain nourishing the earth silently. Whether it was soothing Anan's frustration or relieving Su Wanqing's fatigue, it did not change the essence of the matter, but it made the family function more smoothly and warmly. Lin Fan gradually understood that these permissions after the system upgrade were more like sophisticated tools. The key was how to use them. When used to maintain family harmony and promote the growth of family members, they were a source of warmth and support. If used elsewhere, their meaning might be entirely different. In the stillness of the night, alone in his study, he brought up the system interface, looking at the unlocked and locked permissions, his mind at peace. What he sought was never personal power or control, but rather the stability and happiness of his family. These abilities would precisely help him achieve this goal. The moonlight outside the window was like water, and inside, peace and tranquility reigned. Lin Fan closed the system interface, got up, and walked towards the bedroom. For him, no matter how the system changed, his original intention to protect his family would never change. And new attempts would continue, building an even stronger happiness little by little in these ordinary yet precious days. Chapter 74: Echoes of Growth. The joy brought by Lin Shi's first birthday celebration was like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating warm ripples in the family's life. That blessing of growth, though intangible, seemed to add a gentle touch to the family. On Wednesday afternoon, Lin Fan finished work earlier than usual. Pushing open the door, a sweet aroma of food wafted towards him. Following the scent to the kitchen doorway, he saw Su Wanqing wearing an apron, busy at the stove, with Aunt Zhang assisting her. On the carpet, Anan sat cross-legged, a thick family photo album open in front of him, while Lin Shi leaned against him, curiously pointing at the photos with her little finger. Dad. Anan looked up and saw him, then immediately held up the photo album like a treasure. I'm showing my little brother our old photos. Lin Fan smiled and walked over, sitting down next to the two children. Anan pointed to a photo of him being held in someone's arms, grinning with his toothless mouth, and said to Lin Shi, look, this is your brother when he was little, just as small as you are now. Lin Shi looked at the photos, then at her brother, seemingly making some kind of difficult comparison. Finally, she reached out her little hand and patted the album, making ah sounds, as if to express her approval. Lin Fan picked up the photo album, flipped to the front, and pointed to a photo of him and Su Wanqing when they first got married. The two in the photo still looked a little shy, but their smiles were incredibly bright. "Look, these are Mom and Dad." Anan leaned closer, looked at him carefully, then looked up at her father now, her little brows furrowing. "Dad, seems a little different before." "What's different?" Lin Fan asked with interest. Manan tried to organize his thoughts. "It's just not as good as it is now?" He used the most fitting word he could think of. Lin Fan chuckled and patted his son's head, "Because now Daddy has Mommy, and you and Cece to protect." Growth often happens quietly while taking on responsibilities. Su Wanqing carried over a plate of freshly baked mini cakes decorated with raisins. Hearing the conversation between the father and son, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She placed the cakes on a small table, sat down, took the photo album, and flipped to the picture of Lin Shi when he was just born. In the photo, the little one was all red and wrinkled, wrapped in swaddling clothes, completely different from the fair-skinned, lively little guy who was now trying to grab the cake. "Time flies," Su Wanqing sighed, reaching out to pull Lin Shi, who was trying to cross the line, back into her arms. "It feels like she was such a tiny little thing just yesterday." "He is still very young." Anan immediately defended her brother's authority, gesturing with her hands, "I'm so much older than him." The child's innocent words drew laughter from the adults. Although Lin Shi didn't understand why everyone was laughing, she was also infected by the joyful atmosphere and danced around in her mother's arms. Ding! Detected family members reminiscing about their childhood, increasing family cohesion and happiness. Passive reward triggered, times blessing, status slightly slows down the rate at which family members' energy is depleted due to daily fatigue, lasting 48 hours. A soothing warmth enveloped everyone present. Lin Fan felt the fatigue accumulated from days of work gently dissipate, and Su Wanqing felt her aching back and legs, from standing and cooking for so long, relax considerably. Even Anan seemed more energetic, launching into a long, enthusiastic recitation of the nursery rhymes he had learned at kindergarten. This reward, born from shared memories and emotional resonance, is more precious to Lin Fan than any direct bestowal of ability. It proves that this family itself is the greatest energy field. In the evening, Wang Yalan arrived carrying a bag of fresh vegetables. As soon as she entered, she eagerly picked up her grandson Lin Shi, looking him over from left to right, and kept saying, "Oh my, our little birthday star." He grabbed the fortune and rice bowl symbols. He's sure to be a lucky person in the future. She pulled Anan aside and asked him carefully about his day at kindergarten. When she heard her grandson say that he had built a sandcastle with his friends and that his teacher had praised him, her face lit up with a smile. Watching his mother-in-law's busy and contented figure, and looking at his wife and children gathered around him, Lin Fan felt a simple yet profound happiness. During dinner, the conversation naturally returned to the traditional Chinese first birthday celebration. Wang Yalan, in her own interpretation, connected the results of the ceremony with Lin Shi's future, speaking with great conviction, as if she could already see her grandson's bright future. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing didn't interrupt the elderly woman's beautiful reverie, but simply listened with smiles, occasionally agreeing. They knew that behind this lay the deepest love and blessings from their elders. After dinner, Lin Fan volunteered to wash the dishes so that Su Wanqing and her mother could chat more. The sound of running water and clinking dishes mingled with the soft whispers of his mother and wife and the laughter of the children coming from the living room, creating a simple yet touching family symphony. It was late at night. After seeing Wang Yalan off and putting the two children to sleep, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing stood side by side on the balcony. The night breeze was cool, and the city lights in the distance resembled scattered stars. "Sometimes I feel like we haven't done anything special," Su Wanqing said softly, "but watching our two children grow up day by day makes every day feel meaningful." Lin Fan put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her closer to him. "That's life, isn't it? It doesn't always have to be thrilling. The quiet companionship and witnessing of life is a remarkable achievement in itself." The system's existence, along with its special abilities and rewards, acts like a tool on his journey, allowing him to better appreciate the scenery and take each step more steadily. But the journey itself, and the people who travel with him along the way, are the most important things. He lowered his head and placed a kiss on Su Wanqing's hair. The echoes of growth exist not only in the children's height and weight, and the new skills they learn, but also in their more tacit understanding in their eyes and their stronger reliance on each other. This, perhaps, is the meaning of home, and the ultimate driving force behind his continuous progress and growth. Chapter 75 Morning Tune. The autumn morning light carried a slight chill, but it did nothing to diminish the warmth and vitality gradually rising within Cloudtop Garden. For this family of 4, each new day always begins with small, yet certain, notes. The first sound is often Lin Shi's babbling, full of curiosity. The little guy is no longer still in his crib these days, always trying to stand up while holding onto the railings. His increased field of vision makes him even more curious about everything around him. Today is no exception. Just as dawn was breaking, he began his morning monologue, occasionally banging on the crib railings with a thump-thump rhythm. This sound was the first note to awaken this home. Then came a rustling sound from the master bedroom. Lin Fan usually woke up first. After a brief moment of clarity, he would turn and gaze at Su Wanqing, who was still fast asleep beside him, savoring the peace. Then, he would tiptoe out of bed and head to the children's room to answer his youngest son's call. "Cici, good morning." Lin Fan pushed open the door to the children's room, lowered his voice, and smiled. Seeing her father, Lin Shi immediately stopped attacking the bed rails, stretched out her hands, and a bright smile bloomed on her little face, revealing her pearly white teeth. Ding! A new day begins. Morning parent-child interaction task issued. Start family life with a positive and joyful mood. Reward, family points plus 50, energetic, status slightly increases family members' activity level and happiness in the morning. The system's notification came at just the right time. Lin Fan picked up Lin Shi, and the little guy immediately wrapped his arms affectionately around his father's neck, pressing his milky-smelling face against him. Lin Fan carried him to An's crib. An was still fast asleep, hugging his teddy bear, a slight smile on his lips, lost in some sweet dream. "An, you little sleepyhead, it's time to get up." Lin Fan gently rubbed his eldest son's forehead with his stubble-covered chin. An opened his eyes groggily, saw his father and younger brother, and was confused for a few seconds before giving a soft smile. "Daddy, Shishi." He reached out his little hand and touched his brother's little feet. At this moment, Su Wanqing also walked in wearing pajamas, her face showing the languidness and gentleness of someone who had just woken up. "Are you all awake?" She walked to Lin Fan's side, naturally took Lin Shi, who was already nuzzling towards her, and kissed his little face. "Mommy's here." The family of 4 gathered in the nursery, their morning drowsiness dispelled by each other's body heat and affection. Lin Fan was in charge of finding clothes for An to wear that day, while Su Wanqing carried Lin Shi to change her diaper. Occasionally, conversations like these could be heard. "An, do you like this blue sweater?" "I love it. There are little cars on it." "Cici, lift your foot." "Yes, that's right, so good." When the family finally got ready and appeared in the dining room, Aunt Zhang had already prepared warm milk and perfectly toasted bread. At the table, An chattered away about his space adventure dream from the night before, his logic erratic but full of childlike wonder. Lin Shi sat in her high chair, diligently grinding her teeth with her gums on a special teething biscuit while watching her brother intently, as if she understood, occasionally letting out ah-ah sounds in agreement. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing fed their 2 children while quietly discussing their simple plans for the day. There was no tension or rush, only an orderly and down-to-earth busyness. Ding! Morning parent-child interaction task completed. Reward has been issued. A fresh, vibrant scent drifted across the table like a gentle breeze. An seemed to eat faster, Su Wanqing felt more energetic, and even Lin Shi appeared exceptionally lively, waving her little hands to grab the spoon her mother handed her. After breakfast, it was time to prepare for the day. Lin Fan changed into a suit, and Su Wanqing straightened his tie, a gesture that had become an unspoken ritual. An, clutching her little backpack, would loudly announce, "Daddy, I'm going to build a super big castle today." Lin Shi would be carried to the door, waving her little hands in her mother's arms, mumbling, "Daddy, bye." "Be careful on the road," Su Wanqing instructed as usual. "Goodbye, Dad," An said loudly. Lin Shi, ah. Lin Fan responded in turn, then stepped into the elevator under the watchful eyes of his wife and children. The elevator doors closed, temporarily shutting out the warmth of home, but also filling him with the energy to embrace the outside world. This morning, like countless mornings of the past, was ordinary and mundane, yet woven with love, responsibility, and anticipation. It set the tone for family life, stable and warm, heralding a beautiful start to the day. For Lin Fan, no matter how much storms raged outside, having such peaceful morning light was, beyond the abilities granted to him by the system, the most precious gift life had given him. Chapter 76 Evening Time. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky a warm orange-red, also gilding the living room of Cloudtop Garden with a soft golden edge. This was the moment of day when the atmosphere of home was at its strongest. Lin Fan pushed open the front door and placed his briefcase on the cabinet in the entryway. A sense of relaxation instantly enveloped him. The composure required for precise decision-making in the office, and the necessary sharpness at the negotiating table, were all quietly melted away by the warm light in the entryway and the familiar sounds coming from inside. The first sound that reached their ears was Lin Shi's cheerful, slightly eager ah sounds. The little guy was being supported by Su Wanqing, his bare, tender little feet wobbling as he practiced standing and taking steps on the carpet. Seeing his father return, he immediately turned around, opened his arms, and like a clumsy but persistent little penguin, tried to walk towards Lin Fan, although he was mostly supported by his mother from behind. "Dad's back." Su Wanqing smiled, steadily supporting her youngest son under his armpits, guiding him through these difficult steps. Lin Fan quickened his pace, squatted down, and welcomed this heavy embrace. Lin Shi successfully jumped into her father's arms, letting out a series of victorious giggles, her little hands tightly gripping Lin Fan's shirt collar. "Our CC has made progress again today." Lin Fan stood up, holding his youngest son, and kissed his baby-scented cheek, praising him sincerely. Ding! Detected that the host has finished work and returned home, creating a warm family atmosphere. Triggered a heartwarming moment, sharing evening time with family. Reward, family points plus 70, fatigue relief, slightly relieves daytime fatigue for the host and spouse, lasting until bedtime. A gentle warmth washed over Lin Fan, easing the tension of a long day's work. He noticed that Su Wanqing had also moved her shoulders slightly, the subtle fatigue from caring for the child seeming to have lessened. "Where's Anan?" Lin Fan looked around. "He is in his studio." Su Wanqing gestured toward the children's room, saying he is designing a new home for his lidhops and has been busy all afternoon. Lin Fan carried Lin Shi over. Anan had named a corner of the children's room his studio. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by colorful cardstock, safety scissors, glue sticks, and his well-cared-for lidhops. He was engrossed in drawing something on a large piece of cardstock, so focused that he didn't even notice his father and younger brother entering. "Mr. Engineer, what big project are you working on?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. Anan looked up, saw her father, and her eyes lit up. She proudly held up his drawing. "Dad, look. I'm designing a house with a garden and a fountain for my little pebble flower. That way it won't be lonely." On the drawing paper is a whimsical and whimsically structured house, next to which are crooked yet brightly colored flowers, and a blue spiral representing a fountain. "Very creative," Lin Fan commented earnestly. "However, won't the fountain make the pebble flowers too wet? They don't seem to like too much water." "Oh, right." Anan suddenly realized, tapping her chin with her little finger as she thought, "Then I'll turn it into a small swing, so its friends can sit on it when they come to play." Children's imaginations are always boundless. Lin Fan didn't correct him, but simply nodded encouragingly. Lin Shi, in her father's arms, also pointed her little finger at her brother's drawing, making ah sounds as if giving her opinion. The evening flowed by in these small, heartwarming interactions. Lin Fan helped in and refine his design, while Su Wanqing held Lin Shi, sitting on the beanbag chair next to them, watching the father and son discuss, occasionally interjecting a word or feeding Lin Shi a few bites of fruit puree. After dinner, it was the family's usual time for activities in the living room. Today, Su Wanqing brought out a new pop-up picture book, telling the story of a little squirrel preparing for winter. Anan nestled to her mother's left, listening intently, exclaiming in amazement at each pop-up image. Lin Fan held Lin Shi on his right. Although the little one couldn't understand the complex story yet, she was captivated by the vibrant colors and her mother's gentle voice, quietly leaning against her father, pointing at the little squirrel on the pages, making indistinct syllables. Ding! Heartwarming moment mission completed. Family members shared quality time together, deepening their emotional bond. Reward has been issued. Under the lamplight, the long shadows of the family of four nestled together were cast on the warm floor. There were no expensive toys, no elaborate entertainments. Simply reading a book together and sharing a quiet moment constituted the most solid core of their happiness. After the two children were finally washed and dressed, drifting off to sleep with satisfied smiles, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing finally had a moment of peace. They stood side by side on the balcony, gazing at the city's dazzling night view. "Sometimes I feel that these few hours in the evening are more fulfilling than a whole day," Su Wanqing said softly, resting her head on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan put his arm around her, feeling the coolness of the night and the warmth of her body, "because this place is filled with us." The meaning of work, the value of striving outside, becomes clearest the moment you open the door and are surrounded by your children's laughter and your wife's tenderness. Evening hours are like a gentle vessel, holding the sense of belonging and peace after a long day, and heralding the start of a new round of companionship and growth. Chapter 77 Weekend Leisure. Saturday morning, the house was filled with a lazy atmosphere unlike any other weekday. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting soft dappled patterns on the floor, and the hands of the clock seemed to slow down. When Lin Fan woke up, the seat next to him was empty. He could vaguely hear Su Wanqing and An Zhang talking in hushed tones in the kitchen, along with the soft clatter of cutlery. He didn't get up immediately, but instead savored this rare moment of clarity where he didn't have to rush. The system interface floated quietly in his mind, not issuing any new tasks, as if it too were in harmony with this leisurely pace. Friendly reminder: the host is in a highly relaxed family day. It is recommended to enjoy pure family interaction and build up emotional energy. Lin Fan smiled slightly. The system's notification was very timely. He stretched and finally decided to get up. Stepping out of the bedroom, the first thing he saw was the scene on the living room carpet, and was already up, sitting cross-legged, intently building an extremely complex Lego castle, with several open instruction manuals scattered around him. Lin Shi, on the other hand, was sitting in his designated playpen, surrounded by various soft cloth books and rattles. He was picking up a handbell and rhythmically shaking it, making a crisp sound, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Good morning, Dad." Anin greeted him without looking up, her attention completely focused on the building blocks in her hands. When Lin Shi saw her father, she immediately put down the rattle, grabbed the edge of the fence with her little hands, and tried to stand up, making urgent ah sounds. "Good morning, babies." Lin Fan walked over, first taking his youngest son out of the enclosure and kissing his little face, then walked to Anan's side and looked at the castle that was beginning to take shape. "Wow, this is quite a project. Do you need an engineering assistant?" Anan then looked up, her eyes sparkling. "I need it. Daddy, can you help me find this blue building block with 2 raised dots? I can't find it." "Happy to help." Lin Fan sat down next to his son and began rummaging through the pile of building blocks. This feeling of focusing on a simple little thing, just to fulfill a child's small wish, gave him a strange sense of peace and satisfaction. After breakfast, Su Wanqing suggested, "The weather is so nice today, why don't we go for a walk in the lakeside park? I heard the ginkgo leaves there have turned yellow, it's very beautiful." The suggestion was unanimously approved by the whole family. There was no specific destination, no tight schedule, just a simple trip to enjoy a crisp autumn morning. Just as Su Wanqing had said, the park by the lake was filled with golden ginkgo leaves, covering the branches and the ground with a thick, soft golden carpet. Anan became excited as soon as she arrived, running and rolling around on the fallen leaves like a playful puppy, collecting the leaves she thought were the prettiest, saying she wanted to take them back to make specimens. Lin Fan pushed the stroller, with Lin Shi sitting inside, full of curiosity about everything around him. He pointed his little finger at the falling leaves dancing in the air, making oh-oh sounds of amazement. Su Wanqing walked beside Lin Fan, holding his arm, occasionally glancing down at her younger son, then looking up at her older son playing in the distance, a serene and content smile on her face. They walked slowly along the lakeside path, chatting idly. They talked about Anan's funny stories at kindergarten, Lin Shi's newly learned little tricks, feedback from some mothers in Dawn of Life, and some other meaningless chatter. The warm sunshine shone on them, the lake shimmered, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of grass and the moist scent of the lake. Ding! The host family is detected to be in a state of high-quality natural companionship and relaxation, triggering a hidden reward, nature affinity. Effect: slightly increases the pleasure and relaxation of family members in the natural environment, and slightly enhances their perception of seasonal changes. Lasts until the end of this outdoor activity. A fresh, vibrant energy seemed to gather from the surrounding natural environment, gently enveloping the family. Lin Fan felt his breathing become smoother, and his heart more open. He saw Su Wanqing close her eyes, take a deep breath, and a contented smile grace her lips. Even Lin Shi in the stroller appeared exceptionally quiet and focused, her large eyes greedily absorbing the golden light and shadow. Anan ran back and presented a handful of golden, translucent ginkgo leaves to her mother like a precious treasure. "Mom, here you go. The prettiest ones." Su Wanqing took the leaf and carefully put it in her pocket. "Thank you, baby, mommy likes it very much." They sat on a bench by the lake for a long time, watching the wild ducks frolicking on the water and the people strolling by. They did nothing but enjoy the sunshine, the breeze, and each other's presence. Occasionally, other families with children would pass by, and the children would naturally gather together to play for a while the adults would exchange smiles and share some parenting tips. This slow, almost wasting leisure is especially precious in today's fast-paced life. It doesn't create any direct value, but it greatly nourishes the emotions and hearts of family members. At noon, they had lunch at a well-reviewed family restaurant near the park. Lin she fell asleep in her high chair, and Anan, tired from playing, leaned against her mother, taking small bites of pasta, her eyelids starting to droop. Back home, after settling their two tired children for a nap, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing also felt a little sleepy. Instead of forcing themselves to stay awake, they tacitly snuggled together on the living room sofa, covered with the same thin blanket. "It's been so long since I've felt like this, not thinking about anything, just staying still." Su Wanqing leaned against Lin Fan's chest, her voice tinged with sleepiness. Lin Fan said, resting his chin on the top of her head, his fingers unconsciously twirling her hair. "It feels good." The two remained silent, savoring the tranquil afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shadows across the floor, and the only sound in the room was their steady breathing. There were no systemic tasks, no external disturbances, only the peace and contentment that pure family time brought. This weekend, there was no thrill of an amusement park trip, no tension of learning new skills, only the leisurely stroll along the lake and the warmth of being together at home. But it is precisely this seemingly ordinary leisure that constitutes the most indispensable soft interior of family life, injecting a continuous stream of warm energy into the busy life ahead. Chapter 78: Taking Your First Steps. As autumn deepens, most of the sycamore leaves outside the window have fallen, yet the sunlight still generously floods the living room of Cloudtop Garden. This afternoon, an exciting premiere is unfolding in the home. After Lin she turned 1 year old, his leg strength improved significantly. He can now easily stand while holding onto furniture and move sideways. In recent days, he has shown a strong desire to walk independently. He always tries to let go of the support, stands shakily for a few seconds, and then sits down or falls down with satisfaction or resentment. Today, he seemed to have made up his mind. Su Wanqing and Lin Fan sat at opposite ends of the living room carpet, no more than 2 or 3 meters apart. Anna knelt nervously beside her mother, her little hands clenched into fists, her eyes fixed on her younger brother. Lin she stood steadily, his bare, white little feet gripping the edge of the sofa. He glanced at his mother's outstretched arms, then looked back at his father's encouraging gaze. His little face was full of seriousness and determination, as if he were about to embark on a great adventure. Ding! Detected that the toddler Lin she is about to attempt independent walking, triggering a developmental milestone, witnessing the first step. Recommendation: provide a safe environment and positive encouragement. Reward: based on the toddler's performance and the effectiveness of the encouragement, award the joy of growth status slightly boosts the toddler's motor skills development and enhances their courage to explore or related skill points. Lin Fan received the notification and was filled with anticipation. He gave his son a big, encouraging smile. "Shishi, come here to daddy." Su Wanqing called softly, "Baby, look at mommy, come over here." Lin she took a deep breath, as if gathering his courage. Finally, he let go of the sofa. His small body swayed slightly, but he managed to maintain his balance. He stood there, hesitated for a few seconds, then lifted one small foot and tentatively took a small step forward. "Wow!" Anan couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, immediately covering her mouth with her hand, afraid of scaring her younger brother. Lin she stumbled a little on his first step, but he steadied himself. He seemed encouraged and then took a second step, a third step. His arms spread out like small wings to maintain his balance, his body leaned forward, and his steps were small and rapid, with a clumsy yet amazing determination. He wobbled like a drunken little penguin as he rushed toward Lin Fan. The short distance of 2 or 3 meters seemed to stretch on forever. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing's hearts were in their throats, filled with both anticipation and worry. Anan was even more nervous, holding her breath. Finally, just as he was about to lose his balance and fall after taking his 5th or 6th step, Lin Fan reached out and caught the little warrior in his arms. "It's a success. Cici can walk now." Su Wanqing stood up excitedly, her eyes slightly moist. Anan jumped up with joy. "My little brother is amazing. He can walk now." Lin Shi, who was being held tightly by his father, seemed to understand what a remarkable thing he had accomplished. He was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile that was a mixture of excitement, pride, and a little bit of fear bloomed on his face. He let out a series of clear giggle laughter and patted his father's shoulder hard with his little hands. Ding! Milestone event completed. Successfully witnessed and encouraged toddler Lin Shi to take her first independent steps, with excellent results. Reward: joy of growth status slightly improves Lin Shi's motor development speed and slightly enhances her courage to explore new things, lasting for 30 days. Family points plus 150. A vibrant and joyful energy quietly flowed into Lin Shi's small body, subtly influencing the space around him. Lin Fan could feel that his youngest son's eyes had become brighter because of this successful attempt, a newfound understanding and confidence in his own abilities. Our Cici is a big boy now. Lin Fan lifted his son high in the air, his joy overflowing. From that day on, the layout of the home seemed to be redefined. Lin Shi was no longer content with crawling and being carried. He began a tireless exploration journey. The living room, hallway, children's room, all became his toddler's playground. The home needed more attention to organization, with fragile and dangerous items placed higher up, and the floors kept cleaner and more unobstructed. Anan perfectly played the roles of protector and cheerleader. He would follow behind his younger brother, spreading his arms in a protective gesture, and constantly encouraging him, Shishi, come on. Come this way. Careful, there's a threshold there. When Lin Shi accidentally fell on the thick carpet, usually without injury, he was always the first to rush over to help him up, or shout loudly for his parents. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing also adjusted their pace, giving Lin Shi more attention and patience. The process of learning to walk inevitably involves falling and getting up repeatedly, but they never showed excessive panic. They always used a calm and encouraging attitude to help the little one establish the understanding that it's okay to fall down, just get up. Watching her youngest son's unsteady yet determined little figure, and her eldest son's earnest and responsible protection, Lin Fan deeply felt that every milestone in her children's growth was the best reward for their parents' sacrifices. This journey of learning to walk was not only a breakthrough in Lin Shi's physical abilities, but also a process of the family accompanying, witnessing, and celebrating together. It was mundane, yet full of power. It was ordinary, yet shone with the initial brilliance of life. Chapter 79: The Scenery of the Toddler Stage. After Lin Shi successfully took his first step, his home, a space he had always known, seemed to be redefined and imbued with a completely new charm. His world suddenly expanded from a two-dimensional crawling plane to a three-dimensional space that required him to look up. The adults in the family also adjusted their pace of life to accommodate the tireless steps of this little explorer. As the morning sun streamed into the living room, Lin Shi's exploration began. Holding onto the edge of the sofa, he carefully stood up, his bright black eyes sparkling with a thirst for exploring the new day. His steps were still unsteady, like a drunken duckling, swaying from side to side, but his persistence was touching. His target could be a reflective remote control on the coffee table, a different pattern on the edge of the carpet, or even the block castle his older brother Anan was building. Cici, no. Anan now has an important task protecting his building block creations from his younger brother's devastating blows. He'll spread his arms, like a little guardian, standing between his brother and his construction, his tone anxious yet with a touch of adult-like helplessness. Sometimes, he'll have a sudden inspiration, picking up a less important, brightly colored block to try and distract his brother. Cici, look at this. The red square. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing became the most vigilant safety officers. Soft safety strips were attached to the edges of all the furniture in the house, and all potentially dangerous items were placed in high places or locked in cabinets. Their ears became exceptionally sensitive, always able to arrive at the scene the moment they heard a small, unsteady footstep pause or a muffled thud. Ding! Detected that the toddler Lin Shi has entered the active toddler stage, increasing the need for home safety protection. Environmental adaptation reward triggered, flexible protection, passive. Effect, slightly increases the cushioning performance of floors, carpets, and other contact surfaces within the host's home, and slightly reduces the pain experienced by the toddler from minor bumps and knocks. This reward came quietly, yet was incredibly useful. Lin Fan noticed that when Lin Shi occasionally lost his balance and fell to the ground, the thick carpet seemed to provide better cushioning. The little guy would usually just pause for a moment, pout, and with his parents' timely comfort and encouragement, he would quickly stop crying and continue his exploration. This wasn't to shield him from setbacks, but rather to allow him to try and experience things more bravely in a safe environment. In the afternoon, Lin Shi was at his most energetic. No longer content with staying in the living room, he began to try to conquer new territories. The short corridor leading to the dining room became his broad road, the threshold of the kitchen was a mountain to be carefully crossed, and even the clean tile floor in the bathroom attracted him to feel its cool touch, which was different from that of a carpet. Su Wanqing often had to put down what she was doing and follow behind her son, watching him wobble forward, sometimes squatting down to study his shadow on the ground, sometimes trying to stand on one leg while holding onto the wall, and sometimes letting out a surprised ah when he spotted a small ant crawling by. Although this process was exhausting, seeing the constant curiosity and focused attention on the world in her little one's eyes made all the hard work worthwhile. When Lin Fan got home from get off work, the first thing he would usually do was take off his suit jacket and join in this parade. He would deliberately walk a few steps ahead of Lin Shi, then squat down and open his arms. Shi, come here, come to daddy. Lin Shi never tired of this simple game. He would quicken his hurried, clumsy little steps, his face showing a mixture of excitement and nervousness, before finally burying himself in his father's warm, reliable embrace, letting out a victorious, giggling laugh. At that moment, all his fatigue would vanish from Lin Shi. Dinner time became much more lively. Lin Shi insisted on sitting in his own high chair and tried to grasp the special soft-tipped spoon with his not-so-nimble little hands. Although most of the food ended up on his bib, plate, and his little face, this willingness to do it himself was another small but firm signal of his moving towards independence. At night, when Lin Shi finally fell into a deep sleep, exhausted from his exploration, his little face still bearing the satisfaction and weariness of his journey, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing could finally relax. They leaned back on the sofa, occasionally exchanging smiles and sharing the new details of their son's growth that they had observed during the day. He tried to reach the books on the bottom shelf today. You're even copying me, putting your slippers on your feet. Anan taught him to recognize colors today, and he seems to be able to really distinguish between red and blue. These seemingly trivial moments piece together the trajectory of Lin Shi's rapid growth. The toddler stage is not just about learning to walk, it's a period of comprehensive development in a child's cognition, emotions, and independence. It brings more chaos and the need for constant vigilance to family life, but it also brings endless laughter, surprises, and touching moments. Home remains that warm harbor, but with the arrival of this tiny, toddler figure, the scenery has become more vivid and vibrant, brimming with the energy of growth. Lin Fan looked at his wife sleeping peacefully beside him, and listened to the steady breathing of his two sons in the children's room, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. He knew that many more beautiful scenes awaited their discovery together as a family. Chapter 80: New Exploration. Lin Shi's walking ability is improving at a visible pace. From the initial few unsteady steps to now being able to walk relatively steadily on the carpet, and even trying to jog, it has only taken less than 2 weeks. The joy of growth acts as a gentle catalyst, allowing his motor skills and desire to explore to flourish simultaneously. The boundaries of home are constantly expanding under his little feet. On Saturday morning, Lin Fan noticed that Lin Shi was showing great interest in the security gate at the top of the stairs leading to the small living room and study on the second floor. Normally, this door effectively confined the exploration area to the safe living room and dining room, but today, Lin Shi stood up, holding onto the gate, her little finger peeking through the gaps in the bars, pointing upstairs, making ah sounds, her bright black eyes filled with curiosity about the unknown. Does Cici want to go upstairs and have a look? Lin Fan squatted down to be at eye level with his son. Lin Shi nodded vigorously, her little face filled with longing. Ding! Detected increased exploratory desire in toddler Lin Shi, attempting to challenge a new area. Triggered guidance task: under absolutely safe conditions, assist the toddler in exploring a stepped path. Reward: based on the safety of the exploration process and the toddler's experience, award steady steps slightly improves the toddler's balance and coordination or a related status. This task suited Lin Fan perfectly. He inspected the stairs, making sure the carpet was securely laid and the edges were smooth, then opened the security gate. Come on, Cici, Lin Fan didn't immediately carry him upstairs. Instead, he sat on the second step of the stairs, facing his son, and stretched out his hands. Let us try climbing the stairs. This was a completely new challenge. Lin Shi looked at the steps in front of him, appearing somewhat hesitant. He tried to lift one small foot to reach the first step, but the height was still a bit too much for him. At this moment, Su Wanqing and Anan, who had heard the commotion, also came over. Does little brother want to climb the stairs? Anan seemed even more excited than his brother. He immediately ran to the top of the stairs, lay down on them, and stretched out his little hand. Go, Cici. Big brother is waiting for you up there. Su Wanqing stood behind Lin Fan, ready to help at any time, and smiled and said, Take it slow, baby. Hold on with your hands first, then kneel down. With encouragement from his parents and older brother, Lin Shi's courage overcame his hesitation. Following his father's example, he first reached out and gripped the edge of the first step tightly, then struggled to lift one leg and kneel down. This was quite strenuous for him, his face turned red from straining, but he succeeded. Wow! A little brother has come up. Anan cheered from upstairs. Lin Fan didn't rush things. He let Lin Shi stay in that position for a while to get used to it. Very good, Shi, now, put the other leg up too. Lin Shi did as he was told, and finally, he lay down on the first step. He looked back at his father, his face showing a mix of satisfaction from completing a huge challenge and a little confusion. What should he do next? Now, let us stand up and hold onto the railing, Lin Fan guided him, while maintaining a posture where he could protect him at any moment. Holding onto the sturdy stair railing, Lin Shi stood up shakily. The change in his perspective filled him with wonder once more. He looked down at the steps beneath his feet, then looked up at his brother and mother above, seemingly gazing at the long distance ahead. The process that followed was slow and rhythmic. Under Lin Fan's watchful eye and guidance, Lin Shi used his unique method of using both hands and feet to climb upwards, step by step. Sometimes he would pat the smooth wooden handrail with his little hands, and sometimes he would stop to point at the decorative paintings hanging on the wall and comment on them in baby talk that no one could understand. The whole process was full of the joy of exploration, rather than just completing a goal. Annan served as the cheerleader throughout, encouraging her younger brother at the top of each step. Su Wanqing used her phone to record this historic moment. The profile of her younger son focused on climbing, the excited and expectant expression of her older son, and the steady, protective back of her husband. When Lin Shi finally managed to reach the top on her own and rushed into her mother's and brother's open arms, cheers and Lin Shi's proud, giggling laughter echoed throughout the second floor. Ding! Guidance task completed. The child Lin Shi completed their first staircase exploration under absolute safety and positive encouragement, and had a good experience. Reward: steady steps. Passive state slightly improves Lin Shi's balance and coordination, making them more stable in activities such as walking and climbing. This effect will continue until this stage ends naturally. A subtle energy, designed to optimize neuromuscular coordination, flowed into Lin Shi's body. Lin Fan noticed that the little guy's steps seemed to be more stable than before when walking on flat ground, and the frequency of falling down had also decreased. This successful exploration of the stairs seemed to open a door to a new world for Lin Shi. He began to feel dissatisfied with just staying on the first floor, often pointing towards the stairs to express his desire to go up. Home, for him, became more three-dimensional and richer. In the evening, Lin Fan, carrying the tired Lin Shi, sat on the carpet in the second-floor living room with Su Wanqing and Annan, watching the sunset gradually sink outside the window. The view was more open here, with a wider view of the street scene and sky. From now on, this place can also become our gaming base, Su Wanqing said with a smile, looking around the relatively quiet space. Lin Fan looked down at his youngest son, who was rubbing his eyes in his arms. Exploration is endless, whether at home or outside. For children, every new attempt is a leap in understanding. For parents, every successful exploration is a source of joy. The meaning of home is constantly being redefined, becoming ever more solid and warm, through these ever-expanding boundaries and shared growth. Chapter 81 First Words. As autumn deepens, the world outside the window is tinged with richer golden and ochre hues, while inside, in Cloud Top Garden, another linguistic revolution is quietly brewing. Lin Shi's athletic ability is becoming increasingly proficient with the help of steady stride, and his language center seems to be reaching a critical point of explosion. Previously, his vocalizations were mostly expressions of emotions: crying when he was hungry, sleepy, or uncomfortable, giggling when he was happy, and babbling with an exploratory desire but no clear meaning. But recently, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing have both keenly noticed that their youngest son's vocalizations have begun to have a more specific direction. He would point to the chandelier on the ceiling and utter the syllable light, though unclearly. He would repeat it many times. He would face the kitchen and try to call out "Grandma, Grandma," attempting to call for Aunt Zhang. When Lin Fan came home from get off work, he would eagerly reach out towards the door, calling out "Dad, Dad," more clearly than ever before. This was a process full of surprises and anticipation. The family members, especially Annan, became the most enthusiastic language coaches. "Cece, look at your brother, this is a ball," Annan would hold a small, colorful ball and slowly roll it in front of her younger brother, repeating the word ball slowly and deliberately. Lin Shi stared wide-eyed at the rolling ball, then looked at her brother's mouth. Her little mouth twitched a few times, making a sound like drop. "No, it's ball," Annan corrected patiently. Sitting nearby, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing watched the brothers interact, exchanged smiles, and didn't rush to interfere. The natural acquisition of language is most effective in such everyday, interactive environments. That afternoon, the warm sunlight streamed into the living room. Su Wanqing, holding Lin Shi, sat in a rocking chair by the window, pointed to a ginkgo tree in the yard outside the window whose leaves were almost all gone, and said softly, "Shi, look, that's a tree, a big tree." Lin Shi looked in the direction his mother was pointing. The golden leaves shimmered like scattered gold in the sunlight. He stared, somewhat mesmerized, his little mouth opening and closing unconsciously. Su Wanqing didn't expect an immediate response. She continued to gently rock her chair, humming an off-key lullaby. After a while, Lin Shi suddenly turned her head, pointed her little finger out the window, and clearly and accurately uttered a single note. Tree. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating huge ripples in Su Wanqing's heart. She was stunned, almost unable to believe her ears, and then a great joy welled up inside her. Lin Fan. Nun. Come here quickly. Her voice trembled with excitement. Lin Fan was replying to emails in his study when he heard the noise and immediately came out. Annan also put down her toys and ran over. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked. Su Wanqing pointed excitedly at Lin Shi and said to her husband and son, Shi. She just said tree. Very clearly. Really? Annan was more excited than anyone else, and she leaned close to her younger brother. Say it again, tree. Lin Shi seemed to be infected by his mother and brother's emotions, or perhaps he was also happy to be able to pronounce the word accurately. He raised his little hand again, pointed out the window, and repeated more clearly, tree. Ding. Detected that the toddler Lin Shi has successfully uttered her first word with clear referential meaning, unlocking an important milestone in language development. Triggered special reward, Fountain of Words, passive. Effect, slightly stimulates the development of the toddler's language center, improving the accuracy of her imitation and pronunciation, and slightly increasing her vocabulary accumulation speed. Long-lasting effect. A gentle, almost enlightening energy quietly flowed into Lin Shi's mind, subtly optimizing the neural connections responsible for language learning. Lin Fan felt this reward, and seeing the slight pride on his youngest son's face, his heart was filled with indescribable emotion. This wasn't the forced indoctrination of knowledge, but rather a gentle support for the child's natural growth. Our CC is amazing. Lin Fan took his son from Su Wanqing's arms and lifted him high, which brought a burst of joyful laughter from Lin Shi. Annan jumped and danced around her father and younger brother, exclaiming, "My little brother can talk. He's a genius." From that day on, the word tree seemed to have opened a door. Lin Shi's language ability entered a period of rapid growth. Under the silent nourishment of the fountain of words, his enthusiasm for imitating pronunciation increased, and his accuracy improved rapidly. The pronunciation of Mama became clearer and more affectionate. He called out Dad even louder and more decisively. Brother was a word he learned very quickly, and he would often follow in and around calling it softly. Words expressing needs, such as milk, water, want, and no, have also appeared one after another. The house was filled with Lin Shi's innocent and tentative language. Sometimes he would point to the animals in the picture books and imitate his older brother by saying dog and cat. Sometimes he would run up to the adults with an empty milk bottle, frown, and say no. Sometimes when he was playing happily, he would suddenly blurt out a word that no one had specifically taught him, which would bring surprise to the whole family. This process of learning to speak adds endless joy to family life. Every new sound, every newly learned word, is like a carefully prepared little gift from the child, bringing the family a great sense of accomplishment and happiness. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing also paid more attention to language communication with their youngest son. They would slow down their speech, clearly describe what they were doing, and patiently repeat words that interested him. Annan became the best language practice partner, and his rich imagination and simple sentence structure provided Lin Shi with excellent learning samples. At night, Lin Fan looked at his two sons sleeping soundly in the crib. The older one was smacking his lips in his sleep, while the younger one was breathing steadily and occasionally unconsciously moving his lips, as if reviewing what he had learned during the day. The growth of life is so miraculous. From taking one's first steps to babbling, every stage is filled with moving power. And for parents, witnessing and participating in this process is undoubtedly one of the most precious experiences in life. The voice of home becomes more complete and vivid because of these tender first words. Chapter 82 Childish Words. Lin Shi's world of language, like a bud unfurled by the spring breeze, began to bloom with surprising colors. Under the silent nourishment of the fountain of words, his vocabulary grew at a visible rate. What's even more amusing is that he began to try to combine these words in the simplest combinations to express more complex meanings. His occasional bursts of childlike utterances became the most precious source of joy in the family. "Mommy, shoes, put them on." He would hug his little shoes, wobble over to Su Wanqing, look up at her, and express his desire to go out in the simplest way. "Daddy, hug me, CC." When Lin Fan comes home from get off work, he immediately drops the toys in his hands, opens his arms, and asks for a familiar hug in short, still somewhat incoherent sentences. "Brother, car, go." When he sees Annan playing with a remote control car, he will point excitedly and try to describe the scene of speeding away. These simple word combinations, though grammatically chaotic, accurately convey his needs, observations, and emotions, allowing adults to more clearly understand the thoughts in his little world. The most interesting interactions occurred between the brothers. Anan was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm for his younger brother, with whom he could communicate in words. He was passionate about teaching his brother to say more, although his teaching methods were often imaginative and unconventional. Cece, repeat after your brother, super powerful robot. Anan would strike what she thought was a cool pose and teach her word by word. She looked at her brother, her little mouth opening and closing with effort, finally uttering a few indistinct syllables: machine, man. Although she missed the complicated modifiers at the beginning, she actually imitated the core vocabulary almost perfectly. That's it. That's it. Anan patted her younger brother's head with satisfaction, as if she had completed a great teaching task. Sometimes, She creates his own unique vocabulary. For example, he calls all round, rolling things, including balls, oranges, and even round cookies, rolling. When he wants a toy that's placed high up, he'll point there and say to Lin Fan, "Dad, high up, take it." This unique way of expressing himself is both cute and effective, always bringing a smile to his family's face. That evening, the family sat on the living room carpet playing. She became very interested in an electronic dog that could light up and sing, which Anan was holding. He crawled over, pointed at the dog, and said to Anan, "Brother, a dog." Anan was having a great time playing when she subconsciously hid the puppy behind her back, saying, "This is mine." She paused for a moment, seemingly understanding that mine meant refusal. He didn't cry or fuss, but tilted his head and thought for a moment, then did something that surprised all the adults. He turned around, crawled to his toy box, rummaged through it and found his favorite fluffy yellow duck. Then, holding the duck, he crawled back to Anan, put the duck in his brother's hands, and while looking at the electronic dog, clearly said, "Change." For a few seconds, the living room fell silent. Su Wanqing was the first to react and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Fan also looked at his youngest son in surprise, not expecting that he already had the concept of exchange at such a young age, and could express it so clearly. Anan was clearly stunned as well. He looked at the little duck being stuffed into his hand, then at his younger brother's longing eyes, and hesitated for a moment. In the end, perhaps the older brother's sense of responsibility prevailed, or perhaps he was amused by his younger brother's clever negotiation method. He generously handed the electronic dog to Linshi. "Okay, you can play with it for a while." Ding! Detected that the toddler Linshi has successfully used language and simple logic to express needs and solve a minor social problem. Random reward triggered, a flash of inspiration, state. Effect: over the next 24 hours, Linshi's mental activity level will slightly increase, and there is a greater chance of surprising cognitive or language performance. Lin Fan received the system notification and watched Linshi, who had successfully obtained the toy and was happily studying the electronic dog, his eyes filled with pride. This little guy was not only growing up, but also understanding and influencing the world around him in his own way. The innocent words of children are the most special gift they give to their families at this stage. They may be illogical, or their pronunciation may be comical, but every sentence is filled with sincere emotion and amazing sparks of wisdom. Recording these fleeting, adorable moments and accompanying them on this wonderful journey of language exploration is one of the purest joys parents can enjoy. That night, Lin Fan wrote down the amusing incident of Linshi trading a duck for a dog in his diary. He believed that many years later, when Linshi grew up and looked back on these innocent words and actions, they would become precious memories cherished by the whole family, filled with laughter. The story of their family was written more and more warmly and vividly in these little bits of childish talk. Chapter 83: Brotherhood Time. Once the floodgates of Linshi's language were opened, it flowed like a gentle stream, becoming increasingly abundant. He was no longer satisfied with simple words and short sentences, and began to more actively imitate and try more complex expressions. His best role model and learning partner was undoubtedly his imaginative older brother, Anan. The living room carpet became the brothers' favorite play and language exchange center. Sunlight streamed through the windows, making the area bright and warm. "Cece, look, this is the castle's tower." Anan was building a grand structure with Lego bricks. He picked up a tall, pointed blue Lego brick structure and solemnly introduced it to his younger brother. Linshi sat to the side, holding a red square building block in her hand, tilting her little face up and trying hard to repeat after her: "Tower, building." Her pronunciation was still a little unclear, but her intention to imitate was very obvious. "Yes." Tower. Anan slowed down her speech and repeated clearly, then pointed to the part she had just built: "This is the city wall, it's very thick and very sturdy." Wall city. Linshi's vocabulary clearly did not include the word city wall. He tried to combine them, but the order was reversed. Anan was amused by her younger brother and patiently corrected him: "It's a city wall." Cece, say it again, city wall. City walls this time, Lin she got it right, and a little smugness appeared on her face. Such conversations happen almost every day. When Anin is playing with toys, looking at picture books, or even just describing the birds flying by outside the window, he unconsciously takes on the role of a little teacher, while Lin she is an incredibly focused and inquisitive elementary school student. He not only imitates his brother's pronunciation, but sometimes even his tone and expressions. For example, when Anin encounters difficulties while building with blocks, he habitually furrows his brow and rests his chin on his hand in thought. After seeing this, Lin Shi, when assembling simple blocks, would also imitate his brother, pretending to furrow his brow and making sounds of thought. His little adult-like appearance was so amusing that it was hard not to laugh. Su Wanqing often sat on the sofa not far away, handling some simple matters for dawn life while watching the two brothers interact with a smile. She rarely intervened directly unless the children needed help or had a disagreement. This natural learning process, with the older brother guiding the younger, was more effective than any deliberate teaching and also enhanced the bond between the brothers. When Lin Fan got home from get-off work, this was often the harmonious scene he would see. He would take off his coat and quietly join in. "How is the project progressing today, architects?" He sat cross-legged on the carpet, looking at Anan's rather large castle and the seemingly messy pile of building blocks in front of Lin Shi, which he himself had named house. "Daddy!" Anan immediately began excitedly introducing the castle. "My castle is almost finished. This is the main gate, this is the king's room, and this," he pointed to the highest point, "is the tower where the princess is imprisoned. A brave knight is needed to rescue her." When Lin Shi saw her father, she immediately held up the red building blocks in her hand and said proudly, "Daddy, Fong Fong. Cece's. Wow, Cece built a really great house." Lin Fan praised sincerely, picking up another building block. "Do you need to add a window to the house?" Lin Shi nodded vigorously, "Yes. Window. Ding." Frequent and harmonious interactions between brothers detected, triggering a hidden reward, the brotherly bond state. Effect slightly enhances the emotional connection and understanding between brothers, reduces unnecessary arguments, and makes it easier to generate creative sparks in shared games. Long-lasting effect. A gentle force, designed to foster a closer relationship, quietly enveloped the two brothers. Lin Fan noticed that Anan was more patient in waiting for his younger brother's reactions when explaining things, while Lin Shi appeared more focused and joyful when imitating and learning. Once, Anan wanted to build a bridge but couldn't find a suitable long block. Lin Shi seemed to sense his brother's predicament, climbed over, rummaged through his own pile of blocks, found a suitable one, and handed it to Anan. The small, unspoken act of mutual assistance brought a warm smile to Lin Fan and Su Wanqing's faces. Brotherhood is more than just companionship, it's a subtle process of growth. For Anan, teaching his younger brother honed his patience, communication skills, and sense of responsibility. For Lin Shi, imitating his older brother was the fastest and most natural way for him to understand the world, learn languages, and grasp social rules. In the evening, after the game, it was time to tidy up the toys. Anan would take the initiative to do most of the work, while directing his younger brother, Shishi, "Give that red cube to your brother." "Yes, put it in this box." Lin Shi would happily carry out his brother's orders, turning tidying up the toys into a fun game. Watching his two sons sitting side by side on the sofa, heads touching, engrossed in a simple picture book, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The children growing up healthy and happy, loving each other, this was perhaps the most beautiful sight any parent could hope for. The home, because of this close bond between brothers, became even more stable and vibrant. Chapter 84: The Footsteps of Exploration. Lin Shi's language skills are like bamboo shoots breaking through the soil, bringing new surprises every day. His vocabulary is steadily increasing, and what's even more gratifying is that he has begun to understand and use some simple logical connections, which makes his exploratory behavior more purposeful and disruptive. For this toddler, with his burgeoning curiosity, home is a vast, unsolved mystery. Every cabinet door, every drawer, every button exudes an irresistible allure. "Shishi, you can't." This phrase has almost become Su Wanqing and Lin Fan's catchphrase these days. The little guy has a special fondness for the kitchen. When Aunt Zhang isn't looking, he'll tiptoe and try to reach the cabinet handles, attempting to open the door to his treasure trove. Once he succeeds, the pots and pans inside suffer, dragged out one by one, banging them on the floor with a clanging sound, like a chaotic symphony. He's also incredibly curious about the refrigerator. As soon as the door opens, he'll rush over like a little cannonball, peering over the edge, trying to figure out why it's sometimes cold and sometimes hot, and why it hides so many delicious things. The TV cabinet and stereo equipment in the living room were particularly problematic. Those flashing indicator lights and neatly arranged buttons held a fatal attraction for Lin Shi. He would imitate adults, stretching out his little finger to press them, though most of the time he couldn't get them working because he didn't have enough force. But his focused, almost scientist-like expression made him look like a little scientist. Once, he somehow pressed the stereo's power button, and the sudden music startled him. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he excitedly started dancing to the rhythm, making everyone burst into laughter. An has mixed feelings about his younger brother, Lin Shi, who is full of exploratory spirit. On the one hand, he enjoys acting as a guide. Shi, that's a remote control, you can't eat it. That's a socket, it's electrified, dangerous. On the other hand, his territory is often invaded. The Lego models he builds must be placed on a higher table, otherwise they will inevitably be studied disassembled by his brother. His picture books also need to be carefully stored away, because Lin Shi has recently developed a strong interest in the act of tearing paper. That afternoon, Lin Fan finished work early and went home, only to find Su Wanqing helplessly trying to salvage a picture book from Lin Shi's hands, a book on the verge of being torn apart. The little girl clutched the pages tightly, her face flushed, protesting, "My book." Lin Fan didn't stop him immediately. Instead, he walked over, squatted down in front of his son, and took out another cloth book designed specifically for toddlers that was tear-resistant. "Shi, look at this," he said, waving the brightly colored cloth book around. "You can flip through it, you can squeeze it, and it even makes a sound." He pressed the crinkly paper hidden inside the cloth book, making a rustling sound. Lin Shi's attention was immediately drawn to it. She put down the picture book that was on the verge of collapse and took the cloth book instead, studying it with curiosity. Ding! Detected that the child Lin Shi's exploratory behavior requires guidance. Instant response task triggered, satisfy the child's exploratory desires with safe alternatives and establish basic rule awareness. Reward, based on the guidance effect, issue, safety awareness, slightly enhances the child's awareness of avoiding common hazards or related status. Lin Fan silently agreed. Holding the cloth book, he patiently said to Lin Shi, "Shi, paper books are for reading, not for tearing. Cloth books are for playing with and biting." He repeated it several times, though he wasn't sure how much his son would understand. But establishing rules required constant repetition and practice. Instead of simply stopping Lin Shi from exploring the cabinet, Lin Fan led him to a low cabinet specially prepared for him, equipped with a safety lock. Inside were some of his toys, empty plastic bottles, and cloth balls of different materials. "Shi, this cabinet is yours. You can open it and play." Lin Shi tried to pull the cabinet door and found that it could be opened. Inside were all familiar things. He immediately started to organize them happily, taking things out one by one and putting them back one by one, enjoying himself immensely. Ding! Instant response task completed. Successfully guided the child's exploratory behavior safely and established a preliminary concept of ownership. Reward, safety awareness, passive slightly enhances Lin Shi's perception of the potential risks of common household hazards such as sharp table corners and power outlets, causing her to instinctively keep a slight distance when unsupervised. Long-term effects. This reward reassured Lin Fan considerably. He noticed that afterwards, when Lin Shi approached the TV cabinet, although she was still curious, she no longer reached out to touch the socket holes as she had before. Exploration is a child's nature, their way of understanding the world. Harsh prohibition only suppresses this nature and may even trigger stronger rebellious tendencies. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing understood this well, so they chose guidance rather than prohibition. They isolated dangerous items as much as possible, provided ample safe alternatives, and patiently accompanied and guided Lin Shi in completing his great exploration. In the evening, watching Lin Shi sitting on the carpet, intently studying a nested cup toy, and reading a book beside her, occasionally glancing up at her younger brother, Lin Fan said to Su Wanqing, "It seems we need to continue upgrading our home's defense system." Su Wanqing nodded with a smile, "Yes, but it's also very interesting, isn't it?" Watching him gradually come to understand the world. The meaning of home lies not only in providing a warm haven, but also in offering a safe and broad stage for these steps of exploration. What parents need to do is to be the guardians and guides of this stage, watching the little actors stumble and fall, yet still perform the script of growth with surprise and delight. Chapter 85 Do It Yourself. Saturday morning was sunny and bright. The aroma of toast and milk filled the dining table as the family sat together, preparing to enjoy their weekend breakfast. However, the atmosphere changed somewhat because of Lin Shi's stubborn action. As usual, Su Wanqing picked up Lin Shi's special little spoon, preparing to feed him the pumpkin rice cereal in the bowl. Unexpectedly, the little guy turned his head away, stretched out his chubby little hand, and pointed clearly at the spoon in Su Wanqing's hand, uttering a clear syllable with a hint of dissatisfaction. Come. Su Wanqing paused for a moment, then exchanged a surprised yet understanding look with Lin Fan sitting opposite her. Lin Shi had indeed shown an increasingly strong desire to do things herself lately, such as insisting on getting her own water cup, although she often spilled it all over herself, and trying to put on her own shoes. Of course, she couldn't get them on, but this was the first time she had so clearly refused to be fed and insisted on using utensils herself. Does Cici want to eat by himself? Su Wanqing didn't immediately hand him the spoon, but gently confirmed. Lin Shi nodded her little head vigorously, her eyes firm, and repeated, "I'm here." Ding! Detected a significant increase in the child's Lin Shi's sense of autonomy, attempting to challenge self-care skills. Developmental guidance task triggered, encourage and assist the child in attempting independent feeding. Reward, based on the child's willingness to attempt and final completion, award dexterous hands slightly improves the child's fine motor coordination or a related status. Lin Fan received the task and nodded slightly to Su Wanqing, indicating that she could try. Su Wanqing understood and handed the small, soft-tipped silicone spoon to Lin Shi, while reminding her, "Okay, Shi, try it yourself. Be careful and take your time." Having finally gained autonomy, Lin Shi's little face immediately lit up with satisfaction and excitement. He imitated his mother, gripping the spoon handle tightly with his still somewhat clumsy little hands, and eagerly reached into the bowl of rice cereal. However, seeing and doing are two different things. His movements were awkward and hurried. The spoon wobbled as it entered the cereal, scooping up a pitiful little bit, most of which spilled onto his bib, chest, and plate on its way to his mouth. In the end, only the very tip of the spoon successfully reached his little mouth. But this small success was enough to make him overjoyed. He smacked his lips, the rice cereal in his mouth, a huge sense of accomplishment spreading across his face, as if he had accomplished a remarkable feat. Wow! Cici ate it all by herself. Anen was the first to cheer, clapping her little hands loudly, even happier than if she had succeeded herself. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing immediately offered positive encouragement. "Baby, you're great. Yes, that's it, eat by yourself." Emboldened by the positive feedback, Lin Shi immediately began his second attempt. This time, he scooped up a bit more, and as soon as the spoon left the bowl, it plopped, and the entire bowl of paste fell onto the table. The little guy stared at the empty spoon, paused for a moment, and pouted, seemingly a bit frustrated. "It's okay, Cici," Lin Fan said promptly, wiping the mess on the table with a tissue and scooping some rice paste back into the spoon for him. He didn't do it for him completely, but just helped him stabilize the direction. "Try again, but be more steady with your hand." With his father's help, the second delivery was successful. Lin Shi seemed to have learned something from this experience. In his next attempt, although he still spilled food everywhere, his movements were noticeably slower, and he began to consciously control the force and angle. After breakfast, Lin Shi's face and body were covered in golden rice cereal, and the plate and table were a mess. It was less efficient than feeding him. But he ate with great joy. With each successful bite, he would shake his little head happily. His proud little face made it hard to interrupt his project. Ding! Developmental guidance task completed. The child Lin Shi demonstrated a strong desire for independent feeding and, with encouragement, persisted in completing the attempt, achieving a good level of completion. Reward, dexterous hands. Passive state slightly improves Lin Shi's fine motor coordination and strength control, making her more precise in activities such as grasping and using tools. Long-term effects. A subtle energy, designed to optimize neuromuscular control, flowed into Lin Shi's small hand. Lin Fan noticed that after breakfast, when Lin Shi tried to grab a small steamed bun on the table, her grip seemed more stable than before. While cleaning up the mess, Su Wanqing looked at her youngest son, who was covered in smears but looked content as his father carried him to wash his face, and smiled at Lin Fan, saying, "Looks like we'll have to set aside an extra half hour for cleaning up after every meal from now on. It's worth it." Lin Fan looked at Lin Shi in his arms, who was excited because he had independently accomplished the great task of making a living, and said with certainty, "This is his first step towards independence, and it's worth it no matter how troublesome it is." From that day on, do-it-yourself became one of Lin Shi's mantras. Dressing, putting on shoes, washing hands, tidying up toys, he insisted on doing everything himself, as long as it was within his ability. The process was inevitably slow, chaotic, and sometimes even unsuccessful, but Lin Fan and Su Wanqing provided tremendous patience and support. They only offered minimal assistance when necessary, mostly offering encouragement and waiting. They know that this seemingly troublesome doing it themselves is the cornerstone for children to build confidence and move towards independence. Allowing children to try, accepting their clumsiness and failures, and accompanying them through the entire process from not knowing to knowing is the deepest love and best education parents can give their children. The warmth of home is not only reflected in meticulous care, but also in the respect for and cultivation of children's independent personalities. Chapter 86: The Trajectory of Growth. Time flowed silently, calendar pages turned, and the seasons changed once more. As the first winter snow gently blanketed the eaves and courtyard of Cloud Top Garden, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing, after putting their 2 children to sleep one late month night, sat side by side on the living room sofa. Several thick family photo albums and a tablet filled with videos lay open before them. They hadn't planned it was just a spontaneous thought to look back on this rapidly passing time filled with their children's growth. On the tablet, a video of Lin Shi just after his birth was playing. The newborn in the video had red, wrinkled skin, closed eyes, and could only express his needs with loud cries. Wrapped in swaddling clothes, he looked so tiny and fragile. Then, the video jumped to when he was a few months old, when he began to learn to roll over. Like a diligent little turtle, he tried again and again, and when he finally succeeded, the bewildered yet joyful expression on his face was forever captured. Look at him back then, he had so much trouble even turning over. Su Wanqing leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, pointed at the screen, her tone full of maternal tenderness and emotion. Lin Fan held her close, his gaze gentle. But now, is there any place he can't run to? He thought of that little figure running around the house now, full of curiosity about every corner. They flipped through Wennin's photo album again. From the adorable little bundle of joy as an infant, to the toddler taking his first unsteady steps, and now to the little boy who can clearly express his thoughts, take care of his younger brother, and has his own projects and social circle. The album recorded his first time eating with a spoon, getting food all over his face, his first time independently building a tall tower of blocks, and his slightly nervous but determined little chest as he performed on the kindergarten stage for the first time. Ding! Detected that the host and spouse are jointly reviewing their family's growth trajectory, triggering an emotional resonance event, echoes of time. Reward: warm memories. Passive slightly enhances the clarity of the host and spouse's memories of beautiful family moments and their emotional experience, and slightly strengthens family belonging and cohesion. Long-lasting effect. A warm and calming power, like a gentle stream, flowed into Lin Fan and Su Wanqing's hearts. As they looked at the photos and videos, it wasn't just a visual review. The past worries, surprises, frantic moments, and boundless joy seemed to be reactivated, flowing slowly through their hearts with a richer emotional flavor. I remember when Cece first called me mom, I almost cried, Su Wanqing said softly, her fingertips brushing over a photo of Lin Shi grinning at her with her toothless mouth. I also remember the first time Anan walked up to me by herself, that feeling. Lin Fan paused, searching for the right words. It was like having the whole world. They talked about how Lin Shi transformed from a quiet observer into the chatterbox and mischievous child she is today. They talked about how Anan grew from a baby who needed constant care into a little man with his own ideas who protects his younger brother. Those moments that once felt tiring and exhausting, such as frequent nighttime feedings, the anxiety of dealing with sick children, and the stubbornness of coping with the terrible twos, have all become unique and precious experiences through the filter of memory. Sometimes I feel like it was just yesterday. They were so small, a soft little bundle in my arms, Su Wanqing said, resting her head on Lin Fan's shoulder, her voice a little muffled. How did they all grow up so much in the blink of an eye? Yes, Lin Fan tightened his arms and hugged her even tighter, so we should cherish the present even more. Every seemingly ordinary today will become a precious yesterday that we can never go back to tomorrow. The system's reward, warm memories, doesn't make the past perfect, but rather makes the shared experiences that have built this home more vivid and emotionally weighty. It reminds them that the journey has been hard-won, and every moment of the present deserves to be cherished and remembered. It was late at night. They packed away the photo album and tablet, then gently pushed open the door to the children's room. In the dim light filtering in from the hallway, they looked at their 2 sleeping sons on the bed. Anan was lying on his side, one arm habitually draped over his younger brother's blanket, while Lin Shi was sleeping soundly on his back, his little mouth slightly open, his breathing steady. The trajectory of growth is written in their subtly changing forms, in their increasingly rich expressions, and in their gradually clearer sleep-talking. As parents, being able to accompany them and witness this initial and most vibrant growth of life is itself an invaluable spiritual journey. Back in the bedroom, Lin Fan embraced Su Wanqing, feeling each other's heartbeats and the comforting atmosphere of home in the quiet winter night. The past was worth cherishing, the future was worth anticipating, and in the present, this home, filled with the traces of growth and love of the four of them, was life's most beautiful gift to them. The river of time flows quietly, but the warmth of home and the story of growth will continue forever. Completed.